Because this is a doozy. I'm going to omit some details to help keep myself from getting doxxed about this whole thing. Last year, my kids, 9F and 7M, ran away late at night or early in the morning. When found by some city officials, they claimed I kicked them out of the house. I woke up that morning to the cops and CPS knocking on the door. I told my side of the story from what I knew, and they had my now ex-wife tell her side while keeping us separated. The cops claimed our stories didn't match and ended up arresting me. I bailed myself out that same day and went to live with my parents for a while. I was dealing with court, scared that I was going back to jail or prison, and that I'd lose my job that I had only been at for a year. A little over a month went by, and I got a phone call to have a meeting with the CPS woman in charge of our case. My daughter ended up making more allegations against me that didn't make any sense to the CPS people. When they asked her questions, she was unable to give them answers. My son ended up breaking first and admitting the whole thing was made up, and that my daughter was the one to orchestrate everything. This reveal led to the charges being dropped and my daughter getting counseling and psychiatric help. For a while, I thought things were good. We were on our way to fix things. I kept trying to get all of us into therapy, both individually and as a family. I was already in therapy due to this whole situation anyway. My ex kept dragging her feet, and it never went anywhere. After some other situations with being displaced due to a natural disaster and me trying to get things packed up in our old apartment, I got told by my ex she wanted a divorce. So now I'm having to rush and try to find a place to live, which I did, luckily. I actually move in tomorrow. On June 14th, I got served an emergency protection order by the county sheriff's office. I was told it's because I allegedly hit my son and gave him a concussion while in the grocery store, where there are cameras. He had been taken to the emergency room by my ex on the 14th, but this event allegedly happened on the 10th. I had told my ex that due to me having to get this house to rent, along with utilities in my name, adding up to over $2,000, I wasn't going to be able to pay certain bills this month. I said I'd get them caught up as soon as I could, to get everything paid off and even. I signed for the deposit on the 11th, and the kids had been with her while I did this paperwork. There was no issue. That same morning, I had taken my kids to the park so they could play and recorded videos of them being silly and having fun. I was talking to my therapist this week, and I told her what was going on and how I felt about being around my ex or the children. It's 2 years in a row of false allegations. I want nothing to do with any of them now. I'll pay child support gladly. I had an agreement with my ex before this all happened of paying $1,000 a month, $500 per paycheck, for child support. After all of this, Ada for not wanting to be around the children and my ex after everything gets settled and found out to be lies again? Additional information from OP. I posted this before I clocked in at work, so let me give some more details. My ex-wife and I were still together when the kids ran away last year. My side of the story during that was that I came home from work, talked with the kids and wife, gave the kids their melatonin gummies before sending them to bed, after which I took a shower, made myself something for dinner, and cleaned up afterward. By this point, my ex was already asleep, and so were the kids. When CPS and the mental health professionals were talking to my daughter after everything got cleared, she said the voices she was hearing were telling her to do things. The mental health professionals said this sounded too rehearsed to them. It later got revealed that she was watching videos on YouTube about kids pranking their parents, and she wanted to try it out herself. She had access to YouTube due to tablets that my mill had given the kids for Christmas back in 2023, which I disagreed with, but I was ignored. At the time, and to this day, I do not believe my ex had a hand in the running away situation. On to this year, my son went to the ER on the 14th because he had, and I quote from the paperwork I was given, dizziness, a lightheaded feeling, and a nosebleed. I am not sure how he received a concussion. Nothing is finished with this situation yet, and nothing has been decided in terms of child support. We go back to court next month to revisit this after the investigation has finished. On the day I received the EPO, I talked to a state trooper and told him the kids' history, showed the videos of my kids playing, and showed receipts on my banking app from when we were at Walmart and at what time we were there. As of right now, I haven't heard anything else. I have already been interviewed by CPS and informed them of the same things I told the state trooper, because it is a different person on this case, as my ex and kids live in a different county at the moment. This time, I firmly believe that my ex is behind this, due to me telling her some of the bills would have to wait because I'm having to pay approximately $2,500 to move, put down deposits, and pay first and last month's rent. I haven't seen my kids since I dropped them off to my grandparents on the afternoon of the 11th. I have not made a decision about staying away from my kids, but I do plan on talking to a lawyer in the next couple of days. I'm also looking into security for my house and a discreet body camera to wear, like many other users have said. I'll try to answer any other questions that I can, but I move tomorrow and I have some last-minute things to pack up and place in my car and move downstairs. Thank you for all of your insights, words, thoughts, and prayers. It means a whole lot to me that I can't put into words. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, are Op's children his biological? OP, well, considering they look like I just clicked copy and paste. Commenter 2, did something happen at the grocery store that caused the son to have a concussion? OP, nothing happened at the grocery store, is the thing. We went in, picked up some sweet tea and ramen, then left. Update 1 month later. So I have an update, along with answering some questions better from my previous post. When I first posted this, I was not in a good headspace, and I realized that I wasn't very clear. To be honest, I'm still not in a good headspace, but it's a little bit better. For starters, these false allegations started last year when my kids were 9 and 7. When I said 2 years, I meant calendar years. When I said I spoke to the police about my side of the story last year, I meant what happened the night before the police and CPS showed up at the front door. I had gotten home, spent some time with the kids and my ex, then wife, before giving the kids their melatonin gummies. This was done on an as-needed basis, mainly 2 to 3 times a week at most. After that, I went and took a shower, made myself some dinner, then ate and cleaned up the kitchen before spending more time with my then wife before we both went to bed. Due to a contraction happening when she was being given the epidural, she sleeps better propped up, so she slept on the couch while myself and the kids slept upstairs. The next morning is when I woke up to the cops at the door with CPS. I was charged with child abandonment and arrested. It took over a month for the truth to come out about my kids making this up, due to the fact my daughter was saying I was making love with her. The CPS agent conducting the investigation tried to ask more details, and that's when my daughter started crying and admitted she made it up because she couldn't give details. The only reason my daughter even knew what making love was is because my ex and I were in the bedroom and we both thought the other locked the door, and my daughter walked in on us. Moving to now, I don't know how my son got this supposed concussion. We had court again on Monday the 21st, and when the judge asked her, she told him that after talking with the state trooper, we have decided to not press criminal charges. I asked the judge if there was any evidence that they had about what they're claiming I did, and he told me that since no charges were filed, there's no evidence gathered to give to me. I want to thank everyone for their answers on my last post. Thinking about those feelings was making me sick to my stomach, and I just needed some perspectives from people who weren't emotionally involved. I thought about this since last month and I made the decision to tell the judge I want the divorce process and this EPO to be over and done with, and that I just want to be left alone. I'm still questioning if this was the right decision or not. I'm just not sure what else I could do. I work 12-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week. I have no way to take care of the kids, so I can't take them in. Even then, am I supposed to get to the point where the court system says supervised visits aren't needed anymore and just start wearing a body camera around the kids and just be scared all the time? Looking over my shoulder constantly just to make sure that I'm not going to end up in jail again? We have a hearing set up for December to hopefully get everything finalized and finished. I keep thinking about the kids going trick or treating in 3 months, going back to school next month, how we won't be decorating Christmas trees together or making cookies for Santa, and I start crying all over again. I'm not sure what else I could have done though that wouldn't have made me a paranoid mess 24/7. This will be the last update until December or January, I guess. Thank you again for everyone saying I wasn't the jerk for feeling this way. Have a good one, Reddit. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, did OpsX explain why she wanted the divorce? OP, her words were that she just isn't in love with me anymore and we've both become too different. She's religious, I'm not. We both have different views on things that we can't come to an agreement on. After last year, I wanted to get us into therapy and got some recommendations for marriage counselors. I gave her the list and said that I'd be fine with whoever she chose, so long as we worked on it. She never chose anyone and kept making excuses every time I asked. Commenter 2, your daughter lied about you making love with her, among many other allegations, and she says that she was motivated to behave the way that she did after she apparently watched a YouTube prank video? There is more to this story than your daughter is letting on. Either your ex-wife has coached your daughter well, or your daughter is incredibly manipulative at a very young age. OP, everything I know, I included. I'm dead certain there's stuff I don't know about, like you said. Commenter 3, in your previous post, you mentioned how you were arrested because the cops claimed you and your wife's stories didn't match. Did you find out why they weren't the same, and why your wife wasn't arrested as well? Sorry you're going through this, OP, no, I didn't. I have the police report, but all it says is, when asked if she believes he's capable of this, she answered, I don't know, I don't think so, I don't want to think about it. Commenter 4, did the daughter's tablet, from Mill, have parental controls? OP, she apparently somehow found a way to get past it, from what I know about it. Like I mentioned in a different comment, I told everything that I know about the situation from my end. Commenter 5, OP needs to get his kids in therapy, especially his daughter and himself. OP, I agree about both, and luckily I'm in therapy already. I've been in therapy since August or September of last year. Update 2, 8 days later. So this is a really small update that I wasn't expecting to make. I had left a voicemail for the CPS agent assigned to the current situation with my son, asking for an update on everything because I haven't heard anything since June. She had to look in her case notes, but everything has been found to be unsubstantiated. I should be getting the official paperwork in a few days to a week in the mail. I'm not sure how to feel about this, honestly. I'm relieved that the truth has come out about these allegations, angry that this has happened to me twice now, happy that this is one step closer to being finished. I want to cry, but I couldn't tell you the specific emotion that's causing it. I'm taking some other Redditors' words to heart and putting in a request to my state police records department to get copies of any and all paperwork, evidence or lack thereof, anything I can get my hands on from them. I'm also getting copies of my son's medical records so I can see exactly what was found back in June. I know a lot of you don't believe this, and I don't care. I have nothing to gain from lying about this. I'll gladly post pictures of the paperwork from CPS when it comes in, with all private information redacted, of course, to protect myself and my children. I know some of the details don't make sense between the original post and the update, I'm just going on survival mode. I only just got a full-sized fridge 2 days ago. I only have an air mattress for a bed. I'm just tired. I want this over with. I want things to go back to January, when all I had to worry about was the fact I was recovering from a car wreck and couldn't even help take down the Christmas trees and get a new car.
My boyfriend came back from his friend's birthday party acting totally off, wouldn't cuddle me, stayed silent for a week, so I texted his friend who said he saw my boyfriend being led away by some girl, but turns out my boyfriend was actually the one who got led into something way darker than cheating. Posted by u/Throra87565. My boyfriend, 27M, and I, 28F, have been dating for 3 years. It was one of his friend's birthday, and he was invited to the party at his house. I didn't go as I had work, and I am not a party person. He stayed the night there before coming home in the morning. I don't mind this as it happens once a year, and he did tell me that he would probably stay over and come home in the morning. He has been behaving in a very strange manner since he came back that day. He was silent. He didn't speak much. He looked extremely troubled. I asked him if anything happened, and he said no. I didn't push it, and I thought it was a fight with his friend or something along those lines. It has been going on for a week. He is spending a lot more time alone. He sticks to his side of our bed, and he froze up when I tried to cuddle with him, and we haven't had smash this week, which is pretty unusual. He seems very out of it. He tries to act like everything is okay when I ask him about it. I have never seen him like this. We have been through some tough times, and he has always wanted me close. It feels like he is pushing me away. I texted his friend and asked him if anything had happened. He was a bit evasive at first but told me that my boyfriend got very drunk, and he saw him being led to a room by a girl. I honestly feel so sick. I never thought he would cheat on me. Maybe he feels guilty about it, but he did cheat. Being drunk is not an excuse. We just signed a new lease, and I know I will have to break up with him. I really love him. I thought we were going to get married. I need to break up with him. I am scared. I need to talk to him about this. I just can't understand why he wanted to cheat on me. I thought we were happy. I just need some help getting through this and communicating with him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Okay, I obviously don't know what actually happened that night, but what is being described here sounds like it could be assault or rape rather than cheating. I only say this because your boyfriend's reactions sound similar to what a survivor's reactions might look like, myself included. Also, the fact that he was very drunk and was led to a room by a girl. I think you should be very careful how you approach this topic with him. I would not accuse him of cheating. I didn't even consider this. It seems like a real possibility. God. I was so wrapped up assuming that I got cheated on again in a committed relationship to even consider this. I don't know what to say. This is so horrible. It really makes sense. I think this was what his friend was trying to imply. I'm so glad I didn't accuse him of cheating. If this is what happened, it would have made it worse for him. Thank you. Update, 1 week later. I am very, very thankful for the advice given to me here. I was spiraling, and I was so close to letting my insecurity and trust issues getting the better of me. I was overwhelmed by the comments session. I decided to not listen to that part of my brain and give him time to process it. Yesterday, he told me what happened. He was intimately assaulted. I believe him. It was pretty harrowing listening to him speak. He broke down a few times when he told me. He feels disgusted and ashamed that he let this happen to him. I reassured him that I loved him and that we would work through this, and none of what happened was his fault. It has been difficult. We have begun searching for a counselor who can help with this. He has been feeling better after he told me about it, but I am sure that we will have to work through a lot, and he will need a lot of time to heal. I am really grateful for the people here. They helped me a lot, and I can't really express how grateful I am for the comment. Relevant comments. Commenter 2. Shout out to Commenter 1, as they were spot on yet again, recognizing the signs in your original post. Thank you, Commenter 1. Commenter 1. I was hoping my original conjecture wouldn't be correct, and I'm sad it is. But I really hope he is able to find the support he deserves. Thank you so much for tagging me so I could see this update. I'll just use this comment to drop resources for the op to offer to her partner. 1 in 6 is an organization dedicated specifically to helping men and boys who have survived intimate violence. They have a 24/7 chat helpline, educational resources, and weekly chat-based online support groups with a trained facilitator. Male Survivor is also an organization for male intimate violence survivors. They are similar to 1 in 6 and have in-person support groups as well. If you are a male survivor located in the U.S., Male Survivor has a comprehensive directory of therapists who work with male intimate abuse survivors. Survivors UK is for men in the UK who have experienced intimate violence. All of their resources are arranged by age of survivor. They also offer referrals to ISVAs, Independent Intimate Violence Advisors, which are legal advocates who help male survivors navigate the criminal and civil justice systems. r/secondary_survivors is a support sub for the loved ones of intimate violence survivors. I hope these are helpful. Thank you, commenter 1. Your comment really helped me. I feel that I would really mess things up without you and other commenters. I will look into the resources you have provided. I think they will be of great help. Some of the commenters here are vile. It makes me really sad. They are blaming him for what happened. I really don't want to engage with them. Commenter 1. You're very welcome. I agree with you. There are always at least a few horrendous comments on any post about intimate violence made by any poster of any gender identity, but this post clearly illustrates how utterly stigmatized male survivors are, even more so. I think this is the worst post I've seen yet in terms of victim blaming and discrediting after being on Reddit for 2 years. I'm so sorry you have to see this. I wish you both the best. I don't know what to say, honestly. I posted here because I want some sympathetic ears and support. People suck. Yeah, it is horrible. I completely understand why he doesn't want people to know. Commenter 3. I'm glad he has a supportive partner like you. Male intimate assault is often dismissed or not seen as severely traumatizing as female intimate assault. Therapy will help tremendously. I personally found my therapist when researching and made sure she specialized in what I needed help on. It'll be a long road to recovery, but it isn't impossible. Stay strong, both of you. He doesn't want to be touched a lot. He is a touchy person. He loved being touched and caressed. I really hate that this evil woman took away something that made him feel loved. It is going to be a long time for him to heal. Commenter 4. I'm just sad that his friends saw him being led by a woman when he wasn't able to give consent at all, and did nothing. I think from what I understood, his friend was also drunk out of his mind, and he didn't really take it seriously until he saw my boyfriend next day. He feels guilty about that. My son's fiancé keeps bullying my youngest son's wife about her age and won't even let her come to their wedding reception, then has the absolute nerve to text me asking for $11,000 for their rehearsal dinner, like girlie, you can't afford basic human decency. Posted by you/Renallison777. Just for background, my husband and I have 3 sons, Luis, 32, Cyril, 27, and Jamie, 22. Cyril has been with his girlfriend Rosa, 27, for 5 years, and Jamie has been with his now wife Lucy, 20, for a bit longer. We are all very close since it was just this year that my oldest 2 boys moved out. Jamie and Lucy, and their 2-year-old daughter Letty, will be living with us for a few more years since Lucy is still in school. We are absolutely fine with this. They are both helpful, sweet, and wonderful parents despite everything. Plus, they're not taking my grandbaby anywhere as long as I can help it. Luis started dating Jessa, 36, about a year ago and got engaged a few weeks ago. To be perfectly honest, I'm not totally sure about her, but he seems happy and has been through a lot. I don't want to be some evil mother-in-law and have really tried getting to know her, but I think we're just very different. She's kind of conservative politically, and my husband is a U.S. citizen but was born in Mexico, so as you can imagine, I do not support and did not vote for the current administration. Rosa, Lucy, and I have bonded in the past by going to rallies, protests, etc., and this all came up when I tried including Jessa and invited her. She declined and sent me a long text. Nothing crazy QAnon, but like we call them Reagan Republicans in my day, not that it's the same these days at all. It was still so awkward, but I've continued trying to invite her to non-political things, but I think that one invitation soured things. Other than politics, I have also found Jessa's attitude towards Jamie and especially Lucy gross. I'm not stupid. I don't think that 2 people with such a big age gap would become best friends, but Jessa seems to go out of her way to make snide comments about Lucy when she's not there. I haven't said anything because it's her wedding and 100% her choice, but also think it's odd that she asked Rosa to be a bridesmaid but was even saying she didn't know if they'd be inviting Lucy to the reception. She thinks she should stay home watching Letty because she won't have fun since she won't let her drink. The venue does allow people under 21 and one of her sisters is 19 and invited. Also showing Lucy pictures of her sister that Jamie would walk down the aisle. Rosa and Lucy have both acknowledged it but haven't seemed too upset. It's still gross. Anyways, Jessa texted us earlier asking about the budget for the rehearsal dinner, and I just feel like I don't want to spend any more money on this than I have to. My husband thinks it's best to just leave it, but it feels like the principle of the matter. Plus, they're not even having a rehearsal or anything. They just want to have a dinner. My husband's stance is that it's true we help Jamie and Lucy a bit more than our other sons currently, but we paid for Cyril's college and more expensively Luis' rehab, 7 years sober, we are all so proud. He said not to let politics get in between family, but even if she was a true blue liberal, I wouldn't like the way she has been treating Jamie and Lucy. Ultimately, I want to continue having a close relationship with my children and their partners, but I also don't want to be walked all over, and I don't want to seem like I'm condoning bullying. Lucy's family completely abandoned her, so we're all she has left. I don't want her to feel like we don't care about her. At the same time, I know I'm biased towards them since Jamie is my baby and I've known Lucy for so long that she's like the daughter I never had. So would I be the jerk if we don't pay for their rehearsal dinner? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, why not just ask her if there is an issue with Lucy in her opinion? And go from there. Just because Jamie is the baby and Lucy is like the daughter you never had, it definitely seems like you're playing favorites, and if it's obvious to a stranger online, then how do you think that makes the others feel? Ops response, I probably should have put this, but I've tried talking to her, and all she said is there's too much of an age gap to include Lucy. I have called her out for mean comments and she just rolls her eyes. I don't want to have favorites, and if I'm being honest, Louise was probably the one I was the most forgiving towards forever. Commenter 2, can you afford it easily? You say that you've paid for rehab for your son, which is very expensive, so if your budget is broke because of that, then that's fine. But if you can afford it and just don't want to because you dislike the fiancé, that's super petty. I do think you should be taking your concerns to your son about her treatment of Lucy and Jamie. That is not acceptable. Why are you and the rest of the family not calling her in real time when she's being snide about Lucy? If you hear it, say something. Ops response, we can afford it. Honestly, if either of them had asked us to host one, we would have. Instead, they just assumed and asked for a budget. Coupled with the other issues, it just seems so rude. I've talked to Luis. He says that they're just too far apart age-wise to get along. I said, she can still be kind to her? He said that's just how Jessa is. Both my husband, myself, and my middle son have said things in real time, and Jessa has just rolled her eyes. For example, we went dress shopping for the Flower Girls dress and Jessa ended up picking one that was a few $100s. I could tell Lucy was stressed, so I offered to pay for half of it and she could pay me back. The full amount was due that day. Jessa made a comment like, "Oh Lucy, what will you do when you don't have the bank of me helping out?" I said actually it's not an issue because Lucy and Jamie have always paid me back on time and in full, plus it's not her business what I do with my own money. She was nicer the rest of the day, but it didn't last. Commenter 3, did Op and her husband host a gathering for Luis and Jessa on their engagement? Op's response, of course. We hosted a party at our house and invited her family to meet them all, and I've given Luis my father's ring to use. He likes it. I offered to sell it as it's not that sentimental or anything and give him the money as well. She loves Luis and I've told her many times how I'm so glad he found someone who makes him so happy and I hope he does the same for her for the rest of their lives. Commenter 4, did Luis ask Op and her husband about hosting the rehearsal dinner for the wedding? Op's response, no, he never asked us until they asked for the budget. Commenter 5, has Op spoke with Luis about Jessa and her behaviors? Op's response, I have spoken with him, my husband has, and so have his brothers. We want him to be happy and have the family he deserves and has always wanted. Luis says politics shouldn't get in the way of family. As for the bullying, Jessa has been called out and he's more or less defended her. I get that they're different ages and Lucy and Jamie have made mistakes, but Luis seems to think that none of her comments are that bad. The craziest thing is that throughout their lives I've been accused of each of my 3 sons being my favorite. My husband hasn't. Jamie is his favorite, but he doesn't let it get in the way of his emotions. He's actually way harder on him than the other 2. I honestly don't have a favorite. Right now I'm closest with Jamie and Lucy, but it hasn't always been this way. Commenter 6, it's okay to be closer to Lucy as she lives with you and you've known her longer, that's understandable. What have you done to get to know Jessa better? Just you and Jessa stuff besides politics. Not everyone is going to agree on politics, you will just have to keep that separated. Maybe Jessa feels like an outsider. Only you can make whatever changes you need to in order to make things work. I too have 3 children and have different relationships with each of them, but I also make sure to take individual time with their significant others and together time so no one feels like the odd one out. Your post just came off as you don't like her and that's that. Then to say am I the jerk if I don't pay for it? Absolutely. Because again, that makes them feel left out. Op's response, I have tried, I've invited her to one-on-one events, non-political ones like a wine tasting or a flower show, and she's mostly fine there, but it's pretty superficial. I have tried getting to know her though. Yes. She loves wine, so I took her, just the 2 of us, to a fancy wine tasting. I even got us a membership to do tastings monthly. She has put off a few of them, so I usually just take my husband or daughter-in-law Rosa, but then she got mad about that. They expire, so I guess she wanted me to waste them. I also invite her to all the girls' things like we see shows, go to parks, get dinners, etc., and have asked her if she ever has any suggestions. She hasn't said any so far, but we've been open to new stuff. Commenter 7, was Jessa previously married? Ops response, no, she has not been married before. She was engaged a few years ago but called it off. Op on Jessa's and Lucy's family backgrounds. Jessa's family did not abandon her, they are all very supportive and in contact with her. Lucy's parents cut her off when she wouldn't put my granddaughter up for adoption, she was a minor. They've been trying to come around more now and she's having a hard time with that along with this. Jessa doesn't have those problems. Commenter 8, what is Luis' take on the whole thing with Jessa's comments? And what about his addiction and rehab experiences? Ops response, Luis never had an issue with alcohol. He doesn't drink, but it's not a trigger for him. But I agree the excuse is just that. She has a 19-year-old sister who is a bridesmaid and obviously invited, and she mentioned letting her drink, so it's obviously a bullying tactic. But yes. It's a child-free reception, so she thought it would work out perfectly for Lucy to bring Letty to the church, then take her home and stay there with her. I think that's rude. Especially since it came up when Lucy mentioned she had asked her friend to babysit, so she was excited for a night off with everyone since usually one of us is babysitting Letty. Then she was told she might not be invited. Up on her and her husband's finances and how they plan to help their children. My husband and I are lucky enough to be well off after many years of hard work. I was expecting to give them between $3-5K for the rehearsal and a bit more towards their honeymoon. She already owns their house and they want to stay there. We would expect to give Cyril and Rosa a similar amount, and we're going to base what we spend on their weddings to get an amount that we'll be giving to Jamie and Lucy when they buy their first home. Our boys were good sports when their father and I were growing the family business when they were young, and we're excited to be able to support them. I just don't want to pick favorites. Update 1, 2 days later. Thanks for all of your advice on my last post. As I mentioned, I want to be a good mother-in-law. I remember when my boys were young and we'd watch Everybody Loves Raymond and saying I would never be a Marie. I mentioned our political differences to be upfront. I know it's a bias, but it's not the main reason I dislike Jessa, just one of them. I get that I would be the jerk to not pay for their rehearsal dinner. A few of you gave me the advice to just let my kids work it out, and some of you said to talk to Luis one-on-one, so I invited him to lunch yesterday. Before that I had texted the two of them back saying that we'd love to plan them a rehearsal dinner and to let us know if they had any ideas, and Jessa sent us a contract for a place with an $11,000 minimum. We have about $10,000 saved up for each of our kids for their weddings, first homes, honeymoons. Before you ask, we spent about $750 on Lucy and Jamie's entire wedding, much cheaper when all their friends don't drink. And I didn't want him to feel like I was only taking him to lunch to talk about the wedding, so we did talk about quite a few other things before I asked him how the wedding planning was going. He kind of shrugged like you know how it is, so I asked if I could help in any way. He declined, and thanked me for helping with the rehearsal dinner. I told him the cost was more than we were planning, but we are happy to do so for family. Sorry to spell it out, he acknowledged that Lucy would be invited to all wedding festivities. He got kind of flustered at that and just started laying into me about how angry he was at Jamie. I told some of you, but originally Jamie was supposed to be best man. He and Luis were always so close. When Jamie had first moved out of our house a few years ago, he would call Luis every single day and they'd talk forever. Same thing when Luis moved out last year. I knew after a blow-up Jamie stepped down as best man, but I did not realize they were this angry with each other. I have never heard Luis talk about anyone, much less Jamie, this way. He called him a jerk and was like he needs to grow up, stop being so controlling and get over himself, and said that Jamie just didn't want to see him happy. There were other insinuations that I feel were incredibly unfair and untrue, but I let him get out his issues. I know you all think I'm so overbearing, but I had not realized their relationship had gotten so bad. I listened to his airing of grievances for a while and honestly I didn't push back much, it was so shocking. And later when I told Jamie I had gotten lunch with Luis, he was just like, oh cool, like nothing was going on. We're just not a family that has these kind of dramas. I told my husband I just thought I should let the boys work it out among themselves. He said we'll see. So not a great update. I have no idea how this is supposed to play out or what I should do if anything. The wedding is in October since they got a good deal on a cancellation. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I personally don't understand the concept of parents paying for their kids' weddings at all unless you're extremely rich or something and can throw around thousands of dollars without blinking. If they can't afford a lavish wedding, they should have a smaller one on their own dime. My parents have passed away a long time ago and my partner's parents are retired and live tightly on their Social Security. I could never in a million years imagine asking them to pay $10,000 for our wedding. Our wedding. Emphasis on our. Ops response, I agree with you, but we are well off and want to help our kids celebrate their new lives. Commenter 2, if you save $20,000 per kid for weddings, you should only pay $10,000 toward Luis's wedding. If he and Jessa want an $11,000 rehearsal dinner, they can pay the extra. I highly recommend that you offer to just write a check to Luis for $10,000 and let he and Jessa decide how to work that into their budget. Then, do the same for all of your kids. Each one gets $10,000, not $11,000, not $12,000 plus more for the axes and gratuities, just $10,000. Ops response: we can afford it, though. And whatever we do pay is what we'll pay towards Cyril's wedding, honeymoon, home and towards Jamie's home. Commenter 3, wait a minute here. They want you to pay $11,000 for a rehearsal dinner? That one would cause me to object to their entire wedding and then just disengage myself from the situation. Who in the hell spends that much money on a rehearsal dinner? I can't imagine what your other children are going to feel like when they find out you gave them $11,000 towards a rehearsal dinner but you spend around $750 on their wedding. I would just give them a check for the same amount you spend on the other two and let them do with it what they please. Ops response: I only put the amount we paid towards Jamie's wedding because people kept asking. We plan to give them quite a bit of money when they can buy their first home to make up for how inexpensive their wedding was. Commenter 4, sadly, it sounds like the oldest of your 3 sons is also the least mature of your 3 sons. I think you're handling this correctly by letting your sons manage their own relationships while still speaking out against unkind words and behaviors. Ops response: maybe. Jamie has obviously matured fast since becoming a husband and a father, and I know there's some resentment between them because Jamie used to be Luis' little buddy and then had to share him with his new little family. But Luis has been through a lot that would break most people. I want them to work it out, but I mostly want my close-knit and loving family back. Commenter 5, so, did Jamie and Luis fight over the fact that Jessa doesn't want to invite Jamie's wife to their reception? If Luis did, in fact, ask Jamie to be his best man, then I think it's kinda weird that he wouldn't insist that Lucy be invited to the reception. Ops response: I don't know exactly what the fight was that made him step down. They've had a few arguments but I thought they were mostly worked out. Lucy is invited to all wedding festivities at this point. Op explains why $10K was the budget offered for the wedding/honeymoon/house down payment. I mean, that was just the amount we came up with years ago. We have more than that. But we won't be paying towards private schools. We do pay for Letty's swim lessons though. I don't know. We like helping our kids. The reason is because it's not set in stone. We decided on that number years ago, and if one of them wanted a $1,000 wedding fund but then needed $13,000 to secure a mortgage, of course we'd give it to them. I love my children and I don't care if they're adults, I want to help them as much as I possibly can. But to that point, I informed all 3 that we had $10,000 allocated to their weddings, honeymoons, mortgages and to please plan accordingly. Yes, Luis asked about Jamie's wedding and I told him that they were informed they had $9,675 left, minus $750 for their wedding but plus the $425 for Letty's flower girl dress because I was paying for that and Luis was lucky I didn't take it out of his $10,000. Everything else is a damned if I do damned if I don't. I'm just so sick over my boys fighting and worried Lucy will blame herself. Update 2, 1 week later. Please be kind to me. I know that I have not been a perfect mother or mother-in-law and I know these issues aren't mine to fight, but my family is falling apart. Last weekend my son Jamie and his wife Lucy went out of town for a concert. My husband and I stayed home and had Letty and we had a great time, although they probably FaceTimed us every 2 hours all day Saturday. Saturday evening Luis and Jessa invited us out to dinner. We told them we could go somewhere but would need to be home by 8 for Letty to go to bed, or they could come to our place and we could get takeout and hang out here. I assumed they wanted to talk about the rehearsal dinner. They didn't respond until after I got home from church and my son just texted me and said we were thinking somewhere nicer, never mind. Kind of odd, but whatever. Everyone got home safely but Jessa and Luis skipped our Sunday dinner the next day. Then a few days ago, I was home with Lucy and Letty, and Luis came over with Jessa to pick up the ring. Luis has this thing with Letty where he'll walk in and say ring ring. And she'll yell hello. And then he picks her up and gives her hugs and kisses. But he came in and was just ignoring her so she ran up with her arms out and yelled hello. And he just walked past her. He got what he needed and they left but I was appalled. I asked Lucy if we should tell Jamie and she just said that we probably shouldn't, but how are you going to be rude to your niece, she's also his goddaughter, just because you're mad at her dad? But that brings us to yesterday. I was out grocery shopping. Apparently, keep in mind I was not there, Luis came over to bring something to my husband, who was outside in the garage with Jamie and Letty. Luis and Jamie got into an altercation that became physical. My husband says that Luis instigated the physical fight, but he's not sure of the rest since his only goal was to get Letty inside. When he got back outside it seemed over and nobody was hurt but they were still yelling at one another. My husband told Luis to leave and when he did had Jamie go downstairs to cool down. I asked him what even started the fight. He said he isn't even sure, everything escalated so quickly and I have never seen him so shaken in so long. We don't know how we're going forward, but I finally agree with you all. This is Jamie and Luis' issue to work out. I can't blame myself and I certainly can't fix it myself. My husband and I told Luis he was no longer welcome at our home, and he lashed out at us, telling us we were taking his side, and I told him, listen, he attacked his brother in front of his child, they both deserve to live somewhere they feel safe. The other thing is that Luis works for my husband, and he's well within his rights to make him do a drug test. As for the wedding, I have no idea what to do. My husband says we should just give them the money we promised them and be done with it. That breaks my heart, but it might be the only way. Jamie just has told me a few times we just need to get through the wedding and maybe things will work themselves out. I don't know if he means that, to be honest. I'm just so sick, I wish there was something I can do. I'm trying to set up some time to spend with my middle son, Cyril. I feel bad that he's in the middle of all of this too and don't want him to think I've forgotten about him. Update 3, 5 days later. Update to not wanting to pay for my son's rehearsal dinner because I can't stand his fiancée. I have posted before, this is an update, and this will probably be my last update. I apologize that it's kind of long, I'll try summarizing it at the end. I am completely destroyed about all of this. I mentioned in my last post my husband and I told Jamie he needed to tell us the truth about everything. Lucy was working and he put Letty to bed, so it was just the three of us. He kept skirting the subject, and I finally got so mad and told him, listen, you're living in my home and now you're physically fighting your brother. If you don't tell me what's going on, your daughter can stay here, but you and Lucy will need to find somewhere else to live if you want to keep secrets like this. He got angry and wouldn't answer me anymore. We fought a bit more, and he went to bed. I told my husband I meant it, and he was like, I don't know what else to do. Luckily, my son came to us the next morning and told us everything, from his point of view. Basically, for the 4th of July, we had fireworks in our neighborhood, so Cyril, Rosa, Luis, and Jessa came over. We still have rooms for them, and since Rosa's dog was at her parents', they all had a bit too much to drink and all spent the night. Later, when my husband and I had already gone to bed, and they were all hanging out, Cyril and Lucy went for a walk and smoked a joint. I'm not saying I approve of this or anything, I've never seen her high, but I've heard them make jokes because she doesn't drink but I guess sometimes does smoke. So basically the only person who was fully sober was Luis, but he had just gotten LASIK, couldn't drive at night, and was a little out of it in general. Anyways, Jessa flipped out when she found out about the pot and started yelling at Lucy. She said she was a mandated reporter and since Jamie had been drinking, she was endangering her child by smoking weed. She brought up that kidnapped British child, and just laid into her. Lucy got upset and went to bed, and Jamie argued with Jessa. He admitted it got pretty nasty from both of them, basically. Jamie called Jessa out for her behavior towards his wife in general. Jessa told him that she was just saying the truth, and it's ridiculous that they call themselves married when they only got married because they had a baby and for insurance, and would be divorced in a few years anyways. Jamie told her she's just bitter that she's still in her mid-30s and unmarried. This was low, she had an engagement that ended because her fiancé cheated on her with her friend. Jessa then went for the jugular and told him that it was embarrassing for him and Letty to even be in their wedding because it was trashy being so young with a baby, and that Letty would have been better off being adopted by a nice family who was wanting a child. Jamie told her if it was so embarrassing for her, his family didn't need to go to the wedding and it wouldn't be anything off his back. He then went inside to go to bed. Luis followed him into the house and asked him not drop out of the wedding. He said everyone was just drunk and said cruel things, and promised Jessa wasn't going to call CPS. Jamie still said he couldn't be his best man and that he didn't want his wife or daughter to ever be alone with Jessa until she apologized. And that's when the whole Lucy shouldn't go to the reception so she can watch her daughter, and she shouldn't spend money on things that aren't Letty stuff started. Lucy was really scared of rocking the boat and was just going along with it. Jamie had been trying to get to her and convince her that nothing was going to happen, but she was freaked out. So of course I asked if he hasn't told us any of this because he also believed that this was a problem. How often is she getting high? He just laughed and said maybe 2 or 3 times a month. He's not worried, and she's certainly not since the 4th. Weed is legal in our state and I know Cyril smokes often, but only if you're over 21. So Lucy has been embarrassed and especially hasn't wanted my husband and I don't know any of this. I wanted to get my other son's sides and Cyril agreed to meet my husband and me later that day and his version was the same as Jamie's, almost worse because he and Rosa stayed outside and kept arguing with Jessa. And I know you all think I forget about my middle son, but he knows that he's my drama-free king who never causes me any headaches. I asked if he thought Letty was being neglected or if Jamie or Lucy had a problem and it was a resounding no. He told us that he thought that Luis and Jessa were out of their minds and just looking for drama. Apparently after Jamie had left the fire, Jessa continued ranting about Lucy, saying she was inappropriate with Luis because in his phone her name had an emoji by it. I can confirm this, it's a car because before Luis got his license back the joke was that Lucy was his Uber driver. She also talked about not wanting me to watch her kids if Letty was there because she thought that since her parents were teens, she'll be a bad influence on her and Louis' kids. Cyril said he and Rosa also want to drop out of the wedding, but Jamie begged him to stay on to avoid any more drama. Finally, he said that he's tried talking to Louis as well, and as much as he blames Jessa, he feels like Louis has to be blamed as well more than anyone for going along with everything. At this point we were devastated and confronted Louis about his side. He continued to avoid the question, so I was very clear. We told him what his brothers said and asked if any of it was true because I had wanted him to get a chance to give his full story without any bias, but he refused to say anything until I relayed what Jamie and Cyril told us. He didn't deny any of it, actually has assumed that I knew about it, and that Jamie had told me and asked me to withhold the money unless Lucy was invited to the wedding, which has been setting him off. I asked him if he thought that Letty was being neglected by Lucy or Jamie. They live in my home and I needed to know if he truly believed that we had reason to be concerned about my granddaughter's safety. He didn't answer directly and was like, see, this is just proof that all you care about is Jamie and his kid, and Jamie needed to realize he wasn't perfect, so I asked him again. And he avoided the question, again. My husband asked him then and there if he could pass a drug test because he was ranting and getting flustered but not actually saying anything. He brought up some other things, including a specific, relaxed conversation that Jessa was a part of it, and I still have no idea why she would be upset by it. I could tell Louis was deeply hurt by that, and I think my husband regretted it. Louis told us the only person we should be drug testing was Lucy and made us leave, but the next day sent over a confirmation that he took drug test at a lab we've used before, and when we received the results he passed. Later this week, he handed in his notice. He works for my husband, he's taken a position at a competitor. My husband is devastated, because it obviously means he's been talking to said competitors as offers don't just happen out of the blue in his opinion, but paid out his notice and that was his last day. During all of this, but after we'd confronted Louis, my husband and I started discussing how we would move forward. We knew at this point that the boys would need to work this out themselves. If I'm going to be honest, after getting all the sides of the story, we were leaning towards being on Jamie and Lucy's side, although we acknowledged the mistakes they made, since it all seemed like a severe overreaction on Jess's part after months of rude bullying towards them. We talked about possibly talking to them, booking therapy, anything to try to fix all of this, but on Tuesday our decision was made for us. It was possibly the worst day of most of our lives. I was at home with Letty and Lucy, and a caseworker from Family Protective Services came to our home based on a report. We were all interviewed and they did a walkthrough of the house. I don't know if we're going to get an official notice or anything, but the caseworker seemed nice and told us she saw nothing to move forward on, but left some stuff about services for Lucy and Jamie. They are completely traumatized, and so am I if I'm being honest, and I've been glued to Letty ever since Tuesday, as if somebody is going to take her from them. Even Letty can tell they are sad. I've spoken with Lucy, who kept assuring me she only ever smoked on some weekends, and never when Letty was awake. I told her that I believed her. She kept offering to take a drug test, and even if I didn't, nobody is going to take a happy, healthy, and safe child from her parents even if she was smoking every day, but I can tell she doesn't believe me. Jamie confronted Louis that evening via text. He refuses to see him, and asked if it was him or Jessa. Louis told him it didn't matter, so Jamie told him he was dead to him and blocked his number. Rosa dropped out of the wedding, and Cyril is staying on as best man but won't attend the reception or give a speech. He wanted to back down completely, but Louis convinced him to stay on for the ceremony at least. I told him he should do what he thinks is best. He says he still wants to drop out but is worried it might lead to something worse. He said something and was completely heartbroken, but was kind of like, well, you know, there's still time for them to turn against me and try to ruin my life, so we'll see how this goes. I think he's trying to protect his little brother by not making them more angry, but I can tell how miserable he is. My husband and I are completely broken about all of this. We told Louis that while we would always love him, but we could not support him or his marriage after he and or his fiancée wasted CPS resources to get revenge on his brother, and that he needed to come over and get the rest of his stuff, documents we were keeping for him, childhood stuff that wouldn't have fit in his apartment, and to let us know exactly when he would be doing this because Jamie and his family were not going to be there. Maybe we shouldn't have, but we confronted him when he came over, asking him again if he truly believed that his niece was in any danger. He told me that it didn't matter what he thought, we'd always defend Jamie, who he said would get over it once this all blew over. I told him he very much would not be getting over this, and very likely he would never see his brother or his niece ever again. I don't know if he didn't realize before then how serious this all was or what, but he kind of backtracked, and told us to tell Jamie to call him. We told him multiples that wouldn't happen, and he got angry and desperate before blaming us, saying that we're the reason for this mess. We should have made Jamie figure his own life out and not babied him. I remember yelling at him that if he'd had his own way, I would still be doing his laundry and packing him lunch, and to remember that he lived here longer than Jamie has or plans to. My husband and he started fighting, and it ended with Luis telling us that he was going to start his own family and didn't need us, and blamed us for all of his problems. I was done with that and told him to get out if he was just going to say things with no examples or explanations to back it up. He didn't ask about the money, but I was ready to tell him I was saving it in case we would need a lawyer for all of his nonsense. I know it would be easy to blame Jessa, and it's hard not to because I can see her influence in all of this. But my son is the problem, and he, or his fiancée with his knowledge and support, has done something so unforgivable. I don't think he will ever see his brother's family again, and it will be a long time before my husband, and I want to see him. I will always love him, and if I got a call tomorrow saying that he needed a kidney, a lung, bone marrow, I would go straight to the hospital to give it to him. If he needed to go back to rehab, I would go back to work and work nights to pay for it, and my heart feels like it has the flu or something because I know if he has children I'm unlikely to know, much less meet them. But I can't forgive him for this, and he hasn't even attempted to apologize. I've never been so sad. In conclusion, Jessa got angry with Lucy for smoking marijuana on the 4th of July and threatened to call CPS. Jamie defended her and attacked Jessa, which caused the past few weeks of fighting. After confronting everyone, Luis was acting odd and we asked for a drug test. He passed and quit working for my husband to work for his competitor, and then either he or Jessa made a report to CPS about Letty. They found nothing, but Lucy and Jamie are traumatized, and we've all pulled out of the wedding. I've never been so sad. Relevant comments. Downvoted commenter, looks like Luis feels Jamie is the golden child. Your posts also seem to suggest it. While Jessa seems obnoxious, your eldest son has stated quite clearly you favor your youngest. So while this incident is his fault, I somehow feel you and Dad created this situation. Ops response, Jamie simply needs us more right now. We've spent years and hundreds of thousands of dollars supporting Luis to get him to a good place. His brothers didn't complain if we were favoring him then. My middle son doesn't think we favor anyone. Luis is the only one saying it. I'm sure we could have done things better in the past and we wouldn't be here, but here we are. Commenter 1, wow. Seems Luis feels you favor your youngest over him. As for the weed issue, in my state, even before it was legal, CPS wouldn't remove a child over that. They look at it like this: is the child well taken care of, fed, clothed, housed properly? If yes, then we have much more serious cases to deal with. A report will be filed stating a home visit was made and all is fine. Usually it's on the parents' records for about 5 years before it's sent to long-term storage. Ops response, yes, that seems to be what will happen. It's been hard getting answers about next steps because they keep telling them there aren't any. We've never had to deal with anything like this before. It's not like we'll need to know to prepare or anything if a caseworker comes, it's just more the constant threat of it now is causing them dread. Commenter 2, was there a falling out that led to Luis and Jamie's situation? Ops response, one of Jessa and her friends had a falling out, and the ex-friend sent Jamie a screenshot of a text where she was saying rude things about Jamie and Lucy. He had confronted Luis, who was telling him not to take it so personally, so Jamie said something equally rude about Jessa. Luis punched him for it. Yes, I mentioned it in my post but not to my son. Commenter 3, well, your son just nuked his relationship with his entire family, so his fiancée achieved her goal of completely isolating him. There's no coming back from calling CPS out of spite. You can keep the door open for your son if you like, but I don't see his siblings having a relationship with him ever again. Hopefully one day he comes to his senses. Ops response, I agree. I can't ever fully cut my son off, but his brother can, and I don't blame him. Commenter 4, I'd be telling him the door is open for him, but firmly shut for Jessa until she apologizes and gets the therapy she desperately needs. Ops response, nobody has any intention of ever forgiving Jessa. I can only not shut the door on my son, but the hope of reconciliation between the boys is non-existent. It's almost like he passed away. Up on how Lucy felt about Luis's accusations, it is sad because they were close, Lucy and Luis, and she never said no to giving him a ride unless she was in class or at work. There's no public transportation where we are. Well, there is, but it's not convenient, but of course our area is still car reliant. He was spending quite a bit on Ubers and she knew he was trying to save up to move out. She has been very quiet of course lately, but even she's admitted she feels betrayed. Luis was the first person other than her parents to hold, and even be told about, Letty. He used to give Jamie money to take Lucy out on dates and watch Letty. They were so close and now might never talk again. Letty asks about him every day and it's crushing me. I was not lying, I would truly and honestly give an organ to magically fix this. Up on attending Luis and Jess's wedding, we will not be attending. Cyril does not want to but wants to avoid further drama, and Luis is putting a lot of pressure on him. He doesn't want anything worse to happen, but won't be taking pictures after or going to the reception.
My girlfriend spent months telling me her roommate was making noise and going camping with her, but then confessed the roommate never existed and it was actually her boss, and now after our breakup she's showing up uninvited because she needs to feel close to me for therapy. Hosted by you/dominant, lawyer 23. I, 22M, have been in a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend, 29F, who lives 1,500 kilometers away, for about a year. Our first meeting is scheduled for a week. She wants me to come over for 2 weeks, but I'm feeling increasingly uncomfortable and emotionally overwhelmed. We met online by chance and then slowly started texting and calling each other on Discord. Unfortunately, there were repeated times when she kept things from me or deliberately misrepresented them. For example, she lied about her job and only revealed right before the meeting that her supposed roommate, whom she had been telling me about regularly for 1.5 years, didn't exist at all. Instead, she lives with her landlord and employer, who are also her roommate. These confessions almost always came immediately after she had pressured me to make some kind of promise or agree to something. What I found particularly distressing was that when we first met, she told me she was a lesbian and felt uncomfortable around men. Then, after 6 months, she confessed her feelings to me and, without any time to think, asked me to be with her during the call. This was a complete surprise and made me think that otherwise, I probably would never have let her get so close to me to prevent exactly this kind of situation. I feel like I never really had a fair chance to get to know her. She kept confessions afterward, but I was never given time to think about it. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen again at the planned meeting, and I'll end up in a situation I can't get out of. This has severely shattered my trust, and I often wonder what will come to light next. Basically, our relationship is already characterized by a lot of negativity. I'm constantly accused of not doing enough for her, of my messages not being emotional and loving enough, and I'm constantly confronted with accusations from her or her roommate/landlord, and then I have to prove myself and explain myself for hours. With all the negativity and insecurities on her part, there's hardly any room left for anything else, anything positive. Nevertheless, she gets angry when I don't tell her enough about myself, when I spend all my time justifying myself or supporting her with her problems. She has high hopes for me. She desperately wants to move to Germany and start a family with me. But I'm still a student, and I have neither financial security nor the mental capacity for such big life steps, which I've also told her. She often says how lonely she is, how much she hates her surroundings, that she has mental health issues, and I realize how much this weighs on me. I feel responsible, even though I barely know who she really is anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like I'm not up to this relationship and that I'm losing myself in it. She also hinted at something specific she would think about if we broke up, and it's completely destroying me inside. How can I end this relationship as respectfully as possible, especially considering that she's projecting so much onto me and relying so heavily on me? I want to be fair, but I just can't go on like this. Any tips or even a conversation would really help me enormously. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, that's not a relationship at all. You seem very naive and inexperienced to me. The woman must have taken advantage of that. You don't know her at all. You haven't even seen or met her yet, and you're making accusations. Just write a quick note saying you're no longer interested, then block her everywhere. Ops response, I definitely approached the whole thing very naively and inexperienced, there's no other way to put it. My main problem isn't so much the decision itself, but rather the how. Sure, I could block her everywhere and send her a quick message, and it would certainly be the easiest thing for me. But in the end, I was still an idiot and went along with it, which is why I feel it's my responsibility to at least tell her by phone before I end it and block her everywhere. At least I had read that it would only be fair to end the relationship the way you mainly communicate, for example not by message if you mainly talk on the phone or meet in real life. Commenter 2, if you're in a relationship, that's fair. But you don't have one. She's just making you feel this strange responsibility. She's manipulating you. You don't owe her anything. Especially since all this talk about her counting on you, etc., is definitely a lie. It's only meant to make you feel guilty. Ops response, you're absolutely right, thank you for your opinion. It definitely gives me hope that I can free myself from this. And yes, some of it is definitely manipulation. So much manipulative behavior eventually ceases to be accidental or thoughtless, but is simply planned to get their way, and I can't let it pressure me into doing things I don't want to do. Thank you, really. Commenter 3, you have no responsibility towards her. You should do what's best for you. And if I understand correctly, she's someone who's putting you under massive pressure and even threatening you with certain things. There's no reason why you should subject yourself to that. None at all. This is about self-protection, and you don't need to feel guilty about it. You can simply text her that it's over and block her everywhere. You don't owe her anything. Ops response, thank you for your kind advice, you're definitely right. The threats and knowing about her mental state are what make it so hard for me. But honestly, there's no point in forcing yourself to do things you don't want to do out of consideration, and potentially developing mental health problems yourself. This definitely gives me the strength and courage to go through with it without feeling guilty. That would definitely feel very liberating. Commenter 4, exactly. You're not stupid for getting caught up in this. Take care of yourself. You don't have to explain anything to her, nothing. A one-liner is enough, I want to end things between us, please don't contact me again, and block her. You can do it. Ops response, thank you. And thank you, I still can't believe that everything escalated so much. But all I can do is draw on experience and learn from my mistakes. Even though it will feel terrible at the moment, I can at least mentally come to terms with it afterwards and hopefully look positively and motivated into the future. You're absolutely right. I actually wanted to get some advice anyway, as I also have huge problems with the pressure to perform at university. Fortunately, they take it pretty seriously, and the university offers a low-threshold way to get advice quickly, which I will definitely do. Thanks for the tip. You're definitely right, that would admittedly be the easiest and most effective way to get out of this and finally be able to close things before any doubts arise. And yes, I already posted about this about half a year ago. But I think it was about how I should react when she gave me an ultimatum, asking me whether I could imagine having children with her. But hey, that says it all. Update, I've prepared myself and will go through with it today, but she hasn't had time yet and wasn't home, and I wanted to do it via call. And the waiting feels so horrible, my heart is racing the whole time, and I feel so miserable. Commenter 5, just write to her, a relationship wouldn't stand a chance on lies like that anyway, and say goodbye politely. Alternatively, you can tell her in person, but you don't owe her the way she treated you. She'll only continue to exploit and manipulate you. Why do you think the landlord was a roommate? Get it over with quickly, then you won't have to struggle with yourself for days. She won't break up with you anyway, she'll just move on to the next victim. Ops response, yes, a message would probably be the best way to simply end it and put it behind us. It would certainly be nice in the end, but there would be zero added value to doing it over the phone, if I'm honest. She always talked about her roommate, use of she, that she hurt her, that she was making noise, that they were going camping together, etc. Then she admitted that her landlord wasn't just anyone, but her employer, with whom she's also friends. And then 2 days later, she admitted that there was never a roommate, but that her landlord and employer were also her roommate, and that was always what she meant. Before that, she always referred to her roommate and employer as two separate people and never said anything about her roommate, even when asked. Commenter 6, did Op end the relationship? Op's response, I just tried to end it via message, but she just came online, and honestly, I'm shocked. Without going into too much detail about my health, I currently have very poor blood values due to excessive stress, which could potentially lead to heart damage, several times the limit. Referring to this, I explained to her via message that this is all too much for me emotionally and physically, and that I'm very worried about my heart. Her response was that I was taking it way too seriously and should just take some supplements and then everything would be fine. I should just take it easy now, there's no way we could cancel the trip now, and breaking up via text would be totally awful. I don't know, it just shocked me because it's so incredibly bold. Update 1, 4 days later. Hi everyone. I want to thank everyone who responded to my first post with compassion and genuine concern. Your advice helped me dig deep and end the relationship. I thought that would bring me peace. But since then, things have become much more emotionally overwhelming, and I'm struggling to navigate a situation that feels completely impossible. What's happened since then? I actually wanted to tell her my decision in a phone call on Monday evening and give her space to respond. However, she immediately wanted to know what was going on via message, and I explained it to her, which must have been a real blow to both of us. She still wanted to talk about it in a call. However, after I got the feeling that she didn't really want to value my emotions and my health and responded by downplaying and denying them, I wrote her a final, detailed, and emotional farewell message and then blocked her on all platforms, not out of anger, but because I felt it was the only way to protect us both from a spiral of pain, and because I was completely overwhelmed emotionally. However, she gave my phone number to a friend and asked for a final conversation yesterday afternoon to process what had happened. I felt guilty for ending everything so abruptly without giving her a chance to respond, so I agreed to a conversation this evening. Nevertheless, she wanted to wish me good night over the phone last night and started crying violently, saying she couldn't live without me, that the mere thought of me being with someone else one day was unbearable, and that she was having thoughts about ending her life. This unsettled me greatly, but I tried to stay calm and support her emotionally, while also making it clear to her that my decision was final, while also telling her that she was a strong person who could handle anything. This morning, she asked for another call with an important message and told me she was currently on a ship visiting relatives, so she could have support around her during this upsetting situation. But then, unexpectedly, she shared with me a list of Airbnbs in my area and said she wanted to fly out to me next Monday to care for me, support me during my health challenges, and simply be there for me. She even said she'd wait for me at the hospital if necessary. I panicked. I didn't say yes, but I didn't say no either. I just told her I needed time to think. I felt completely trapped. Every clear boundary I try to establish is met with desperate feelings, and I don't know how to stand my ground without feeling like I'm letting someone down in real pain, because I'm sure they feel truly terrible and are clinging on. Not to hurt me, but still in a way that's emotionally captivating me. Honestly, I feel like I'm falling apart. I don't want to give her false hope, but her emotional intensity, her deep need for love and safety, and her talk of ending her life make it almost impossible to truly let go. I'm starting to doubt myself. She is truly loving, caring, gentle, and emotional. Yes, she has lied to me about serious things in the past. Yes, I've been completely drained from being her emotional anchor. But when she says things like, "You're the only one I've ever felt safe with," I start to think I'm the bad guy for walking away. She's also told me how afraid she is of therapy, because of a traumatic experience she once had when she was medicated and committed to a psychiatric facility against her will, and that she'd rather suffer alone than go through that again. So I'm terrified of doing anything that might finally push her over the edge, while simultaneously knowing that every further contact gives her more reason to hope I might change my mind. At the same time, without a proper degree, which I thought I had for at least half of Tuesday, I can't really move on. I can't find the peace and quiet to recover, nor can I even remotely concentrate on my studies and study. I'm completely at my wit's end. We're supposed to talk on the phone tonight to discuss everything in detail. I promised her I wouldn't just disappear or block her again without warning her, and I intend to keep that promise. But I also know I can't continue to be emotionally available to her. I can't be the one to carry her through this grief. I don't know how to have the conversation without giving her false hope, gently reject her idea of visiting me without destroying her, provide emotional closure without slipping back into emotional dependency, end the conversation gently, nor definitively decide whether I should block her again afterward, and if so, how to prepare her for it without re-traumatizing her. I never wanted to hurt her. But I'm not strong enough to go through this anymore, and it's destroying me emotionally. I just want her to be okay. And I need a way out that doesn't make me feel like someone who's letting someone down at their lowest moment. How can I respect their pain without becoming responsible for it? Any advice, any experience, or even just a few compassionate words would mean so much to me right now. I feel responsible for their overall well-being, even though no other person could ever bear such a responsibility, and I just want to do the right thing. For both of us. Thank you. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you seem like a good guy, but you have to choose one way or another. Either you're still in a relationship you don't want, or you're single and living with the fact that she's miserable about it. You simply have to be tough here. Your whole gentle approach and allowing us to continue talking won't ultimately make it easier for her to live without the relationship. It will probably have the opposite effect. With every step you agree to, she'll probably imagine that she's moving toward a relationship with you again. You already recognize that aptly in your post. Ultimately, people are responsible for their own emotions. If you can't live with breakups, you shouldn't enter into relationships. Your ex has realized that you're vulnerable when she shows emotions or brings her health into play, and she's exploiting that, consciously or unconsciously. You're being manipulated. Your doubts are arising because she's deliberately stoking them in you. If you want out of this, you simply have to rise above it. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the planned conversation and instead tell her briefly and succinctly that it's over, that she should please respect that, and please not contact you again in the future, not even through third parties. Your goal of just wanting her to be okay is simply unattainable in this situation. People don't feel okay when they lose a relationship they don't want to lose. Ops response, thank you for your answer. Unfortunately, you're right, there's no way to ensure her well-being while also protecting myself and my health. I guess I'll just have to go through with it, since there's no other option. It will be incredibly difficult, but as you've already described, there's simply no alternative. Thank you for your opinion and your time. Commenter 2, your great empathy is a credit to you. But this woman doesn't deserve it. I read your first post and I'm shocked. She's not the person you think she is. She quickly recognized your empathetic, gentle personality and has been using and manipulating you ever since. Your age difference also plays a role here. You have to recognize this and make a clean break. She won't hurt herself and will sooner or later look for her next victim. I'm sorry she put you in such a stressful situation. I send you a big hug, everything will be okay. Ops response, thank you for your assessment. Yes, I think if you look at it from the outside, you can hopefully judge it better, and I'll approach it that way and make the hard cut. It's a bit hard to be caught in the crossfire, for example, when you hear from the other side that their friends are saying I'm mean because I didn't talk to them before making the decision. But well, there's no way I can get out of this other than by making a hard and, unfortunately, painful cut. The thing about one-sided or toxic relationships, which makes them so tricky, is that everything is never black and white, no one is ultimately evil or perfect. If you spend 2/3 of your time caring for each other, it's easy to forget about the other third and block it out, deluding yourself into believing that it's your own fault and that everything's actually fine, and that you're the problem, not the other side, who acts destructively 1/3 of the time. Update 2, 3 days later. Hey everyone. First of all, thank you so much to everyone who responded so compassionately and honestly to my recent posts. Your messages have helped me a lot, especially in realizing how deep I'm already in this and how emotionally overwhelmed I am. Unfortunately, I feel like it's just not getting better. No matter what I do, it's only getting worse, and I don't know how to get out of this without completely breaking down. I broke up with my ex-girlfriend a few days ago after about a year of a long-distance relationship because her repeated lies and the emotional pressure from my life in general, but especially from the relationship, were completely draining me, both mentally and physically. Even though I explained to her in a detailed message that the separation is final, she continues to seek contact through various channels, including her friend and mother, and asked for a final conversation, which made things even worse. She has now announced that she is traveling to my region, which is causing me a lot of anxiety. What has happened since then? We actually had the conversation she wanted. I tried to calmly and honestly explain again why I couldn't continue. I was very open and also explained how poor my health is at the moment, which I haven't mentioned much here so far. But what completely threw me, she simply ignored or reinterpreted many of the things I said. She clung to the parts where I told her that she was strong and that she meant a lot to me, but completely ignored the very clear statements about my decision and my boundaries. Nevertheless, I couldn't bring myself to tell her clearly during the call that I didn't want any more contact because I was afraid of an emotional outburst and didn't feel emotionally ready for it. The next day, I messaged her again to make it clear that my decision hadn't changed. I wanted to be fair and offered to write me her thoughts again, which she did, and I answered all her questions and impressions. But afterward, she asked me again for a call, saying that she couldn't and didn't want to live without me. I declined, wished her all the best again, advised her to contact relatives, and then, together with her friend, blocked her everywhere. I thought that was it. I was emotionally empty, but also relieved to have at least set a boundary. Panic, emptiness, and relief alternated. But it continued. That same Thursday evening, I went to the movies with my best friend because it was his birthday that week and he'd suggested it, and I wanted to give him his present. Shortly before the movie started, I was about to turn off my phone and just then saw that a new message had come in a few minutes earlier from an unknown number, this time apparently from her mother, which completely threw me because I just wanted at least a day of peace to slowly process it. The message was, on the one hand understanding, but on the other hand very stressful. She wrote that she understood my decision and didn't mean me any harm, but then she mentioned that she now has heart problems herself and that she wouldn't actively harm herself, but wouldn't do anything about her condition if something happened. She also asked me to keep the lines of communication open for her in case we needed to check in on each other about our health. And all of this while I'm feeling worse than I could even begin to describe. I have serious heart problems, my fatigue levels are way above the threshold, and the doctors told me that this could have long-term consequences at this level. On top of that, I'm currently under a lot of family pressure. My sister has been in need of care for almost 6 months following brain tumor surgery, my father is unemployed again, and I'm taking care of the paperwork for both of them. I don't mean to complain, but I just can't take it anymore. That's why I've decided to do nothing for now and use Friday to collect myself and process things, and then decide what to do on Saturday. This morning, Saturday, the next message from her arrived. She booked an Airbnb near me. She wrote that she would be arriving on Monday, to the nearest big city, about 35 kilometers away, and wanted to explore the region. Luckily, she doesn't know where I live, but that doesn't make it much better. She said it wasn't crossing boundaries, not an attempt to force me to meet up, but that she had to do it for her self-therapy, as she wanted to explore the region and, in order to let go, needed to at least feel like she'd been near me. Then came the request, could we meet at least for a hug? Shortly afterward, she sent me old screenshots of chat histories without comment, in which we had wished each other all the best and strength for our challenges. I was simply speechless. What really shocks me is that she's actually leaving without a return date, has almost no money, is traveling alone, and no one around her is stopping her. Not even her mother. And me? I don't just feel uncomfortable, I'm scared now. Scared that she'll actually show up. Scared that I'll become soft again. Scared that my home won't feel like a safe place anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone. I sincerely hope she gets better soon. But this isn't normal anymore. I'm really at my limit. I can barely eat, barely sleep, my heart is constantly racing, my mind can't stop. And I just don't know what to do. I'm really asking you for any advice, tips, or just some reassurance. Right now, I just can't take it anymore and I'm close to crying because I just can't bear it all anymore. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, my opinion is, respect your boundaries and stay strong. You aren't responsible for her and you have your own, self-determined life. She won't stop if you move toward her. Better a terrible end than a terrible end without end. Very appropriate here, unfortunately. Ops response, you're right. There will be no other way than a clear cut. It's just hard that she's ignored the hard cut twice now. I'm just afraid that the next friend or family member will write to me. Unfortunately, on WhatsApp, you can't block unknown numbers from contacting someone for the first time. I had already activated this before her mother wrote to me, but unfortunately, it only blocks unknown numbers when a high volume of messages comes from unknown numbers, or at least from this one number. In any case, it doesn't prevent you from being contacted by an unknown number under normal circumstances. Commenter 2, make it clear to her once that you no longer wish to have contact with her. I don't want to be contacted by you anymore. Block her mother's number. If she continues to contact you, back up everything. Take screenshots of everything in case it starts to feel like stalking. You have the right to focus on yourself now. Ignore them, block out everything that's still to come. Ops response, you're right, thank you for all your advice. I think I'll tell her again clearly that I'd prefer not to have any more contact and that I won't meet up with her, and I hope she accepts that. But yes, it has now reached the point where one must be careful that it does not become a criminal offense. Commenter 3, phew. That's a really difficult situation. I think you've done everything you can to end the relationship in a grown-up way. Now things are getting a little wild with her booking an Airbnb near you. I wouldn't agree to any more meetings and would make a clean break. In that case, just think about yourself and your health, both mentally and physically. All the best. Ops response, thank you for the message. I'll try to contact some kind of support service for this situation on Monday, because it's really scaring me and it's just gone way too far. Commenter 4, I think you've already done way too much. Offering to explain things to her countless times. Why? You want to break up? It's your life, your decision. For now, no more conversations alone. If she starts stalking you, call the police, and if necessary, report her. Of course, she has to deal with the end of the relationship without you. Op's response: you're right, I'll definitely not respond to any further attempts to contact her. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked so far, because she always finds someone else to contact me instead. I'll have to see what I can do to prevent that. Commenter 5, no is a complete sentence. How she deals with her health is entirely her decision. But the fact that she now has a diagnosis that mirrors yours makes me skeptical, to say the least. But, she doesn't need to inform you about her health, and you don't need to inform her about yours. My advice would be, get a new number. Only give it to people you truly trust. Op's response: I will definitely try it, so I can escape the situation, which would be really super important at the moment. Commenter 6, does the ex know where Op lives? Op's response: no, she doesn't know the location, and she doesn't know my last name either. Finding that out will hopefully be virtually impossible. I followed your advice and wrote the exact same thing to the mother, then blocked the number on WhatsApp and for text messages and calls. While I was at dinner, however, she apparently called from yet another number, which is the fourth number in total. Since I don't have to leave this weekend anyway, I've removed my SIM card for now, so at least text messages and calls are no longer possible.
My son wanted kids desperately, but his wife changed her mind after I told her motherhood was thankless, so when he asked about my parenting regrets I was honest, and now both their marriage and our relationship are toast. Posted by u/okhousing4903. I, 49F, had my son, 29M, pretty young, when I was 20, because I was deeply in love with someone who wanted children, and I was ambivalent, neutral to positive, about the idea enough to be convinced. My husband passed when my son was 10, and from there it was just hardship, financially and emotionally. I never would have had a kid in hindsight knowing what I do now, but I absolutely love my son with all my heart. I can't imagine my life without him. My son came over a week ago after a bad evening with his wife, 30F, to stay for a while because they were fighting about having children, hence the topic being brought up. Eventually, throughout the conversation, thanks to a direct question from him, I admitted that I wouldn't have had him if not for his father. I mentioned I had been thinking of giving up custody to his father before he passed. My son outright asked if I regretted getting pregnant, so I was honest and said, sometimes while you were a teen, yes, because he permanently altered my body, social life, and work life in ways I wasn't prepared for, plus he was a difficult child and an even more difficult teen. But I made sure to tell him that I love him with all my heart. Even so, my son got very quiet and went to bed almost immediately after, even tossing out his half-eaten dinner. Soon as he was out of the room, my boyfriend told me I was too blunt to say such things while my son was emotional, but besides being quiet, my son hasn't said he was hurt, and it's been a couple days now. When I ask if he's okay, he says it's fine, though I have apologized for adding to his upset about a children-based situation and reiterated how much I love him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You could have just said yes, told him you loved him, and shared that lots of people have regrets in the beginning and during the hard times, aka teen years. You chose to elaborate when you didn't need to. If he asks, you say the why doesn't really matter anymore. Just know I always have and always will love you. Op's response. He asked follow-up questions such as if it had been because his father passed that I had difficulties parenting him. Those questions led to the admission about thinking of changing custody. Commenter 2. You definitely wouldn't say this to a kid, but since he is thinking about having kids of his own, he should be old enough and in a position to hear it and actually understand it, albeit not as well as he will when he actually is a parent. People who aren't parents have a hard time understanding that mixed feeling of loving your child more than anything while simultaneously regretting having kids. He or his wife may very well have the same feelings in the future but not realize that they aren't alone, and that having those feelings doesn't make you a bad parent. You spoke truth to him, parent to prospective parent. NTA. Op's response. The argument they had was about when they would start having children. He isn't a father yet, though he would like to be. Commenter 3. If you can, try and talk to him about how hard it is for the woman. Pregnancy isn't like they show on TV. He wants to be a dad, that's great, he gets the easy job. Op's response. I also explained that to him too, all the social and physical consequences fall on the women, so it makes sense his wife changed her mind after thinking it through. In subsequent talks, though he wouldn't answer much, I made sure he understood that his wife needed to have her eyes wide open when it comes to pregnancy, and so did he, hence the discussions I had with them. Acknowledging the consequences of a choice doesn't mean I love him any less. Commenter 4. NTA. I suspect he and his wife argued about having children. He probably thinks being a parent at 20 is a great idea, and she knows better. She knows you have to have financial stability and an idea what is involved before launching the project. Does he know what pregnancy does to a woman's body? This is a secret only revealed after women get pregnant. Does he know about calcium? How the organs move? How pregnancy affects her digestive system? That she will go years without a full night's sleep? That he will not enjoy finding that the child is a priority and he must accept the child is always the priority? Even when he has had a bad day and no sleep for days? Honesty is a great gift. He doesn't think being a father is all bunny rabbits and unicorns. Ops response. Yes, they did argue about children, yes, but he's not 20 now. I was 20 when I had him. Is that where you got that number from? The argument was about his wife doing more introspection and changing her position from a yes, babies to maybe, probably not. That's partly why I did my explanations about how I struggled with becoming a mother because I wasn't 100% enthusiastic from the start. In my opinion, he did need to hear from a woman who wasn't fully prepared to have a child even if it hurt in the moment because I couldn't think of the right words. It's perfectly okay his wife changed her stance, and it does mean that kids shouldn't be on the table unless both of them are ready entirely for all the sacrifices necessary. Commenter 5. You were thinking of giving up custody of your 10-year-old son to your husband before he passed. Info, why? He didn't alter your body, by the way. You did when you decided to go through a pregnancy. He had zero say in the matter. Ops response. Basically because between us, his father was the one of us that was enthusiastic about being a parent. Because I was struggling to handle being a mother and because his father was the one that more desperately wanted a child. I realized too late that being a mom wasn't what I would have chosen for myself if I had gone into it with my eyes open instead of focusing on what my husband wanted. Of course I love my son, but this discrepancy between my husband and I about how we adapted to parenthood added so much stress. Commenter 6. NTA. He asked the question because he and his wife are arguing about whether to have kids. This was exactly the time for honesty. Ops response. His wife asked me similar questions before, so I was honest with her too. It's what opened her eyes to make her realize she didn't actually want to be pregnant or raise a child. It's better he learned now that she changed her mind while he can keep their marriage happy and get over himself about how much he wants to be a father, despite the fact it's the women that end up bearing all consequences even if there's no pregnancy involved. Update, 1 month later. To go more into it, I told my daughter-in-law about how I wasn't fully on board with being a mother before having my son, so I was honest about how that left me unaware of how hard being a mother was, which helped her determine if she was ready for kids. My son asked me how being a mother was for me, and I was honest, because he's almost 30 and thinking of having children. Of course he needs to understand the ideal of parenting but also the grueling aspects of it. He and his wife had troubles because he still wanted kids but she didn't anymore, so he stayed with me for a little while. His daughter-in-law stayed at the house. During another talk where I told his daughter-in-law basically the same thing as him, he got upset with me. He mentioned how he would divorce her, so I told him how ridiculous it was to throw away almost a decade. He got quiet and sullen for the night, then announced the next morning he was staying in a hotel. So now he's isolating from his wife and me. What can I say to keep him from ruining his relationship, instead of adapting to her choice? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Wow, that's a hard one. It sounds like he's hellbent on persuading her to come to his end. It sounds pretty manipulative. That will definitely either ruin his relationship or trap her in a life she doesn't want. Ops response. It's very manipulative. They've been together nearly a decade. Of course if he gives an ultimatum like I want kids, if you don't I'll leave, it's manipulative. She doesn't want to throw away her love for him the way he's ready to. Commenter 2. Is he trying to pressure her into getting pregnant, or is he merely saying that he doesn't want to stay in a marriage where kids are not on the table? There's a huge difference. But either way, pressuring someone into a life that they don't want is wrong. If he's pressuring her, he's wrong and should break off the marriage and find a wife who wants to have children. You're pressuring him into staying with someone who had decided that kids are not an option, and that's wrong too. Just because he spent a certain amount of time with someone doesn't mean that he should sacrifice what he wants for the rest of his life. That's ridiculous. Each of them has equal rights to make decisions about their own lives. You, on the other hand, have absolutely no right to interfere or meddle or pressure or convince or argue or demand. It's not your relationship. It's not your life. They're the ones who have to live with the choices they make, and they're the only ones that have a right to make those choices. If you want to maintain any form of relationship, apologize for not being supportive and tell your son that whatever he chooses to do, you'll love him. Trust his judgment, and if he's wrong and ends up regretting any of his choices, don't be the I told you so mom, be the one he can share with and trust and go to for love and support. Because if you don't, he simply won't go to you for anything, and you'll be left wondering why, when it's entirely your fault. Ops response. He wants to find someone else, despite almost a decade of love and affection. It's disturbing he not only wants to, but is able to, throw away all those years because he wants something that might never come to be, even if he abandons his marriage. I have a right to meddle because they both invited my opinions. That's the extent of my meddling. I've never spoken out of turn. They asked for insight to what parenting was, so I told them. Of course, I would never be so crass as to say I told you so or similar. I'd support him, even if he goes against what I believe is appropriate. Commenter 3. There's nothing manipulative at all about ending a marriage over something as big as not wanting kids. Ops response. It's manipulative to give ultimatums. Commenter 3. I disagree when it's something as big as this. What do you suggest instead? That he stays with his wife, lives the rest of his life feeling unfulfilled and forever resenting her. This issue means they're no longer compatible, and he has every right to find someone who wants the same things he does out of life. Ops response. All he has to do to not resent her is recognize that what he asks of her is more than he thought. All he has to do is recognize the sacrifices she will be forced to make and then determine if he wants that suffering upon her in exchange for what he desires. Commenter 4. What do you think you are going to do? Ops response. Hopefully I'll get him to realize the importance of what he might potentially toss away on a pipe dream. Commenter 5. As you said, your son is already 30 years old, so he knows what he wants, so it seems that he wants to be a father and find someone who can help him doing this. I see your point, but you also have to consider that is his life and his decisions, and you can always let him know your point and recommend him one thing or another, but you have to let him know that you are going to always respect his decisions and dreams. Ops response. He has the choice, of course, but he needs to recognize what he's throwing away in favor of this other choice he's making. Commenter 6. You are falling into what is known as the sunk cost fallacy. I'm 30. I know what I want from life, a family and kids. Your son is also a grown man and also knows what he wants from life. I don't blame you for telling your honest truth, but you have to admit that it hasn't had the effect that you'd hoped. It would seem you've torpedoed a 10-year-long relationship. Take the L, apologize and support your son as the last 10 years of his life circle the drain. Ops response. If they circle the drain, it's because he threw them in. She changed her mind once she was more educated. He's refusing to adapt. How is it any different than if they found out one of them was infertile? Would he still be looking to divorce her because of something she can't control? He couldn't or wouldn't give me a straight answer. Commenter 7. Being infertile and changing your mind about having kids are two completely different things. You can be infertile and still want kids and adopt. You are the uneducated one. Ops response. My point still stood that he wouldn't elaborate that if kids are so important to him that he's willing to divorce her, why wouldn't it be the same if children weren't on the table due to biological reasons versus her making a choice she's allowed to make? Commenter 7. Why is he a villain for wanting kids? You sound like you hate your son and his existence. Ops response. Not the villain, but he's not thinking this through. Commenter 8. Here's the thing. He likely thinks that you poisoned her mind to be against having children. Twice. He may very well be right. Despite my advice, he still wanted to have kids. It doesn't sound like you gave a very balanced response to their questions. It was their decision to make, you had no right to try to steer them a certain way. Be honest, yes, lay out the facts, yes, but that's all you should have done. You have literally drove a wedge into their marriage. Do you understand how many marriages break up over this? Now you act like your son is the petulant one because he disagrees with you. It's his life. I'm sure they were already talking about children, and you've now made that impossible. This was their marriage and their life, and you've interjected your own ideas into their lives. Now it looks as though there's a divorce coming. You have one chance to try to set this right. You need to talk to your daughter-in-law and remind her that she and their situation, I'm guessing you were a single mother, is different from you, and any decision they make needs to be based on their life, not yours. Perhaps you can suggest both of them volunteer at a daycare or something similar to see how they are around kids. They can take parenting classes. Just because you weren't prepared, doesn't mean they have to be. You started this mess, now you need to fix it. Ops response. He can think I poisoned her all he wants, I only gave her important insight. If he's not mature enough to recognize that, then he's not mature enough for children. Commenter 9. What was the important insight? Ops response. That being a mother is a draining, thankless job. That you could be responsible for someone the rest of your life instead of expecting support from them, or just be abandoned. That children fundamentally change your life, your spouse's life, and your future together. My fiancé's acquaintance made our double date awkward with inappropriate talk around kids, then started telling people she's invited to our tiny wedding ceremony when she absolutely isn't, so now I'm wondering if delusion is contagious because this woman clearly lives in an alternate universe where boundaries don't exist. Posted by you/Matryoshka_surprise. So, my fiancé, 34M, Mike has an acquaintance, Jen, early 30 SF. It's looking like we'll have to uninvite her, though she was never actually invited to our wedding to begin with. We know Jen through mutual friends, but in our wider social circle she's on the fringe for a series of things that happened years before we were around, but they weren't great. Jen is in a relationship that's pretty serious, they're moving in together. Despite that, she's made it clear that she has a crush on Mike. There was a period of time where she was text bombing Mike constantly. On the most active day, she sent him over 50 messages. She was trying to flirt in places. He responded to hardly any of it, letting her know that he was busy at work and didn't have time to talk. Mike does not reciprocate these feelings, and declined any sort of in-person one-on-one interaction when she asked to meet up for drinks after work, alone. He shared the message threads with me because he saw the red flags, and didn't want to end up in a situation where there was any room for doubt. When things were less obvious and awkward, she tried to arrange double date nights, but we generally made excuses and declined. The one time we went out with them on a double date, she made a jerk of herself at the restaurant by a gross display of PDA with her partner and trying to dive into intimate talk with kids within earshot at the table next to us. All of us, including her partner, let her know that we weren't comfortable with where she was pushing the conversation, and she pouted and said we weren't any fun. Yes, she had been drinking. She made a big show of wanting to be girlfriends with me to my face with Mike present, but I've never heard from her once and she hasn't made any effort. I have no idea what her partner knows about or thinks of all this. This past weekend we learned that Jen has been telling others in our social circle that she's invited to our wedding, when she never was, and is asking about our gift registry. We don't have one. We're having a tiny ceremony with less than 10 people present and a bigger catered party, but the guest list is still less than 50, based on cost, and our friend's backyard isn't large enough to comfortably host more than that. But even if we weren't having an intentionally tiny wedding, she still would not be invited because neither of us consider her an actual friend. She's hurt that she wasn't invited to his stag party, which is just a board game night, but she was never a consideration. She's also complained that I overlooked her when having a shower or the bachelorette. I didn't even have a shower because we already own a home and are established, and I have zero reason to invite her to anything, because we're not friends and she's been disrespectful. Two separate friends let us know that Jen is telling this tale. One of them tried to understand why she's lying about this by keeping it breezy and playing dumb, but she kept evading answering questions about it. My guess is she's telling people all this for two reasons. 1. She believes that she and Mike are friends and her feelings are hurt, and 2. She's possibly trying to ferret out the details/location of the ceremony and the party. We generally don't think anyone we invited would share this information with her, given the general history in the social group. There's a chance she could manipulate it out of someone, though. Needless to say, we think we've gotten to the point where we need to have a direct conversation with Jen over text, so there's no confusion that she is not invited and what she's doing is just, well, bizarre. We don't think we need to tell anyone connected to the wedding locations that she is specifically not invited, at this moment, but we will if we need to. We mostly think she won't try to show up, anyway. After the conversation, the plan is to block her on SM and messaging platforms. Is this unhinged? Yes. Should I have to devote any energy or time to a 30-something-year-old woman who behaves this way? No. Is this totally absurd? Yes. Does she need serious help? Definitely yes. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I would nip this in the bud. No more hanging out. No more texting, even block and delete. But I would first tell her that she is not invited. Maybe along the lines of I need to clear something up. We were told that you have been saying you are invited to our wedding. We do not want you to be embarrassed, but there is no invitation. Do not apologize or make excuses. Just you are not invited. It is clear and to the point. Block and delete right after that. Ops response, oh, believe me, we haven't hung out directly with her since early 2024. When we do see her, which is rare, it's at birthday parties or other mutual social circle gatherings. She tried to organize a few more double dates after the first one, but we just kept politely declining. Mike hasn't blocked her and I haven't blocked her because I think we both thought she would get over this and move on, and if we gave it any attention, it would encourage her. Obviously, we were wrong. But yeah, otherwise, we're totally on the same page. We just never thought we'd have to have this conversation with anyone. Commenter 2, you're going to have to be blunt, and frankly it wouldn't be best if it comes from your fiancé. Can he do it? Ops response, he's willing to, wants to, and suggested it. But, he wants me present for the conversation but plans to lead it. We both like the idea of this being a united front, and there being no question that this message is coming from both of us. I don't really plan on saying much to her. I could get loud and insulting, I guess, but it'll just feed into a label about being the territorial, jealous partner. I generally don't think it matters what I do. She's going to label me however she wants and I can't control it. The people that know us and love us in our friends circle both know us, so I'm not too concerned about perceptions about being perceived poorly. If anything, she is and has been for a while. The homewrecking vibe is new but not surprising. Commenter 3, I would make it known to the group that she is not invited, never was, and anyone who hears her say something to the contrary is welcome to clear it up for her. This woman is causing drama for the fun of it, and people are just allowing her just to keep the peace. Ops response, it's true and that's our fault. We also just didn't think it would go this way. Most of our friends, especially our close friends, don't act this way, and she's so outside our daily sphere that it just didn't occur to us that there was more brewing in the background. Update, 3 months later. It's been a while to get back to this. I'm not terribly active on Reddit, and summer has been really busy on top of the final detail planning around the wedding. A while back, I posted about having to uninvite my soon-to-be husband's 34M acquaintance, Jen, 30SF, even though she was never invited and would never be invited. The background context is that Jen was interested in Mike and making it pretty obvious, despite being in a committed relationship herself. Mike wasn't interested back, and in the interest of not embarrassing Jen, thought that if he kept politely showing no reciprocation that she would let the crush run its course and then move on. Instead, she started telling mutual friends a made-up story that we had invited her, when we hadn't. And also, complaining that she had never been invited to the stag or bachelorette parties, despite a lack of friendship with either of us. We weren't all that concerned about her crashing the wedding, which is still several months now, but replies to my original post did press upon us both that we should actually be more concerned. We did take those comments to heart and set up measures with vendors to prevent her attempt to meddle with aspects of the wedding. The owner of the venue, which is just our friend's backyard, agrees that she likely won't show up, especially now, but he has various things in place to monitor the situation, including voice and movement activated home security cameras on the property that would alert him if she showed up at the bottom of the driveway. The way the house/yard/etc. are configured, she doesn't really have another option to get in but through the house, and she wouldn't make it that far. The conversation with Jen happened. A friend of ours tripped going up the stairs in her home and broke her wrist that morning. Her husband was out of town at the time and she needed someone to drive her to the ER, so I went with her. Mike added me as a third to the text conversation, so while I was there I just wasn't able to be active on it. I caught up to it when it was basically over while I was in the waiting room. Mike opened by just wanting to understand if there was some kind of misunderstanding and the rumor mill at work, and noted the confusion it was causing. I really thought Jen would object to my being in the conversation, but she didn't bring it up and feigned concern about the stress that was being created by these rumors. He pointed out that 2 separate people both noted that she had lodged complaints about being excluded from being pre-wedding celebrations, and also that she had been invited to our wedding to them. Jen denied it all at first. She insisted that she had not spoken to at least one of them at all, and that whatever she had said to the other was probably a misunderstanding. Her version of things was that she understood she hadn't been invited to our wedding and assumed her exclusion was based on expense. She also said she didn't expect to actually be invited to any pre-wedding events because it would be weird, in her opinion, to have a girl present at an all-male bachelor party, because she assumed it would be an event involving a strip club or related to intimate work. As an aside, Mike's actual stag party is a board game night because that's one of the hobbies that gives him a lot of joy, and he's intimate positive, but strip clubs aren't his thing. But he didn't get into any of that. Instead, he just responded that he chose an activity that he liked doing. It had nothing to do with intimate workers or invitee gender, and he was intentionally keeping it small. Mike's response to the wedding invite denial was to show her screenshots of conversations with the people who brought this to our attention. They had given full permission to share that with her. Jen's tone immediately shifted and she started insisting on moving to video chat. Mike didn't want to do that and declined. She kept on denying, at that point, what she had said, insisted those folks were lying to us and causing drama, and was getting increasingly upset, all caps typing in a lot. As being used, that there were people in social R group who never let her move on from the past and were out to get her. Mike responded that he was sorry if that was the case. He didn't hold those sentiments, he wasn't even around when all that went down, but wanted to emphasize 2 points. 1. He wanted to make it absolutely clear and certain that an invitation to the wedding was not on the table, and 2. While he considered them friendly, his takeaway from their interactions was that she was interested in him in a way that he was not going to reciprocate, and if he had somehow misread her intentions there was at least a desire for a friendship that he didn't feel was appropriate to pursue with her, because much of what she wanted to talk about, as a friend, was took awkward and inappropriate, given that he doesn't really know her and he's engaged and she has a long-term partner. At that point, she kept reiterating how no one will ever let her move on from 10 years ago, and she was really upset that no one will recognize her efforts at changing or growth, and that the wider social group went out of their way to bully people who are neurodivergent. She didn't provide a response or apology for making things uncomfortable and awkward around the flirting attempts. He started to tell her that it was probably a good idea to end this conversation since it didn't seem like they were going to resolve this, but she beat him to it by blocking him. A few days later, Mike got a few messages from her partner, who was upset and concerned that Jen, based on what he was hearing, was being attacked and bullied by us because of her checkered past in the group. Honestly, the guy was just trying to defend her, which I get, and he wasn't around for those events, so I don't know what Jen has told him happened, but I generally assume by the messages he sent, Jen has misrepresented the past to him as well. Mike thanked him for reaching out, said he understood that he was acting protectively toward Jen, and asked him what the partner understood about everything. The partner repeated a version of what Jen had told people, that her good friend Mike was being a bad friend by excluding her and allowing other people in the group to bully her by proxy about being autistic and past behavior, and that we had abruptly uninvited her because I had decided she was a threat and I was jealous of her. Mike set him as straight as he could by explaining that he never considered Jen a close friend, friendly at best, and that he wasn't even around for everything that happened years ago, so whatever opinions he had of Jen were his own and not entirely informed by the past. He also made it clear that Jen had never been invited to the wedding in the first place, and had let her know that. He also shared that Jen had been inappropriate in her communication with him, with what he took as overt attempts to flirt with him, including text and flirty, and asking him to meet up one-on-one. He offered to share those messages with him. Jen's partner asked to see some of it. Mike shared probably the more obviously blatant stuff. The partner didn't really say much after that, just thanked Mike for what he shared, and the conversation just kinda died. We haven't heard from him since, but my guess is our version of events really didn't match hers and the jig was kinda up. Jen has made some vague posts on SM about being betrayed and misunderstood, but Mike didn't take the bait on any of it and hasn't responded. He hasn't blocked her on Instagram because he wants to keep tabs on things for a bit, but she's mostly back to her usual content, selfies. About a month later, we ended up running into her at a birthday party. She didn't really say anything to either of us but didn't look happy to see us. We kept our distance and kept it cordial. No drama resulted. No word on her partner, all I know is he didn't come with her that night. We weren't going to ask. Additional information. What happened 10 years ago? OP, some backstory, otherwise it's confusing. A woman in our social circle starts dating this guy. I'll call him Dean. They date for almost a year. She gets a job out of state and they decide they don't want to do long distance, so she moves and they break up. Dean, in the meantime, has made his own friendships with a bunch of people and is now considered part of the group. A little while after, he meets Jen at a bar and they start dating, and she makes friends and then, also, becomes part of this larger social circle. Dean is in the military and he gets assigned overseas. Jen and Dean try to make it work for a little while, but long distance is too hard and they break up. Jen stays local and friends with people. So that's the backstory. After the breakup, there's a girls' trip where people get pretty drunk and the conversation turns to the weirder things that they're all into in bed. When it's Jen's turn, she admits that she and Dean had a thing where they'd pick up another woman at a bar or whatever, and then Jen would make love with this woman while Dean watched them. I guess Dean would leave the room or whatever and pretend to go to bed. They would never tell this woman what was really happening. I don't know how many times that it happened, but it was a few, according to Jen. This does not go over well. A few of the women get angry and tell Jen how incredibly messed up this is. Jen is like, totally surprised that people are mad at her and doesn't understand this is really gross, messed up behavior. It's a huge deal. A bunch of people stop speaking to Jen and she's effectively pushed out of the social group. She's very upset, very apologetic, but doesn't understand still why this is gross and terrible. Finally, a couple people basically told her that if she wants any hope of trying to salvage some of this, she needs to get into therapy and understand why this is so messed up. She allegedly went and allegedly seemed to get it, improve, make amends, etc., which is why a few people in the group still invite her to stuff. I guess in that process that's how she was diagnosed as having autism. But there are definitely other people in this group who don't see her working on herself as contingent as anything. That it's good that she did, but it doesn't change what happened, and they didn't want to be friends. I would say that no one is out and out mean or rude to her these days, she just doesn't get invited to things, and people are cordial but standoffish. I think there was a general assumption she'd get the hint and stop showing up to things, even if she was invited by people more willing to look past all this. She's still pretty hurt that some people won't look past this. I wasn't living here when this all happened and didn't know anyone involved. I wouldn't be likely to look past it either.
My girlfriend said if I can't handle her curries I should adapt, so when I refused and cooked my own food she stopped talking to me. Then she told me she wishes I was more like her coworker who likes the same hobbies, so now we sit at the table like roommates in silence. Posted by u/f_my_life. I, 25M, have been in a relationship with my girlfriend, 23F, for 2.5 years, and she moved in with me 2 months ago. Our relationship is working out great, we rarely fight, and even if we get into disagreements, we usually are able to talk it through without ever getting agitated or aggressive. We both have different working hours. She works from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and I work from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. So every day I make breakfast for both of us, and she makes dinner. Now my girlfriend likes her food a lot spicier than I do. I can handle spice, but I try to avoid it because eating spicy foods on a regular basis causes acne breakouts, heartburn, and sometimes even diarrhea. Now ever since we have moved in together and she has started cooking dinner, she likes to make the food spicier as per her taste buds. So almost 4 to 5 days a week we eat some sort of stew or soup which will have serrano peppers, some Thai or Indian curries which have a lot of chilies. Even while making pasta she likes to add either Calabrian chilies or jalapenos to the sauce, and honestly it became too much for me. I have had really bad diarrhea almost twice a week. My acne is so bad that I have had coworkers and friends straight up telling me that my face looks disgusting, and I take antacids or acid inhibitors almost every day. I tried to tell my girlfriend to add lesser chilies, make 2 batches of the food, or maybe add hot sauce to her portion. But every time she just tells me to man up and that if I can't a little spice I should adapt since it's not always going to be in my control. Last night after dinner I told my girlfriend that we need to figure out some other way to make dinner which keeps both of us satisfied because I can't keep eating like this at all. Once again I was met with the same things she says always. But I held my ground this time and told her that I can in no way continue to eat the food she is making because it is actively damaging my health, and told her that I am willing to cook my own dinner from now on. She has been giving me the cold shoulder ever since and saying that I do not value her contributions to the household and that she will now have to do twice the amount of work because I am being a baby over spicy foods. Am I the jerk here? Edit. I've been reading the comments and will talk to my girlfriend about this once again tonight. Thank you all for your advice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, quick question, if you are making a savory breakfast, do you make hers differently than yours since she likes spice more? Ops response, so it depends. If I'm just making some scrambled eggs then I'll make mine and then add hot sauce while mixing her eggs. But I sometimes make homemade sausage patties and those I just make the same sausage mix. Then after cooking them I'll serve her sausage sandwich or whatever with some pickled peppers or stuff. Commenter 2, NTA. It is not being picky, this is regarding your health. When a person literally gives you an illness through his or her cooking, it is just right to say something. Ops response, I was wondering if maybe I went about it the wrong way or if my words could be interpreted as rude, thus I made this post. Commenter 3, Reddit really would have us believe that nobody actually likes their romantic partners anymore. I know it's an incredibly skewed sample population just like how very few people who are happy with their intimate life write to Dan Savage, but if a partner can't hear this thing you're doing is hurting me and respond with let's see if we can find a solution, they don't deserve your love or your respect. Ops response, after reading your comment I want to defend my girlfriend so hard, but I can't even argue with you. Maybe the amount of love I'm giving her is not reciprocated by her. I don't know if that is the reality, but I can't bring myself to accept it. Commenter 3, I think on Reddit we as bystanders can be a bit quick to jump to you should break up because we see only the thing that is bothering the person posting and not the totality of the relationship. So I will just say, this is an area where your girlfriend does in fact need to change her behavior. She cannot continue downplaying your discomfort and health, and the phrase man up needs to exit her vocabulary yesterday. I'm sure there are areas in your relationship where you're accidentally kind of a jerk to and could stand to work on yourself, but, when you are discussing this particular issue with your girlfriend, don't let her attempt to avoid accountability by pulling some version of well, you do this unrelated thing that annoys me. That can be a conversation for another day. Ops response, absolutely. For example, my girlfriend loves cosplaying and stuff like that, but I was never into it. I poked fun at her regarding this a couple of times. In hindsight it was not fun, just plain mean for someone who's passionate about it. When she called me out on it I stopped immediately. It was probably a whole year after the incident when I realized that I was being a jerk to her. I think this is a similar situation, though I hope my girlfriend will soon understand. I love her very much and would hate to lose her over something which can be corrected pretty easily. Thanks for your kind words, Redditor. Update, 3 weeks later. It's been some time since my last post, things have been a downward slope ever since. The entire fiasco ended 4 to 5 days ago, so I figured I'll post an update because I might as well. So as I had mentioned in an edit on the last post, I decided to talk to my girlfriend about my problems once again. That night I came home a little later due to some work, and my girlfriend had made an Asian flavored curry of sort, once again, too hot for me to handle. I had one bite, and I could not eat it all. I told my girlfriend once again that I cannot eat the food that she is making since it is borderline poisoning me. She rolled her eyes and just told me to fill up on plain noodles since she can't be bothered to make something else for me as she is tired. I told her that since I am not eating the food she makes, I would simply start making my own dinners from now on. She blew up at me saying that if I make my own dinners then she would be forced to make her own breakfast, and she does not have the time to do that. I had not even said anything about the breakfast arrangement, and I would have been happy to make both of our breakfasts, but she was in no mood to listen. She ranted about the smallest of things like how I don't bother changing into home clothes before I eat dinner, I just clean up, have dinner then get into the shower to get ready for bed, or how I get up later than her. She has an 8 a.m. job not me, I still get up in time to make her breakfast between 7 to 7:30 a.m., etc. She ranted about all these things for maybe 10 to 15 minutes. I asked her where this was suddenly coming from since she had never mentioned anything of the sort to me. She went silent at this point and just told me to give her space and that she did not want to talk to me for the time being. I just went into the guest room and slept away from her that night. For the next couple of days we did not talk much, each made our own different meals, and stayed in different rooms. On Saturday, I asked her if she wanted to go for brunch since I figured spending some quality time would make us a little relaxed and give us time to talk. When we came home again, I asked her if she wanted to talk about what had happened the other night. Again she got quiet and told me to just forget it and move on, and that the system we had in place for the past couple of days was working for both of us. I was confused because we were now living like two roommates in a shared house and not like two people in love. I told her that this system was in no way working for me. I can't just stay with someone I love without saying a single word, eating different meals sitting at the same table, and sharing no time in the house. She got even more upset at me saying that I was ignoring her happiness, and got annoyed when I said that I can't just ignore my own feelings. That's when she dropped the words, "Why can't you be more like Colin?" I immediately asked who was Colin and she stayed silent. After a lot of questioning she said he was a guy at her workplace. Colin is in a relationship with some other girl in the same office. They are good friends with my girlfriend. They talk about their relationship with my girlfriend, and it seems that they have similar tastes in almost all things like movies, hobbies, food, travel, etc. Me and my girlfriend on the other hand have about a 50-50 ratio. I don't have any hobbies as such other than I like watches and watching tennis matches while hers are cosplaying and reading. I work in a highly technical field, designing construction equipment, while she, and by extension Colin and his girlfriend, work in a very creative field, fashion and ornaments designing. So my girlfriend essentially has built up a mental image that Colin is in a perfect relationship because he and his girlfriend have the exact same interests, and to be honest both of them have much more similar interests with my girlfriend than me. So now, my girlfriend wants me to become more like Colin so that our relationship can become more like theirs. I tried to tell her that all relationships are different and the only thing which matters is if we are happy with each other, whether we love each other or not. She tried to end the conversation saying that she is not comfortable talking about this with me, to which I said that if she was not going to talk about this with me, who else would she talk to? She just said that she was going to stay over at a friend's house and we would talk tomorrow, and she left. At this point I was overwhelmed and confused, so I decided to spend the rest of the day searching for good couples counselors or therapists since I could see which way our relationship was going to go. I woke up on Sunday morning and she was already home. I cooked breakfast for both of us, but she had already eaten at her friend's house. She started the conversation by saying how bad she has been and that I deserve better. I was a little confused because rather than apologizing, she was just stating all the things which made her a bad person. I told her to just come to the point, and she told me she had been approached by Colin and his girlfriend to join their relationship as a throuple. I was silent for some time and just asked her to pack up and leave. She tried to hug me and talk to me, but I just pushed her off, told her to give me the keys before leaving, and went into the extra room and cried my heart out. She came into my room maybe 30 to 40 minutes later, and started crying after seeing me. She started cursing herself out again and saying that I deserved better, but I just told her that her tears meant nothing to me. That night I got a call from an unknown number. It was freaking Colin. He started swearing at me about how I dared to make my girlfriend cry and that he will mess me up if he ever sees me near her. I hung up on him after telling him that he can have her to himself and I'd rather pass than see her again. A couple days later while leaving for work I saw that someone had keyed my car and destroyed the plants I keep outside my front door. I have a suspicion about who it was, but don't have any proof so I'm not filing any charges. I will set up cameras around my property soon though. As for my girlfriend, she has tried calling me multiple times but I decline every time. At first she left voicemails about how sorry she is and she just wants to talk once to get closure, but after I did not call back even once, now she is leaving comments about my past traumas and fears that I had talked to her about, even speaking about the multiple times she had Colin and his girlfriend over to my house when I was not at home and telling me what all they had done. I am so disgusted by the fact that I wasted almost 3 years of my life with her that I started having some disturbing thoughts about myself due to this. I have been seeing a therapist regularly, also planning a weekend getaway with 2 of my best friends to Vegas for some chill time with them. Slowly but surely I am getting better, majorly due to my friends. Don't know where I'd be without those 2. I am considering selling this house and moving elsewhere due to security concerns and also some emotional reasons, but I'm not sure if that would be the right move. I am also worried that she might share my address with my family members, whom I'm no contact with. I think I added this in a comment too, so that is another factor. I'm trying to get an internal transfer at my current company since I like the working culture, but if that does not work I might just look for jobs in other cities too. I don't know, I haven't had enough time to deal through all of this as of now. My main focus was just making sure I don't do something hugely damaging to myself. Now that I've had 2 to 3 weeks to cool down, get at least some amount of control over myself, I'll start looking at the longer picture. I don't think there will be any more updates after this. Hopefully my life just becomes a little boring after this so that I can live peacefully for some time now. Thanks to all the strangers who helped me here, you all saved me from a disaster waiting to happen. Top comments. Commenter 1. So, I love spicy food, like super hot, and my, now wife, while we were dating said oh this is too spicy for me. I said oh okay. I'll add the peppers at the end for me next time and did that, and that was the end of that issue. Your ex is truly unhinged, and yeah you should move. NTA on any level. She sucks. Commenter 2, NTA. Sorry for you. Remember, this is her issue, not yours. She cheated. In your house and then bragged about it. You'll realize in time that she was so wrong for you.
I got dumped at a party with his friends clapping like it was a talent show finale, and now years later after his exes cheated on him he's blowing up my phone saying I was the best thing he had, but apparently refusing to take him back makes me the villain. Posted by u/empty_tier_2534. I don't know how to start this, but bear with me because it's long. I, 21F, was dating James, 23M, fake name, for 3 years. I want to start by saying that I'm a shy and super quiet person to be with. Even with him, I always had a hard time talking and speaking about my days or whatever was happening in my life without getting nervous speaking about it. James, on the other hand, is a social butterfly. He's talkative, has a large group of friends, and can even make conversations in seconds with people he knows on the streets. Long story short, he would usually drag me to his friends' parties or social hangouts so I could be friends with his friends, but it never worked out. Most of his friends would not let me speak or talk without getting bored and just shoving me to the side. I had brought this up to James, but he brushed it off as they're just not patient like that or they don't mean to be rude, but I personally don't see it like that. I'm not like a toxic girlfriend or anything. I never looked at his phone to check if he's cheating or anything, but I was so insecure about how a lot of his girlfriends would hit on him in front of me without any reason whatsoever. The day of the breakup happened at a party of his friends, and again I tried my best to socialize with his friends, but there was no use. What happened is that I told James the first was going to go get some more snacks for the party, and that's when, out of nowhere, he snapped at me saying, "See, you're just finding an excuse to leave the party. That's why my friends don't like you." I was speechless, so I told him I wasn't leaving, I was just getting snacks, and that's when he dropped the bomb and said he's done with me and to never contact him again, loud and clear for the entire room of people to hear. And then his friends started cheering like they just kicked out a rude friend or something. I wanted to cry so bad, so I left, and good thing I had my car with me because on the way back home I bawled my eyes out like I'd never cried in my life. I blocked him everywhere and did the same with his friends. I felt so humiliated by the fact he didn't even decide to have a decent conversation alone without anyone hearing us speak. I don't know, I just felt horrible about how his friends started cheering him for breaking up with me like that. Fast forward to today, I had already moved on and was doing great when I got a long text message from a random number that had the same area code from my town. It was James. He started the message with how he's been doing in his life and yada yada, then he said he had been in 3 relationships after our breakup, and he said he didn't feel the same as when he was with me. All the girls he dated even cheated on him or were too toxic and abusive, so he reached out to see if we can start again and give him another chance to be together. I was stunned. This man, after he humiliated me in front of his so-called friends, wanted a second chance because I was the only girl who didn't complain about his life and whatnot. I was angry. I told him that I don't think it was a good idea to try a relationship again because we were not even compatible to begin with, and that I was sorry for all the relationships he had through the years didn't work as expected, but I just couldn't trust him or even, I don't think I could fall in love with him again. This man didn't even apologize to begin with, so after I sent the message I blocked the number and went on with my day. Now I'm getting angry messages from his friends calling me a jerk and inappropriate names for not giving him a chance, and even to the point of bombarding my phone with calls every single day. So Reddit, am I the jerk for refusing to give him a second chance? I just don't know what else to do. Top comments. Commenter 1, absolutely not. He sounds like a jerk. Think about how the future looks even if you did give him a second chance. You can't trust him, his friends sound like jerks, and he doesn't understand you as a person whatsoever. He didn't even have the common decency to have a one-on-one conversation with you and totally embarrassed you at a party where you had nobody. He's been messed over since you broke up and realized which side his bread is buttered on. Well, too late sunshine, tell him to get lost. Commenter 2, send him screenshots of the text messages and let him know this is one of the reasons why you will never get back with him. Additionally, let him know that if his friends continue with the harassment you will take legal action against them. Commenter 3, you're not the jerk. He's using those same friends who made you feel humiliated and embarrassed to try to force you to give him a second chance. Stand your ground, you're more than in the right. You don't deserve to be treated like that. He sounds toxic and immature using others to pressure you. You were nice about how you didn't want to give it a second try and he should understand and respect that, not use others to scare you. Commenter 4, save all the conversations and numbers. Give it a maximum of 2 or 3 days, and if they keep going, then consider getting authorities involved. Make sure to get a safety network, family, and friends aware of the situation. Do not let them break your will or spirit. Update, 3 days later. I decided to take your advice and screenshot all the messages that James's friends had sent to me throughout the week about me being the jerk. Afterwards, I unblocked James and sent all the screenshots to him. You won't believe it, but this man finally decided to believe me and apologized about his friend's behavior and how he didn't want this to go as far as it got. I told him that this is one of the many reasons why I can't give him another chance, because the behavior of his friends was unbelievable behavior, and it just throws me off how I'm the youngest of the group who knows how to act like an adult. I also dropped the bomb on him that I'm seeing someone, just talking stage, nothing serious just yet, who is taking their sweet time to know me as a person, and that's why I won't let him have another chance because I'm not going for old scraps. He apologized again and even said he just wanted to keep in contact with me because he thinks he owes it to me for all the trouble he caused. I don't know what he meant by that. By the time I wanted to finish the conversation, he told me that during our time together he had cheated with one of his girlfriends, so that also explains why he broke up with me that time because he was sneaking around with the blonde sorority girl because she was better than me or something like that. I saw it coming, not going to lie, but for some reason it did hurt now even though it's been a while. He said he wanted some closure and telling me this was the end of it. I blocked him again, and now my phone is finally back to being silent since I stopped getting calls and messages. Even his mom texted me saying sorry for her son's behavior, so that's that. I want to appreciate those who convinced me not to give him another chance. I'm too much of a people pleaser, I just couldn't handle the stress that I was in the wrong. Thank you all. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, good for you. You stood up for yourself and let him know he is basically scum. He was right, he will never find anyone as wonderful as you. It stinks to be him. Commenter 2, so messed up. He was getting treated like he had been treating you and he wanted his punching bag back. Good for you for letting him know he's pathetic and you were a catch. Commenter 3, he's full of garbage. He knew exactly what his friends were doing and saying to you. He put them up to it to manipulate and bully you into giving him another chance. Once he saw you had everything screenshot, he knew they could all get into trouble if you reported it. So he acted all apologetic and ignorant. Good for you for standing your ground and telling him where to go. Glad you told him you were seeing someone who was already treating you better than he ever did. Commenter 4, he apologized again and even said he just wanted to keep in contact with me because he thinks he owes it to me for all the trouble he caused. I don't know what he meant by that. Pretty sure what he means is that he figures he'll be able to get in your pants later. Ops response, honestly that's what I'm thinking, but as of right now he's blocked everywhere. Now hopefully I don't find him in the streets.
My wife is usually the most level-headed communicator, but after a snow day where she shoveled, did laundry, bandaged our daughter, fed 6 kids, and cleaned the house, I jokingly said she couldn't have done any of it without me, and now she's furious, actually doing everything without me, and telling me she's done managing me. Posted by you/GetALifE. My wife, 35F, and I, 34M, don't fight much, but when we do, we usually communicate well afterwards, and things go back to normal. I brag to my friends about how reasonable my wife is, and her ability to communicate and empathize is something I deeply admire. She doesn't hold grudges. She talks me through my rough times. Until now. Due to a fire, my wife is out of work but still earning her salary, thanks to insurance. We decided she would stay home with our young son while out of work. She doesn't love child rearing, which is something we knew going into having kids. Honestly, it's hard to tell. She's a great mom. Present and loving even when I can see she's struggling inside. I give my wife a lot of breaks. We co-parent. Split bedtime routines for our 2 kids. We both pull our weight. Yesterday was a snow day. My daughter was home with my wife and son. I was working from home downstairs all day. I helped my daughter with cyber school until noon. My wife was with my son in the snow all morning, plowing the drive and sidewalks, maintaining the house. My daughter joined them, and from the sound of things and some videos, she brought her friends over for playing and hot chocolate. I worked until around 5 o'clock, and when I went upstairs it was chaos. My wife was doing laundry and helping my daughter who fell and hurt herself on the ice. She sent home the friends, and we had dinner. I did the cleanup, and right after finishing, keep in mind I've been downstairs working all day, not even a bathroom break after noon, I go into the playroom, and my wife approaches me. It goes like this. Her, hey, can I go lay down for a bit? The maybe offense. I admit I made a face and said. Me, I haven't gone to the bathroom all day, and I put cookies in the oven. I can tell I messed up just by the face she gives me. Her, fine. Never mind. Forget I asked. Heaven forbid. Now I'm sensing some attitude and know I've misstepped here. So I say. Me, no, it's fine, I'll take care of it all. Go take a break. To my complete shock, in front of our kids who I admit aren't paying us much attention, but are still close, my wife says. I said never freaking mind. I've been running around on my feet all day watching our kids and other people's kids, and heaven freaking forbid I ask for 20 minutes to myself. I again say, go take a break. I told you it was fine. But she's clearly lost her marbles and is seeing red. She starts cleaning up and helping with the kids, and I do too. I tried to overcompensate, but she just took over caring for them, and they listened to her. In the hall I said, I think you forget I work all day. And she viciously says, thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot. I feel like a jerk. I get that she works hard caring for the kids, but I work hard too. I think not having her job and escape is making her reaction to this fight worse. She texted me the next day with her usual communication. She expressed how upset she felt with my behavior and the way I acted toward her. She said she was feeding and taking care of 6 kids all day in the snow alone, and still cleaned the entire house and deep cleaned our craft room. I explained that I'm stressed at work, and that I didn't get why she's so upset since I offered her a break, but she said, I don't want your pity breaks. She ended it with, thanks for the apology, by the way. Which, yeah, I didn't exactly apologize, but for what? And then she asked for the number to my daughter's piano teacher. The piano teacher was the only activity that I managed for my kids. I found out she texted her asking to go through my wife from now on, as she will be managing the schedule. Normally my wife would text me asking if I can get my daughter from dance on my way home yesterday. I do this every week. I didn't hear anything, and when I got home I found out my wife dropped and picked her up. I confronted my wife with, I am very present with my children, do not make me out to be an absent father. My wife responded with, if I didn't manage and ask you for help, you'd see them a quarter of the time you do now. And I'm done managing you. I get it. I should have just smiled and agreed when she asked for help, but this is extreme. She's having a fit and trying to ice me out of my relationship with my kids. It's so petty. It's like I don't even know this woman. Gone is the reasonable level-headed communicator. So if you've made it this far, thank you. And please tell me if I'm wrong here. Relevant comments. Op on being told his wife is stressed. Thanks for the response. Her reaction is so out of left field. She really is usually the most reasonable person I know. It's been stressful for her, and I admit I'm also so stressed at my job that I didn't see it. I figured a few months off paid would be a luxury. But yeah, now I see having 6 kids and a toddler alone all day might be as luxurious as a barrel of hair. Guess it's my turn to be the empathetic reasonable one. She's done it enough for the both of us. Op on being told to take the initiative and give the wife a break. You are 100% right. I normally do say that. She asks me for a break at least 3 times a week to take a bath or go read, and I almost always immediately say yes. It was just an off moment, and I know I reacted poorly, but she's completely trying to ice me out. I had to argue with her this morning just to let me take my kid to school because she said she'd do it. And the kids just went along clinging to her, and then when I pushed back my kid started crying for her. She had to calm him down and insist going with dad is fun just to undo what she did. He was fine with going with me, but it's messy and so unnecessary. I am scared with her behavior. I love my wife and I don't want to push her away. Op on his wife's schedule. My wife has 2 days during the week without my son or daughter. She's been painting the house and deep cleaning. My son is gone from 8 to 2 and my daughter 9 to 3 Monday and Friday both. I think the snow day broke her, but hopefully she'll come around and be sensible. I've never known her to ice me out or stop communicating, and it's freaking me out. It's a little bit why I think there is more to this fight. Update 1 week later. I made one stupid selfish comment to my wife a week or so ago, and now my life is in disarray. My wife is in some crisis. Her work is closed and she's being paid, but she's home with our kids now, including one 3-year-old. She gets breaks on Monday and Friday with childcare. We went into having kids knowing she wanted to be a working mother. So this has been an adjustment, to say the least. On to the original fight. She spent a long day with our kids and the neighboring kids, and when I came upstairs from work and she asked for a break, I didn't respond well. I made excuses and didn't offer help, and for the first time in years my wife lost her temper and cursed at me. Like an idiot I dug in and thought I was right. I admit we both said some unkind things. But after Reddit humbled me and she made me sit down and write a list of things I did for the family that day and compared it with her longer list, I apologized. She accepted, and I figured things would go back to normal. They haven't. My wife used to include me in parenting our kids. I did dance pickup most weeks, and bedtime was split. I gave baths. Made dinner. All the stuff. Since our fight, my wife hasn't asked me for any help with the kids. The first morning I woke up on what was supposed to be my morning with the kids, I figured she was just being nice or trying to prove a point, but it keeps happening. She didn't even send them down to say good night last night. Normally my wife does this silly game where she sends my son to ask me to read 5 books, and then we would negotiate down to 1 or 2 and race upstairs. Last night I heard her racing him and came up to find her doing bedtime yet again. The kids haven't even noticed. It's like she's replacing me. When we were fighting I said something really dumb that's living inside me and festering. My wife was being nasty and said, "You wouldn't see the kids a quarter as much as you do if I didn't arrange it, and I'm done managing you." I defended myself, I'm not an absent parent, and said something along the lines of, "I'd like to see how long you can manage without me. Consider my foot officially in my mouth." She started running again. She's cooking really healthy and often. Every night I come home to my perfectly happy Stepford wife, doing it all without me, and I feel empty inside. How do I fix this? I don't even know where to begin. At this point I want to beg her to go back to how things were. This wasn't what we agreed on. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I dunno, step up? Get involved without her organizing it or instructing you? Are you really this daft? Op's response. It's difficult when they prefer her and she seems to do everything better than me. I work often as well. It helps to have her give me a heads up on the plan with the kids, but I'm getting now that maybe that's done and over with. Comment or two. But he doesn't know what to do. If she doesn't send the kid to him with an instruction of what books, and how many, are to be read, how is he supposed to know what to do? Op, that wasn't a silly game. That was a woman noticing you are never going to just go read your own kid a book, so she made it into a game for the child, so the child doesn't have to watch his mom come over to dad and say please read him a book, for the love of God please. Because that would give the kid an inkling that you are not doing it out of your own free will, and if not instructed, you would not do it ever, and that could be upsetting. Op's response. Okay. I admit. This hit me hard. Heck man. Do you really think that's what the game is? I hate that it makes sense to me. Op once again told to do more. I'm freaking confused, okay? I had this perfect life with an amazing successful wife and a great job. We juggled 2 careers and 2 kids like champions, always communicating who is where, doing what activity. Working together to manage the American dream of doing it all. Then my wife's job burns down and she's home all time doing everything. She gets stressed and we fight and now she's totally different. I don't give a heck about warm meals and a Stepford wife, I want my wife. My partner. My teammate. And yes, my freaking manager back. She was amazing. And now I managed to mess it up like always by sticking my foot in my mouth. She's still perfect, only now I know she's not doing what she wants and that I have failed her in some way that seems to have broken her. Or maybe fixed her. I don't know. Like I said. I'm confused and apparently an idiot. Op when asked if maybe his wife wants an equal partner. You won't believe me anyways. I've been with my wife since we were kids, 15 and 16. I know this woman. She loved doing it all, and she was amazing at it. She always bragged about being a working mom, but she never put down women that stayed home. Her mother was a stay-at-home mom that got married super young. My wife didn't want that life. We used to joke about her earning more than me so I could stay home. She never complained about the kids' schedule either. She did drop-offs at daycare and I did pickups. We had a rhythm and flow. I think not being home during the day with them made her soak in the time at night more than maybe I did. I don't know. But I honestly think she was happy. Op again explains his wife's work schedule. My wife works with animals and makes her own schedule. She can schedule days off whenever, so she is more flexible. She is home to take the kids into daycare, and then I would pick them up and drop them at my mom's, and my wife would get them around 4. She does not need to work. I pay the majority of the bills. My wife's job earns less, but that doesn't make it less worthy. She actually affects the world. I just type at the computer all day and deal with air emissions. My wife works to pay for daycare. It's her big expense. I do mortgage and everything else. She also uses her money to buy stuff. She has full access to my account and often transfers money when low. I do not have access to her account. It's a personal boundary of my wife's that she always have her own private money. I don't need or want that myself, so she manages most of the finances. My wife has traumas around being stuck as a homemaker and baby maker. Op adds edits to post. Edit, heck guys, I get it. I'm a piece of garbage. I'm going to make this right. Edit 2, thank you to the handful of people that reached out with advice. Believe it or not, I do want to be a good father and husband. I've royally messed up and I see that and fully admit it. This is going to be my only edit, and then I'm going to get off my phone for a while and focus my attention on my family. My wife had dinner cooked when I got home. Everything is fine between us, so there wasn't any tension. After we cleaned up I went upstairs and ran my wife a bath, put Taylor Swift on her Alexa and lit a few candles. I told her to go relax upstairs for the night. She was surprised but smiled and went on her way. I'm currently on the toilet watching my kids take a bath. People mentioned love bombing etc., but I'm just trying anything I can to show her I do appreciate and love her and our family, and I want to be a present father. I'm going to do bedtime tonight and probably all next week. I'll tell her she does so much during the day and deserves the break because it's the truth. I get that I come off as a jerk. I grew up in a not great situation and didn't have the best role models growing up. I'm terrified of my children not having enough, and I overcompensate by working too much. This new job came with a big pay increase, but the hours are longer, and I feel like I can never keep up. I've reached out to a few recruiters tonight. I used to love my job and was always home by 4:30. Even if it means taking the lost income, I'm thinking about going back. Relationships are hard. And humans aren't perfect. For all the people telling me my kids don't love me and I'm a waste of space, I don't know guys, just remember I'm an actual person. That stuff's rough. Anyways, that's all I have for you folks. I need to watch these kiddos and start planning out my long road of groveling and reconnecting. Thanks all. Op added comments after the post. Comment 1. Back on after a while and I see this comment right away. Thanks for asking. The update is slow moving. My wife and I had a few nights of talking and crying that have helped make us stronger. I know everyone hates me, but I do love my wife, and had she ever expressed an unequal workload before this fight, I would have put effort into learning about it and fixing it. As it stands, we agreed to therapy. My wife feels like her reaction to our fight was out of her norm and wants to start her own therapy to help. I fully support that. I also do weekly therapy and find it helpful. Boy, was this week fun for my therapist. Anyways, I looked deep into weaponized incompetence and unequal mental workloads and have come to realize I'm essentially another head to manage for my wife. We agreed to be partners in this life, and somewhere along the line I lost that thread. She still claims she wants to manage our schedules, but I don't want to be that husband or father. I have always thought my wife was amazing and looked up to her. What would wife's name do is my motto. I want to be more like her, so I need to learn how to manage myself and my time and my kids' time without her help. I've asked to take on the parenting responsibilities 100%. I didn't realize she needed to do so much stuff. It's been eye-opening. I don't know how long we will keep this up either. My wife isn't the biggest fan of handing over the reins. Reddit's hate has lit a fire under my rear end. Having so many outside people looking into the situation and simultaneously getting the ick from me has been humbling. Comment 2. I think I'm going to go with what my wife and I decided in terms of deciding what's realistic or sincere. I wanted to see what it felt like to be 100% in control of everyone's schedule and making sure to take care of it. It's incredibly difficult to constantly be reminding myself of the time and who needs what and when, but it's also been humbling and rewarding. We both know it won't last forever and we will get back to finding our new healthy medium. Things won't go back to before and they won't stay like this forever. But for now, I'm taking over doctors and school duty, and when we sign up my son for kindergarten next year I'll be doing all the work for that and making sure I'm fully involved in the things I missed with my daughter. I'm going to be a better dad, and that's just final. Update 2, 2 weeks later. It's been a minute since I bothered with Reddit, but when I logged in it seems some people care for an update. It's not exciting. I've taken a lot of time to really look at the man I've become. My wife and I are 100% back to being a team, but I've realized I wasn't stepping up the way I always wanted to. I promised my wife a partnership, and even though it's been a month or so since our fight and my wife keeps asking me to forget it happened, I can't. My therapist is helping me sort through my overthinking. My wife started therapy because of the stress that both losing her work temporarily and staying home has caused. Her issues appear to stem from feeling useless without bringing in a paycheck, and she was taking on too many tasks at home to overcompensate. She doesn't feel like she deserves breaks, and when she takes them she feels awful about herself and like she's lazy. Coming from the least lazy person I know, I can tell she's struggling. And I've been supporting her the best I can. I often make sure she knows I think she deserves breaks. So when I see her hyper-fixating on cleaning the floorboards I intervene gently by reminding her that this doesn't need doing right now, but that I will finish it for her while she does me a favor and takes a little break. Sometimes it works, and other times she tells me to stop fussing and leave her to work, and I do. It's been working well, and I don't mind the extra work for the peace of mind it offers me. My wife is my everything, and her happiness is paramount. My kids are mostly clueless to all this. We don't involve them. And I must say, I made a throwaway comment about my wife not loving child rearing and received a lot of nasty comments about not having kids we don't want. I'm wary to dignify this with a response, but will say what I meant was that we agreed before having children that my wife would not be the sole support system for them and that she would never feel obligated to quit working. My wife is fiercely independent due to her past, and a big part of her comfort in our relationship comes from her ability to leave it safely if she ever needed to. That trauma is hers, and I won't touch more on it other than to say I agreed to this aspect before we married and do not mind it. She should be an independent person. I'd want the same for my kids. So that's basically it. I've taken on the role as primary parent. I get my kids to daycare/school and home, and while my wife helps half the time, it's now my responsibility to see who is doing what and coordinate things. I can't do it all in my head like her, but I have a chart that's been helping. She rebelled at first but gave up the reins surprisingly easily. She needed a break. I also put my son back in full-time daycare although my wife keeps bringing him early. I can tell she likes the break. That's all I have for now. Thanks guys, and sorry it's not more dramatic. I know some of y'all wanted my balls and were hopeful my wife would leave me. While I would be lost without her and the thought makes me physically ill, it's nice to see people appreciating my wife the way she deserves and stand up for her so fiercely. Thanks all. One last thing, I bought her this game Pal World on the computer. She hasn't gamed since having kids because of some preconceived conclusion it made her a bad parent, but I insisted she spend a few hours, and since I'd spent money, she did. I find her playing a lot to wind down when the day is over. It seems to be helping her feel more herself too. So thanks video games. I'll stand for a lot of assumptions on my character, and boy have there been some nasty ones, but one thing I won't take is people saying I don't love my wife. She's my person, and it is my duty in life to make her happy. Update 3, 1.5 years later. Evolving. I say evolving because I can't say I've changed. It's not been long enough for that. I posted a while ago on Reddit to vent. I was angry about a fight I'd had with my wife about something stupid I'd done. I'll be honest, it was multiple stupid things. After a lot of strong opinions on here and some heavy reflecting, I didn't even know my kid's doctor's name. I had a perspective shift. I decided I wanted to be more involved. More of the primary parent. My wife agreed to start handing me the reins starting with registering our son for kindergarten and all of my daughter's activities. I work from home and am flexible and honestly enjoy being the one to get my kids on and off the bus. Now, I am the one they call when the kids are sick. Even when they do bother my wife, she will call me because I'm closer and I'm free now. I am homeroom parent for my son this year. Bring the office ladies eggs. Got the background checks for volunteering. Shark shop from 11:30 to 12:40 is a perfect way to spend my Tuesday lunch break. The kids still prefer mom sometimes, but wow, has it made a huge difference. So, if you can, dads, be the primary. It's worth every second. I thought I was being clever by making my driver stay while I checked my order, but when I told my sister I gave her 1 star and revoked my tip because she refused to go back for my missing burrito, she told me I basically ruined her rating for following the rules. Posted by you/I just18 tacos. Throwaway account because I don't want this link to my main. So today for lunch, I decided to order from a Mexican restaurant through one of those food delivery services. I've had a bad experience or two where my order was missing some items, but the drivers would always be gone before I realized and could catch them to fix the issue. I'd always have to report it through the app support chat, which is such a pain to use because they obviously outsource their representatives, and it's frustrating trying to communicate with them. I usually give up after a few messages back and forth. When my driver arrived, I told her to stay so that I could check the bag and make sure everything was there. I noticed she kind of raised her eyebrow for a moment, but otherwise she stood quietly and waited. Sure enough, a couple things were missing. I politely said she needed to return to the restaurant and get my missing items. In a very neutral, rehearsed sounding tone, she said that it's against company policy to do that and I should contact support through the app. I explained that I preferred not to deal with support. She said they're the only ones who can help, and she's really not supposed to go back to the restaurant. I was a bit annoyed at this point, so I asked what the company policy was on making sure orders were correct. She said that restaurants close the bags for the drivers, and they're not meant to open them or the containers inside. Something about food safety violations and not being trained. After a moment, she apologized for the trouble and left. To me, this honestly just sounds like a bunch of BS excuses to get out of doing her whole job. If they can't go back to the restaurant, how are customers supposed to get their food or money back? If they can't open bags to check the orders, how do they even know they're delivering the right food? It makes no sense to me. So on the page where I rate my driver and can leave feedback, I made a note of my situation and explained why I thought she was in the wrong. I then left 1 star and revoked my tip. A bit later, I was talking to my sister over the phone, who I thought would enjoy the story because she works for a different but similar delivery company. My sister said, "Did you actually think she was going to go back to the restaurant?" I laughed, thinking she was taking a dig at a competing company's drivers, but she just said, "I'm not joking, you literally reported her for following the rules." At first, I thought my sister had misunderstood a part of the story or something, so I kind of brushed it off, but now based on her reaction and what both her and the driver said, I'm wondering if they're right? Am I the jerk for reporting her and taking my tip back because I thought she was lying? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Uda. Their job is to get the package from one place to the other. The restaurant's job is to send the correct order. You are punishing her for something out of her control and should instead contact or rate the restaurant for the error. Ops response. I guess I just don't understand how it's out of her control? She didn't do her job by not delivering me my complete order. Should she not be taking some sort of steps to make sure it's all there? Commenter 2. Uda. She followed the rules and did her job. And BTW, it would be super wrong and not safe for a driver to open bags and containers with food they're delivering. Food safety rules, for goodness sake. Geez. Ops response. As far as I understand it, the driver is a stand-in for me at the restaurant. When they are picking up food, they are picking it up on my behalf. If I'm paying extra money to have food picked up on my behalf, I would expect them to check the order and make sure it's right the same way I would. They are there, and I am not, so I pay them to do it for me. Commenter 3. Uda. Did you expect her to unwrap your burrito and make sure it had cheese on it too? The driver was correct, and to revoke your tip was a jerk move. Ops response. I would at least expect her to ask the employee if the burrito was in the bag and had cheese on it. Is that too hard? Commenter 4. It's not her job. Her job is to collect your order and bring it to you. Which is what she did. Commenter 5. Uda, she explained it kindly and calmly, and you were a jerk about it. She was not lying, and you're a jerk for thinking she was, and even more for the review you left. Contact support through the app like everyone else, chances are your meal will be free. Then remove your review and apologize. Ops response. See, I thought she was lying because she was so calm. It sounded like she had the answer rehearsed and ready for anyone who had a complaint. Commenter 5. Maybe she had it rehearsed because that's how they train people for situations exactly like this. She probably has it memorized word for word because of how often she has to tell difficult customers like you to complain to customer support via the app instead of blaming the driver. It's not her job to get your order right, it's her job to deliver it on time. Update from the delivery driver, same day. Oh my, is the world really this small? This could be a total coincidence, and I guess I have no real way to confirm either way, but I had a very similar conversation with a customer today over a missing burrito and side of cheese dip. Even if you're not the person I talk to, I'm off the clock now, so I have some more words for you and people like you. First off, it's so annoying when people say, oh, hold on a second. D, just want to make sure it's all here. D, right then I know I might be about to waste time having this exact conversation. Yes, it's scripted because it happens all the time, and it's easier to be prepared. Second off, I cannot return to the restaurant. If I don't mark your order as delivered in a given amount of time, I start getting calls from dispatch. If I mark your order as delivered then go back to the restaurant, I've lost your order info because the system thinks I don't need it anymore. And usually I have another order waiting to be sent to me after yours, so I have to move on to that one. Third off, stop and think about it. Do you want a person you don't know opening your food containers with their hands that have been touching a steering wheel, dozens of door handles and doorbells, cash tips from questionable places, and that haven't been washed all day because they've been in a car? It's nasty and not sanitary. I try to verify with restaurants, but most of the time they're practically shoving me out the door. So, sorry. Fourth off, I spend literally all day, delivering food to people just to make money. With one of my companies, I have no choice but to deliver the orders I'm given, so I can't be lazy. With the rest, I still can't be lazy because if I am, that means less money. You know nothing about this industry. I couldn't say this before, but I could say it now. Uda. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I'm really sorry you had to deal with her. Driver. It happens sometimes. Commenter 2. In simple terms, OP is reporting a UPS driver to UPS for getting their Amazon order wrong and not personally going back to Amazon's warehouse to get the right items. Not only is the driver not supposed to or not allowed to inspect the contents of the package, but they are not responsible for them. OP came here to vent and was hoping they could start a validation fest. I mean, they even told their sister, and their sister essentially confirmed that they're in the wrong. Yet here they are, still posting, secretly hoping that the majority of people will back them up. Take a look at their profile and read their comments. They even used a throwaway. Driver. I did everything in my power. When a restaurant hands me a Tide bag with tamper stickers on it, that power is limited to asking, is everything here? Half the time the person who hands the bag to me isn't the person who bagged it. Then it's an unreliable confirmation because they don't know either and also can't check.
I told my husband no kids ever, he agreed, but now a DNA test made him a dad and he spends every free minute with his son, so while he's planning half custody I'm planning divorce papers because apparently our vows came with a kid-sized loophole. Posted by u/throwaway483848382. My husband and I have been married for 2 years. About 6 months ago, a one-night stand of his called him and told him about their son. After a DNA test, my husband is confirmed as the father. The kid is 5, and we've been together for 4 years, so it's not like he cheated. He agreed to meet his son, and they have hit it off well. They have been spending a lot of time together, and the mother is happy to let her son connect with his dad. But the problem is, we both agreed to a child-free life. Neither of us wanted kids. He even got a vasectomy, and I got my tubes tied. We had a talk about this, and he says it's his responsibility to take care of his kid, and he says that he hopes I can support him, but I don't want a stepmom's life. This may be cruel of me, but I can't stand children. My husband knew this about me. I don't dare to force my husband to choose me or his kid, but this isn't the life I agreed to. I haven't told my husband yet, but I'm already talking to a lawyer. I don't know. I just don't know what to do here. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, no, but what did you expect to happen when he found out he had a kid? Were you expecting him to be a deadbeat dad? Let this man go. Op's response, I don't know what I expected, but I wanted to at least try to acclimate to this, but I can't. Commenter 2, child-free here. Circumstances have changed. Even though he didn't want to be a father, he is now one. If you don't want to be married to a father and be a stepmom, you can either live separately for 13 years or divorce. Just know your husband will not be able to be as available, and his finances and plans, college, milestones, will always include his son now. I feel bad for both of you. I wish you the best with whatever you decide. Op's response, I'm aware. He's been so busy lately that we rarely get time to even talk now. Commenter 3, you do what's best for you, but good for your husband for stepping up and acting like a man. Don't forget he will also be paying child support, so you better file soon or it might affect your divorce. Op's response, if you're talking about alimony or assets, don't worry. We don't own a house, we rent currently. We were gonna buy a house, but this happened. Any other assets would be easily divided, and I make about the same as him. I don't need alimony. Op on if she has a relationship with her husband's son. Me and the boy, I guess you can say we get along okay. I feel like he can sense my discomfort with the situation, which I try to ease. I have tried to welcome him into our house, but honestly, he's more excited to hang with his dad. The baby mother doesn't seem to like me much. She's not outright hostile, but she tends to ignore me and always seems to be guarded around me. She hadn't reached out because she never caught my husband's full name, until recently, when she found him on social media by chance. They haven't gone to court to officially hash out child support terms, but my husband is paying for a lot of the kids' needs right now. Baby mama doesn't seem to be in dire need of money, as I think she comes from a rich family. Update 1, 6 days later. So I had a talk with my husband. To clear a few things. My husband wants to spend as much time with his son as possible. He even mentioned wanting half custody, and have him live with us. So it's not like he wants to spend a day or two with him. He wants to be as close to a full-time parent as he possibly can. Yes, our vows included being child-free. It wasn't in the wedding speech, but we had several long conversations about kids. This was something we promised each other, so yes. Being child-free was part of our vows. I don't like children and I don't want to have anything to do with raising children, but it's not like I yell at every kid I see. I guess you can say I hate the responsibility of raising a child, as opposed to hating children themselves. Yes, I would stay with my husband if he got in an accident and became disabled. See, I love and adore my husband, and I'm willing to work for him, but only for him. Adding a whole other person to our lives is different. I can't love his kid. I can't be a good stepmom. I love my husband, but I don't love his kid. Now, back to my husband. He almost blew me off again because he was tired from working and spending time with his son. But I insisted, and I told him I don't want to live like this. We talked, and he said he can't leave his kid, and that is the one thing he can't compromise on. He said he's going to see him as much as he can, and he said that he needs to prioritize his kid's well-being over anything else, our relationship included. I told him I don't want to live like that. He said he won't budge on this. We both agreed that we should separate for a while. Neither of us straight up mentioned divorce, but I'm pretty sure that's where we're headed. I feel empty, angry, and frustrated. I know my husband isn't at fault, I know the kid isn't at fault, but my life is just changing so much. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I hate to say this, but this isn't a compromisable situation. He wants the kid. You don't. Why are you dragging this out? Go ahead and make it a clean break so you both can move on. I'm sorry that it's come to this, but as you said, it's nobody's fault. It's just one of those curveballs that life throws at us. My condolences on the situation you're in. Best wishes with whatever you decide to do. Op's response, logically speaking, I know you're right. I guess I'm just trying to rack my brain to see if there's anything at all where me, him, and the kid are all happy. Op on how the child's mother found her husband. She claims she never could find him. They didn't exchange numbers or last names. She only found him by chance thanks to Instagram. Commenter 2, I can't see a solution for this. You probably need to end it before you both become too bitter about it. End on a note that allows you both to remain friends. Good luck. Update 2, 2 weeks later. It's official. We're getting divorced. I wasn't even the one who mentioned it, my husband is the one who said it. He said that if I can't be supportive and caring towards his son, then we can't be together. I had already moved out, and while part of me was hoping for some way to make it work, I think I knew this was inevitable. So it's official. I'm losing my husband. And he's gonna go on to be a father. Honestly, as long as I get my car and the money in my bank account, which I earned myself, we have separate accounts, I'm not gonna fight him. I'm willing to let him have anything in our old place. I'll be honest, I don't know what to do now. Besides going through the divorce proceedings. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do now. All my life was gonna include my husband. Now he's gone. Relevant comments. Op on who gets the house once the divorce is finalized. We rented, we were planning to buy one, but then this whole thing started. Commenter 1, the real jerk is the woman that didn't tell him he had a kid 5 years ago, before you guys got married. Going your separate ways is best, wishing all the best for you with your healing and future. I'm sure you'll find love again. Commenter 2, wow honey, things will get better, life is taking you on separate paths but neither of you is to blame. Give yourself time to mourn your relationship and heal. You know what you want from life and with time you will find someone who shares that. Best wishes. Commenter 3, I don't think Op is the jerk. Everyone has their own opinions and boundaries. Op and husband had mutually decided to not have kids. The husband's heart melted when he saw his son. Good for him. But Op not wanting to do anything with it is equally okay. Op knows that she doesn't want kids because she can't take care of them. She's better than half of the people out there who have kids and then abandon them physically and emotionally. She's got her priorities, one of which was her husband, who is leaving her because now his son is his priority. Again, not a bad thing. All I'm saying is she has her priorities, he has his. Just because Op's priorities are distasteful to a lot of you doesn't mean she's the jerk. Both of them are doing things which they think works the best for them. Update 3, 11.5 months later. It's been a year since all of this started. I never thought I'd be divorced a year and some weeks ago. I only remembered this post because apparently it was my cake day a few days ago. I have kept lightly in touch with my ex-husband. There's no bad blood between us. But I don't think I could move on if I stayed close to him. We didn't divorce because we didn't love each other after all. As far as I know, my ex-husband and the mother of his child aren't together. I won't lie, I was kind of expecting them to end up together. I still kind of am, to be honest. But my ex-husband has apparently been a good dad to his son. At least as far as I know. I've been dating around recently, but nothing is sticking. Yeah, the big deal breaker is me not wanting kids. I've told some guys about why I divorced and they were very understanding. I got my own place again, and I'm doing well financially. I never needed my ex-husband to take care of me. Despite my lack of success in dating, I'm feeling good, to be honest. I mourn that my marriage has ended, and I will always enjoy the memories. This was for the best for everyone, to be honest. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'm sorry, but why did you expect for him to get with a woman who lied about having his son for 5 years? Ops response, she didn't lie. She genuinely couldn't find him. My ex-husband admitted they never exchanged information. How was she supposed to find him? But honestly, I guess I have a bit of a movie brain going on. I was the evil stepmother who couldn't stand children. She was the single mom who finally found the dad. I was finally gone. If this were a movie, they'd end up together. I mean, if it happens, good for them and the kid. Commenter 2, this is about the most nobody is the jerk thread I have ever seen. Both parties acted responsibly and maturely, and acted with compassion. I'm sorry that Op's marriage ended, but it ended far more cleanly than it would have if she had not been true to herself and had ended up resenting her husband and, even worse, her stepson. This was not a great situation, but this was the best possible outcome. Commenter 3, that's so hard, but it sounds like you both did the right thing. Wishing you and him the best. Commenter 4, I doubt they'll get together. No matter how happy he is with his son and getting to know the kid, it's still 6 to 7 years he's missed out on. It's still a life he built up with you that's now gone, and she, fairly or unfairly, I don't know why it took her 6 years to reach out, is the face of all that turmoil and pain. Maybe they will get together for some reason, you know them better than I, but it just seems like a bit of a melodramatic doomsday saying. It was a one-night stand, so no deep, emotional connection, 7 years ago, and a lot of life changes and broken dreams and new ones in between.
I helped my ex financially after our divorce to make sure our kids were fine, so she met someone new, he lost it over money, and now my car is wrecked, my house is trashed, so I have to explain why helping my kids somehow made me a bad guy. Posted by you/revolutionary, half 170. Alt account so I don't reveal my main account. My ex and I split up about 3 years ago. No bad feelings, we just drifted apart until we realized that we were now co-parents, not husband and wife anymore. We have 2 kids, 13 and 10. My ex used to work as an infrastructure engineer, and I was working as an owner-driver with my own truck. Around the time the kids were born, we decided she would be a stay-at-home mom. The trucking was going well, and I had bought a second truck and a van, so I stayed home doing all the planning and admin, while my trucks and van were out on the road. When the youngest started school, my ex went back to work part-time, but her time out of the workforce had hit her really hard. She needed to learn a lot and basically couldn't get back to her previous level, so she had to pretty much start over. Over the years, the haulage firm had expanded, and frankly, it was becoming a bit of a pain. We were too big for our location and needed to move to a new yard, so I sold it off for a reasonable sum and set up freelancing as a developer, having done computer science at university. We both had relatives pass away, leaving us property and money, so we were mortgage-free on the family home. When we split, I moved into a house I had inherited. We split the assets in half and shared the costs of the kids' activities equally. While looking at the money, she concluded that she would need to go back to work full-time, which would mean missing time with the kids. As they were with me the 3 days she was at work and every other weekend, I felt a bit bad about that, because if she hadn't been out of work for so long, she would be in a better place career-wise. So I offered to cover half of her bills until the kids went off to university. She didn't want to at first, but I told her that she had helped me out before and had now suffered as a result, so it was only fair that I returned the favor. It was helping my kids, and I didn't want her running down the savings that was essentially the kids' inheritance. This arrangement has worked out about as well as it could. We co-parent happily, and everything is all good. Until she met a new guy. He's someone we knew from way back, but we had lost touch. They started dating, she's really happy, and she's talking about him moving in. I'm okay with it, the kids get along with him, and I trust her judgment and know she wouldn't put anything ahead of the kids. I said to her, if he's moving in, you won't need the money toward the bills, will you? She said no, but she was thinking of putting it into the kids' accounts. Great idea, I said. I'll put some on their cards for pocket money and the rest in their savings. That was what we agreed. But when the new guy found out, he went up the wall and accused me of being controlling and financially abusive. A few of our friends have said that he has a point and that it looks like jealousy. So, am I the jerk here? Relevant comments. Op adds context. Just to add context and in the interest of fairness, my money has no bearing on whatever financial arrangement they have between themselves. There's no way my ex will let him live there and not contribute. Commenter 1, info: I don't understand this arrangement. Is she living mortgage-free in a house she owns? Does she work now? The new guy is not responsible for putting money toward her house or paying for her personal expenses. Ops response: she lives mortgage-free in a house she owns, but it was the marital home. Because we inherited my dad's house, the settlement was that I traded my half of the family home for her half of my dad's house. She works part-time, 3 days a week when the kids are at mine. I would imagine she's asked him to chip in toward the bills, as she's losing her discount on the council tax by him moving in, and generally, people share living costs. Edit. We have joint 50-50 custody of the kids, so I have no actual obligation to be paying anything. That said, I don't want my kids to miss out on their many and varied activities, so I carry on paying for half of those. Likewise, I offered the extra money to help with bills because I wanted my kids to benefit from time with both parents and not have to live in a house where money is a worry. Some have mentioned the division of assets from inheritance and selling my business. These are mostly locked away in long-term investments, so they aren't available. We were perhaps unwise in doing this, but we saw it as the kids' inheritance. My ex would rather have worked more than dipped into that money for living costs. My ex came over for a cup of tea and a chat. It seems that he was indeed thinking she was his meal ticket. Apparently, he had suggested moving in but hadn't told her that his landlord was ending his tenancy with a notice to sell the property. When she started discussing money and his contribution, he asked why I was paying for the kids. She told him that if he was living there, he needed to chip in, and if he moved in, she couldn't keep asking me for money. She's upset, and I think that's going to be over. In the meantime, he's ranting to anyone who'll listen that I'm the typical evil, jealous ex, controlling her with money. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA. Why did the friends comment on what you both agreed to do? I would just ignore what people say. The new guy has no business here either. Ops response: at least one has reached out to apologize. They got a somewhat twisted version of events. They messaged my ex to badmouth me, and she put them straight. Update, 10 days later. Thanks for all the comments and advice. Just thought I would update you on the last week. The new guy turned out to have been kicked out of his place, not through his own fault. The landlord was selling. He hadn't told my ex. He also works with my best mate, who told me that he's on incredibly thin ice and was on his last chance for attendance. My ex, him, and I got together at the weekend and had a long chat. The main points were: if he is going to be her partner and live there, he has to step up and contribute both financially and with the children. Regarding the bills, both my ex and I had an expectation that another adult in the house would contribute, meaning that bill money from me would be superfluous. I agreed that stopping the money because someone moves in, and potentially restarting it if they move out, does look controlling, although it was agreed I didn't have that intent. I said that I would continue giving my ex the money, and if it was surplus to requirements, she would put it in the kids' accounts. I trust her to do this. At that point, I left, thinking all was good. I'm on holiday with the kids this week and got a warning that the house alarm was going off. I rang my neighbor, and he went round and said that one of the windows had been smashed and my other car had all its windows broken. I logged into my cameras on the iPad, and sure enough, he was smashing the car and throwing bricks at the window. It turns out that after I left, he and my ex had a major talk where she laid out some home truths and expectations. When she didn't like his reaction, she ended it. A couple of days later, he came to my place and smashed it up. I reported it to the police. With me being away, they spoke to me over the phone and asked me to send all the footage and a statement. They said they'd speak to him that day. He was stopped on the way back from my place, was over the limit, and was sleeping it off in custody before he could be charged. Edit, I've seen a couple of comments suggesting I speak to my ex and tell her to be more careful. I 100% trust her judgment in who comes into the kids' lives. I was just as surprised by him as she was, and like most people, she's capable of learning from experience. Also, another edit. The Glaziers have been back. I owe the lady next door big time for all the help, and the total bill for the house is around £7,000, not counting the car, which is an old Rover I was restoring, so I have no idea how much that will cost. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, some people just can't help themselves from self-sabotaging. Ops response, I have some sympathy because he suffers badly with PTSD from Iraq, but I was there too, and it's like, dude, we're all suffering, but you have to do something to help yourself, and he never has. To a deleted comment. I've known him 25 years. We went to Iraq at the same time, his artillery unit was our brigade artillery. We'd have regular drinking sessions in Germany, share lifts back home for leave, and stuff. Never would have thought he would pull a stunt like this. I'm truly shocked. Commenter 2, when he sobers up, press charges for breaking and entering and property damage, then send him the bill for all the repairs. Ops response, you don't press charges here. I made a complaint of criminal damage. The police will investigate, and if they have sufficient evidence, they will charge him and summon him to court. There's some interplay with the CPS, who may decide against prosecuting. If I refuse to support a prosecution, they may discontinue it, or they may prosecute anyway. Op on why they divorced. The short version is that we ended up being roommates looking after kids instead of husband and wife. We went to couples counseling and concluded it was too late for us as a couple, but we would still salvage the co-parenting, which, after a lot of hard work, we're managing. Update, 3 days later. Probably the final update. I got back home with the kids after our week away. The window people are fitting new windows. Victim update from the police, they charged him with criminal damage, treating it as domestic violence. I had to get a lawyer friend to explain that to me using crayons. The main consequence is that they kept him in custody overnight, brought him before the magistrates the next day, sent the case to Crown Court, released him on police bail, and he's not allowed near either of our homes or to contact us. He has to stay at a bail hostel in another town, about half an hour away. He's looking at some prison time for this. I just hope that while he's in there, he sorts his head out and deals with his issues. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Good. Domestic violence related criminal damage has a larger potential for prison time and longer sentences. Ops response, I thought it was a stretch, but my friendly lawyer said that because he was in a relationship with my ex, the children are hers, and my house is one of their homes, the smashing of my house made them victims. My brother's new wife said her religious parents would hate my boyfriend and I at the wedding, so I didn't go, but now my parents found out afterward. Chaos erupted at the party, and my brother came yelling at me for ruining everything even though I was just cuddling on my couch. Posted by you/charming_educator612. So my brother's wedding happened 2 days ago, and it turned into complete chaos, which I know even though I wasn't there. You might wonder why I didn't attend the wedding if it's my brother's. Well, it's because of his wife's family. He did send me an invitation to the wedding because he wanted me there, but his fiancée told him I couldn't attend because I had a boyfriend. You might be confused, but I'm a man, a bisexual man to be exact, and I have a boyfriend who I wanted to bring to the wedding. She said that even though she didn't have a problem with that, and he didn't have a problem with that, her extremely religious parents, who had already forced her to have the wedding in a church, would most likely banish us from the wedding and cause trouble between our families. After she told him that, my brother told me I couldn't attend and explained why. You might think I was angry. The truth is I was relieved. I hate going to big events with lots of people because of my social anxiety, and I was already used to not being able to attend certain events because of my sexuality, so it was nothing I hadn't heard before. On the day of the wedding, I stayed at home with my boyfriend. It's worth mentioning that my parents apparently didn't know I wasn't attending the wedding. I was chilling at home, cuddling with my boyfriend, when I suddenly got a text message from my parents asking me where I was because they couldn't find me at the wedding party. I told them I wasn't attending the wedding and asked if my brother had told them anything. They said no and asked me what happened. I didn't see any reason to lie, so I sent them a text message explaining exactly why. I have to admit I don't exactly know what happened after I sent them this message because they read it but didn't reply. And why do they care in the first place? They didn't notice I wasn't there until the wedding was already over. They only noticed when the wedding party started. However, apparently, my parents talked to my brother about it, and all of a sudden, my absence became the main topic of the wedding party. From what I heard, two fronts formed. On one hand, my parents and the rest of my family were against the family of my brother's wife, and apparently, he, as a husband now, felt compelled to take her side and tried to argue in her favor. It's crazy to think that I was just sitting at home, living my best life with my boyfriend, while all of that chaos went down at his wedding. The wedding party was ruined, and my brother appeared at my door angrily, screaming at me, asking why I felt the need to ruin his wedding. I was confused and asked him what happened, and he told me everything. I told him it wasn't my intention. I had just told our parents what happened because they didn't know and wanted to know where I was, and I thought he had told them beforehand. He screamed at me that I ruined his wedding. I told him it's not my fault he wasn't honest with them. I had just respected their wish for me not to attend the wedding. I couldn't have known it would go down like this because, as I said, I couldn't attend several events before because of my sexuality, and my parents never said anything about it, so I thought it would be the same here. But I have to admit, it's kind of sweet that my parents and the rest of my family stood up for me. They hadn't done it before, and that's a more than welcome change. But I still feel kind of bad because apparently, I really did ruin the wedding party. Update 1, 2 days later. I didn't think I'd give an update, but many interesting things happened. After my brother's visit, he and his wife went on their honeymoon, and the way the wedding party went might have been even worse than I imagined. What happens now is incredible. When I said in the main post that two fronts had formed, I only meant that metaphorically, of course, but it's no longer that. While nothing much interesting happened in the first 2 days afterwards, the terror started as soon as my brother and his wife went on their honeymoon. My mom and dad visited me and told me how the wedding party escalated and that they were so close to physical violence. I thought it was funny at first, but this truly bothers me. I also want to point out that you did a great job convincing me it's not my fault, but hearing my parents' side still gave me a bad feeling in my stomach. However, as I said, the terror started shortly after they went on their honeymoon. And when I say terror, I mean that my sister-in-law's family found both my Facebook and Instagram accounts and started spamming me with hateful messages. I received insults and hateful messages from various different accounts, which all had one thing in common: they all had somewhat of a Christian theme, and they all had the same last name. So it wasn't hard to figure out whose accounts they were, mainly because I don't know my sister-in-law's family at all. I only know her, and I know her parents were homophobic Christians. But whatever. They not only started attacking me, they also found my boyfriend's account through my account because we're linked as a couple, and they started sending him the same messages. The messages contained, on one side, typical bigoted stuff like you're burning in hell for your sins. One even called me and my boyfriend two devils in disguise. The other side were just blatant insults. You get the idea. I called my parents and told them what they were doing. Then I sent a text message to my brother with screenshots of the messages his wife's family sent me, to which he replied that I shouldn't disturb him with that during his honeymoon as I already destroyed his wedding party. I couldn't believe it. He was just like them. He did send me an apology after my mom told me she called him, but none of this is the main reason I'm giving you this update this early. Because I got a call this morning from an unknown number. I hesitated because I thought it was one of them. And I was right, but it was none of the people who insulted me. I heard a woman's voice who introduced herself as the half-sister of my brother's wife. She said it didn't go unnoticed what her family was doing and that she wanted to apologize for them. I told her I'm not going to tell anyone in her family about this and that I don't blame her for her family's actions. She thanked me and hung up. I don't know why, but I have this feeling she only did this to protect her family from being reported. My mother wrote to me earlier that she wants to report the insults and harassment from these people and that she demands my brother divorce his wife, or she will disinherit him from her will because that's not how she raised him. A little radical in my opinion, but I understand where she's coming from. This entire thing escalated so much, it's unbelievable. Edit. Some of you were wondering why I seem so calm and casual in the update when I'm being discriminated against. The truth is that I have been in a relationship with my boyfriend for 3 years now, and the things that happen now are nothing compared to what I've been through. I receive hateful messages almost daily, not only from their accounts but in general, and I learn to ignore them. There have been far worse situations, such as when my boyfriend went to visit his family and I couldn't go with him. We kissed each other goodbye at the train station, and when the train left and no one saw, a group of guys attacked me. I was sent to the hospital because of severe injuries, just to give you an idea of what I had to deal with in the past. And don't get me wrong, we will report my sister-in-law's family, but what they are doing now is nothing I haven't seen 1,000 times before. Update 2, 9 days later. It's been a few days. First of all, my boyfriend and I are fine. Luckily for us, they didn't go any further than their text messages. My mom filed a report against them. I don't know the current situation about that, as I haven't filed a report myself. The reason I am updating you is different. First of all, one person in my sister-in-law's family is actually going to testify in my favor and against her family. It really takes courage to do so. It's the same person who called me in the last update. Somehow they found out that she is into women, so there is no reason to hide it anymore. However, she said she's fine and is going to stay at a friend's house. I have so much respect for what she is doing. Imagine the strength you need to testify against your own family. I now feel bad for assuming she only called me to save her family from being reported. More importantly, what is the current situation with my brother? Well, my mom talked to him and told him to leave his wife, or she would disinherit him from her will. He decided to stay with his wife, and my mom made her threat come true. He is no longer in her will. My father did the same. When I visited them, I also told them that I wish this entire situation had gone differently. They assured me it was not my fault, but I feel like if it weren't for me, my family wouldn't be ripped apart like this. I haven't talked to my brother since then. My boyfriend feels similarly. He also told me he kind of feels responsible for all this chaos. I assured him it is not his fault, but honestly, I wasn't even sure if I could say this in my position. On the other hand, it was my sister-in-law's family's bigotry that ruined everything, and everything would have been fine if I could have just attended. But now it's time for me to grow distant from this situation. We will see what the report will do. I followed your advice to document everything. The insulting and harassing messages continued until 2 days ago, so I have much to say about them. Unfortunately, homophobia is still very much normalized in our society. I already said it in a post on my profile, but the reason I'm so calm and casual about the situation is the simple fact that I'm used to situations like this. They don't get to me anymore. If I let any insult get to me, I wouldn't make it for long. It's a coping mechanism. I've been in situations where I was sent to the hospital because I kissed my boyfriend in public, so insults and harassment like theirs are nothing I haven't seen before. Update 3, 2 months later. I think some of you are waiting for an update, so here I am. Keep in mind that this update will probably be the last one. Last time, I told you my mother was pressing charges against them, and to my surprise, we won. They weren't going to jail or anything, but they had to pay for their actions, literally. There was one incident where my sister-in-law's dad was actually trying to find out where I lived and asked my brother, who told him. Only God knows what he would have done to us if we had still lived there. But in the last 2 months, my boyfriend and I moved to a different place, which my brother didn't know about. Also, their social media accounts were deleted, though I don't know if this was part of their punishment or if they did it themselves. My mom also carried out the threat toward my brother and disinherited him from her will. After he came back from his honeymoon, he begged her to put him back in. She said only if he apologized to me. She invited my boyfriend and me over, and my brother sat in the living room with this mad look on his face. She made him apologize, but I didn't accept it because I could tell it wasn't sincere. He did it because he had to, not because he was actually sorry. I told my brother that I am disappointed in him for who he became. Before this, we had a huge bond and usually never judged each other for stuff like this, and all of a sudden he has such a problem with me having a boyfriend. I just don't get it. I told him that I miss the old him. He didn't respond to anything. He just sat there quietly, staring at the floor. After I finished, he got up and left. This was the last time I spoke with him, and it has already been a few weeks since this happened. My parents have paid much more attention to the discrimination I face since this incident. They wanted to learn more about the problems I face as a queer person, and I really love them. My dad even got a bisexual pride flag for me and asked if he could hang it in our bedroom. I love that I have such great parents. I just wish my brother had become the person he once was. By the way, since the case with my sister-in-law's family is over, I haven't heard anything about their lesbian daughter. She supported us during the process, but we lost contact afterward, and I just hope she's fine. Update 4, 6 months later. The final update of my story happened 6 months ago, and I figured some of you might be interested in how things are currently going. So I'm back, at least for this post. Some things have happened since then. First, I want to give you an update about the sister of my brother's wife. Around 2 months after my last update, she texted us and asked if she could come over. We talked for a while, and I was relieved to find out that she is fine. She said that she moved in with her girlfriend after the case was over, simply because her parents and the rest of her family had disowned her and threatened her with physical violence if she dared to return. However, the relationship with her girlfriend ended after a while, and she asked us if she could stay for a few days until she found something. She stayed with us for 2 weeks. During that time, my parents visited and offered for her to stay with them because they had a big house with some free space. She currently stays there because she wanted to study, and my parents had no problem with letting her stay a little longer. My boyfriend and I also support her financially a little bit. We included her in several celebrations, such as Christmas and New Year's Eve, and I feel like she is the sister I never had. What is probably more interesting for you is how my brother is currently doing. The truth is, I don't know exactly. We haven't talked since the apology. However, he actually tried to attend our Christmas celebration, but the moment he appeared, my dad kicked him out and said, and I quote, "This homophobic rubbish is no longer allowed in my house." I love my dad. Of course, both parents went through with disowning him. My boyfriend and I are still together, and I feel like he might be the one I want to marry. This entire situation made our bond so much stronger. I plan on proposing to him, but there are so many ideas floating around in my head for the proposal that I can't really decide which one. Also, the social media accounts of my sister-in-law's family had disappeared entirely. I assume they have already made new ones under new names. I'm just glad all of this is finally over. I don't have any compassion left for my brother. I just wish he had never developed this way. Everything that happened to him, he brought on himself. If you want, I can update you when I'm engaged. Thanks for reading. I wish you all the best. Edit, 2 months later. Do you remember when I told you in my last update 2 months ago that I would propose to my boyfriend? Well, I did it today. I brought up so many ideas that it was really hard to decide, so I gave him some subtle hints, not too obvious, just enough to see how he reacted and then decide based on his reaction. In the end, I made a photo album of us featuring the most important events in our relationship. Each of them had a thought of mine and a caption below them. Some of them were meaningful, but some of them were just random. Like one photo of us eating at his favorite restaurant on his birthday, and the caption just says something like, "Damn, that pizza was good." That made him laugh. We walked to his favorite spot in town, which is a wonderful lake. That is where I gave him the album and told him it was a present and to look through it. He was focused and didn't notice what I was doing behind him, as I just told him I was getting something I forgot. I positioned myself behind him, and that is when the last page came into play. That page had a photo of me holding the ring in the same way I positioned myself behind him, looking straight at the camera. The caption says, "Hopefully he says yes." He turned around in disbelief and started crying almost immediately when he saw me. I couldn't even finish the question, and he already said yes. It was exactly how I hoped it would go. I always dreamt of making my proposal like something out of a romance novel, and I was successful. So yeah, that's it. I'm going to marry him. I already told my entire family, except for my brother, of course. They were so happy about it, especially my mom and new sister, who shrieked out of excitement on the phone. I assume my brother knows anyway, considering I shared it on Facebook. You guys are probably right that he might plan something, but if he does, it won't stop us. Edit, 1 week later. I just have to tell you guys this. We're currently planning our wedding, and instead of a regular wedding dance, we decided we want to have a lightsaber battle against each other. Of course, it's not just a random lightsaber battle. It's like a choreography that we have to learn. We're both huge Star Wars fans. My dad, who also loves Star Wars, said he wants to join and he had an idea of how to do that. He said to add a story to it where he wants to have a lightsaber battle against my fiancée, where my fiancée has to fight for the right to marry me. My dad would eventually lose, and then I would step in to test my fiancée's strength myself. There would be a lightsaber battle between us, and then I would acknowledge his force as worthy enough. I know some might think it's childish, but I'm so excited for it. Our wedding will be a day for people to remember. Edit. I haven't talked to you for about 2 months. That is because my boyfriend and I are fully invested in planning the wedding. We have a date for it. It's going to be next year. Still, I have so many followers on this account, and I kind of want to include you in my journey. My sister is currently helping. I don't know if I should mention it here, but my mother recently called me to tell me that my brother apparently got divorced. I have no idea what's going on with him, though. Not that I care much, but I guess for some of you it's probably interesting. I'm sorry, but too much happened, and I really don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. But enough about me. How are you guys currently doing? Edit, 8 months later. I remember how you guys told me my brother might plan something. He did. I'm still in shock. I'll post an update soon, but for now, I have to calm myself down a little. I'm glad for my husband comforting me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, congratulations on the wedding, and I'm sorry he ruined your wedding. Did you have the lightsaber battle? That sounded awesome. Commenter 2, I'm happy you got to have your wedding. It sucks he was a jerk, but I hope it didn't overshadow an amazing day with your beloved. Ops response, unfortunately, it did. He wasn't just a jerk, unfortunately. Update 5, 1 year later. So the last time I actively posted an update was about a year ago. If you haven't followed my account in the meantime, I'll briefly summarize what happened. I got engaged shortly after the update, and now, a year later, we're married. I'll be honest. I'm still shaken up. I wouldn't update on this subreddit if something significant hadn't happened. It's amazing that many of my followers already warned me that my brother might be planning something, but I never would have thought it could be so evil. The wedding took place a few days ago. We canceled our honeymoon for now until we settled things because, right now, we wouldn't enjoy it. While we were sitting at the table, eating and talking with our parents about the future, one of the security guards, yes we did hire some as one of you suggested, approached me and informed me that someone outside was begging for admission. When I asked who, the guard hesitated briefly and informed me that it was my brother. I told the guard that I would go with him to resolve the situation, but my father, who overheard the conversation, told me to stay put because it was my day and I shouldn't have to deal with it. A little later, shouting was heard from outside. My mother asked me to stay seated. She would go see what was going on, and when she came back, her face pale as chalk, she told me that my brother and my father were shouting at each other outside. My brother demanded to be let in, and my father told him to go away. At some point, my brother left, and my father tried to calm down, but you could still see the veins in his neck with anger. He explained what had happened. We thought that would be the end of it, but no, it was going to get worse, much worse, in fact. My brother had somehow managed to get past the security guards. When I noticed him, he was approaching with frantic steps, and my father tackled him to the ground. The music in the room stopped, and all eyes were on us. I called the security guards. My father was on top of him, shouting. My mother covered her mouth in shock. My now husband stood protectively in front of me. The security guards escorted him outside and called the police because they had noticed that he had a pocket knife, which he dropped when my father tackled him to the ground. I didn't say that he had tried to attack me with it, but I assumed that that was what would have happened. He was arrested for attempted assault. He kept looking at me. He was no longer recognizable. His eyes were full of anger and hatred. The party was ruined. The police asked all the witnesses for statements and then sent all the guests home. We currently have to settle some stuff with the police and decided to take our honeymoon later because, right now, we are not in the state to enjoy it with everything that happened. Anyway, after everything, I'm not only disappointed in what my brother became, I'm straight up terrified. I'm trying to tell myself that he didn't actually try to, well, end me. But how exactly do you deal with a situation like this? My husband and I are trying to get past this, and he is so sweet, but I can tell it affected him too. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you guys because some of you predicted something like this and advised me to hire security guards, but I really underestimated it. I have to take a break for now. Thanks for reading. Update 6, 5 months later. Hey there, guys. So it's been a long 5 months since I last updated. Just know that I'm fine. What happened at the wedding was terrifying and something I need therapy for. I'm currently in therapy, and so is my husband. We postponed our honeymoon to about 3 weeks later. Everything went well. We testified against my brother. My father filed a lawsuit against him. He was sentenced to prison for several years for attempted murder. It's scary how my brother looked like an empty shell when the judge spoke the sentence. He wasn't looking at us, just staring at the wall with this empty look and absolutely no reaction to the sentence. He now is nothing more than a shell of what he once was. Despite everything that happened, he is still my brother, and I can't help but feel bad for him. I feel like I should have approached him a bit more. I just want to heal. One person can only take so much. I think I will leave this Reddit account for good. Not deleting it, just no longer posting. This entire story has stayed with me for the last 2 years. Things went downhill so rapidly that I need time to properly process everything. I want to thank all of you for your support and for staying with me till now. I wish you all the best.
My boyfriend suddenly accused me of dating him for his money, because my sister took a dumb joke from when I was a depressed teen and told him I was living the dream, and now I'm sitting in my car crying, wondering if trust even exists in this relationship. Posted by you/Peachy. Teach 777. Throwaway account, I just need some advice. I, 29F, have been dating my boyfriend, 35M, for almost 6 months. We've known each other for about a year and a half. I'm a teacher and make around $50K a year, and he is a lawyer. While his yearly earnings vary based on which clients and companies he works with, it's always somewhere in the 6 figures. Recently, we attended a family get-together at my parents' house. My parents, both in their 60s, and my older brother, 35M, had already met him before, but they also invited some of our extended family and my sister-in-law's family as well. Everything was going fine until my sister, 32F, walked in. We are low contact, and we'd be no contact if my parents didn't want to have a relationship with her, and nobody told me she had been invited. When I asked my mom what was up, she said she invited her because she needed some encouragement. I was absolutely fuming, but I decided to see how the night went and leave if my sister decided to stir anything up. Thankfully, my sister seemed fine, and I didn't see her much. My boyfriend left early since he was tired, and I thought that was that. Boy, was I wrong. A week passed with no messages from him, which is really weird. We text each other every day, just chatting about our days or making plans for dates. Then, all of a sudden, he texts me to meet up at a park and says he wanted to talk about something important. I had no idea what was up. We meet, he doesn't hug me, which is also out of the ordinary, and I ask him what's wrong. The first thing out of his mouth, "Are you dating me just because I'm rich?" What the hell? No, not, and I tell him that. He just asks me again, like he doesn't believe me. I ask him where he's getting this from. It's so out of left field. Then he asks me if I've ever said all my problems would be solved if I married rich. I'm not gonna lie, I definitely have joked about that, but in the same way you say, maybe I should quit my job and move to Iceland and herd sheep for the rest of my life. Anyways, I tell him that and ask him again, where the heck is this coming from? He said my sister told him. Apparently, she introduced herself and they chatted for a bit. When he told her he was a lawyer, she said that makes total sense because I've always wanted to marry rich, looks like she's living the dream. I could have screamed. I can't even describe the emotions I was feeling. My sister spent years bullying and abusing me, and she has the absolute audacity to take a joke I said when I was a depressed teenager with health issues out of context and misrepresent me to my boyfriend. Literally insane. I was shaking. I told my boyfriend that what she said was entirely out of context and he can't trust her. He just kept pressing and asking why she would say something like that so casually if it wasn't the truth. I told him because she's a narcissist who has spent years treating me like a punching bag and never taking accountability. He just couldn't get it. So I left. I told him that if he was going to take the word of one person he just met over the word of all my friends and family, who will vouch for me that I'm not that kind of person, over all of the months he spent getting to know me as a person, then this wasn't going to work. The tears were already starting to come down, but I managed to hold it together alright until I got to my car, and then I just sobbed. I feel broken. I'm in love with my boyfriend. He is the first person I have ever felt comfortable being myself with. He truly is such an intelligent and mature person, and the way he communicates in our relationship has been truly healing coming from the family dynamics I grew up with. But the biggest fear I've had with dating is that someone wouldn't trust me, that the person I love and trust the most would question me on who I am when I've already shown them. Which is why this whole situation is so confusing and painful. I don't get it. It's been a few days, and I don't know where we go from here. I haven't texted him because I need space, and he hasn't texted me either. Am I overreacting? I feel like he should have known better than to just take essentially a stranger's word over mine. Where do we go from here? Edit. Thank you for your comments, guys. I've been trying to read them all this morning. The commenter who talked about relationships being a two-way street really stuck in my head. I don't think I've handled this properly. Bad. And the commenter talking about me essentially being the dumper and that if I don't want this relationship to end, I'm the one who needs to make that clear. All in all, I don't think I handled this situation well. I'm gonna text my boyfriend and see if we can actually just hash everything out. I'm not sure where things are gonna end up, but I know that neither of us can make a decision about anything if we don't talk about it. We'll see how it goes. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, has to be way more to this. If you're paying for all your own stuff, there's zero reason to believe you're with him for money. Is he paying your bills? Do you ask him for money? Does he spend a lot of money on you? Sounds like he's been taken advantage of before, or he's flying too high in the sky. That kind of comment about marrying rich would make any man making good money feel uncomfortable. But if there's no reason to believe that, then it should be no issue. Ops response, he doesn't pay my bills, and I definitely don't ask him for money. I was raised with a we don't have money for stuff like that dad, so I find asking for money hard even if I'm owed it. He definitely is generous with how he spends money on me. On our first date, he showed up with flowers, and I was stunned because no one ever did that for me before. After I told him, he's bought flowers for every single date consistently. When I told him I was gonna wait a few months to take my car into the shop because then I'd have a bit more money saved, since it was making a weird squeaking noise, he literally drove me in the car to the shop that day and told me not to worry about it, that my safety was more important. Commenter 2, he's not that good at communicating, actually, because you are correct, he shouldn't have taken a stranger's word over yours, let alone your narcissistic sister's. Did he not know to be wary of her ahead of time? You haven't shared your relationship with him yet? Op's response, yes and no. I remember us talking about family on one of the first few dates. He's no contact with his family for various reasons, and I brought up being low contact with my sister. He asked me why, and I remember telling him that she bullied me a lot growing up and that she had a tendency to make everything about her. I know I didn't go into all the specifics because our relationship was still fresh, and I figured I could go into the more serious stuff later, because it's a lot for a new relationship. But I guess the rest just never came up. My sister lives in a different city, and I didn't see her at all since my relationship started, so out of sight, out of mind, I guess. I know I should have been more upfront with the info, but it's very hard for me to open up about all of it. Update, 4 days later. Hi all, I just want to make an update since a lot has happened over the weekend. Hopefully, this isn't too long of a read for you. Some commenters helped me realize that simply walking away from the conversation was not the right thing to do. I decided to text my boyfriend on Friday and sent him this message: "Hey boyfriend, I want to apologize for leaving things the way I did. I was really upset and hurt, so I left before my emotions got worse, which obviously didn't help the situation. Can we meet up this weekend and talk? I want to see if we can get on the same page and evaluate our relationship." He texted me back almost immediately and agreed to meet up at my place yesterday. I was pretty nervous, I'm not going to lie. Some people thought that I should just break up with him, and others thought that maybe there was something deeper going on that he wasn't telling me. Either way, I wanted to get all the facts. When I opened the door, he was holding a bouquet of flowers and had a look on his face I have never seen before. It was a mixture of sadness and concern, which was kind of overwhelming because he's not really the type to be so expressive or emotional. He gave me the flowers, we sat down, and the first words out of his mouth were, "I'm so sorry, Op. I know I messed up." That apology just really calmed me down because I was so afraid this was going to be a back and forth of us trying to defend ourselves for what happened. He said he was just about to text me to meet up and talk when I texted him. I thanked him for the apology, apologized for my reaction too, and asked him how we got here. I asked, "Can you just explain everything from the beginning so I can understand?" I was not prepared for what he told me. For some context, my boyfriend was not the person he used to be. He used to be a serial womanizer, workaholic type of guy, and I was aware of all of this before we started dating. His dad, who is also a lawyer, was his idol, and he wanted to be just like him. However, his dad had been married to his mom for many years, so that was where my boyfriend drew a line. He was fine hooking up with women while he was single, but as soon as he got married, that would be the end, and he would be a faithful partner like his dad. Unfortunately for him, things all came crashing down when he found out his mom had been cheating on his dad for years. When my boyfriend told his dad about it, his dad told him to keep it to himself because his dad had also been cheating for years. I think they both knew about the other's affair partners and just decided they cared more about their image and reputation, so they never got a divorce. My boyfriend was floored. The idealized image of his dad was shattered, and he got really depressed. He started drinking and going to bars more after work, and that's where he met our mutual friend, Matt, who was working as a bartender, and got to know him a bit. Matt was a wonderful person, the type who really takes an interest in everyone. Matt helped him get a better handle on his life, and they became friends. My boyfriend completely changed his lifestyle. He stopped overdrinking, cut his hours down from the 80 to 90-hour work weeks he used to do, and stopped objectifying women just to sleep with them. Matt later moved into my city for work, and I was introduced to him because he started dating one of my friends, Becca. My boyfriend and I actually met at Matt and Becca's wedding. Anyways, my boyfriend moved out here a few years ago to get away from his parents after his lifestyle change, to essentially restart his life for good. So that brings us to last week, after I left the park. My boyfriend took what I said to heart, that the word of my family and friends should be enough for him to trust me, and went straight to Matt to get his thoughts. My boyfriend said Matt was really kind, letting him explain what happened without interrupting, but afterward, Matt really laid into him. Matt asked him, "Do you really think Op would still be living in a crappy one-bedroom apartment if she was dating you just for your money? Has she ever given you any reason to question her before all of this?" My boyfriend admitted that I had never given him any reason to question my motives, that he knew I was generous and not materialistic, but my sister's words got into his head. He said, "It was like listening to a child. They have no reason to lie to you, so I believed it immediately." I actually don't blame him for that part. Every single person who has met my sister describes her as innocent and bubbly, and has a very difficult time seeing her as anything but that. Even my parents still view her like this despite knowing how many people she's cheated on, how much of their money she's wasted and never given back, and how many times she's joked about harming them or myself. I didn't know this next part, but my boyfriend opened up to Matt when they were first getting to know each other about how many women used him for his money. I knew that his last relationship ended badly while he still lived out east, but apparently this was the first major relationship after his lifestyle change, and he really loved her. He bought basically everything for her all of the time, and she still cheated on him. All of that led him to become really insecure about people's motives when it came to dating. He explained that even some of the nicest women just lit up and acted completely different when he told them he was a lawyer, and it completely killed any desire he had to get to know them better. He told Matt he didn't want to date anyone unless he knew someone who could vouch for them personally. Matt was the one who encouraged him to ask me out because he already noticed we liked each other and told my boyfriend that I was a good person. Back to their recent conversation, Matt suggested that if my boyfriend needed more outside confirmation, he should listen to me and go talk to people in my life to get a better perspective on what kind of person I am. My boyfriend has actually spent the last week doing exactly that. He even went to my parents and told them what happened. Apparently, my mom was horrified. She really likes my boyfriend, so when she found out that inviting my sister had essentially caused a rift in our relationship, my mom got really upset. Her whole aspiration has always been to see all her children married, and since my sister has had nothing but failed relationships and I've otherwise been chronically single, knowing she did anything to mess up my relationship was probably pretty upsetting to her. He said that she was crying and very apologetic. He also asked her to give me space until he had had a chance to apologize to me himself, which in hindsight makes a lot of sense because my mom usually calls and texts me every day and has been MIA this whole week. All in all, my boyfriend said that my friends and family had nothing but good things to say about me, that I was absolutely not a gold digger, and anyone who even suggests that is just plain wrong. I was crying pretty hard by this point, hearing everything. My boyfriend kept apologizing and saying he'd do anything to earn my trust back. But he also said that if our relationship was going to work, if my sister might pop up again unexpectedly, he needed to know everything. He wanted to be prepared for exactly what kind of person she is so that this kind of thing never happens again. So I told him, not absolutely everything because there's so much to cover, but once I started mentioning things, I just kept going. I'm not going to get into the gritty details on Reddit because my sister might see it, and also a lot of it is really painful. But the long and short of it is, she has untreated mental illnesses that she refuses to get help for. The times we have gotten her specific help, therapy, inpatient care, medications, she has been uncooperative or stopped treatment against medical professionals' advisement, and she has a pattern of abusive behavior and love bombing in all of her relationships, both familial and romantic, that she never takes accountability for. This is why I'm low contact with her. By now, you're probably wondering if I'm in therapy. I haven't been for some time because I've been working contracts and didn't have insurance coverage through work, but I will come September. Something my boyfriend both agreed to in this conversation is for both of us to get individual therapy, him to deal with his unresolved insecurities and trauma around his parents and past relationships, and me because my sister did a number on me and I've never really opened up about it in therapy. We're also going to set scheduled, weekly times where we're not necessarily going to go on dates but have uninterrupted time to talk openly, especially about any insights we've had in therapy. By this point of the conversation, things were getting a little less heavy, and I joked about how we both have the same trauma reaction of going silent when things get too intense. We both agreed that we didn't handle this well, and in the future, any and all concerns we have will be communicated properly and immediately. We're not going to run away from each other, and if we don't understand something, we're going to ask questions until we do. Since we talked for hours, we ended up just making dinner at my place and talking some more. I'm really hopeful for what comes next. That's a feeling I haven't felt for a while. Again, apologies for the long read. Typing everything out feels like therapy in itself, lol. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I hope you go from low contact with your sister to no contact. Ops response, I'm essentially no contact with her. I don't contact her at all for any reason. Why I'm still low contact is because sometimes she'll be at larger family gatherings, and I still choose to go to those because I want to see other family. Most of our extended family don't really know the full history of what she's like, and even the ones that know some stuff still want to give her the benefit of the doubt. I have been pulling back a bit from attending those gatherings anyway because other family members are also starting to show toxic behaviors, and I don't want to surround myself with that. Commenter 2, no one told the op that boyfriend came around asking about her? Odd. Op's response, after my boyfriend's conversations with Matt and then my parents, he basically had what he needed, in his words, to reassure himself of my intentions. Just to round things out, He casually reached out to a few more of my friends and my brother with a "Hey, just curious how you would describe opposite person and what her values are" text. Only one of my friends kind of questioned him about it, and he told her that he was in his head a bit and needed some outside reminders to reassure him of what he already knew. I'm not surprised none of my friends said anything to me. We usually update each other about stuff in person, so I imagine when I meet up with them, they'll bring it up then. My Hinge match seemed normal until he told me most tattoo artists are criminals and wanted me to choose between kids' books or being a housewife, and now he's messaging me on Instagram saying he'll show up at my tattoo studio, so I'm too scared to go into work. Posted by you/divorced mama? So I was trying to get back into the dating scene and matched with this dude. He seemed nice on the app, and I gave him my number so we could set something up. Obviously, as you can see in the messages, he was crazy, at least in my opinion, so I started ignoring him. Not to mention, my bio is littered with stuff saying I do tattoos. My first pic and lady pic are on my Hinge profile. Here may be where I'm overreacting. I reported his account after it happened, and it got taken down. I don't feel like I really did anything wrong because I feel I saved some other girls from dealing with his craziness, but my friend thinks I should have just ignored him and not reported him. I feel like if Hinge agrees that he was crazy, I'm not wrong. Asking Reddit just so I don't feel crazy. Copy of the texts. Transcript of text messages between Op and John. Op is in blue bubbles, John is in black. John: Hey, is this Op? OP: Hi. Yes, this is her, I'm assuming this is John. John: Awesome. Yeah, this is, redacted, glad to finally have a chance to get to know you better. OP: Oh, you as well. Glad we matched. OP: Sorry if I don't text back fast, I'm at work currently, so don't mind if it takes me a minute to respond. John: Oh, all cool. I just got off work about an hour ago. John: What do you do for work again? John: I thought I saw in your profile something with art. OP: Yeah. I'm a tattoo apprentice currently. John: Oh, really? OP: Yeah, haha, do you have any tattoos? John: No. I'm not a big fan of them. I thought you were more of like a receptionist at a tattoo studio or something. OP: In my profile you can clearly see I have a lot of tattoos, haha, I have about 30-ish tats. But sorry if you felt misled, I guess? My profile has tattoo apprentice in the job category thing. John: No, you look great, sorry, didn't mean that in a way to insult you. I don't mind if you have tattoos, but is being a tattoo artist what you want your big girl job to be? OP: Yeah, I'm pursuing a career in tattoos. Why? John: Not my thing at all. OP: Then why swipe and get my number after seeing all my tattoos? I think I literally have pics on my profile of me in the tattoo studio. John: Just thought you answered the phones or something. I mean, you're absolutely beautiful, it's just that doesn't seem like a good career. I don't mean to offend you, so don't take this the wrong way, but almost all tattoo artists are pill poppers and have a bad past. Most have been to jail. I've met several tattoo artists, and they've all been to jail for bad stuff. OP: Bro, are you trolling me, or are you being for real? John: No lol, it's just I don't want to marry someone like that, you know? Like, you're beautiful and we're funny and really nice on Hinge, and I'm sure you're great, and I'd still like to get to know you, of course, but maybe if we click after a few dates, you could give up the tattoo thing? I mean, you could still do something with art, I won't stop you from doing that, but when or if we decide to have kids, I don't want them around that kind of environment of drug dealers and jail thugs, no offense. OP: So you want me to quit my apprenticeship that I've been working on getting for 3 years for you, a total stranger, and do what? Like, do you see how insane you sound right now? OP: You're crazy, we just met, and you're talking about future kids and marriage and how you want me to quit my apprenticeship? John: You're too pretty to be acting like this. I'm looking for my future wife, as stated in my Hinge bio. Why swipe if you're not even serious? Women these days and your feminist propaganda. No one even will want to get tattooed by a woman. You would genuinely make such a good housewife or a children's book illustrator, and you're wasting all your potential for what? OP: I was looking for something serious too, but you're genuinely insane. John: Don't text me again until you start thinking logically about our relationship. John: Hello? John, are you thinking logically about our future now? John: Come on, don't be like that. John: Listen, I'm sorry if I was rude and sorry about the feminist stuff I said. You probably aren't even a feminist. Sometimes I get mad and just say stuff I don't mean. John: Can we start over? I can take us to dinner tonight or drinks, all on me. I can provide for you. John: I can get you out of this lifestyle if that's what you need. John: You okay? John: Getting worried I haven't gotten a response. John: Morning. Want to come to breakfast with me? John: Did you seriously report my Hinge account? John: I only matched with you and 3 other people. Now it's taken down for no reason. John, my whole profile is gone because of you. John, you're insane. I knew I couldn't save you from your lifestyle, but I tried anyways. Goodbye. End of transcript. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, definitely report, but also don't give your number out so easily. Ops response, we talked for almost 2 days before I gave him my number, but after that, I probably will just give people my social media or something. I watch way too much true crime. Commenter 1, 2 days, and your career never came up? That's wild, lol. Ops response, I assumed he knew since it's literally everywhere on my profile. I asked him his, and he didn't ask me, so I assumed he knew. Commenter 2, I like how he still let you choose between housewife and children's book illustrator. Ops response, Lamau, I know, right? What great options for me to choose from. Commenter 3, I love it when people are so deliriously idiotic that it ventures into entertaining territory. You've got hella tattoos, and your profile says let me tattoo you, and he says I thought you just answered the phones or something. Truly iconic stupidity. Ops response, like, could I have been any clearer? Lol. Commenter 4, you're too pretty to be acting like this. You genuinely make such a good housewife or children's book illustrator. What in the red pill misogynistic garbage is this twat on about? Not overreacting at all, good for you for reporting this creep. Ops response, Andrew Tate has done insane damage to men in their 20s. Ops should have reported John immediately. OP, I reported him after he told me to stop talking to him. His account didn't get taken down until like 2 days later. Update, 5 days later. So I made a post a few days ago about this guy who matched with me on Hinge and then just became completely insane after we started talking. He was upset that I was a tattoo artist, even though my entire Hinge profile had multiple sections about me being an artist. After I made the post, he texted me several times. I ignored his texts, so he went and found my Facebook. I honestly don't know how he did it because I have my Facebook settings so that you can't even find me in the search bar, and all my friends are private. After he texted me on Facebook, I blocked his number, Messenger, and Facebook. Well, today I got texts from him on Instagram, saying he was going to show up at my work. I didn't have my tattoo studio listed anywhere and have never posted which studio I work at online. This scared me. I truly do not know how he figured it out because even my tattoo page has none of it listed. He didn't text my tattoo Instagram, he texted my main Instagram profile. I called my boss after this and asked why the receptionist gave out my schedule. Apparently, this dude pretended to be my cousin. He somehow knew my cousin's name, someone my boss has tattooed before, and acted like him, asking what time I would be in tomorrow so he could get a flash tattoo. The receptionist just told my boss, hey, Op's cousin _ wants to know when Op will be here tomorrow for a small tattoo, so my boss told him. I told my boss everything that happened, and I'm not going in tomorrow to be safe. My boss said he's going to be on the lookout, but since I won't be there, everything should be fine. Maybe I'm being dramatic by not showing up. I don't actually think he'd unalive me or anything, but you never know. Anyway, here's an update for y'all. You were right, this guy was crazy. Copy of the text messages. Transcript of Op and John via Instagram and Facebook accounts. Instagram messages. John, are you ready to talk about our future yet, or are you going to keep running and blocking me? John, I'll be at Op's work tomorrow. I called, and the lady said you'd be there at like 3 for a tattoo. I obviously don't need a tattoo, so don't bring your supplies. Is that the best time to pick you up for lunch? OP, do not show up at my work. I will call the cops if I see you even drive around the premises. I am not interested, and I've blocked you 3 times now. Please just leave me alone. You're scaring me. John, how am I scaring you? I'm trying to be a nice guy and take you to lunch. I know you got trauma from whatever liberal people you dated in your past, but I'm a provider. I can provide for you. You can forget about the silly tattoo stuff and stop pretending to be so tough. You're the woman, act like it. Stop worrying about your future career in tattoos, and start worrying about our future. Seriously, I'm not blaming you for being like this. I'm blaming you for not letting me fix this. OP, what are you even talking about? Do not show up. This is your final warning. I'm not interested in whatever weird traditional wife fantasy you have going on in your head. I've never told you anything about my past. I have no trauma from past liberal boyfriends. Like, what are you talking about? OP, do not contact me again, or I'm going to the cops. Facebook messages. John, hey. John, do you remember me? John, it's redacted. We matched on Hinge, but my account got deleted. John, did you still want to grab dinner? OP, bro, what? I blocked you. How did you even find my Facebook? John, it's your name, and we live in the same hometown. Not that hard to find. John, why did you block my number? You wouldn't respond here if you weren't interested. John, so when can I pick you up? John, again, my offer still stands for the job. OP, you're seriously insane. OP, you're genuinely creeping me out now. Please leave me alone. John, how am I creeping you out when I just want to love you? John, nothing I'm doing or saying is creepy. I'm confused why you think that. I think you're just being sensitive. All I'm trying to do is be nice and buy you dinner. John, I only matched with you and 3 other people. Now it's taken down for no reason. John, my whole profile is gone because of you. John, you're insane. I knew I couldn't save you from your lifestyle, but I tried anyway. Goodbye. John, hey. John, can we talk? John, I think I was a bit too aggressive yesterday, even if you were the one who reported me. John, let's just forget about this and talk over dinner. You're a beautiful girl, and I know you seem perfect with everything, but the tattoo idea. John, if you really want to work and don't want to do kids' books or something, you can work at DriveShe with me and probably be a receptionist. John, hey love. John, are you free now? End of transcript. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you are not being dramatic. This is absolutely insane behavior. Call the cops. It will not stop there, and he will escalate the situation. You are in danger. Don't wait for the worst. Ops response, if he actually shows up at my job tomorrow, which I hope he doesn't, I will be calling the cops. I feel like if I did it now, it wouldn't be enough evidence, but if he shows up at my job after I told him not to, it will be. Commenter 2, this guy is extremely obsessive. Stay away from him because this is the kind of person who is dangerous to be around. Ops response, oh trust me, I am. I'm glad I reported him on Hinge when I did, and his account got deleted. Commenter 3, call the cops regardless. You are afraid to go to work, and the longer the paper trail, the better for a protection order if needed. Ops response, the crazy part is that I've literally never met this dude in person. Do you think they'll take it seriously even though I've never met him? I mean, he went from 0 to 100. My last post here was like, OMG haha, this dude's insane haha, now it's like, WTF? Commenter 4, take all the screenshots, history, everything, to the cops. Even if they're Southern cops. Do it immediately. This I'm a nice guy lunatic needs to be stopped. This is beyond dangerous. Please don't wait, and don't accept the cops doing nothing about it. Guys like this can murder women. Ops response, I wasn't aware until a little bit ago that you could bring the cops stuff like this for a paper trail. I will be doing that later today. Commenter 5, this should have been reported to law enforcement yesterday. This is stalking. Save all contacts he's made with you, your Hinge profile and report, and take it all to the sheriff's department immediately. He is a dangerous person, and you have every right to be scared, and should be scared. If they don't take you seriously, find a domestic violence lawyer. Ops response, fortunately, his Hinge account was banned. Unfortunately, when it got banned, I lost all the messages there. I do have screenshots of all the texts and messages he sent afterward. If I had known he would be this strange, I would have screenshot the Hinge messages before I reported him. Commenter 6, Op needs to stay safe. Ops response, I promise I'm safe. I went to the police and showed them screenshots of everything. They said since nothing has happened in person and we haven't met, there's not much they can do. But if he shows up at my work tomorrow while I'm not there, I could get a restraining order. So either he leaves, or I get a restraining order. Works for me. They said they patrol around my area, but it's a little hard as I'm in the south, in a very small town, and on the outskirts of town. Commenter 7, does Op have a dog? She needs to get security cameras. Ops response, I have a Ring doorbell, a backdoor camera, and 6 cameras inside. Not to mention my beautiful guard dog, a boxer mixed with a husky. She's loud and doesn't take kindly to strangers. We're safe tonight. Commenter 8, Op needs to tell her family and friends so she can have a safe plan. Ops response, trust me, my family is notified. My friend is staying with me tonight. I never gave my address, but just to be safe. My daughter got pushed and threatened at camp by a kid who wouldn't stop even after being suspended, so she punched him in self-defense and now my family acts like I raised a criminal, and I'm stuck deciding if protecting her makes me the bad mom. Posted by you/Lev, Brie, or Fry, Carbs. I need to see if I'm crazy here. My kid, 13F, has a bully. He's one of those kids who's related to someone in the school district. We've had multiple issues with this kid harassing my child, and sadly, my kid is bullied a lot. We're actually switching her into a new school because the public schools have done nothing, and this past semester it got physical. The bully pushed her, and she stumbled back. Fortunately, there were only scratches, but I was livid. The bully got suspended, but he's been suspended before. I tried talking to the parents, and they made excuses, the wildest being that they'll probably end up together someday because of how they argue. I told them, under no uncertain terms, that their son is not to even look at my daughter, and his only words to her need to be an apology. I got the well, he's suspended, so what else do you want? Argument. This summer, she was in STEM camp, and she begged to be signed up, but so was the bully. This time, during their outdoor break, the teacher was physically on his phone when the bully, in full view of multiple students, pushed my daughter and she turned and punched him in the stomach. The bully is now up for possible suspension from the camp, not the district, but I lodged another formal complaint, this time threatening a lawsuit. I asked my daughter if she defended herself, and she said she was afraid he was going to hurt her because he threatened to knock her out. I said, okay. Good job defending yourself. Glad you're okay. Let's just catch a movie and decompress. I told my siblings on Father's Day and was immediately told by my eldest brother and his wife that I should never have encouraged her to fight anyone. I argue that I didn't. I am glad she defended herself when she was scared and the person I trusted her cared was not even paying attention. They argued that now she will see punching people as okay the next time she gets her feelings hurt, and that I am a bad parent for opening that door. Am I? I mean, if she's in trouble and in physical danger, I don't want her to ever think she will get in trouble for defending herself, but now I'm second-guessing everything. She's seemingly okay now, and I took the week off so we can celebrate Juneteenth together and just decompress from it, but I want her to grow up and be safe. Am I the jerk for saying good job? Multiple students confirm her story, so no, I don't think she's lying or started a fight for no reason. She's as level-headed as they come, and I won't say she's never lied to me, but I tend to know when she does. Cameras are being checked because I formally requested it today. I am not a dad, but a mom. Not everyone agreed with my brother, but enough of them did that made me question him, and he and his wife were very insistent. Update 1, 1 week later. So about a week ago, I posted about bullying with my kid, 13F. I mentioned this bully is a relative of someone who works high up in our district. I went into a meeting with the district after my formal request for the camera footage of the event, and I continued to follow up via email and call but kept getting stonewalled. I was frustrated, so I spoke with my BFF who works in education, and she suggested a police report would, quote, put a Bunsen burner under their asses. She was right. Once I had a copy of my report for the assault and armed with all my past complaints and emails with the resource officer of the kids' school, I sent it to my point of contact with the district. It was a freaking miracle. I got a call the same day. A meeting was arranged, and I meet with them next week. Juneteenth was wonderful, and my kid had a blast. She hasn't been punished, and honestly, I was really enjoying spending time with her, so we took advantage of the time, saw a movie, went shopping, etc. I work a lot and am a single mom, so free time outside the general weekends has been rare, especially now that she's doing camps, making friends, and wanting to do sleepovers and such. I posted some photos on my private account, and my brother sent me a text. I won't go into everything because his message was long, but basically, he said I am spoiling her when she should be punished for fighting in school, and I will be raising a criminal. I told him he can mind his business and his own children, and he said, she's not even really yours, and I lost it. My message back was that he's not been supportive since my husband died, and come to think of it, he wasn't supportive when we married. So I don't take his opinion on my daughter with any high regard. If he and his wife want to instill in children that they should let someone hurt them or others, and bullies should have their way, then maybe it's time we spent less time around them. We were going to go to the birthday party for my sister-in-law before all of this happened, a family event. I think my daughter and I will skip that for now. And before it's asked, she is not biologically my daughter, but legally and in the fact that I love her more than anything. I formally adopted her when she was 2 after I married her father. He passed away when she was 6, and I've had sole custody since. Her biological mother is not in the picture. Since my husband passed, it's just been me and her day-to-day. I hope to update after the school meeting. Update 2, 9 days later. We had the meeting over Zoom. I came in expecting to have to come in guns blazing like a maniac. I was ready to go off, go fully feral, but I guess all the legal work I've been doing around this was sufficient fire under their rears. I was indirectly asked to not further involve authorities. The footage finally found proved my daughter's story. With this evidence and all the stuff I've managed to bring to the table, plus having a lawyer's contact info sent to them, they finally expelled the kid. I was assured he will not be at school next semester. It was a win, but not enough for me to stop the legal actions. Maybe that makes me the jerk, but I don't care. Charges are being pressed for assault, armed with a video. Here, it's not life-ruining unless he keeps the pattern of abuse. I'm also looking to get my kid in a STEM-oriented school since that's her passion right now. I looked at packages and tuitions, and it will be tight but doable, and I truly believe she's gifted, smart, and hardworking enough that giving her a chance to explore this is worth any inconvenience. That should be it, right? Oh, you sweet summer child. My daughter doesn't even know about the meeting. She's been happily in camp elsewhere during the day. But a few days ago, she asked me, Mama, do you think I'm a bad person? And I told her that I didn't. She asked why her uncle thinks so. I asked what she meant. My beloved brother's stepson has been texting my daughter as they are actually close. My brother has been speaking poorly about my kid. He calls her my stray kitten and not real family. That did it. I'm having a barbecue at my place for July 4th, and I formally uninvited him and his wife. I sent him a text stating that the way he treats me and my kid is simply unacceptable. I am a mom, and my duty is to my kid. I cannot have someone who looks down on her and treats her badly come into her home where she is to be safe. He is not a safe person for my child and thus not welcome in my home. My brother lost his mind on me so badly, I had to mute his number for a while to get some peace. He started with put-downs and insults, but then he went for my kid. He called her some terrible things and then said that I am brain dead for keeping my stray after all the trouble she's made. I just asked, wow. What is your problem with her, really? You're doing the most to hate her. How does a grown man get off hating a literal child? He told me to go away. I sent screenshots to Mom. Yeah, I tattled. I'm grown. I don't care anymore. He is my brother. I love him, but I do not like him, and if he's going to show his whole attitude, I may as well fetch Mom so she can intervene. That was an hour ago. My kid and I headed out for pizza. He better be glad it's our mom and not me about to hand him his own hind. Tonight I will try to talk to my daughter about the school and, sadly, that uncle and auntie are not safe and will not be around, and we may be taking some time just her and me. We are a team, me and her against the world. I will always have her back. Oh, and she and I will together be taking Krav Maga? Thanks for the suggestions. With the bully dealt with, I think this is my final update, so I wanted to say thanks to everyone who kept this mama sane and were supportive. It's crazy how simple, kind, and affirming words can bolster a person. For those who've shared stories of being bullied, I'm sorry you went through that, and as for your bullies, may a popcorn kernel be lodged in each tooth and unreachable every single day. Love always. Chavi and V. Update 3, 3 days later. I am without words. A couple of days ago, I told my eldest brother, Mark, and by proxy, also his wife, Julie, to stick it where the sun doesn't shine, after Mark went on a text storm about my adopted daughter. For background, my daughter, Vivi, may not be biologically mine, but she is my daughter. I've known her since her first year of life, and I've been her mom since. I married her father when she was too small to even really remember, and I legally adopted her. She's only ever called me Mama. When my husband passed away, it became me and her against the world, the dynamic duo. Recently, Vivi didn't start a fight but finished one with a bully she had endured for much longer than she should have had to. The whole saga is on my account if you want all those details, but the short version is she ended up defending herself physically. He's now expelled. My daughter was not punished at home. In fact, I told her good job on defending herself. That's when my butt-crack-brained brother got on his nonsense. He never liked my late husband, and even less so our daughter, and he always had something rude to say about them. But this sent him into a huge tirade about how Vivi will grow up to be a criminal, that I'm encouraging violence, and that the next time she gets her feelings hurt, she will think it's okay to start a fight. Julie said she is concerned because single-parent households produce angry and bottled-up children who are far more likely to end up in jail. I told them I never asked for their opinions, and the rest of my siblings agreed with me. But my brother wasn't done. He texted me vile things about my daughter, and his stepson sent videos and screenshots of my brother calling her a stray kitten, his apparent favorite insult, and saying that she is not my child, and so on. I uninvited him to my 4th of July barbecue, told him he was not to talk to or even look at my child until he fixed his attitude, and he just doubled down. Let me be clear. He is the eldest, but he is adopted too. He is biologically my cousin. 2 of his 4 kids are stepchildren. Julie is a widow. His hypocrisy is breathtaking. So I had my daughter send over all the evidence she had and deleted off her phone, and I took all my screenshots and the like and sent them to my mom. I snitched so hard. I don't have time for this nonsense. I don't know what she said to him, but she called me back a few hours later and told me to let her know if he decides to show his whole self again. She talked to Vivi on speaker while I finished making us some treats before bed and told her that she loves her very much, that Uncle Mark is being a jerk, and if he or Aunt Julie try to bother Vivi or me again, to tell her. It rained like crazy on the 4th, so my barbecue only had a handful of family members who lived near me and some friends. Vivi was happy, kicking her other uncles' butts at Mario Kart, and all the adults were drinking and dancing or watching the rain on my porch when who walks in? Mark, Julie, and their 4 kids. Julie strolls right up to me with a whole chicken and asks where she can put it down. I was like, sorry, what? I asked her what she was doing here and why they were there. Apparently, my dear old brother didn't tell her about our most recent spat and the invitation being revoked. She looked truly shocked. I'm livid by this point, but the kids are playing video games and Vivi looks happy. She's pointedly ignoring my brother, who said hello to her, and when he doesn't get an answer, he throws his hands up and says, "So much for manners." My other brother, Zeke, just goes up to him and starts talking quietly. I could hear Mark arguing, but Zeke just kept his hand on his shoulder. I looked at Julie, who looked like she was in panic/fix-it mode. I told her, "Listen, if they want to leave the kids here for a couple hours, that's fine, but my brother is not welcome in my home, so she will have to be the one to pick them up." She thanked me and went to my brother, who now had both our other brothers talking to him. They all walked him out. I heard him say, "Kids, let's go," and his wife said, Kids, I'll be back by 3. Be good," and pulled him out. I sent him a text reminding him not to speak to my child and that he is not welcome in my home until he apologizes for all the verbal abuse towards Vivi and fixes his attitude about her. My stepdad and mom arrived not long after, and when he was told what happened, Dad started to take his pipe to the porch and sat right next to the front door. Mom arranged it with Julie that she would take the kids home when she leaves, and we managed to have a good time. Today is Sunday. My mom had asked us all to go this week, so we did. She warned me Mark might be there. I warned Vivi, and she said it was fine. I told Mom it's fine, but Mark needs to give Vivi a wide berth. And I told Mark via text that he is to stay away from my child. He replied, "I don't need reminders." Okay then. The service went fine. I'm not much of a church person, but Vivi had a solo and sang beautifully, so this mama is happy. There was food happening in the event hall, and Vivi asked if she could stay a while and chat with her friends. Sure, I said. Have fun. All was well for about 45 minutes. I was sitting with stepdad and one of my brothers when Mark came over to say his goodbyes. Everyone got a hug except me. Fine by me. He said, "Kitty did a good job up there." And I said, "Who?" I could see in that moment he knew he messed up. I don't know if he meant to say Kitty or not, and I don't rightly care. I said, "Who?" Again, and he muttered, "Vivica," and I nodded and told him that is her name, the same name she's had the whole time. Julie tried to get him to leave, and he was almost gone when Vivi and her friends came up. She told me later she saw her uncle come up to us and not hug me, and that made her mad. So she came up to be near me for support with her friends. I did tell her that I'm grown and don't need her to come to my defense, it's my job to protect her, not the other way around. Her response? Just a nod. Kids. Mark complimented Vivi, and she gave a very plain, "Thanks," then asked if I was ready to go. I said, "Sure, if she is." Mark sent me a short text telling me I embarrassed him and our whole family with my show. He's upset now because we don't need to make our issues everyone's business at church, and I don't even go to church, so why invade his safe space? He called me immature and said that I need to stay away from his kids so I don't teach them poor manners. I haven't even responded. Vivi is getting dressed, and we are going to my mom's for lunch. Stepdad said Mark outright refused to come when he confirmed I would be there. Mark has told our parents that if I'm somewhere, he won't be there. My reply? Does he promise? I told my dad that if he wants to be this way, we can just go full NC. I don't have patience for this nonsense, and that also means I am not helping out next time he needs anything. I'm out. Dad got quiet and said he gets it but to remember that Mark's kids did nothing. He's okay if I want to stick it to Mark but asks I don't friendly fire the children. I told him we'll talk when we get there. He's going to want to bring up our family vacation, which I took care of, including the hotel and passes, because my job is within that industry. I'm usually the go-to for these things. We are supposed to go for the first week of August. We try to do one vacation as a big extended family per year. We'll see how this goes. Update 4, next day. Sorry, I posted this the day after I wrote it. I'm tired. It seems I picked the right sub for this, because Mark is on his nonsense once again. Last night went somewhere. My kid and I arrived, and she immediately went off to play with her cousins. I sat on the lawn with my stepdad and Zeke, who was already there. Mom was in the kitchen. I did ask if she needed help, but I got the usual, "Y'all need to get out my kitchen," so I retreated for my safety. Julie did come, and she came straight to me asking if it was all right. I told her my issue is with Mark, but I still feel a certain way about her words regarding my kid and single parents. We did talk. Julie is the product of a single-parent house, which I didn't know. As far as I knew, both her parents were dead, and she strongly feels that kids need a mother and a father in the house. She did admit that Vivi is a good kid, and she thinks I do a good job with her, but when Mark is on his moments, she has just learned not to get in the way. I didn't want to pry, but I did ask if she was all right. She gave me a look like don't even go there, so I backed off. I told her that I love the kids and will do all I can for them, but Mark is really working on his ticket to NC Foreverville. I love him, but I don't like him, and he is a real and present threat to my kid and her well-being. She said she understood and hopes that she and I can still get along, at least for the sake of the kids, so that they aren't also cut off. She told me that they've been having trouble lately, as her daughter Sadie and Mark have been butting heads a lot. Apparently, Sadie is just like her biological dad, stubborn. She's a good kid and has the kindest heart, but she's sensitive, Julie said, because she is an empath and expects everyone else to be too. I handed her a beer and asked what she meant because I was curious. This was the most Julie has ever opened up to me about home life, and she and I have a whole history, which I will have to post about later, which is why I always thought she just never liked me. We drank some, and she admitted that she and Mark have been at odds over the joint raising of the kids. Sadie calls him dad and is the only one of his stepchildren to do so, but they argue a lot. Recently, Sadie said she hates him and simply refuses to even look him in the eye, giving him one-word answers. Julie's eyes were watering, and she kept wiping her tears and apologizing, as it's been a lot. After Mom talked with him, he's just been so closed off. I managed to gather that when Mom called him, she immediately got to the point, asking something like, "Who does he think he is, bullying a child, her grandchild," as if she wouldn't take issue with it. He tried to say something, but she kept talking and finally asked him why he doesn't like her. He got offended and said he loves her and wants her to make something of herself, but my mom made it clear that if he is to interact with my kid, he needs to follow my rules just as I've respected his rules with his kids. Julie said Mom said verbatim, "Not your house, ain't your rules," and she told him she is so disappointed that he is treating an adoptive child the way he hated being treated. Julie said she didn't know much of what happened from there because it became a fight between the two of them. He never told her he was adopted, which is crazy to me because it's no state secret. I mean, we don't use the word adopted in our family, but by biological rules, I am my mother's only daughter and Zeke is her only son. We are no strangers to the concept of chosen family. Never have been. But Julie, by her account, was not surprised but more hurt. She actually believed that Mark was my biological father's son, making my mother his stepmom. No. Mom is biologically his aunt, but his mother passed away because of complications during childbirth. From what I know of her, I will call her Jem, she was amazingly sweet and knew the birth would possibly be life-threatening. That's why she managed to get the paperwork in place so my mother would take custody if anything happened to Jem. I told Julie as much, and she went pale and said Mark said this about my youngest brother, making it all seem like he, Mark, and I were full biological siblings and fighting. He made it seem that everyone else is adopted. It's such a confusing web of lies that I'm genuinely not even sure I have it right. Julie spent the rest of the time chatting with everyone and getting drunk. Mom let her stay over, and Dad called Mark, saying she and the kids were staying over. It's summer, and the kids will be fine with Mom and Poppy's pool and whatnot. Mom got Julie to the guest room, and I started to ask questions as the kids were watching a movie in the living room. What the hell is with Mark? Why is this even happening? He was not always like this, so honestly, what the heck? I was so mad. You don't have to believe me, but I am generally very even-keeled. I am chill most of the time. I tend to be the gal who wants to calmly talk things out, one-on-one. Don't make a scene. But this is my kid. I've been calm enough. And this is her uncle. We can try to dance around each other, but this will come to a head eventually. My kid loves her cousins. It will hurt her much more than it will hurt me or him. And if his ego is worth more than my child's well-being, he is no brother of mine. Anyone who is out to hurt Bibi is no family. I may not have birthed her, but I damn well love her, and I won't be that parent who forces her to make nice for family when family causes her pain. Mom got quiet, and my dad made this angry sad something face and walked off. Mom pulled me into the backyard, and we sat in the garden. She said she wasn't telling me any of this to excuse Mark at all, but she feels some of this is her fault. Mark came to her about his biological parents, and when he found out his father abandoned them, he became very upset. Mom said he was asking because my father, Mark's adoptive father, was distant with him. She said my father, got better as time went on, but he did use the phrase stray kitten a couple of times. I feel bad for him. I do. But it's not enough for me to feel like I need to fix this. So I told her that this is very sad, but he kept his origin a secret from his own wife, his stepchildren hate him, and this is already out of control. Him bullying my kid is a symptom of it, but even still, he doesn't get a pass. She agreed. She said she made a choice. Vacation can still happen with my help, but he will no longer be invited. She said Julie is permitted, but under strict rules, and the kids are coming, but I can pull the plug if I want, and it can just be a sleepover at her place with the kids while all the parents enjoy kid-free nights. I told her I would tell her by Tuesday. Bibi is at a sleepover with her best friend, and I have work to do tonight, so I have a lot on my mind, but I figured I owed an update on this. I'm just tired mostly, but I am not backing down. Mom said she will talk to Mark again, but I said that even if he stopped his insults, I would need an apology to Vivi and for him to find help. I love Mark, and I feel for him because I feel like he is just sad now. He feels alone. He's not. He's been my brother forever, and he's been family since before I was born. I will always love him, but he's being a jerk. And if he's not a safe person for my kid, he isn't allowed near us. Plain and simple. I won't pretend this is easy. It's torture. We as a family are really close, but I can't torment my own child and obligate her to be around a person who mistreats her. I will not teach her to be small for bullies, even if the bully is family. I got this text from him an hour ago. Okay, you win. I didn't answer. He sent. Please, sissy. I can't take it anymore. I didn't respond, so after 5 missed calls, he sent. I get it. I'm not your brother. Okay. But I am family. Can you recognize that? I didn't treat Bea well. Sorry. She's great. Okay. Love you. Talk to me? I need to talk to you. Okay? I didn't reply, and then he sent. Mom has my kid, so I'm going to watch that Megan 2.0 movie a bit. I know I will seem like a bad parent, and I own that. I just need a second. I'm due to pick her up in a few hours, so here I am waiting to go into the theater. Update 5, next day. Well, things have officially hit the fan. Vivi, thankfully, was not home for any of it. Mom had her until her sleepover, so she's been at a friend's. I took the time to enjoy some peace, watch Bob's Burgers, and drink some whiskey. I was taking the time to feel my feelings about it all, and not worry about Vivi stumbling in on me being upset. She's 13F, going on 45, but I don't want to burden her with worrying about me. The truth is, this all hurts like hell. I love my brother, and his behavior is painful. Cutting him off is painful. It's a shame it's all come to this. There was banging on the door. It was aggressive, so I grabbed my baseball bat and looked through my doorbell cam. Mark was drunk and crying. I spoke with him through the doorbell cam as I texted my family. We had a long talk while Zeke was on his way to come get him. I listened as he complained that I loved my brat more than him. I asked how he expected a mother to not protect her kid. We argued, and he said some nasty things, but it finally came out that he was bullied by some family members and people from school when he was younger. He was told he wouldn't amount to anything, and that's why he worked so hard to get his degrees and his job. It was awful to hear what he went through. From what I could gather, as he was drunk, it was something no kid should go through. But how does that excuse the way he's come at my child and at me? How does it make it okay that my child is asking if she's a bad person because he has put it in her head that she's some unwanted stray? He didn't argue and even apologized. He said he couldn't survive without family and asked me to please not abandon him. He promised he would do better. He begged me not to turn everyone against him. Zeke came up and told me to keep the door locked. Mark swung, and they scuffed on my porch for about 10 seconds before Mark stopped and just sat down sobbing. It was messy. Zeke told me not to worry, and that we'd catch up tomorrow. Later, he texted me in a group chat with our other brother, Zion, and my sister, Saria, explaining that Mark and Zion were having drinks at a local bar. Zion wanted to find out what was making Mark act out this way. Mark told him about being abused and that he was called a stray kitten. He always felt like he was not really family, especially when we all started to grow up and get married, and some had children. He wanted things to stay the way they were, but now his family is breaking apart. Then Zaria moved in with her girlfriend, and my parents talked about selling the house for a smaller one now that the kids are all out of the house. Apparently, Sadie told him he wasn't her real dad in an argument, and Julie started talking about a trial separation. I have no context for these things, just that they happened. And then he and I started bickering, Mark's words, not mine, and it became everyone turning against him, and he felt iced out and abandoned. Zion told Mark that he should get therapy, as Zion is a psychologist and knows of peers who might be able to help. Mark got angry and stormed out, then an hour or so later, he was on my porch. When Zeke got to him, he helped him into the car, and Mark ranted that he hated himself, and now everyone else does too. He started talking about dark thoughts and self-harm, and Zeke decided to take him to Mom and Dad. He sobered up, and Julie read him the riot act for disappearing and acting out. She's making it clear that she and the kids will be at the house, and he needs to stay away for at least a week. Dad says Mark is broken and won't even speak more than 3 words at a time. He's just been lying around and took time off work. We've all essentially given him an ultimatum, for his marriage to be saved, per Julie, for him to be permitted near me and not excluded from family events I host or pay for, and to continue to have help from Mom and Dad. He has to do therapy. He's saying fine, and not much else. He sent me one text a moment ago, sorry, and nothing else. I texted my parents, and they said he's physically okay, just on his laptop. I'm worried about my brother, but I can't get distracted. Vivi is my focus, and she also needs therapy. I want to get her in before the family vacation if possible, but I don't know if it's possible. I have a lot of research to do. Thankfully, I have tonight and tomorrow with the house to myself, as Vivi is enjoying her time at a friend's and wants to stay over again tonight. Then they are on a sleepover field trip tomorrow night. I will take tonight to research and see a movie or something, and tomorrow check in with my family. It's a lot. I'm texting Julie now to see about my nieces and nephews. I just want this all to be over. Update 6, 3 weeks later. I am using this as my journal of sorts. I don't really talk much about my feelings to others, so this will have to do for now. My brother has finally agreed to our terms. He sent a written apology to my home via mail for my kid. Because of how it was written, I only gave her the last page, which was only 5 lines of an apology. The rest of the letter contained reasons and excuses that she didn't need to see. I did tell her this, and that when she is 18, if she wants to read it, that will be her choice. I won't get rid of them. I don't believe in hiding things, but she's a child right now, so for now, it goes in the vault. I received my own letter via mail as well, which is how I know he is now seeking help. The idea of losing his wife and kids has broken him, he says, and he realizes that he had a lot of love for me, of course, but also a lot of resentment. This requires some background to explain. I was a difficult pregnancy. He saw our mom largely in pain, or at least discomfort, at least weekly. Me being the cause, and the fact that I was coming, the girl she greatly wanted, made him resent me. But we became close. I loved him, idolized him even, and we were tight until I met my late husband. He hated him from the start, and he admits that. The letter says his hate was less about my husband not sharing opinions with him, but more because my attention was then on my husband, boyfriend at the time, and later on his daughter, my kid. I talked to Mom on an unrelated phone call, and she asked if I got the letters. I said I did, and I read my kid's letter back. My kid is so strong. She forgave her uncle, but will not forget and does not want him around her. She does not trust him, but will be civil. He is not entitled to her life. She noted that I am on her side, as are her grandparents, my parents. She expressed disappointment in him for not making better choices and asserted her hope that he is kinder to his own kids. She hasn't sent this letter yet, but this is the summary of it. I've told my mom that vacation is happening, but he is not invited. I have also spoken to his wife. We're okay. She will be at vacation with the kids. My rage has sort of given way to just sadness and exhaustion. It's a good thing my kid is strong as hell, in addition to her kind heart, but I am not taking that for granted. Therapy and communication are always key, and I am not alone. My siblings, not the brother, have stepped up and have been helping out. I don't feel so alone now. If anything, I feel smothered. So, I guess we're just taking it one day at a time. Thanks for letting me vent. It helps now that I've written this out. I told my husband exactly what I wanted for my birthday. He insisted on a surprise. I went out for a quick errand, came back expecting fun, and instead my mom is here while he's downstairs gaming, and I'm realizing gifts don't fix being completely ignored. Posted by you/accurate swimmer 326. It is my 41th birthday today. My husband, 49M, of 19 years can be a jerk. I don't need anyone to tell me that. His bad behavior is few and far between though. Most of the time we get along, love each other, our intimate life is great and fairly frequent. He is very unselfish in bed, cleans up around the house, and is ready to jump in and do whatever needs to get done with the kids. Generally, he is a good husband with some bad qualities. The problem arises when we try to resolve conflict, and he is extremely defensive to the point it's aggressive. Hence my post. Last year on my birthday, I didn't tell him clearly enough what I wanted him to do while we planned the evening. He ended up snapping at me, then refusing to speak to me, and I ended up crying while driving myself and our kids to the trampoline park. That's where I wanted to go. I love it, he doesn't. This year I was clear. I said I wanted to do the pool or another type of adventure park nearby, something like Dave and Buster's but also with a zip line. He said, "Oh no, don't plan anything, he has a surprise." While I was out running a quick errand with my daughter today, he told me to come home because the surprise was almost ready. It was that he invited my mother over for the day. My mother and I aren't close. She is emotionally cold and distant to the point she can be rude to me, and he knows our relationship is unfulfilling at best and disappointing at worst. She will sometimes just pretend I'm not speaking and start talking to someone else while I am mid-sentence. We don't spend time together, and my husband doesn't particularly like her either. So far, he has spent the day giving us 20 minutes at the table having cake, then he went in our hot tub alone. Now he's downstairs playing video games. I'm stuck here with my mom, who will probably stay until bedtime. I feel like my day is ruined again, and I'm seething mad. In all fairness to him, he bought me flowers and several pieces of Coach jewelry, even though I don't wear jewelry, which he knows. I feel like he threw money at it, invited my mom to babysit me, so now he can do what he wants. How do I bring this up without causing a raging argument? I feel angry and overlooked. I feel like I was handled and then bailed on. Please give me some blueprint for how to handle this. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. That, my dear stranger, is total nonsense. That's not a birthday, that's punishment with a consolation prize. May I suggest that you plan your own birthday celebrations going forward? He should not contribute anything at all. Happy birthday and sorry. Ops response, thank you. I tried to plan it. That's when I was told not to because of said surprise. I guess I need to plan it earlier and more forcefully. Commenter 2, next time tell him, no, I will plan my birthdays. He 100% knew he screwed you over and bailed on you. He chose this. You told him what you wanted, and he decided to do something miserable and bail on you. Does he even love you? Are there other issues? Ops response, I'm not sure. I think he wants to love me, being a family guy is important to him after having no dad in his life growing up. Does he love me? I don't know. We get along well 99% of the time, but I don't force this issue anymore. His work keeps him away a lot of the time, so I live in a sweet little bubble with my kids. I am close with them, even the teens. I try to let them and my religious faith meet all my needs. That's difficult when I feel actively hurt. Update 1, one day later. We spoke about it today. It began with some defensiveness but calmed down after a few minutes to regroup. His answer to me was that in mentioning how good my mom was doing in her grieving process, he interpreted that to mean my relationship with her was doing well. He actually invited my sister and brother-in-law, who couldn't make it at the last minute. She is late in pregnancy and has frequent migraines now. It wasn't just my mom, which makes way more sense to me. I told him I was disappointed. He asked if I wanted to go out Friday to a movie and dinner. I said no, I want to do the water park, so he agreed. He is presently on the website to buy tickets. I also wanted to address a few comments suggesting that getting along isn't the same as being happy, and it's possible I phrased it wrong. We actually have a good time together. It isn't just non-argumentative, it is good. Like, he rubs my back, picks up my prescriptions, and notices when I'm stressed and asks if I need an afternoon out. We are horrible at conflict resolution, that's it. I make his appointments, light the fireplace, and make dinner so it's welcoming when he walks in the door. I am aware that I'm the partner who cares more. It is what it is. He is presently watching cartoons and painting our daughter's nails. My romantic fulfillment isn't the only thing at play here, and it also isn't an unsolvable problem. I appreciate all the responses. Thank you for taking the time to offer support, suggestions, and your own experiences. They were heartfelt and personal, and I don't take any of that lightly. Relevant comments. Op added in the comments, yes, I know we have issues. I realize his behavior is not acceptable. I also realize that half the problem is that I've been accepting it. As pathologically defensive as he is, I'm pathologically averse to conflict. I'll eat something for 10 years because I am scared to say anything to anyone. This is not just him, it's my whole family. I'm a product of my environment too. Commenter, how is her husband around holidays? Ops response, no, he's usually pretty decent about holidays. He stays up to wrap all the presents. I make a house full of rhyming clues for the kids to find their Easter baskets and Christmas stockings, which he gets into if he's home. When I said idyllic little bubble, I meant it. Abandoned kid, never saw anything like this up close, so he learns as he goes. He has had to relearn everything that ever helped him survive, and he's gotten past a lot, mostly through counseling and recovery programs. I want to make this as balanced as possible, because I hate stories that paint one person as a hero and one as a villain by cherry-picking information. I'm aware his faults regarding his temper are extremely toxic. This is a person with good traits who will see a single mom and her kids in line at Subway and slip the cashier enough to buy their whole meal without breathing a word that it was him, and who cut my dad's lawn an hour away when his heart condition made it impossible to walk across the yard. He is ready to apologize after he realizes he screwed up. He doesn't gaslight me or blame me later. Update 2, 11 months later. I'm about to turn 42, so time for an update. This past year, we got to a point of no return that forced us into counseling. It has been nothing like I thought it would be. The program itself requires you to stay in your circle, which means you can only answer the questions in the material about yourself, like your habits and beliefs. Like I explained before, my religious faith prioritizes faithfulness, humility, and self-denial in marriage, but as it turns out, codependency is not a sacrificial value. It's just being a self-aggrandizing martyr and stepping over all the other boundaries God sets for married couples. My biblical advice would be to not. Forgiveness and patience are good, but being a doormat who is allowing wrongdoing in your home is not. His progress has run parallel to mine, recognizing destructive and abusive patterns, and understanding that those were his problems to solve, not mine. It didn't matter if I said something benign that triggered his PTSD or smashed his windshield with a baseball bat, his response was still his own responsibility, and a perceived attack or even a real one didn't give him the right to hurt me, not physically, but still very real, with his temper. I reread a lot of these comments, and some had made wild assumptions and some hit the nail on the head. He was selfish on certain issues, and I had neither the self-esteem nor the courage to speak up on those matters. So here we are, a month shy of a year later, having done the hard things. Still doing the hard things, which is being honest about ourselves, to God, our tribe, and each other. It's unfamiliar territory. I feel incredibly vulnerable, but I don't want my girls to grow up and repeat this. I have an obligation to show them that people can do better if they want. He apologized to our daughters the other day for how he behaved in front of them, then to our son, but first and foremost to me. We're planning a trip for my birthday without my mother. I guess after all is said and done, you know your partner. I knew he could change. I knew he wasn't playing a role but that he wanted to be more and just lacked the skills. I knew I should change, but I felt I couldn't, and it was all on him to be better, so it would be easier for me to be codependent and anxious. If you know your partner has the character and commitment to change, he can. If you think the problems have nothing to do with you, you're wrong, even if you're just allowing them to continue. Forgiveness without accountability is really just permission to do it again. Thanks, everyone, for taking the time to read and respond. Blessings to all.
My parents and my brother have been pressuring us to wait 5 years for my brother's release from prison, and after he got mad at me for even mentioning marriage, my fiancé and I just decided to elope at the courthouse on Friday, and now my family won't even speak to me. Posted by you/account throwaway 2929. Ever since I got engaged a month ago, my parents, my brother, and some of my other family members have been pressuring us to wait to get married until my other brother is released from prison. I, 29M, and my fiancé, 29F, plan to have the wedding in November. My brother will be in prison for at least another 5 years. There is no guarantee he will be released then, that is just the earliest he could be released. My brother went to prison over my nephew's passing. My brother and his wife were convicted of manslaughter because the law required everyone on the boat to wear a life jacket, and my nephew wasn't wearing one. His passing destroyed my entire family. I don't want to wait another 5 years, and neither does my fiancé. We have been together for 3 years, and we are ready now. I know my brother going to prison was hard on everyone, including me. I have missed him being around for so many years. I thought if I talked to my brother, he would be understanding and tell everyone to stop pressuring us, but instead he got mad at me for wanting to get married while he was in prison. After that, my fiancé and I decided we are just going to the courthouse on Friday by ourselves. No one in her family will care if we elope, and honestly, we are done with the pressure. We aren't going to tell anyone until afterwards. Neither of us care about having a big wedding, and I am so tired of everyone telling us to wait until my brother gets out. I don't care if anyone is angry with us. I honestly don't. Relevant comments. In response to a downvoted commenter, but I liked Op's response. I said right in the post that my brother going to prison has been hard on me and that I've missed having him around during all the years he's been in prison. I don't condone what he did, and I'm upset he wants me to delay the wedding, but I am allowed to have more than one feeling about something. You have no idea what you're talking about. Commenter 1, alternatively, see if an off-site video visit would be possible during any events, so that the brother can feel like they're part of the family even though they are doing time. Edit, if you really want to be absurd with this, have someone do the actual ceremony inside the jail during a visit, so the brother can at least watch. Op's response, neither of those would be allowed under the prison rules and policies. There is absolutely no chance, and I wouldn't have my wedding inside a prison anyway. Commenter 2, your family is really entitled. The world isn't waiting for your brother to get out of prison. Your entire family is insane for thinking you had to wait. Obviously, your brother didn't ask for permission to commit his crimes, so him getting upset that you're living your life is ridiculous. Update, 1 week later. I just want to say how much I appreciated the supportive comments in my first post. My wife and I did go to the courthouse on Friday, just the two of us. We, 29F and 29M, didn't tell a single person beforehand. We spent Friday and Saturday at home together. Today, before my wife and I both went to work, we called her parents and her sisters to tell them, and then we called my parents. After that, we emailed or messaged some other family and friends. Everyone in her family understood why we eloped. My family, not so much, but I don't care after the way they acted. My brother and his wife have been in prison for several years already, and the earliest they could be released is the year 2030. They are in prison for manslaughter because of my nephew's passing. The law requires everyone on the boat to wear a life jacket. No one on board, including my toddler nephew, was wearing one. My brother and my sister-in-law were both convicted of manslaughter after my nephew passed away. My wife and I didn't want to wait 5 years to get married. Also, prison rules wouldn't allow my brother to watch a live stream or see a video later on. We didn't want to have a vow renewal or reception after my brother gets out. We don't see a need to have another ceremony or to delay our reception. We have been clear to everyone we know that we don't want another ceremony or reception, now or later. We don't think there's anything wrong with the focus being on the couple on their wedding day and not one of the guests. I absolutely hate what my brother did, and I was angry at him for a long time. My nephew was a toddler, and I think about him all the time and what he would be like now. I also miss my brother being around, and this tragedy and my brother going to jail has been difficult for everyone in my family, including me. It doesn't mean I can't be angry at my brother for how he acted about my wedding, but outside of that, I still do miss my brother. I don't regret eloping, though. Friday was the best day, and I love my wife. We have no regrets about our courthouse wedding. Relevant comments. Commenter 3, I'm truly sorry about your family's situation, and I admire your decision to prioritize your happiness. It's understandable that you didn't want to wait, and it's great that you found a way to make it work for both of you. Ops response, thank you. I thought I would feel guilty about eloping and not telling my family about it, but I don't. My wife and I are happy and have no guilt about any of it. Update 2, 20 days later. No one in my wife's family was upset. Her parents, her sisters, and everyone else are happy for us. My family is different. My brother in prison, my mother, my father, my other brother, and the rest of my family are upset. My brother refused to see me when I went to the prison to visit him after I got married. He doesn't want to speak on the phone. He is upset that I got married without him there. But my wife and I didn't want to wait to get married. If my brother was not released in 2030, we would have had to wait even longer. We also did not want to have our wedding be taken over by my brother if he was just released from prison. I don't think there is anything wrong with a couple wanting the attention on them when they get married, and not on someone else. We didn't want to have a reception later on either. Also, I know it might be hard for some people to understand, but I still do love my brother even after what he did. I am angry at him for what happened, and I miss my nephew. Both things are possible to feel at the same time. I understand he should be in prison. My other brother has 2 sons, and my nephew who passed away was the first child and grandchild in my family, and we all miss him so much. It ruined my family. My whole family, my parents, and my brothers are still really upset. I am not really speaking with them, and I'm not speaking with my brother in prison at all. I don't care what they think, though, and I wouldn't change my wedding. My wife and I are happy. I won't be posting any more updates because this is over now. I wanted to thank everyone who was supportive in the comments. I also got comments and messages accusing me of lying because the day we eloped was an American holiday, but my country doesn't celebrate that holiday. It was a normal day here. I hope my English was clear enough in all my posts that everything makes sense.
My boyfriend promised me carrot cake for my birthday, but he shows up with a chocolate cake instead, and now I'm stuck pretending to smile while everyone eats it, and we're still awkwardly tiptoeing around each other because he called me childish, and I'm low-key reconsidering everything. Posted by you/wishgirl. Alright, so my birthday was a couple of days ago, and I asked my boyfriend, 24M, like a week before to get me a carrot cake. While I know it's not a popular choice for a birthday cake, it's my favorite and practically the only flavor of cake I like, besides red velvet, but I wasn't feeling it, to be honest. Keeping in mind that I was going to have a birthday party with my friends, my boyfriend suggested that I get a flavor that people like, which I'd understand maybe if it was a huge party with tons of people, but I know my friends, and I know they wouldn't mind carrot cake at all, and I told him that my friends would be fine with carrot cake and to get it anyway. Anyways, fast forward to my birthday, my boyfriend goes and gets the cake from the shop in the afternoon, and I don't get to see it since I'm getting ready, but he doesn't mention anything to me about it, so I think nothing of it since I like a surprise. My friends arrive, and everything's going great until it's time for the cake to be served. We gather around the table and everyone sings happy birthday while my boyfriend brings out the cake, and to my horror, I see this big chocolate cake in his hands. I hate chocolate cake. It makes me sick. He knows I hate chocolate cake. My face fell when I saw it, but I obviously didn't say anything at the time. However, I did give my boyfriend a glare or two, which he clearly picked up on since he kept insisting I eat the cake in front of everyone as we were serving it out. Something about that made me angry in the moment, and I refused to try the cake at all. I cut it, I blew out the candles, I handed it out to everyone, but I didn't try it myself. I don't think the others took huge notice, but once the party ended, I started getting unready when my boyfriend comes into our room and is like, "Why do you have to act like a child all the time?" And I'm like, "What the hell?" And he's like, "You have to make a scene just because I didn't get your carrot cake," and he went on about how nobody likes carrot cake, how I'm spoiled and selfish, and looked stupid not eating cake at my own birthday. And then claimed he couldn't find carrot cake, which is crazy because, 1, I've never not gone to that shop and not seen carrot cake, and 2, even if there wasn't any, he could have picked any other flavor besides the only one I hate. I told him that, and he just got really upset like I was the one who started the fight, and started going on about how I was overreacting over cake and how he tried his best to make this birthday good for me, which in fairness is true since he put a lot of effort into organizing it for me, but honestly, I was just livid then. Now we're still kind of off about it, and neither of us has really apologized or anything, but I'm starting to think I did overreact over cake, and I probably should have just eaten it and then talked to him later, but I don't know. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. How do you not know that red velvet cake is chocolate cake with food coloring and cream cheese icing? Your boyfriend is still an idiot. Ops response. I probably should have clarified, but the icing and texture and sweetness of chocolate cake is the part that I hate about it. And red velvet is definitely made differently than chocolate cake, hence the different texture. One is soft and one is dense and gooey. Plus, carrot cake and red velvet both have the same kind of cream cheese icing and texture, at least the one that I get. To another commenter, I like chocolate, but the gooiness and oversweetness of chocolate cake makes me nauseous. Red velvet is way softer and fluffier, and I love the cream cheese icing, same with carrot cake, meanwhile chocolate icing is just sickening in my opinion. Commenter 2, I abhor chocolate cake, never liked it or chocolate icing, but I love a milk chocolate candy bar. But I will tear up some red velvet or carrot cake with cream cheese icing. Ops response, oh my god, are we the same person? I love chocolate so much and couldn't live without it, but chocolate cake grosses me out big time. Commenter 3, I had to read the comment, when I started getting unready twice. I've never heard that before. Sorry about your cake. Ops response, sorry, ha 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 ha, it's just a phrase, I mean like when I was getting undressed into pajamas, etc. Not everyone likes carrot cake. In fairness, I did clarify that I knew that my friends wouldn't mind carrot cake at all. I can't speak for the general population, and there were other desserts there as well. Commenter 4, it isn't overreacting. A cake flavor may seem small in the grand scheme, but it's a message your significant other is telling you that your preferences and desires do not matter to them, not even on a day that is designed to be for you, your birthday party. Furthermore, him doubling down on his choice by calling you a child, and then projecting onto you that you're selfish because you prefer a different type of cake and didn't want to eat a type of cake that you do not like, further shows that you, who you are, doesn't matter to him, and he will prioritize himself or others over you at every turn, and continue in even bigger ways to treat you poorly. He also literally could have gotten a carrot cake for you and some other cake. Instead, he only got the other cake. Even if his excuse of the store not having it is true, he could have gone to several other stores, or actually deigned to order ahead of time, to ensure you got your carrot cake. The fact he did none of this and purposely didn't get you a carrot cake is him literally sending a message that you don't matter to him, at least not beyond however he uses you to validate himself. This is not a good partner. On the most basic level, everyone knows that a birthday party is for that person, and you get a dessert that person likes. Like seriously, again, everyone knows that. Update, 3 months later. Hey, so I know it's been ages, but I just saw a TikTok with this post in it, so I thought I'd share. I did break up with my boyfriend about a week after this happened. It wasn't all to do with the cake situation, some things happened afterwards, which, along with this, resulted in me calling it quits. I wonder if he's seen this, haha. We fought for a bit over it, and he called me some not-so-lovely names, but I got over it pretty quickly, and all is well now. My friend and I went out and got red velvet cake afterwards, and before you guys say it, it is not the same as chocolate. Thanks a lot, guys, for the support and for knocking some sense into me, and sorry for not giving you an update, I didn't really want to think about it after we broke up. Moral of the story, eat cake and don't be fake. Love yous. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, thanks to Canada Heinz and their ketchup cake recipe on the ketchup bottles when I was young, I thought red velvet cake was just ketchup cake for decades. I never had the courage to taste it until I found out the truth. Ops response, ketchup cake? Commenter 2, it's actually good. Ops response, I just looked it up, and it honestly looks quite nice. I was picturing cake with ketchup between the slices. My parents think I'm the perfect daughter heading to Yale, but I've been sneaking out to see a man twice their age who was also my first kiss, and my first time, and now I'm stuck wondering if I should lie about our FWB situationship or finally tell them the truth. Posted by you/oldateen. I, Teen F, have been dating my boyfriend, 44M, for the past 2 months. He was my first kiss, and he took my V card. I've been telling my parents I'm hanging out with my friends when I'm actually seeing him. They have some suspicions that I have a boyfriend, but probably not that I'm in a relationship with a significant age gap. I'm not expecting a lot from this relationship. I just like older men, and it's more of a friends with benefits situation than a serious long-term relationship. For more context, I currently live with my parents, and I'll be headed to an Ivy League school, Yale, in the fall. I've always been a good student and a well-rounded daughter. This is to say my parents trust most of my judgment and decisions. I'm running out of excuses to use to see him, especially for overnight stays and vacations. I want to come clean about him, but I fear some backlash, even though my parents are a decade older than him. Should I just tell them I have a boyfriend but lie about his age, or just keep my head down until I move out, or just tell them the complete truth? I'm scared of them not letting me see him anymore. I've gotten slightly attached, and I really enjoy how he makes me feel. My parents and I already have a difficult relationship, so I keep a lot of secrets. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Consider who you might be in 26 years, what you'll likely have seen, experienced, hated, loved, hurt, and been hurt by. With all that under your belt, would you honestly be able to relate to an individual who hasn't experienced any of it? Would you feel truly connected? Or do you think that maybe those years would have turned you jaded toward the world, and seeking out innocence and naivety was an outlet to either escape the harshness of what you lived or a way to try to protect an innocent from what you lived through? Try to understand what they went through that brought them to a place where they felt entitled to take the V card of a youth, to be the formative relationship of that individual, and to risk ruining all future relationships for them at such a young age just because of their own desires. The most mature thing they could have done was to not pursue you, but here you are. Keep your walls up, and do your investigations. The moment you discover the root of their motivation or the crux of their immaturity will be the moment you can truly know who they are, and I really doubt you'll like it. We all want to be desired, but it's more important to be desired by someone who has authentic and honest intent, not just out of necessity or as a coping mechanism. Meet some of their longtime friends and have candid conversations when their guarded narrative is down. Reassess your worth in their eyes. If their true intent is to give you as many opportunities as possible from the earliest age they could, they probably should have had a child and nurtured it from birth. But who knows? Just enter into what you're already deep into with rose-colored glasses, but take them off at moments to make sure you still have 20/20 vision. Just because someone else has regrets doesn't mean you have to as well. Commenter 2. I really like the way you worded this. I've been crying this whole day. The comments in this thread really made me take a long look at myself, and I'm really disgusted at all the things I've done. I should have been more proactive about therapy. I shouldn't have done these dumb things when I knew better. I should, but I don't. I'm just scared of the world. I don't have a lot of people to turn to for help. It was the perfect storm of loneliness and desperation, and a lot of stress from college decisions, which I thought would make me really happy, but the highs are high and the lows are really low. I'm really disappointed in myself. I don't know how to not hate what I've done. Commenter 3. Psychologist here. Don't beat yourself up. You are an incredibly intelligent woman, Yale. That doesn't mean you're emotionally intelligent and wise beyond your years. Falling for an older man is exactly what any 18-year-old would do. You have a right to be your age. Chalk this up to a life lesson. It will hurt for a while. Breakups are tough. You will know so much more the next time around, and you'll be able to empathize with other people who fall for it. That's an incredibly valuable experience. Welcome to New Haven, I'm here too, and enjoy your young adult years. Commenter 4. I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. You've gotten plenty of responses, and I think you can very easily see the common trend among the answers here. Mostly, I'm locking this to spare your feelings further. While I understand the feelings behind many responses here, I think many of them have forgotten that making you, the person seeking help and advice, feel bad is absolutely not something that should ever be happening on this subreddit. Not ever, never, never, never. And for that, I do sincerely apologize. All that being said, I will leave you with my own advice. Age-disparate relationships aren't necessarily bad, it's just that they usually are. Sure, yours might be the one in a million that actually works, but those are some pretty big odds stacked against you. I encourage you to take the responses you got here and think on them, long and hard. Many of the responses were indeed sincere and have your best interests in mind. No matter what, you should do what is best for you and not for others. However, as a general rule, if you feel like you have to hide something from people, there's usually a reason you feel that way. Take good care of yourself, and I hope you'll come back here if you need support again. Hopefully next time, the Witch Burning Brigade will remember that you're not the witch. Update, 1 week later. I wanted to do an update on my last post. I'm very grateful for everyone who shared their wisdom with me. I did not know how an internet community could change my life and mindset in such a large way. I broke up with him a few days ago, and I have cut him off from my life, forever, permanently. I'm restarting cognitive behavioral therapy with my past therapist, who I really connected with. Each session is quite expensive, and it has motivated me to cut spending on clothes and makeup, but I think it'll be a small price to pay in the big picture. I'm going to pursue healthy relationships once I'm ready for them. Maybe I'll find a cute guy at Yale who can handle this storm. Thank you again, Internet family, for saving me a lot of grief and trauma. I was luckily able to make a smooth exit from an imbalanced dynamic. My eyes were open to how I glazed over the issues, gaslighting, and love bombing. It's going to be the summer of love, self-love. Relevant comment. Commenter. Hey there. I'm going to give you links to free PDFs of Why Does He Do That? And The Gift of Fear, which are both easy, accessible reads that are total lifesavers and game changers. They'll help you develop more skill and confidence in sussing out people who aren't good for you, so you can populate your life just with people who are. Good on you for making a judgment call and getting some professional support. You've got this. Stay safe. Update 2, 6 months later. It's the 18-year-old Yale undergrad who dated a middle-aged man half a year ago. More context here. I now realize just how troubling the entire situation was. My time at Yale has been really good, to say the least. Adjusting to East Coast weather was a change, but I've formed a solid, supportive friend group here, and my baseline happiness is the highest it's been in years. Basically, college is great, and I'm excited for the upcoming years. As I'm maturing and gaining more life experience, I'm looking back on my past decisions with a sort of sympathy and wistfulness. I didn't know anything, and I still don't, but I was at a really vulnerable phase in my life, spending time with men who cared much more about satisfying their self-interest than protecting my well-being. I can recognize this now after immersing myself with peers who genuinely care for me and look out for my best interests. People who don't just say they want the best for me, but actively push me toward living my healthiest, best life. In truth, when I first posted about my much older boyfriend, I didn't fully understand the intentions and meanings behind the comments I received. I was defensive and convinced that I had power in the situation and would be perceptive enough to move on when it came to an inevitable end. What I failed to realize was that my heart was still young and hopeful, and that I would make excuses to justify an older partner's hurtful actions toward me. Issues can occur in any relationship, but in a 20-plus year age gap dynamic, it's too easy to place the blame on yourself, assuming the older party knows better and will act better. It was me who said the wrong thing, me who didn't show the right care, me who wasn't good enough to not be discarded after he had his fun. I was, and still am, young and sweet. I thought I chose to see the best in people and was a better person for that, but in doing so, I neglected my own wants and needs. The men who saw this weaponized my kindness and patience. They saw an easy opportunity to smash with me and use up my emotional energy for their benefit, and I told myself that it felt good to be useful, and I wanted to provide that for them. Maybe it did in the moment, but it comes crashing down when you realize their true intentions and how little you mean to them when you thought you meant a lot. It is difficult to be a girl, and I am often a lonely and insecure girl still working on healing myself. I didn't want to believe that someone who held me, kissed me, and said he wanted everything good for me could view my innocence and trust as a path to access my body and company. It is twisted, and I don't blame the younger me who fell for such traps. I wanted to be cherished and loved, and I didn't know the right place to look or have people to direct me to something more sustainable and healthy. The sheer humanity shown toward me during that period of my life keeps me hopeful. I was a lost child, unsure of what to do or what was right. I had little guidance, and I sought that in people I believed I could trust and confide in. I'm very thankful for this community and how it changed my life. I have new things and experiences to look forward to every day, and love and loss may enter that process, but the guarantee I know now is love for myself. Final comments. Commenter 1. I remember your post and seeing the comments and your response. I was at the time trying to think of what I could say to get through to you, but honestly, I couldn't think of anything. So, what do you think could have gotten through to you now, looking back? That's a great question. I'm not sure. When you're young, you're hopeful and believe you're the exception. Warnings sound superficial until you actually grow to be perceptive enough to realize their weight. I guess the best response would be a non-judgmental push in a healthier direction. I did not have a healthy relationship with myself and my appearance. My relationship to myself is worlds better now, and that has bled into my romantic pursuits. It's all connected.
I thought my wife accepted my ace identity and understood my boundaries, but she yelled that her friend helped her realize I wasn't enough, so now we're heading for divorce. Posted by you/new_delivery_5704. Hi, I'm 29M, and I've been married to my wife, 30F, for 2 years. This Thursday, I was watching TV on my day off when my wife came back home from a sleepover with her best friend, so I went to ask how it was and if she had fun. But she immediately started yelling at me that she deserved way better, and that I was a pathetic excuse for a man who couldn't even fulfill her needs. I asked her to calm down and stop yelling at me. I asked her where this was coming from because she never told me she felt this way. I asked her to sit down so we could talk, but she refused. She stared at me for a while and said her friend Amelia helped her realize I wasn't enough for her, that I wasn't good enough, and that she could do better. I just asked her what the point of even marrying me was, and if she shouldn't have married me if she expected intimacy. She didn't even answer me. She went to our bedroom, packed a bag, and left, and I'm left here feeling stupid. Honestly, I didn't know who to tell about this. I feel so embarrassed, if that makes sense. I don't even want to tell my friends. I feel so ashamed and inadequate. Relevant info. I'm ace, which my wife knew before we even started dating. I've never been comfortable with intimacy after being Saeed when I was younger, which I thought my wife understood and was okay with, and was happy with me showing her love in other ways, like dates, flowers, long talks, etc., which now I know wasn't the case. My wife's sister has been messaging me, saying that I'm condescending and that I dismissed my wife, that I'm a jerk. I think we might be heading for a divorce. Am I the jerk? My wife has never acted this way before. It felt like there was a stranger in my wife's body. Sorry if this post is a mess. My thoughts are a mess. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you're absolutely not the jerk. You were upfront about being ace and your trauma from the start. She chose to marry you knowing all that. Instead of talking things through, she insulted you and walked out, blaming you for needs she never communicated. You didn't dismiss her, you asked a valid question. She handled it with zero respect. You deserve someone who accepts and values you for who you are. Op's response, I just feel like I've done something, like I could have done more to help her. I just don't understand why she couldn't just talk to me if she had concerns or felt neglected. I think I might call one of my friends. I don't want to be alone right now. Commenter 2, Op, you absolutely should reach out to a friend. You don't have to go through this alone. But please don't blame yourself. You were honest, open, and willing to communicate, which is more than most people can say. The fact that she didn't talk to you and instead chose to hurt you says everything about her, not you. It's okay to feel heartbroken, but don't let it make you question your worth. You did enough. Op's response, seeing that helped a lot. I don't even know how to put that into words. I feel a little bit better. I'm gonna call my friend and see if he can come over, but I'm not sure he can. He lives really far away. I'll call him anyway. Thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate them. Commenter 3, Op needs to get in therapy. Op's response, I have been in therapy before. It helped me process how I felt. I don't want intimacy. I don't want to be physical. I just don't want to be touched. Maybe you're right, and she did think I would change, but that is something I would never feel comfortable doing. I am going to book an appointment with a therapist. Commenter 4, did Op and his wife have marriage counseling? Op's response, we didn't have premarital counseling, but we talked about it when we started dating and got married. I said I was okay with helping her finish if she wanted, but I wasn't okay with actual intercourse, if that makes sense. I did explain to her that just because I'm ace, it doesn't mean she had to stop touching herself or anything, because she was concerned about this. At the time, she seemed happy with this. Op responds to a comment on the friend turning his wife against him, getting therapy, and considering if he wants to stay married or not. I am going to start therapy again. I did call my friend, and he's going to make the long drive to see me right now, which I really appreciate. I honestly don't know what my wife's friend said to her, but right now it feels surreal. One minute my wife's waving goodbye to me, excited about a sleepover with her friend, the next minute she's yelling at me, telling me she can do way better. I hope she's okay, though, and that she is safe wherever she went. I'm going to talk to my friend about if I want to stay with my wife. Commenter 3, info. Does intimacy equal lovemaking in this conversation? I have been intimate with people that I have never made love with, and I have made love with people that I have not been intimate with. There is a difference. Is she asking for emotional intimacy, or is she asking for lovemaking? Op's response, she was asking for lovemaking, not emotional intimacy. I hope this explains the situation better. Update, next day. Hi, I have an update. I want to thank everyone who reached out to me and gave me advice. Even if I didn't respond to your DM, I read it. Thank you to the people who shared their experiences and stories. It helped more than you know. I want to start by saying my friend did end up managing to drive to see me, and he's currently here right now. He took some time off for me. Honestly, last night was a blur, and if I'm honest, I couldn't stop crying. That sounds very pathetic, but I'm glad my friend was with me because I don't know what I would have done without him. He's been my rock throughout this. He was the first person I told when I was Saeed and convinced me to tell someone and get help. He also didn't congratulate me when it happened. I just wanted to share that mainly because of the other people who shared their stories with me, I wanted to share mine. We hugged for a while. I think I needed a hug. For this post, I'll be calling my friend Noah to make this post less confusing and so I don't have to write my friend over and over again. Noah came to the same conclusion as most of you did, that my wife was cheating on me. He asked me what I wanted to do, and I decided I didn't want to stay with her. I just can't. So we will be getting divorced, and I will be filing and getting a lawyer. We talked about a lot of things, and I admitted to him I felt isolated because my wife and I moved when we first got married. We moved really far from everyone I knew, to the point I have no family or friends in the area, which has been very lonely. Noah admitted to me that a lot of our friends dislike my wife. I asked him to explain, and he said he never liked the way she talked to me, but he didn't want to say anything because I seemed happy. He said I could crash at his place. He said it wasn't healthy if I stayed here alone. So yeah, we're currently packing my things right now. We also just talked about life in general. He asked me once everything is over if I wanted to go on vacation with him. I think that would be nice. I feel like it's a sort of escape. I just feel so drained and tired. My sister-in-law has been messaging a lot since everything went down, and honestly, I don't want to read her messages. I also know that I will need to talk to my wife eventually, but right now I just don't. Sorry if this post isn't the long dramatic post that some of you expected. Some DMs said I need to confront my wife and demand the truth, but right now, for my own sake, I'd rather remain willingly ignorant. I don't want to know if she cheated or not. Sorry about my grammar in advance, it's the middle of the night, and I'm tired. I fixed the title of the post because a lot of you pointed out I used have instead of have. I just want you to know I saw you. I will post an update if anything else happens. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'm so sorry. Block your sister-in-law. You're not married to her. You owe her nothing, and she needs to mind her own business. Don't read the messages. Have your friend block her so you don't have to see them. Ops response, yeah, I'm going to do that. I don't think it's good for me if I read them. Commenter 2, I'm glad Noah is there to help you leave. You don't need to talk to your wife. Have your lawyer deal with it. Ops response, I'm glad I have him in my life. I don't know what my life would be if I hadn't met him, and who I would have been. I think about that sometimes, even though I know I shouldn't. You're right. I don't need to talk to her. Closure can come in other ways. Commenter 3, take care of yourself, and let Noah take care of you. Sounds like he's a good egg. Best wishes. Ops response, he's a good person. I'm glad I met him. He's been with me when I was at the lowest point of my life.
My boyfriend acted like he was just lonely, but then Hinge Plus emails proved otherwise, and now I'm side-eyeing his inbox like it's an episode of Hell's Kitchen while wondering if platonic friendship was ever on the menu. Posted by u/Moinco. So, to give some context, I, 22F, met my boyfriend, 24M, online 4 years ago, and had a medium long-distance relationship, if that makes sense, with our ups and downs like everyone. I found an email in his inbox with a verification code for a Hinge account under his name. I'm logged into his Gmail and, yes, I just check it sometimes. I confronted him and told him that I knew he had made an account. He explained that he and his friends were talking about it, so he made an account just to see if he could find friends to play online games with. I looked it up, and from what I know, Hinge doesn't have a looking for friends option. I told him that Hinge is clearly more used for dating. His response was that he was going to use it to look for friends, guy or girl, and he didn't care about gender because he is feeling lonely sometimes. He said he never really used it and deleted it the same day. He apologized and said he should have told me. I'm not sure how to feel about this. I am not okay with it. I feel powerless. He didn't really do anything, but I feel like he is keeping things from me, or just not telling me, thinking I would never find out anyway, or he probably thinks it's not relevant to tell me. I'm just speculating, trying to understand him. It made me feel angry when I saw that email and when he said it was just to make friends, when Hinge is clearly a dating app. Now I am just confused and a bit overwhelmed because I don't know what to say to him, what to do, or how to act. Relevant, top comments. Commenter 1, tell him you met a friend on Tinder and plan to meet him tonight, of course in a friendly manner. Let's see how he reacts. Be frank, of course it's a lie. I'm sorry that you wasted so much time, but he isn't your husband. Better start looking for him. Ops response, I don't think he is lying, but I know it doesn't make it right what he did. Commenter 2, have you seen his matches and chats? Otherwise, it's fair to say that he lied. Ops response, he said he downloaded the app, set up his account, but never used it and deleted it after making it because it was, I quote, cringe and superficial, and he was not comfortable with that. I know it's very vague. Commenter 3, he was using a dating app, and while initially he may have justified it to himself and you by saying he was looking for friends, he knows very well that people on there are looking for something serious in general. Even if he made a friend, he is much more likely to develop an interest in dating. Thus, he's putting himself in a position that may hurt you in this relationship, and thus himself. Ops response, he said he never actually actively used his account to swipe people, but I know it's weird and suspicious that he thought it was okay to download it in the first place. Commenter 4, this sounds like a pretty poor excuse to me from him. There are a million ways you could try to find friends before this. There are also some dating apps with a function that allows you to find friends rather than dates, like Bumble. Hinge is not one of them. In my time using Hinge, I did come across people from time to time who said they just wanted friendships, but they were very much the exception and not the rule. Update, next day. Hi, first of all, thank you to everyone who replied to my original post. I didn't think I would have an update this quick. This all happened yesterday, but today I found out after I confronted him. He went back on Hinge that evening, after he said he deleted it. I guess he still hasn't figured out I am logged into his Gmail, but again, he received an email, and this time an invoice from Apple, subscription confirmation for Hinge Plus. He paid for Hinge Plus. So I asked him again, are you on any dating apps or websites? And he lied and said no. I told him that I knew, so he confessed he did do that. But that is not everything. Because I am logged into his Gmail, I can also see his Google search history and YouTube watch history. In his search history, I found he was looking up things about Tinder, which told me enough. I asked if he also made a Tinder profile, and he confirmed. He is still saying it was just to make friends and that he hasn't talked or messaged anyone on it. He doesn't know why he did it, and I also don't understand why. After I confronted him, he He said he panicked and made it worse by getting Hinge Plus and not telling me he was also on Tinder because he was scared. End of the story. I'm done with his lies, and it's over between us. Top comments. Commenter 1. I've never seen someone panic and sign up for a dating app subscription. Just saying. Commenter 2. You don't wonder why. He did it because he wants to cheat. He wants to cheat because he's not addressing something within himself. You dump him? You move on. He gets to be on apps and not lie. Everyone wins. Commenter 3. It's heartbreaking to see trust broken so easily, but I hope you're finding peace in knowing you've made the right choice. Just remember to take a moment to breathe and focus on what comes next, whether that's rebuilding your life or simply giving yourself time to heal. My boyfriend styled my whole look and got distant when I didn't match his vibe, so I asked the internet if that was wrong, but now he's read it and I'm realizing the drama wasn't just hanging in my closet. Posted by you/welldressetch. So I've, 22F, been dating my boyfriend, who I'll call Troy, 22M, for close to a year now, and for the most part, things have been great. My friends love him, my parents love him, even my aunts and uncles, who he's never met, love him because of what my parents say about him. But lately, I've been feeling insecure about our relationship because of something that's been going on since we got together. Some backstory: Troy and I started off as friends, and then we moved in together. What we did most with our free time was clothes shopping. Troy is very stylish, and he always gets showered in compliments whenever we go out, and people always ask him where he gets his clothes. So I loved shopping with Troy because he always picked out great outfits for me to wear, because guess what? He knows women's fashion too. But things were different before we started dating because I was the one paying for my clothes, and I obviously didn't spend money on things that I didn't feel comfortable wearing even if he liked them. Fast forward to us dating, and there's barely any clothes in my closet left that I bought or had much say in buying. I get complimented on my clothes often, which I like, but my friends and coworkers just default to saying things like, "Tell Troy he did a good job." How I dress doesn't define me, but I feel like I've lost part of who I am and a bit of my individuality. I also live in a very hot location, and for some reason, no matter what Troy wears, he never seems to sweat. I, however, sweat like crazy, so sometimes I dress comfortably. When I do, I can tell he's a little embarrassed to be out with me. He hates tank tops on women and never wears sweats in public, and before him, I wore those things a lot. He's a really nice guy about it, and he's never asked me to change, but I can tell he's uncomfortable when I dress down. It's a struggle to get him to hold my hand. He spends more time on his phone than usual, and he won't kiss me in public. And on top of that, I don't even have to be dressed in really bummy clothing for him to act like this. If we don't match in level of style when we go out, he behaves differently. I'm starting to hate going out of the house with him. I've talked to him about it, and he says he doesn't think it's so bad that he isn't as affectionate in public when I'm not dressed well, because he's very affectionate when we're at home no matter what I wear. So I just want to know if I'm wrong to be insecure. Is this actually an issue, or am I creating an issue in our relationship with my own insecurity? Update, next day. I read a lot of your comments, and some were helpful, but it got really uncomfortable in there, so I didn't really want to respond. I know this is a throwaway, but I was still a little anxious about replying to some of those comments. To be honest, I never planned to do an update. It didn't seem like the type of post that needed one, and even if I did plan to, I didn't expect that I would need to so soon. However, things got a little weird tonight or yesterday, depending on your time zone. So basically, I feel horrible about myself now because of what happened tonight, and I'm just waiting for all of this to blow over. I woke up a few hours after I posted last night, read your responses on my phone, my boyfriend cooked breakfast, and we both went off to work just like usual, no biggie. He gets home before me, so when I got back, he was sitting in the living room watching TV. I sat down next to him, and we just watched silently. I didn't say anything for the entire episode of the show because I figured he would have said something first if he wanted to talk. It seemed like he had something on his mind, so I asked him if something was the matter, and he said no. Then I asked him why he was being so quiet. He apologized and sort of perked up, asking if I wanted to go out to this bar, restaurant, bookstore place we'd gone to a while ago that we really liked. I said yes. A few hours passed, and he seemed a little mopey, but I just let him do his own thing, figuring he'd tell me what's wrong when he's ready. He let me know he wanted to leave soon, so he went into the room to get dressed, and I joined him. Now, I understand I might get some judgment for this based on all the complaints I made in my original post, but I like to ask Troy's opinion on what I should wear sometimes. I'll pull some things out of the closet and ask him what he thinks, and he'll give an honest opinion. Anyways, I picked out a shirt and skirt that he bought me and asked him what he thought. He stopped to think for a bit, walked to the closet, dug all the way in the back, and pulled out some of the clothes I bought for myself a long time ago. He told me he thought I would really look good in the outfit tonight, and he'd like to see me in it since I haven't worn it in a while. I obliged, put the clothes on, and we were off. It felt really good for him to do that for me. In all fairness, the clothes look really nice, like something he'd usually pick out, but it's been so long since he's recommended I wear my older clothes, and it felt like he was intentionally being nice. Troy continued to act a little differently the entire night, and I didn't know why. When he parked, he walked over to the passenger side and opened the door for me, then he extended his hand to help me out of the car and didn't let go of my hand after I was out, not in a violent way, he was just holding my hand. It was nice, but it wasn't what I was used to. When we got inside, he was pretty quiet. Similarly to how I said he acted when I didn't wear what he wanted, every time I acted concerned about his behavior, he would dismiss it and bring up a topic to talk about. The things he brought up were just random, small talk type things, really nothing that could sustain a significant conversation, so the evening was kind of awkward. We left about 2 hours later, and I still didn't know what was going on. We were both silent in the car for a bit, and then he suddenly broke the silence by saying, "I don't want you to think that I'm ashamed of you when you're not all dolled up how I like." My heart sank into my stomach when he said that. I just replied, "Where did that come from?" He said he was just thinking about it. But I knew where, and I was screaming inside my head. I realized I never signed out of this throwaway account on my laptop, and he must have stumbled upon my post from yesterday. When we got home, I figured we were past the point of no return, so I pulled up my laptop, found the post, and asked him what he had to say about it. He was shocked at first, then realized I knew he knew I knew. He asked how much I agreed with the comments, but I saw what he was getting at, so I told him I wasn't about to break up with him. Then he told me he needed to clarify something. It was a long explanation, so I'm going to paraphrase. He told me that he knows he acts like a jerk sometimes by ignoring me, but that it's not entirely about me not wearing his clothes. Basically, he told me he gets quiet and distant with me about other things too, but he's not trying to manipulate me. He just feels stuck. By stuck, he meant that he gets upset by something I do, doesn't want to lash out, wants to bring it up to me, and realizes the issue is really small and he's embarrassed to admit it bothers him, so he ends up upset and quiet. He's afraid I'll call him sensitive and get annoyed at him for it, which I've never done. He said with the clothes thing, it was never really about the clothes. It was about this thing he says I do. I apparently go out of my way to get his opinion on something for me and then just ignore it and make the choice I wanted to make in the first place, which bothers him. That's what I did those handful of times when he ignored me in public. I sort of called nonsense on that because of the comment he made about him thinking it was okay to only forget about how I'm dressed when we're home, and then he told me he just said that because he was annoyed at me and knew it would bother me. Then he brought up an occasion where I dressed how I wanted, and he didn't treat me differently in public, and he never packs my bags for me when we leave town. I told him that not communicating with me when he's upset isn't okay, and that it hurts me when he ignores me, and he acknowledged it was wrong. But honestly, at that point, I was feeling like the jerk. Here I am showing him a group of people on the internet who pretty much hate him now based on some misunderstandings, calling him names, and telling me to leave him, and my laptop light is just shining in his face the whole time. It got pretty silent and awkward. I was just sitting there staring at him while he stared at the ground. Then he says, "Did you see the guy that called me a gay douchebag?" And he laughed, so I felt comfortable laughing. We both apologized and hugged for a really long time, and he told me he was going to bed. He usually goes to bed a lot later than he did, but I didn't feel like I should stop him. So I'm currently feeling pretty awful, but things will probably be okay by tomorrow. I'm glad he found the post because we really reached an understanding tonight because of it. I'm just really embarrassed for getting it wrong. It was just that comment he made that one time we were out that made me think all those things and led me to those conclusions about his opinion of me. I wish he never said that, but I guess that's that. This is probably my first and final update. No need to push this story any further. Just assume things turn out well for us and cross your fingers that I don't have a reason to update again. Edit, I'm awake again, and based on a lot of similar responses, I suppose I should clarify some things. His explanation was really long as to why he does what he does, so I didn't include everything he said, and I guess I left out some really important information. He apologized for how he behaves when he gets quiet sometimes, and he told me how much of an issue it is for him. He says he's lost a friend in the past because of it, because they eventually got fed up with his attitude and spent less and less time with him, and it's something he's really been trying to work on. We both know it's an issue, he knows I don't approve, but I'm trying to get him more comfortable telling me when he's upset. Another point I want to make is that I don't feel like he shifted the blame on me for how he acts. I don't feel as though me changing my mind and ignoring his suggestion is right, but neither of us feel like the way he responds is okay either. He was just telling me why he acted the way he did. I understood where he was coming from, but that doesn't mean I approved. I told my boyfriend about my graduation trip gift from my grandpa and invited him even though he couldn't afford to come, but he became cold, gave me an ultimatum to stay or travel, and now after choosing the trip I feel heartbroken. Posted by you/varset7425. I, 25F, have been with my boyfriend, 30M, since the start of 2020, when we met in med school. We've had some tiffs over the years, but we never had a super serious fight that would lead to a breakup. However, every time we had a small argument over anything, he would always disappear and go over a day without talking to me, and all of those times, I had to be the one to chase him. He never, not even once, messaged me after a fight or argument. We'll be graduating this year, and my grandpa wanted to give me a holiday, like 7 to 10 days at a nearby country, for my graduation. I already knew this would be a problem because my boyfriend is a jealous person. I told him about the gift and said he's welcome to come with me, but obviously my grandpa would not be paying for this trip. He has no money, since we're med students graduating this year and have no source of good income yet, and said he did not like this idea and that it made him feel insecure. I try to be very understanding and respectful and asked him if he thinks I'll cheat on him just because I'm on a trip for 10 days. He said that's not the issue, but also did not clarify what the issue was then. The next day, I tried to continue talking to him normally, but he was clearly being weird and distant. The day after that, we had a class together, and he treated me like crap in front of everyone. That was it for me. I decided I would not be overcompensating or blowing sunshine up his ass for something that isn't wrong. That night, he sent me a goodnight text, to which I replied. That was Tuesday. Today's Friday, and he never messaged or contacted me again, and neither did I. I know not talking is childish, but I really don't want to be humiliated and go chase him yet again. I think this time, if he doesn't want to talk to me anymore, I'll just let him. Am I missing something? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, he's acting very immature, but I also kinda get why he's mad. If a family member gifted me a long trip without including my partner of 5 years, I'd assume it's because their family hated me and wanted my partner to feel slighted as well as spend that time apart from me. I don't think that's the point. This trip would be kinda expensive, and we're not married or engaged, so I didn't expect my grandpa to spend twice as much to include him. On top of that, earlier this year my mom took me on a car trip and invited him, since it would be much cheaper and she said she'd pay. He said he wouldn't feel comfortable accepting money from my family like that and would only go when he had his own money. Commenter 2, babe, I get it, you're gutted and puzzled. It's like he hits a button and poof, gone. And here you are, left hanging. But girl, you can't keep chasing after that ghost. You deserve to celebrate your achievements without him putting you down. It's not just that. It feels cold and heartless to not even agree on ending things. We have good memories together, and he has been good for me a lot of times. I guess I'm wondering if it's worth it to throw it all away because of a trip, though now it's more about the principle than the trip itself. Like, what if I get an internship somewhere else for a month or 2 during medical residency? Then I'd have to turn it down because of him. This makes no sense in my head. Commenter 3, wow, he's so immature for a 30-year-old. You seem much more together, and I'm sure you are seeing that this type of person is not the one for you. You are graduating, and imagine when you start working those crazy hours during residency and he's giving you this treatment because he doesn't like your hours. I'd just cut the cord soon on this and move on. You have a lot more going for you than to be with a baby. I know this post makes it look like he's a bad boyfriend or a bad person, but I do love him, and he has been a good partner overall. I really did not want to break up. I had this naive idea that we'd get married and stay together forever. And now he's making it sound like I'm the one who wants to break up just to go on a trip. So I'm feeling very guilty and confused. Commenter 4, why are you with this guy? Let him think he ended it. He is used to you chasing after him. That is what he expects. Go on your trip and have fun. The funny part is that I'm sure he thinks he's the victim and that I ended things. When I asked him why he was so bothered about me being gone for 10 days, he said that it sounded like I wanted to be single and couldn't break up with him. So he actually thinks that I ended things to go on a trip, which makes me even more upset. How does Op's boyfriend respond to her going on trips? Does he make her cancel the trips? He's usually okay with me going on trips with my parents. He just gets this way if it's by myself or with girlfriends. Update, 2 months later. Hi friends. I couldn't take the pressure of not talking at all, so I ended up reaching out to him. We had a conversation and talked about our insecurities, the fact that I'll always want to do things on my own, and that I want him to do things on his own, and I thought we had sorted things out. Then fast forward a few weeks, I mentioned again going on my trip, and he absolutely lost it. He told me he didn't want to be in a relationship where the other person was constantly doing things on their own. This was the second time I traveled during the 5 years of our relationship. It turned into an endless discussion over me not wanting to waste my grandpa's gift versus him not wanting me to go anywhere. He ended up giving me an ultimatum: either I'd stay with him or I'd travel. Mind you, this trip would be 8 days long. I tried telling him how much I love him and how much I want to be with him, but I still want to enjoy things by myself, especially if the reason is that he can't come. It didn't work. On July 2nd, he broke up with me. He left my house at 7 p.m. and had deleted all of our pictures by 8 a.m. He never contacted me again, ever, for any reason. I went on the trip. It was great. I ended up meeting with some friends from home who were coincidentally at the same place. I came back a week ago. I feel completely lost, guilty, and lonely. I feel like I'm a bad person who hurt a good person. I think about messaging him to try to work out things at least once every 10 minutes. I feel so bad. I don't think he would ever get back together with me, so my sense of self-preservation stops me from trying to reach out. I'm writing this in my room. It's 5 past midnight, and I can't stop crying. I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I don't think we're compatible anymore, but he's the person I spent basically my entire adult life with. Anyway, just thought I'd share the update and maybe get some insights from you guys. Sending everyone who commented on the first post lots of love. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I feel like there's something left out. There has to be more to his disdain for you going on this trip and his extreme jealousy. To go 5 years and just up and vanish while still in med school, about to graduate. What has happened in his past or your past or even your combined relationships past? Was there cheating? Was there flirting of some kind? Did he see old videos of you with an ex? I don't think there's a problem with spouses going on separate trips. I've been married myself for over a decade, and my wife does girl trips all the time. Him being jealous, while not awesome, is still a human reaction that should be dealt with. You being in med school, you should be sympathetic to that idea. It's been 63 days since your first post. I'm kinda confused on the timeline. Did you just get back from the trip now, or did he leave 63 days ago and it's now just hitting you after the trip is over? OP, our first fight over me going on the trip was when I first posted. We actually broke up on July 2nd. I got back from my trip on July 21st. Of course there will always be something left out. You're only getting one side of the story. I never cheated on him, and he never cheated on me. Commenter 2, was he always insecure? Has there been situations where he freaked out prior to this? OP, he was always jealous to a degree, and that was never a secret. To be completely fair, I was very jealous when we first started dating too, and very insecure. I was 19, though. I like to think that the fact that he never cheated on me made me trust him more and more throughout the years, and I stopped feeling jealous. He never liked, for example, that I had straight guy friends. There was a boy who lives in the same building as me who offered me a ride to uni more than once, and he goes to the same uni. My ex always told me not to take that offer, even though that meant I'd have to take the bus. Another example I can think of is when a band I love came to my country, but the concert would be in a different city. My mom offered to give me tickets as a birthday gift, but he was extremely offended when I mentioned going with a girlfriend because he couldn't go. So I ended up not going. There has been more than one occasion where I had to cancel plans with girlfriends because he was jealous, including one night out at a bar with 3 other girls who were all in serious relationships. That being said, obviously you're getting the worst parts of him by my retelling of the story. He wasn't all bad, and I don't think he's a bad person. As I said, I had some moments of jealousy myself. I'm no saint. Ultimately, I think my conclusion was that, if this had been an amazing relationship and the only problem was the trip thing, I could have not gone on the trip. But that wasn't the case. My parents even told me, after the breakup, that these past months I looked frustrated and sad. Maybe the final straw for me, looking back, was that on Valentine's Day, which we celebrate on June 12th here in my country, he didn't do anything romantic at all, even though I voiced multiple times how much it meant to me. He never gave me flowers for the entirety of the relationship, even though I said to him multiple times I love them, and Valentine's Day was no different. No flowers, no picking me up at home, no picking up the bill at the restaurant. Anyway, I digress. My point is that there were other problems in the relationship that were unrelated to the trip. Commenter 3, I'm sorry you're feeling heartbroken, but you made the right decision. Cry. Let yourself cry more. Watch movies that make you cry. Then reach out to friends and do in-person things with them, even if you don't think you want to. You're probably going to feel like you don't know what to do with your free time for a bit. Take up a new hobby or two. Things your friends do are great starting points, but a sport, art, theater group, choir, craft, community endeavor. Anything that gets you out of your nest and doing in-person things with roughly the same group of people every week. Talk to everyone. Arrive early and leave late if you can so you can have those conversations. You will make more friends, and it will give you something fun to fill the time with. Spend time with your grandparents and parents. We don't get enough time with them. Congratulations on your graduation. You're going to do amazing things. OP, I've been trying to do things, but it's been very difficult. I have barely left my bedroom ever since I came back from my trip. I feel physically tired, as if I was sick. I used to go to the gym religiously 6 times a week, but ever since we broke up I haven't been there once. Thank you for your support. I am excited for one thing though. I was just elected the official speaker for my graduation year, So I'll be giving a speech at the ceremony. I have that to look forward to. Commenter 4, you didn't hurt a good person. Good people don't treat their partners the way he treats you. Is there anyone in the world you have enough disdain for that you'd speak to them the way he speaks to you? Anyone you dislike enough to ghost them the way he ghosts you? Is there anyone whose opinion of you matters so little that you can be selfish and rude to them and feel comfortable with that? Would you speak to your grandfather the way the man you think loves you speaks to you? Would you expect any of your friends to still want to be around you if you treated them the way he treats you? Or are you careful with your relationships because those people matter to you? If he loved you, he wouldn't be like this. He's manipulative and controlling. He's got you bamboozled. You miss the fake person you wish he was, not the real him. Is this what you want to be doing in 5 years? Begging for crumbs from someone who treats you as disposable? Be with someone who respects you. Commenter 5, in 5 years they'll both be doctors and me financially well off. If he can't see that and wants to end the relationship because she wanted to go on a trip with her grandfather, of all people, he is foolish for a smart person. OP, hey, just to clarify, the trip was a gift from my grandpa, but he didn't come with me. I went by myself. Sorry if for some reason I made it sound like he would be there. English is not my first language. My boyfriend said I could borrow his car for Thanksgiving while mine was in the shop, but after I had already driven to my family's house, he suddenly started demanding that I pay him $50 per day. Posted by you/Crystal Cleric. Ordinarily this wouldn't be a problem. I, 25F, would just take my car, but it is being fixed right now. This meant that in order for me to drive to see my family for Thanksgiving, I would have to either rent a car or borrow someone's. Since my boyfriend, 26M, was flying out to California for Thanksgiving and wouldn't be using his, I asked him if he would mind if I borrowed it. He told me that of course I could borrow his car. Nothing else was said about it until today, other than some minor things. I texted him to thank him again for helping me. The way I worded things apparently made it clear to him that I was only planning to cover the gas I used, and he told me that he expected me to pay him a reasonable fee for using the car. Reasonable to him is $50 a day plus replacing the gas I use, so the visit will cost me at least $250 in addition to whatever the gas costs. It is his car, so I don't think I can really argue with him about this. I do understand in principle. I don't think being his girlfriend entitles me to use his stuff whenever I want, but I am hurt that he is being so stingy. We've been together for a year, it's the holidays, and my only other option was renting a car through a private company. I guess I would have hoped that he would have been more sympathetic, but maybe he has a right to expect that he be paid for use of his car. I don't know. I very rarely ask him for any favors and cover all of my expenses myself, so he can't say that I am using him or exploiting him financially. This has never come up before, so I have been taken off guard. Maybe I am being too sensitive. Edit, just so you know, I am already at my family's house. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. If he said you could borrow his car and now he's saying you can rent his car, he's changing the deal midstream, and it's sorta weird. Personally, I'd conclude he doesn't really want me to use his car for that period of time, and I'd rent one from a private company. He should have just told you up front he didn't want you to use his car. Up. I even checked with him a few times to make sure it was fine. At no point did he mention that he wanted me to pay him. Commenter 2. That seems ridiculous, emo, and I would be upset if someone asked the same of me, well, if my significant other or a close friend asked it. I don't really get his motive. Is he trying to make money off his girlfriend just because he could? I don't see why, if you're paying for gas and obviously covering anything else that you personally do to the car, like if, God forbid, you got into an accident or spilled coffee on the seats or something, he needs some kind of additional fee. Your relationship isn't a business. This situation seems like some nonsense. You could try talking more to him about it, or you could refuse to pay the fee. I thought you were joking, or you could rent from an actual company and incur costs but avoid this weird power play. Up. He's not one to joke, so I have no doubt he really is being serious. I would be interested to know why he wants me to pay. I'm not sure what he really gains unless he thinks this will discourage me from borrowing his property. Commenter 2. Maybe if you've lost or damaged his property before or are irresponsible with stuff? I don't mean any offense to you, but that's the only thing I can think of without knowing more details. He sounds like a tool. Up. Nothing like that has happened before. When asked if her boyfriend makes other demands. If we do go out, we usually have to plan it around his sport team's schedule. He also refuses to do anything that he thinks is a waste of money. No vacations, movie dates, bowling, etc. Update, 2 weeks later. And here is the TL, Doctor, I had to borrow my boyfriend's car to visit my family. He wants me to pay him $50 per day for use of it. I'm upset by this, but I think that maybe I am just being too sensitive. Hey everyone. I know a lot of you have been wanting an update. I meant to post one a few days ago, but things have been really busy lately. I didn't want to ruin my Thanksgiving holiday thinking about the car situation, so I decided to wait until I got back to discuss it with my boyfriend. I was really hoping that this was all just a misunderstanding, but unfortunately it was not. When I brought up the rental payment, my boyfriend said that he thought it was only fair that I compensate him for the use of his car. He asked me if I had a problem with that, and I told him that I did. I mentioned what some of you said about how I could have rented a car for less if I had known he was going to charge me. I also told him how I felt like he had taken advantage of me by only mentioning the fee after I had taken his car. One thing that one of you mentioned was that maybe someone had suggested it to him. I asked him about that, and he said that no one had said anything. He just figured that it would only be fair for me to pay for the use of his car. I did at least get him to see that the price he charged me was too high, but he didn't think he was wrong about the fee. We ended up having a larger conversation about how tight he is with money and some other things I mentioned in my first post. I didn't intend to break up with him, but after he still insisted on the rental payment, I just realized that he was not someone I wanted to be with. I did end up paying him, but it was $100 instead of $250. So that's the update. He has apologized and asked me to take him back, but I don't think I'm interested anymore. Thanks for your help, everyone. Top comment. Op explains our ex being tight with money. Nothing to a point. I am perfectly able to, and always have, split everything with him, but even if I pay my way, he still would refuse to do almost anything that cost money. I don't need to always go out and do things, but even 3 or 4 times a month was too much. We're not even talking about a nice restaurant or an expensive trip, we're talking can't go to Chili's or go bowling because it's too expensive. My childhood friend and I thought it would be funny if I pretended to be colorblind, but years later my boyfriend and his family still believe it, and now I feel guilty and want to tell them the truth. Posted by u/square_efficiency553. I, 24F, am aware this is a terrible thing to do, and I will live with the guilt of it my whole life, and cannot apologize enough to those affected by this. When I was starting 8th grade, I went into a completely new school district due to bullying at my old school. I still had one friend from my old school who I texted daily. We'll call her Molly. Molly and I had this idea to see how long I could convince the students at this school that I was colorblind. I'm not, and we decided it would be easiest for me to pretend to see in just black and white, which I'm pretty certain is not a thing, so I wouldn't get stumped if people tested me. Unfortunately for me, I was quite convincing, and nobody ever called me out if they doubted me. I went on to fall out of contact with Molly because she stabbed me in the back, and I was then worried everyone would hate me when I came clean alone without her to defend that we had come up with it together. At this point, I had made a whole new friend group who believed me, and the entire school that knew me also knew that I was colorblind. Fast forward to meeting my now boyfriend, 25M, nothing special, just lucky on a dating app. He was everything I was looking for, and I couldn't have been more happy, and I still am. We have never fought in the 2 years we've been together, apart from silly debates about SpongeBob plots and what kinds of food are better. I love him more than anything, and I want to spend my life with him. However, I don't believe I deserve to have that. When we started getting serious, he met my best friend since high school. In the meeting, my color vision came up, and rather than come clean to my best friend, I decided to lie to my boyfriend, and I feel terrible to this day. My issue is I don't believe I can continue to go forward when there is this low hanging over the whole relationship for no reason. I feel I have done the equivalent to cheating on him by lying for our entire relationship. I know I have to come clean, and I am going to and hope for the best. I suppose I simply would like advice on how to best go about it. His family also believes I am colorblind. Feel free to rip me a new one in the comments. I deserve it for faking a disability, and I take full responsibility and will not claim I was a child and didn't understand. I knew I was wrong, I regret it. Edit, those telling me to add to the lie are not helping, I know some are jokes. My issue isn't that I'm scared he'll figure it out. I want him to know. I simply want a smart way of going about telling him. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, hey, so this is insane. OP, I'm aware. Thank you. Commenter 2, here's the thing, you've been feeling shame about this for so long you've lost perspective. So I'll tell you, this is objectively hilarious. It's also not that big of a deal. You told a lie as a kid to get attention. You didn't hurt anybody with this lie. You got in too deep and kept it up to avoid embarrassment in high school, probably when the shame started getting tangled into it because you knew by that point that it's a little cringe to tell an attention-seeking lie. Now you can't separate the reality, that it was a dumb, silly thing to do and nobody is going to hate you or cut you off for it, from the alternate reality you've created in your head, that this was a shameful lie and you've betrayed your friends and boyfriend by telling it. The alternate reality is not a thing. It's not real. Try to get an aerial view of this. Imagine your boyfriend claimed to be left-handed as a kid because he thought it'd be cooler and somehow managed to learn to write with his left hand and fooled everyone. Now imagine him coming to you, solemn, guilty, almost in tears, and admitting that he's not actually left-handed. He has been right-handed all along. You'd laugh your butt off, right? I mean, if my husband told me that, I definitely would. Because it's funny, and nobody got hurt, and it's so not a big deal. I'd probably make fun of him for it for a while, not mean, just teasing. Then I'd probably forget all about it. Maybe once in a while I'd remember and chuckle again. Just come clean to your boyfriend. It's not that deep. Your brain and shame are tricking you. OP, thank you so much. I told my mother and asked for her help, and she couldn't stop laughing enough to speak. I guess it's not that bad, but my shame is that it's a disability I faked, and in a way was making fun of those who genuinely suffer with it. Commenter 3, what? Come clean to everyone. Face the consequences. OP, I'm planning to come clean to everyone, the 3 people in my life that think that in his family. I'm planning to face the consequences. I want advice on how. Commenter 4, there is no logical way to explain it. It's been years, wasn't this exhausting? I think this is a rip the band-aid off situation. OP, yes, it is exhausting. You're right. He's coming to my place after work tomorrow, and if I don't chicken out, I'm planning to tell him then. Commenter 5, ooh. Reminds me of how I said I lost my virginity to a non-existent man named Jack and kept up the lie for an entire 7-year relationship with a dude I actually lost it to. I don't know, tell him you have to tell him something, and it's really bad. Just keep alluding to how terrible it is, so that he thinks you slept with his dad or drowned a litter of puppies for fun. Then when you finally reveal it's just that you're not colorblind, he's relieved. OP, I hate to admit that's what I was thinking from the start, but I don't think I could bear to even make him think I would do that. Commenter 6, info, have you actively kept up the color blindness with new friends, acquaintances, co-workers, etc., in the years since high school? Or is this a high school prank that went away for years and recently came back to bite you in the butt? OP, I only kept it up if someone who I had already told brought it up in front of someone I hadn't, and my knee-jerk reaction, I guess, was to keep going and not come clean. Commenter 7, hey, so I actually did this too. Not laughing at you, just at us being so silly. I eventually was just like, yeah, I'm not colorblind, I don't know what I was thinking. OP, care to say if anyone hated you? Commenter 7, nope. No one. I got laughed at a few times, but honestly, I had to laugh at me too. Update, 2 days later. I spoke with my boyfriend last night while having pizza. I simply said what I typed above, as many people suggested, and after a lot of blank stares, silence, and a simple what, he started laughing. I was laughing nervously, and I was still unsure if he was going to get up and leave my house but wanted to laugh at me first. Dramatic, I know, but that's me. He calmed me down, because he's a saint, and told me I'm stupid. That was weird, and he's still slightly shocked, but ultimately he didn't care. We continued eating our pizza, watched the next Marvel movie in our lineup, and had a completely relaxing night. I waited to update, still unsure if he was staying with me after a night's rest on it, but I'm happy to say it's as if nothing has changed, and I couldn't be happier. I saw a few comments appalled that I was sorry for lying to my boyfriend but nobody else. I will admit my post did make it seem that way, and maybe he was a catalyst to make me take the steps toward coming clean, but I do deeply regret lying to my friends as well. On that note, I told my best friend as well, over the phone because she lives hours away at college right now, and she also thought it was hilarious and shocking I managed to keep it up this long. She'd also said she wasn't upset with me, and it changed nothing between us apart from the relentless teasing I'm sure is coming my way. I haven't told my boyfriend's family yet, as I want him and I to decide together how to go about it because he obviously knows them better than me, although I have already come to love them as my own family. I may update later on when I do tell them all, but I'm not sure. Thank you for all the advice, even though some of it was hard to hear. I accept that and will move on and be better going forward.
My girlfriend and I had planned to get engaged after 5 years together, but she suddenly said she wasn't ready, and then she doubled down by asking me if she could explore an open relationship she has with another couple. Posted by you/YoungHustler 1994. So, my girlfriend, 24F, and I, 25M, are in college taking classes currently. Before spring break, I planned on proposing during spring break since we've been together for 5 years. I asked her parents for their blessing and received it, but after that, she changed and told me she wasn't ready for engagement, which hurt. A week later, she told me a guy coworker and his girlfriend are poly and interested in having a relationship with my girlfriend. She asked for my permission. I was stunned but agreed out of fear of losing her. It's been 2 to 3 weeks, and I told her I cannot do the poly thing anymore. She says she's become too attached to them and that she doesn't want to lose any of us. It really hurt to hear our 5 years essentially equated to a few weeks with them. We're going to discuss it tomorrow about where we go from here, but I don't want to lose her. I only see this ending with her leaving them or me leaving her. The couple is engaged and will be married soon. We were planning on moving in a few months to a year, and she wants me to bear it until we move so she can enjoy them while we're still here. Edit, I should clarify that she was okay with me being with other people too, but I found I cannot do it and still feel the same about our relationship like she seems able to. Relevant comments. Up. What really hurt was I told the girl from the other couple I wanted it to stop and was withdrawing my consent. She told me I couldn't withdraw it now since I had already agreed and that I was free to leave the relationship if I wanted to anytime. It feels like getting kicked out of your own house by someone you allowed in as a temporary guest. Commenter 1. Maybe it's time to leave the theoretical house. It will suck at first, but if you're not being respected for the effort you put into the relationship you held for 5 years, get out and explore the world. Then after some time, check in to see if it has changed. At that point, you might not want to come back because you could have built a better house somewhere else with someone who meets your needs. At the end of the day, it's your decision. Best of luck to you, my man. You're young and have amazing things ahead of you. Up. The thing is, I've loved her too much for too long. I had anger, but now it's just sadness. I truly want her to have a long, happy life. I don't have the best feelings for the other two, but I want her to be happy, even if it's with someone else. Commenter 2. She isn't it, Chief. Update, 3 days later. We talked about our future and where this was going. We didn't talk as much about fixing it as we both had done so in previous talks, and her stance on staying with the other couple hasn't changed. I told her I cannot do it anymore and that she will have to go down this path alone. She told me she was so sorry for doing this to me, to us, and that she would never have done it if she knew it would do this and hopes I can forgive her, but she still cannot leave this poly thing. I told her I will always love her in a way as she is a part of me. We both cried, a lot, and I finally left after we agreed to not speak for a while. We agreed we were not ending with anger or blame, but understanding that our paths were diverging and our story was over. I feel so low right now, I almost can't stand it. Driving by her parked car in the campus parking lot, seeing the gym and restaurants and stores we went to together all the time, all the things she's given me over 5 years and all our pictures is almost too painful to bear. I don't know if I can ever open my heart to someone else again, maybe someday, but that will be a long time from now. In a way, I feel relieved that the whole situation is over and that I finally got it off my chest. The healing can start now. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. You didn't mess up. You went quite far to keep a relationship alive. Some way or another, everyone's been there. You did the right thing to move on. Time to focus on friends and family and refresh. Best of luck for your future. Commenter 2. Less today I have fed up and more today I learned that it wasn't meant to be, better now than years down the road when you're both bitter and hate each other. College life will keep you busy and hopefully give you some better chances at finding someone better suited for you. Edit, thanks so much to all the kind and encouraging words. I never thought I could receive so much support from strangers on Reddit, but thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I know it hurts right now like no other emotional pain I've felt, but life will go on. I'm able to see now that despite how well I thought we were together and how much I loved her, the warning signs were always there and I just didn't see them. We were just not meant to be. I probably won't open up my heart to anyone for a long time, but the future will be what I make it to be, and I'm choosing to make it a bright one. Edit 2. Some people pointed out that maybe there were communication issues and she didn't want marriage. I know I can't know what went on in her mind, but we had been excitedly discussing engagement and marriage for over a year. We had gone ring shopping a couple months before this situation, and she had talked to me about asking for her hand from her parents. She always talked about it with my mom whenever she would visit her at her office, and then about a month before the poly thing, she did a 180 and began to act more distant about the prospect of engagement. We had already booked the trip, and I had already bought the ring to be ready to propose, so this change came as a shock to me. She swore to me she never cheated on me despite knowing the coworker as a friend for a couple years, and I can't bring myself to not believe her. I won't bash her or hold anger for what she did. Our goals were revealed, and she made her choice. I wish her the best and sincerely hope this couple doesn't hurt her.
I warned a visiting exchange student that my son had been expelled twice for touching people without consent and that he treated women like objects, and now she ignores him while my husband accuses me of sabotaging my own child. Posted by you/haunting_beauty_229. So, I, 40F, have 2 kids, my daughter Liz, 12F, and son Toby, 19M. I'm going to be honest, Toby has become a perv Dagon. Because Toby is his son, my husband, 54M, tended to spoil Toby a lot and indulge his interest, which included 18-plus movies and my husband's stash of old Playboys. My husband would say, he's a teenager, let him be, despite me telling him that Toby was growing to be a Dagon. This was especially true for Asian women. We had an Asian cleaner, we're pretty well off, who Toby would hit on and harass until she smacked him across the face when he tried to lift her skirt. My husband wanted to press charges, but I threatened to divorce him if he did, and I would make sure everybody knew what a pervert Toby was. I made sure to give her a nice bonus before referring her to a friend, and then hired an older man in her place. Toby sulked for 3 months following that. I can already hear the comments, why threaten divorce when you could just do it, and it's because I didn't want to uproot Liz. I have been saving a small chunk of the weekly grocery money since she was born, and have a lot saved in a secret account. I originally planned to get the best divorce lawyer once Liz goes to college and leave him, but considering everything that happened these past few hours, I may need to move my plans up. I realized I was basically groomed not long after Toby began exhibiting that problematic behavior, and I think fetishizing exotic women is hereditary, as my husband is white and I'm Latina. Most of the community knows I was groomed, so I have a lot of friends in the neighborhood because of it. They serve as my eyes, and it keeps Toby in check while in public, something that he makes clear annoys him. Anyway, our neighbor recently had his prior exchange student come back for a visit he hosted a few years back. For the sake of the post, I will call her Kimmy. Kimmy is incredibly bright and happy, she's always smiling and waving at people in the street. This would be all fine and dandy if she hadn't done so to Toby, who she caught coming back from hanging out with friends. She was on my neighbor's front porch, having tea with my neighbor's wife, when they caught each other's eyes. To be honest, Toby was smitten, but I didn't trust it. I noticed he and Kimmy would talk for hours on the porch the following week, and we even had her over for tea a few times over the course of that week. Liz absolutely adores her, and the two would talk about fashion and the newest anime and manhwas. I have no idea if I spelled that right, but the Korean version of manga. Fast forward to 2 days ago, and we're having tea with Kimmy, my neighbor's wife, and me. Kimmy asked if she could possibly date Toby, and both the neighbor's wife and I froze up. I put down my cup, and I was blunt. I told her Toby was a lot like his father in the fact that he doesn't see women as a gentleman should. I brought up the Asian maid, and told her Toby may look at her the same way, even if he doesn't seem to right now. I then explained my husband was the same way, love bombing and cherishing me, and I realized too late the kind of man he was. My neighbor's wife cut in, saying that she knows I had tried to set Toby straight, but some nature is too strong to change. I then finished saying that if she did decide to date Toby, I would be honored. I also informed her I'd have her back if Toby ever tried to pull anything shady, and so would most of the neighborhood. Kimmy silently nodded, seemingly understanding. Now, Kimmy is ignoring Toby. She came over this morning to pick up Liz for a shopping day, and Toby tried to say hi. But she just ignored him and told me goodbye before Liz shut the door. Toby mumbled a slur while pouting, and I had enough. I rolled my eyes and said something along the lines of, "And that's why I warned her about you." I honestly didn't mean to slip up, but I was exhausted from not sleeping. I have chronic migraines. Toby looked at me, and it looked like heartbreak. But I looked at him straight in the eyes and told him, "I tried to make you a gentleman, but you and your father kept acting like perverted asses. If you want to blame anybody, blame your father. He allowed you to become this way." Toby stormed to his room, and I got a text from my husband an hour later, asking why I would sabotage my own son like that. I texted back basically the same thing, that I had enough of Toby looking at women like objects and that if he had been a good father, I wouldn't view my son as a perv. We had a chance to fix his behavior, but he enabled him. My husband is now furious with me, and Toby has yet to leave his room. Liz and Kimmy are still out, and I texted my neighbor's wife to ask if the two can sleep over at her place since I have a feeling my husband is already going to start a fight with me. The neighbor offered to come over and act as a mediator and shield. He's a big guy, and I took him up at that offer. I'm shaking, I'm scared, and I probably imploded my marriage, all because I warned a very kind girl about the kind of boy my son is. I feel like I'm about to throw up. I have no idea what my husband is going to do or say. All I know is he's mad, Toby is mad, but Liz and Kimmy are safe. My neighbor said he's going to be over before my husband gets home, and I honestly am left wondering if what I did is actually for the best. Ada for warning an exchange student about my son and ruining my marriage? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, NTA, and holy crap, get the entire cavalry. The entire neighborhood is going to want a piece of him if he hurts you. I'm so sorry this is happening to you up. Does Liz know her brother's a perv? OP, you're sweet, thank you. Liz does know, she never has friends over because she is scared Toby will try something. Commenter 2, are you sure Toby hasn't tried something with his sister? Or cousins? It isn't too late to teach Toby about boundaries and consent, what is legal and what is not. OP, my husband is an only child and all my family lives in my home country, so visits are rare. I don't think he's tried anything with his cousins, and even if he did, pretty sure his uncles and male cousins would beat the crap out of him. I have talked to Liz, and she told me he's never done anything to her or her friends, but they say he gives off creep vibes and just watches them from a distance. Liz knows if anything does happen, I'm safe to talk to. Toby has assaulted people before. He was expelled from school twice before 16 for touching staff and peers. That was one of the first times I had him tested. So, he has a track record of this kind of behavior. It's why the whole neighborhood watches him. Ever since his second expulsion, he hasn't had any legal trouble. The people he assaulted before dropped the charges once he was expelled and settled out of court both times. Downvoted commenter, sounds like you're taking your anger at your husband out on your son. The son sounds like he's had problems, but keeping him an incel probably isn't helping. OP, I tried for his entire teen years to get him to do something else aside from staying home. From clubs to sports, he didn't want to do any of it. He didn't like any of the community things, like fairs or markets, either. Even the library's book club didn't work out. I've had him tested for any mental things, like ADHD or autism, and he came out with nothing. I have no idea how to help him, and my husband just enabled him. I love Toby, I just don't know what to do anymore. Update 1 month later. Hello everybody, I just wanted to clarify a few things before I update you all. Firstly, Toby is my son. I think a lot of people were under the impression that he was just my husband's. I guess I worded that strangely. Second, everything I have done to try to prevent any form of escalation of Toby's behavior was dismissed by my husband, and any punishments were immediately reversed when he got home. Thirdly, I got Toby tested for any form of mental disability after his first expulsion. He has been expelled twice, and he is neurotypical as far as the tests go. I got him tested for ADHD, ASD, OCD, and BPD. Fourth, my husband has never been violent towards my children and me. If he's upset, he'll direct that energy to something else or an activity. Fifth, it feels like a lot of people thought I was stealing from my family by skimming money from the grocery budget, but it was just spare change and notes from after my shopping trips. It's not like I was stealing the entire grocery budget. And finally, yes, I can hear and understand the why haven't you left or why didn't you do this? It's taken a lot of talking between my family, friends, and now you people have read it, for me to realize Liz and I didn't deserve this, especially Liz. So, now for the update, I am filing for divorce. I packed Liz up and took her back to my home country for girls' time with her cousins. While there, I made and had a virtual appointment with 2 different lawyers from the same firm. They are currently drafting the paperwork, but they also recommended I talk to local law enforcement about a possible protective order against Toby and my husband. Given their behavioral tendencies, I may consider it. And before everyone comes after me for abandoning Toby, this hurts me too, but at this point, I have to protect Liz. If I plan to have full custody of her, which the lawyer said was highly guaranteed if Toby continues to live with my husband, I need to separate myself from them. I'm still in my home country, talking to my family about everything. Just as I confirmed before, Toby has not gone after any of his cousins. I asked since I needed any additional accounts for legal reasons. Right now, I'm okay, but honestly, I don't know if I'll update again. I just really want to put this entire situation to rest, so I may see you guys again or I may not. Thank you all for the support, advice, and courage. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, please be careful. Your husband may have international law on his side if you file for divorce while out of the country, especially if you and Liz are not citizens of whatever country you are currently visiting. You need to make sure that the legal firm you are working with is very familiar with international divorce and custody laws while you pursue this while outside the country you and Liz have been living in. Also, as a follow-up to your last post, no, degeneracy is not hereditary. Fetishizing exotic women is not hereditary. These behaviors are not coded in DNA, they are taught, and your son was taught to behave this way by his father. This also means you're going to need to think about your role in your son's life. I suggest you prioritize therapy for you and your daughter, separately, ASAP. Commenter 2, it was so obvious from the first post that Op is an abused wife. Her husband has not had to get violent with her. The fact that he's violent around her and the children is abuse. The fact that she needs to skim money from the groceries to have an escape fund indicates financial abuse. Enabling and encouraging the son's degenerate and misogynistic behavior is abuse. He has been abusing his wife and his children, especially his daughter, for years. The fact that anybody would accuse her of stealing from her family because she holds on to a couple of dollars from the grocery budget is indicative of the way so many people think that it is perfectly acceptable to abuse your family financially. I am glad Op is getting out. I hope that her family has her back and her husband hasn't been financially supporting her family in her country so that they encourage her to stay. Good luck, Op, and make sure the lawyers go after every penny you can get. Commenter 3, you're doing the right thing by protecting Liz and yourself. It's heartbreaking, but sometimes distance is the only way to truly create safety and peace. Wishing you strength moving forward. Update 2, 15 days later. Hello again, everybody. I just wish to keep everybody posted on the current situation and thank those who support me in this difficult time. This update is luckily more positive, and I am happy to say that I am not giving up on Toby. I am currently back in my husband's home country. I think people were under the impression I was going to take Liz back to my home country, but I've stated before that I don't want to uproot her. I just wish to look into legal matters and get my mind sorted. I had a few friends in the neighborhood who offered to let me and Liz move into their place, and I took one up on the offer. She lives closer to Liz's school, so it works out better that way. I served my husband divorce papers 2 days after my last post and moved Liz and me out that day. 2 days after we moved out, Toby was found lurking outside of Liz's school. He was having a mental breakdown and screaming, and was detained for trespassing. As far as I know, and what witnesses have told me and the police, he was a complete wreck. I was also told he had been taken to the hospital for a psyche evaluation and was placed in a 72-hour hold. I wasn't allowed to visit him, and according to the nurses and doctor, my husband made no attempts to visit him or even speak to the doctor. Toby was diagnosed with a mixed personality disorder, as he showed classic symptoms from narcissistic personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. His emotional breakdown came from the fact that I left, and when I was finally able to see him, it broke my heart. He kept crying and saying he didn't know why he was like this, and I just held him. He hasn't cried that hard since he was a child, and it honestly gave me a slight sliver of hope that Toby could still be a part of my life. I sat in on his next therapy session, mandatory while in the facility, and he apologized for how he acted. I told him that the apology came a little too late. I told him that I am happy that he wants to get better, but I needed space. Our contact wouldn't be non-existent, just limited. One message I received actually told me that I could send him a voice message, and I think that is a wonderful idea. I told him that if he proved he could be better, we can have full-blown contact again. I am currently working with the doctors to find a suitable facility for him, as I made it clear that if he went back to my husband, he would never get better. I figured a voice memo a month or maybe a video call, just so he doesn't think I've given up on him. In 6 months, maybe a year, hopefully, he has the tools, coping mechanisms, and medicine he needs. I also helped him look at online classes, just so he can branch out again and try to get an education. So, that's where things stand right now. No updates on my husband. I don't know if he got a lawyer or what he's planning. I am safe, Liz is doing good, and Toby is getting better. That's all I have for now. I realized I was too hard on Toby, and I plan to not only acknowledge that in my first video message but apologize for it. A lot of the comments opened my eyes as to how hard I was on him, even though most of his behavior wasn't just his fault, but mine and my husband's, or I guess future ex-husband. Thank you all for your support, advice, and comments. Harsh or not, I'm glad I posted on here. Top comments. Commenter 1, so sad that Toby had a breakdown, but it sounds like it was for the better since now he's getting help. Glad you and Liz are out and safe, but no word from your husband, even with his son in the hospital, is worrying. Hope all gets better now. OP, I also think the silence is worrying, but I am going to enjoy the calm while I can. Commenter 2, wishing you both stability and connection. If you find that your voice memos really help him process things, maybe you could try sending a couple more each month. Just a thought, it makes me sad to see stories like this. These disorders can be really intense, but as you said, with the right psych support, well-targeted therapy, and meds, I genuinely believe things can become more manageable over time, functional even. Hoping for an update in a year or two with some good news. OP, that is a good idea. I will run it by his current doctor. Thank you for the advice. Commenter 3, I don't know if only contacting him once a month is a good idea. You're leaving a lot of space for your husband to come back in and swoop him into his manipulations. I think you do need to have more contact, even if it hurts you, if you want to help him heal. Commenter 4, I'm happy you're not giving up on Toby and still want to protect both your children and yourself. I'm glad your daughter is happy and carefree and hope it remains like that. However, you need to have someone with her, someone with you wherever you go. The silence your husband is having is threatening, and he's for sure making a plan to destroy you all. Gather evidence from throughout the years and everything recently, and keep 2 separate copies just in case. Please get someone to go with your daughter and you at all times. Your soon-to-be ex-husband is going to make a move, and it will be drastic. He's being cornered, and animals are at their most dangerous peak when they feel cornered and threatened. Get both of you spy GPS trackers and bracelets or something in case he gets one or both of you. Be always alert until someone can contact him. My boyfriend refused to attend a graduation party my mom threw for both of us even though she painted his name on the banner and my friends brought his favorite drinks, and now I'm stuck making excuses for why he avoids my family. Posted by you/GhostCubSalam. So, for some background, my boyfriend, 21M, and I, 20F, have been together since junior year of high school. We've lived together at his childhood home with his mother and siblings for the past 2 years. Overall, our relationship is pretty harmonious. When I talk to other people about our SOs, I'm usually thanking my lucky stars for the guy I've got, because we are compatible in so many ways and rarely fight. We all contribute equally financially to the running of the house, and this includes my, obviously, deep involvement in his family dynamic. I'm always willing to help around the house and contribute positively to the needs of everyone in the household, especially my boyfriend. I'm a people pleaser in all dimensions of my life, including our relationship. Boyfriend is not. I often joke that he must have some form of oppositional defiant disorder. I am aware this is not a joke for those with actual diagnoses. Please don't take offense, because it feels as though the majority of the non-essential requests I make of him receive no's in response. Basic things like "can I borrow your laptop" or "will you pick up X on your way home" are not the issue. But when I ask about girly, for lack of a better description, stuff like going on double dates with my friends or seeing my family, he utterly shuts down with no explanation. I'm never even graced with detail like "I don't want to hang out with so-and-so because she annoys me," or "your uncle's jokes aren't funny." He just straight up shuts down and says something along the lines of "Nah, I'm all set, it's not gonna happen," or flat out "No way." The most recent examples: my family threw a graduation party for myself, college, and my twin cousins, high school. Boyfriend also graduated from college this year, so my mom wanted to take the opportunity to celebrate his achievement as well. She even painted his name on the beautiful congratulations banner alongside mine and my cousins, and he was included in the shower of cards and gifts coming from aunts and uncles. It goes without saying that my family has accepted him as one of us in the warmest way possible, and my mother lovingly refers to him as her son. This would be fantastic if my boyfriend had been willing to attend the party. I gave him several weeks' notice, even a 3-day countdown, if you will. Refused to attend. Refused to justify or give any valid reasons why he didn't attend, other than the non-obligatory plans he made the same day for the sole purpose of avoiding the party. I was at a loss for how to deal with this besides attempts at verbal communication when I got home. Showed him the banner. Gave him the cards. Mentioned that my friends, a couple who will come into the story again soon, even brought his favorite beer to share because I'd mentioned it to them in conversation before. Said how much everyone missed him and how awkward it was for me to continually make up excuses for why he didn't come to a party thrown partially in his honor. In return, I got a half-assed apology and the subject was changed. I remained defeated because I didn't throw the pathetic crying fit that was brewing in my head, because those never get anyone anywhere. Fast forward to today. The same couple, I've hung out with them both, talked positively about this boyfriend of mine, they're dying to meet him and haven't yet. The same couple who brought my boyfriend's favorite beer to the party he blew off, suggested a double date for tomorrow night. I asked my boyfriend. His answer was, "I'm willing to go out with you, but I don't want to see anyone else." Mind you, he hasn't even met these people and I've never even had the chance to tell him much about them. We see each other every single day, so it isn't like he misses me and we're lacking alone time. I try several different angles to try and convince him that it could be fun. We've never been to the drive-in before. X-Cool movie is playing. It's only $6. We can smoke in the car. Jane and John Doe are such cool people, I think you'd get along great. Brick wall. I'm all set with that. Just stop. Stop. I'm not going, etc. No explanation or justification. No flexibility for different plans or a different night, or any compromise whatsoever. Boyfriend is not, never has been, and never will be a whipped guy, and that is the last thing I'd want from a relationship. We lead independent, productive lives with separate jobs, friends, and school. This has worked for almost 5 years now. I rarely even ask for our friend groups to cross, only because I know that this is the result. I'll occasionally tag along on adventures with his buddies, and ultimately see more of his friends at our house than my own group, because he invites them over to work on cars, bikes, etc., in our garage/chill spot, and that's just groovy. I like his friends. They are my friends too. But if I try to reverse the situation and invite him out with my friends, co-ed situations, I'm not asking him to join us for mani pedis at the mall, he refuses to participate. If I have my friends over, he busies himself with anything but what we're doing. The same system applies to his family. If he's seeing relatives or having dinner with parents, I'm almost always involved and welcomed there. If I'm doing the same with my family, it's like pulling teeth to get him to participate. How do I effectively tell him that he's being a complete jerk without sounding like just another typical whiny girlfriend? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. This sounds awful. I hate to be the person who jumps to break up, but he really doesn't seem like he's considerate of you or your feelings at all in terms of integrating himself into your life outside of his own. He knows these things are important to you, and yet doesn't budge an inch. I think you need to have a serious convo about this. Does he have social anxiety, or is it just that he doesn't feel like going? Maybe you can get to the bottom of this and have a compromise, though it doesn't seem hopeful if you have to drag him tooth and nail to participate in these things. Perhaps, though, he doesn't quite see the severity of the issue yet. Can you imagine a future with someone who won't ever integrate your lives fully? On the grand scheme of our relationship, I don't think this is enough for me to break it off, at least not yet. There have been times where he's come along on these kinds of outings, and he was fine after the initial teeth pulling to get him going. I don't think it is social anxiety, because I'm quite certain it's him saying to himself, I could sit through a movie with these people I don't know, or I could go do X fun thing with my buddies instead. I'm already fully aware that he's selfish in this way, and this is the most detrimental manifestation of his selfishness in our relationship. In many other arenas, he does put me first and considers my feelings, and this doesn't go unseen for me. I appreciate the heck out of what he does right. Maybe that's why this sticks out as so god-awful and painful, because it really is my only consistent complaint. Regarding your last point, that really is the scary part. I don't think I can, and I know better than to demand change. Commenter 2. He does not value your feelings as much as his feelings. My so has pretty bad social anxiety, like diagnosed bad, and he sucks it up and does stuff I want to do because he knows it is important to me. Yours is seriously being a jerk. Mine has a panic attack and is like, no, no, we can go. I just need to calm down. I know how much you're looking forward to this. Yours is like, forget it, lady. I want to hang out with my friends instead. Your family stinks. Forget their party. I'm not trying to brag here. I'm trying to illustrate a point. Someone who seriously loves you and wants to be in a partnership with you tries their very hardest to make you happy. He doesn't. Up. I appreciate your frank assessment of the whole thing, and my only dissent is that he does try in other ways. He shows his love in so many other places. I just don't know how to make it clear to him that this gap is a very important one that he needs to fix ASAP. When asked about the banner and told she is being submissive. Yeah, my mom hung it up for the whole party to see. I was tempted to take the section with his name down, but it was too late. I don't want this post to reflect too poorly on our relationship, because as I've mentioned in other comments, we're not entirely broken. Past issues between us that I've addressed have been taken care of head-on, and he does contribute positive effort to the relationship in other areas, just not this one as of late. If your assessment of my submissive role is correct, what's your advice for addressing it? I want to assert to you that I'm not a complete doormat with him. I damn near moved out and left him last summer because of a lack of action on a totally different issue, and when he realized I was serious, he made the changes that needed to be made, and we haven't really fought about much until this point. And when I say we haven't really fought, I mean we haven't fought because there wasn't anything to fight about. I wasn't just sweeping things under the rug for the sake of harmony. We have been having a very harmonious year since the last shakeup. But realistically, I can't just throw around ultimatums and pack my bags every 6 months when I don't get my way. So, how do I shake him back to reality without getting overly dramatic? Update, 6 days later. I just wanted to thank everyone who took the time to respond and offer their advice. After a long talk, the result was to break up because he doesn't feel the same way about me anymore. I'm heartbroken, but my brain understands and accepts his reasons. I don't feel like writing the entire saga out. I just wanted to offer an update and thank everybody who was kind enough to try and help. TL, Doctor, clean breakup, no hostility or viciousness at all. Hopefully we'll still be friends. Top comments. Commenter 1. After a long talk, the result was to break up because he doesn't feel the same way about me anymore. I'm sorry if I sprinkled doubt on you, but this was as much a cop-out as his previous no explanations. He was never willing to go to these events with you, so it's not a result of a change in how he felt about you. So, either he never felt that way about you, or he was so loath to explore or explain his issue that he saw breaking up as the easier way out. Interesting. Consider the bullet dodged. Commenter 2. Hopefully we'll still be friends. I don't understand. To him, you were nothing more than a walking, talking smash toy that paid half of the bills for a long time. He was with you until you started getting upset at his horrendous neglect, then when you stopped being a prop, by talking about how he made you feel, he decided to finally tell you that he'd lost interest in you. Your ex is a jerk. My husband called me names in front of our children, accused me of affairs, and tried to forbid me from seeing friends, and now even though he keeps asking to come back, I am secretly preparing to sell the house and separate our finances. Posted by you/SuspiciousRock1661. My husband, 32M, and I, 32F, have been married for almost 2 years, but together for almost 15. He is my only long, real boyfriend I have had in my adult life, and we have 2 children together. We have had a rocky relationship from the beginning, if I'm being honest, but the last 3 years have, for the most part, been pretty great. The turning point for our relationship, I feel, was after he got blackout drunk at his friend's wedding and spent the entire 1.5-hour drive home that I drove him and his friend from as I was sober, screaming at me and saying nasty things. Since then, things had been pretty good. I have been working on myself, have lost weight, been putting more effort into myself and my appearance, and have been making new friends. About 5 months ago, he woke up one day and told me he wasn't happy with his life or me and wanted to leave. He then decided he was wrong and didn't want to leave. Not to drag it on too much, but a highlight reel of the last 5 months is he has left me 4 to 5 times and come back every time saying he's sorry. Been unhappy when I have gone for dinner or to see girlfriends. Got blackout drunk again and behaved horrendously towards me. I can't really talk about it on the thread. The same night as above, there was some severe drama with his family. I'm also being made to be the villain for telling them this behavior is disgusting, especially since our 2 children were asleep in bed when everything was happening. Called me every name under the sun, often in front of our children. Accused me multiple times of having affairs, with absolutely no suspicions. His excuses are that he doesn't feel loved enough by me and I'm not affectionate enough, but it's hard to feel affectionate to someone who is treating you poorly. I'm getting very little family support and being made to feel guilty for breaking our family up if I don't let him just come back home, but he is never going to change. I guess I'm just looking for some validation and support that I'm making the right decision because I keep being told I'm wrong. What are my next steps to stay strong in my decision to not take him back, and try and establish a healthy co-parenting relationship for our children. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, say no. Keep saying no. Find an attorney, keep all conversations between the lawyers. File for immediate custody pending divorce. Separate finances. Do what the lawyer says. Action. First and best steps to staying strong. Commenter 2, separate finances first thing, make it happen tomorrow. OP, I actually don't even know how to begin separating our finances as everything we have is basically tied up in our business. Commenter 3, imagine if your daughter was going through exactly that. What would you advise her? Please divorce him. OP, I think about this all the time. Has OP tried marriage counseling? OP, tried that twice already at various times, and he only agreed to it this time when he knew I was more serious, but never even made it to the appointment date. Commenter 4, you've been together since you were teenagers. Time to live your life and figure out who you are without him. OP, in reflection, I think a big part of the escalation has been because I have been starting to find my own self in the last 1 to 2 years. Update 1, 2 weeks later. I just wanted to firstly say thank you to everyone for all of your responses. I can't tell you how much they've helped me through this time, and every time I was struggling, I went back and looked at them all. I just wanted to address a few things mentioned in the comments and then give an update, so skip to the end if you just want the update. I have spent the last few weeks really thinking about our relationship and the dynamics, and honestly, it's difficult to really think about and embarrassing to think I've allowed this for so long. Some background to our relationship and dynamics of my life. We started seeing each other at 15, and on reflection, I can see that he was pressuring me even back then to do what he wanted, for example, pressuring me into losing my virginity when I didn't want to, but thankfully a friend intervened for me. I grew up in a house filled with domestic violence and an extended family that was very dysfunctional from trauma. Around the time we first met, my stepdad, who raised me, and separated from my mom about 3 years prior, told me his new partner didn't like me calling him dad. She was turning my bedroom at his house into her spare room for when her family came to visit, and essentially ended with him abandoning his dad role in my life. The night we started dating at 17 was, in hindsight, deeply troubling. We had been at a local function and had been friends. I was speaking with a mutual friend leading up to this night, and we snuck away to spend time together. When we came back to the function, our mutual friends were laughing about it, and he started screaming at me in front of everyone for hooking up with his friend when I knew he liked me and that I was a terrible person. I followed him out to apologize, no idea what I was apologizing for now, and ended up in a relationship with him. He habitually lied to me about using illicit substances throughout the years. He knew it was a hard limit for me, as my relative had passed away from an OD. I know to some people it is a bit ridiculous as it's pretty normal where we are from, but I didn't want to be involved with it in the slightest. He caused friendship breakdowns because friends would come to me and tell me he was using substances, he would deny it and tell me they were lying, and I would end up in arguments with them. He admitted 2 years ago to lying about it because he could see my viewpoint had changed and I was more accepting of it. Our relationship was great for the last 2 to 3 years, 1 to 2 years before our wedding and 1 year after, but on reflection I realize it was because I was just being more obedient to him. I was basically a married single mom and handled everything at home, worked in our business, and was the primary parent for our children. Okay, now for the update. I saw everyone's comments about leaving him, running, and divorce. That is definitely my plan, but I'm trying to be smart about everything and not rush it and do it on impulse. After my last post, I did cave to his pressure and allow him another chance. I told him that I was going to visit my friend's new apartment in the city and go for dinner together. He lost it and tried to forbid me from going. I told him I wasn't asking for permission, I was just letting him know. He was yelling and carrying on in front of our children that I either be husband and wife again or he's leaving right now. I was overwhelmed and trying to get him to stop, so I agreed. He also admitted to going through my phone to look at my messages with my friend because he didn't trust what I was saying. A week later, he left again. So currently, we are not together. He keeps apologizing and telling me he loves me and regrets the things he was saying to me. He keeps asking me, "So are you done, or do you want to be with me?" I reminded him that he left and we're not currently together. I said without real changed behavior, I'm not willing to be together. And I know that he will not be able to do that because I now realize that I think he is a narcissist, or at least pretty close. In the meantime, I have been recording many of our conversations and interactions. I am meeting with a lawyer and speaking with an individual counselor, and trying to get my house and estate for sale without it being obvious. I also forwarded many of our business financial documents to a separate email in case he restricts access to them. His work email is also on my computer, as I handled most of his correspondence, and a few days ago he had an email from Snapchat about some password change. Not really a huge deal, but I'm pretty confident there is either another specific girl in the picture or he's having casual lovemaking. If there's anything else I should be doing, anything you want clarified, or any thoughts you have, I'd love to hear it. And thank you all again. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. So currently we are not together. Lady, on my hands and knees begging you to stop with this language. It needs to be we are not together, period. OP, you're right, we are not together, period. I promise it's not changing. Commenter 2. Op, you should take your electronics and car to Geek Squad and a mechanic, and check for a GPS, tracking, and spyware. I would also open a new bank account at a bank different from any bank you use as a couple, even if you don't have joint accounts. I would want a separate account at a bank he doesn't know about. I would also run my credit report and keep a close watch on it, and any accounts we share. OP, the Family Violence Helpline in my area offers help with this, so I was going to be looking into it this week. Thank you. Commenter 3, change your passwords and codes. There's a good chance he'll go through your messages again. It's an easy way to keep track of what you're up to. He most likely will, at some point, promise real change with therapy and all that. Have a response ready. This is often said without any intention to actually change, it's just a way to get back. Get a separate bank account if you don't have one. You'll need it. If you have one and he has access to it, cancel that. You do seem to have a good grip on the situation though, good luck in your new life. OP, thank you, I'm going to go through all my passwords on my phone and change them. Who owns the house? Can OP change the locks? OP, it's in both our names. Commenter 4, you need to stop going back together with this man. What kind of example are you setting for your children? That it's normal to berate, insult, and attack your partner for hours on end? Do you want your children to grow up thinking it's normal to have your partner isolate you to the house and not let you have friends? Seeing these things is going to mess them up for life. When I read your update, it originally sounded like you understood the situation and you were getting out, only to find out a few sentences later that you put yourself right back into the same position, took him back, let him treat you like garbage, let him manipulate and control you, and then, surprise, surprise, he dumped you again. I know it's hard to leave abusive relationships, but you are not single and this doesn't affect only you. You have to put your children first. OP, I understand that it reads like that, and I guess it is what happened. But mostly I just wanted to get to my appointment with a lawyer before officially kicking him out, so that I knew all my rights, etc., and did everything properly. Because all of our finances are tied up in our business, and I don't want him to be able to just take everything and hide it. OP clarifies on why she hasn't kicked her husband out of the house. He has never technically left the home. He has left me and stayed in our spare bedroom, or left for a night. How exactly do I keep someone out of a home they own jointly with me without divorcing them first? The police in my area will do absolutely nothing unless there is genuine proof of physical violence, which I don't have. And even then, it's still difficult to have them removed from the property or pursue anything. Additional information from OP after reading comments. I just wanted to say thank you to those who have left genuine feedback and support. But honestly, I'm pretty taken aback by how aggressive some of the comments have been with me. I was actually really proud that I've started taking steps to get out, and I fully intend to leave him. But it is a huge milestone in my life to accept that I have allowed myself to be in an abusive relationship and start the process of leaving the only man I've even been with in 15 years. I honestly never really did realize it wasn't normal, which you may not understand, but it's just my reality. And for the people who keep mentioning why I'm putting my kids through this, I think you're misdirecting your anger a bit there. I'm trying my very best to shield them, and I've almost got everything ready to get us out. I'm so close. But the person doing this to our children is him. Am I allowing bad behavior? Absolutely. But I'm not doing it, and I'm actively getting us out. So anyway, I'm trying my best, I'm leaving, and I hope maybe next time you see a post like this you might be a little kinder than just a lot of insults. Update 2.5 weeks later. Hi all. I wanted to post an update for everyone who gave me advice in my previous posts, and helped me through a really difficult time. My soon-to-be ex-husband has been gone from our home for 2 weeks now. It has been 2 weeks filled with crash outs, love bombing, and everything in between. But I have held firm and told him I am completely out of the relationship and want a divorce. I have bought new security cameras for the time being, but want to sell our house and buy my own place as soon as possible. Separating our finances is going to be so difficult. I know I'm only at the very beginning of the journey, but I am feeling so proud of myself and strong in my resolution. Honestly, I haven't even missed him once yet. I feel free. The kids and I can be at home and do what we feel like without worrying if he will have a problem with it. There's no more yelling at home. It's just peaceful. So thank you again for your advice. I probably won't have another update, but thank you all, and if you have any tips or tricks for negotiating custody agreements and divorce, that would be great. I can't tell you how much you all helped me push through the hardest part. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you've done something incredible. The fact that you stood your ground despite the emotional pressure, that's a huge win. Peace at home and your freedom? Absolutely priceless. Whenever it gets tough, remind yourself why you started this in the first place. One tip: write everything down when it comes to the kids and any agreements, even if things seem fine now. You're in a new chapter, and it's already starting with a victory. OP, I have a video I watch of one of his outbursts whenever my brain tries to trick me into remembering the good parts. It reminds me. Honestly, I only needed to watch it for the first few days. Just fear of the unknown, I guess. I kept reminding myself that being scared of the future is far greater than living a future like that. Commenter 2, freeze your credit with all 3 major credit companies. He may turn vindictive very quickly. OP, I think once he realizes he's lost control, he will turn vindictive pretty quick. It's why I want to move through the process as quick as possible. Didn't think of the credit, thank you. OP needs to get a paper trail going with her husband. OP, most of our communication over the last 6 months has been through text, so I have so much documentation. Commenter 3, please do not cave into his excuses or love bombing. He will never change, no matter what he says or promises. I've read your other posts, and he sounds like a piece of work. You and your kids will be so much better off without him and his constant screaming, anger, and abuse. Focus on yourself and your kids now. You should be very proud of yourself for moving on. I know it's scary and hard, but it will be so worth it. Best of luck and a happy future for you and your children. OP, I absolutely will not. It's crazy how much you really see when you take off the rose-colored glasses. Thank you. It is a bit scary and definitely hard, but it has been worth it. Commenter 4, good for you. I'm so proud of you. You're sticking up for yourself and teaching your children that abusive relationships are not okay. You're setting healthy boundaries and teaching your kids to do the same. Rock on. OP, it's so rewarding thinking about my daughter not learning to accept this bad behavior, and my son learning that it is not okay. OP on her family putting pressure on her to reconcile with her husband. They're definitely getting better. I know my mom in particular wishes he would stop all of his behavior and allow us to reconcile. But she has definitely accepted that his behavior won't allow that and has stopped pressuring me. I have also opened up to more extended family who have been more supportive, which is good. Thank you so much. OP on recordings consent against her husband and taking important documents. Recording is legal in my country. Only one party needs to consent. I've taken mine and the kids' passports and birth certificates, and my engagement and wedding rings to my mom's house. Thank you so much. My husband asked me to try being intimate with other people after his friend told him about it, but when I said no, he kept pushing me to think about it, and now I feel sick every time I see him. Posted by you/VarSafety9543. This is really upsetting to me on all accounts, and I'm getting mixed opinions from the few real-life people I've talked to about it, so I could use the advice of total strangers. I, 26F, and my husband, 27M, have been married for just over a year and together for 4. We spent a long time before getting married talking about what we wanted out of being married, so I thought we were on the same page about all the important things. I do love him very much. He is sweet, helpful, and generally my dream partner until last week. Out of the blue, he sat down one night and said he wanted to talk about something. I thought it was just something minor he was frustrated about, or a bad day at work, or something. Instead, he talked about how he found out that his best guy friend and his wife are polyamorous. He and his friend have been talking about it more, and he thinks he might like to try it and wondered what I thought. I felt instantly sick to my stomach. We've always had a great intimate life and he's never given me any reason to think he was interested in anyone else. I told him that I'm not interested in being in a polyamorous relationship. I want to be monogamous with him for the rest of my life. If it had stopped there, I don't think it would have gotten so bad, but then he asked if I would read about it and then decide. I said no, I already know how I feel about it. He asked if I would at least think about it, and for some reason that just did something to me. Like instant revulsion kind of upset. I got up and told him that I was too upset to keep talking and that I needed some space, so I would sleep in the guest room that night and we could talk later. Ever since that night, I have the biggest ick anytime I see him. He keeps trying to backtrack, but I know he meant what he said about wanting to be polyamorous. It's not so much that he brought it up, it's the 2 other asks after I already said I would never be comfortable with it. It's like that didn't matter to him, he thought he could convince me and it makes me feel awful. What else is he going to pressure me about if I say no? And if he already wants to sleep with someone else, how can I ever trust him not to do it behind my back? I'm still sleeping in the guest room and I'm thinking of just asking for a divorce now when it would be simpler to divide everything up and go our separate ways instead of waiting until years down the line when I get my heart broken. He could go do whatever he wants, and I could find someone who just wants a good solid monogamous relationship with me. The idea is killing me, but I feel like it's going to hurt now no matter what I do. While I do still love him, I don't think I can ever unhear and unsee my husband asking me for an open relationship, and the idea of him touching me makes me feel ill. He's upset and frustrated that I'm punishing him for asking a question, but I honestly don't know what he expected to happen. There is a part of me that thinks maybe divorcing him is being overdramatic, but also, the ick is so strong that I don't have much hope of getting back to where we were. Ida? Edit, gosh, this got a lot of replies. I'm reading through them as best I can. I'm going to take the advice to get an STI test, and my gyno is going to work me in today for that. I don't think he would physically cheat, but better safe than sorry. I do think there is probably someone he's interested in, possibly his friend's wife or maybe even his friend. He's never expressed being visual, but that doesn't mean he isn't. I don't know them very well, so I can't speculate on their role in all of this. I'm going to be charitable and assume there are no machinations from their end, and he just picked this up from his friend and ran with it. I want to be clear that I am not ignoring him. We can talk about whatever else is going on, but I'm not ready to continue this conversation with him and he knows that. I want to be calm for that, and his behavior is not really conducive to a sense of calm right now. Every time he brings it up makes me a little more disgusted with him, but he seems intent on digging the hole instead of letting things settle. That and not taking the first no for an answer is a bigger issue than the Polly asked for me. I think I'm going to meet with a lawyer just to go over options. At this point, I don't have a lot of faith in counseling changing how I feel about him now, but I would be willing to try a few sessions to say we gave it a shot. I'll throw that out there tonight and see what he says. Edit 2, he doesn't think counseling is necessary, he just wants to go back to the way things were before bringing it up. I've told him that's not an option, you can't unbreak a bone, it has to heal instead. I asked him if he had someone in mind and he said no, but he's not a very good liar and I don't really believe him. He says it was just an idea and there's no one and nothing has happened, but he also doesn't want to show me the messages between him and his friend so I can understand the content of the conversation they had. I will respect his choice, but it's enough to convince me that there's something he's hiding even if it's not an affair in progress, and that's a problem. I've got an appointment with a lawyer in a few days. I'm going to wait until after that to make a decision, and I'm going to take a short trip alone to see my grandparents this weekend to get some fresh air and perspective. I'll try to update next week after all the test results come back and I've had a chance to look at all the facts with a professional. Thank you for kind support and advice. Top comments. Commenter 1, NTA. I don't think it's overdramatic to get out of a contract you signed with another person when they are trying to change the terms a year into it. Commenter 2. NTA. Polyamory is other relationships, not just open smash. And men oftentimes overestimate their value and ability to get other partners. They also tend to already have someone in mind when asking. Commenter 3. These comments are out of pocket. You are absolutely the jerk for how you're handling this, not necessarily for leaving. Is this rage bait? Your partner brings something to you in what he thinks is a safe space and you shut him down before even knowing what he's asking about. Your post makes it clear you don't know what polyamory is. You refuse to learn anything more about it when asked and refuse to even humor him and think about it for more than the 30 seconds it took to run through the convo you've relayed. You then proceed to passive-aggressively punish him and look for the exit immediately, while he tries to frantically backtrack. What happened to forgiveness, giving grace, or better or worse? My lord. How you should have handled this, gentle but firmly told him that you were against the idea of anything other than monogamy, but that because you loved him you'd read a little bit more about the lifestyle and really consider it. Then read an article or two and as soon as the next day once you guys had both had time to sleep on it, told him, look, I read Xi and Z thing about it as a favor to you, but I'm still wildly uncomfortable with it. After sleeping on it, I can assure you, I'm not ever going to want something other than monogamy. Give him an opportunity to say okay honey, thanks for considering it. I really appreciate you taking this seriously. If he didn't or doesn't then he's showing you a lot. You can't extrapolate from one silly convo. Anyway Uda for not making a safe space for your spouse and giving less than no grace. OP. I know what polyamory is. I don't need to consider to know that there are absolutely no conditions under which I would ever be comfortable having anything but a mutually monogamous romantic and intimate relationship. I know what my boundaries are and so does he. We talked about these kinds of things before we got married. There's nothing to forgive, really. If that's what he wants, I respect him less for backtracking. It means he's wishy-washy and unreliable. He won't stand behind what he says if there are consequences. I think that's part of the revulsion I feel. Not only did he pitch something he knows full well goes against my core values and then persist when I said no, he can't even stand by it afterwards. Like, it would better if he had just said I would like to try this but I hear you when you say you aren't interested at all. This is or isn't a deal breaker for me so let's talk about that part instead of it was just a question, it's not that important, stop refusing to touch me because you're uncomfortable and need space to calm down, I don't like it. Commenter 4. I just read a few comments, so this may have already been said, but let me offer a slightly alternative view from the ones I read. It sounds like he approached you with an idea. Just because you have a certain vision for your marriage doesn't mean that he might not have other ideas that may not match yours. I'm not taking his side by the way. It's not a relationship style that I would necessarily want. His suggestion was polyamory, which is a complicated relationship dynamic. As I understand it, it's not necessarily or typically an open marriage, as some are suggesting. It sounds like you shut him down immediately without engaging in any discussion with him. Sounds like he at least wanted to have a discussion about it to make sure you knew what you were saying no to. Aren't you even curious as to 1, what it is, and 2, why it intrigued him? It doesn't mean you have to say yes. He was just asking a question, no different than a spouse bringing up a kink that the other might not be interested in. Instead of a discussion, you shut him down, are sleeping on the couch, and contemplating divorce. Even when he has tried to backtrack, you're not open to a dialogue. That does seem like a bit of an overreaction. Can you at least talk to him? You are married after all. I can't imagine the tension that must be in your house right now. Okay. I already know what it is, and there's really nothing he could find intriguing about it that wouldn't put me off him permanently. Just like some kinks are deal breakers because thinking about the other person getting off over being peed on or whatever is so revolting that you can never see them the same way again. I don't think that talking about it is going to do anything but dig the hole deeper right now. Every time he tries to bring it up just makes the ick worse. And that's why I'm starting to think there's no way out of this that doesn't involve divorce. Update, 8 days later. I took advice from the thread and got an SDI panel done. Fortunately, it came back clear. I suggested counseling, but my husband does not think it's necessary. I doubt it will change my feelings, so I'm not going to push for it. He is being overly protective of his phone after I asked to see a message conversation between him and his poly friend to understand the context of the situation. I would not violate his privacy, but there clearly is something he doesn't want me to see, and that's enough. It doesn't matter to me anymore whether there is something already in progress or just the desire for there to be. The shadiness of his behavior tells me what I need to know. I've been tempted to contact his friends directly to get their take, but in the event there is infidelity happening, I would rather not burden myself with the details, to be honest. I had a heart-to-heart with my grandparents this weekend and spoke with a lawyer yesterday. As of right now, I'm planning to move forward with the divorce. With no kids and no joint property or debt since we were waiting on buying a house till I'm finished with residency, it should be easy to split the financials. The lease on our apartment is up in a couple of months anyway, so I plan to move out after breaking the news and just pay my portion of the rent on the current place until it's renewal time. I'm heartbroken, but I'm convinced that this is the best move. I don't trust him anymore, I'm repulsed by his behavior since the ask, and I think it's best to cut our losses before digging the hole deeper. If he was willing to be transparent and do something to work on re-establishing trust, it would be different, but that's not the case, and I don't want to put an effort that he's not interested in putting in. I will be fine with time. So, yeah, not a happy ending, but I think it's in my best overall interest and, if he's not happy with monogamy a year into marriage, his best interest as well. Hopefully, we can part ways quietly and without a lot of fuss. Edit, well, affair confirmed. The people who thought his poly friends were the ones involved called it right. Wife contacted me to come clean and apologize because they were both unaware I didn't know until now. They thought we had a don't ask, don't tell situation, so no fault to them. He lied to them, too. It's been going on for a few months. A fellow resident needs a roommate, so I'm moving in with her in 2 weeks. My dad and uncle are going to come down to help and be my safety exit plan when I tell him it's over. The saddest part to me is that he's been a closeted bisexual all this time. He could have told me that at any point in the relationship, and I would have supported him or helped him get whatever support he needed. I'm hoping he'll be amenable to doing this quietly and quickly because I know his family will lose their minds if they find out the whole situation, and I don't want that for him as hurt as I am about it. I'm going to focus on work, and my soon-to-be roomie is going through a significant breakup as well, so I think we'll be good for each other. It's going to be okay eventually. Top comments. Commenter 1. You don't think this is a happy ending right now, but future you is gonna be so glad you left. Commenter 2. It is a happy ending, girl. You are meant to be loved unconditionally. Be happy that you found out his true colors so soon. You have no kids, no property. It's an easy separation. Be glad that it's over. Commenter 3. Lamau, you divorced someone because they suggested you consider polyamory? Why not just a few minutes thinking about it and then confirming you're not comfortable and move on? OP. 1. I don't need a few minutes to think about something I've known about myself since I was a teenager, watching the many ways other teens crashed and burned their dating relationships. I am monogamous, not interested in lovemaking outside of a committed monogamous relationship, and despite being exposed to many people in college with alternate relationship styles, kink lifestyles, and some with a penchant for just hooking up on the regular, I remain firmly monogamous. I know who I am, I know what polyamory is, and I know I don't want it. 2. It's been a few weeks, and I've had ample time to think about it since he brings it up constantly. I remain utterly uninterested in pursuing anything other than committed monogamy. If someone asked me if I wanted to commit premeditated murder, I wouldn't need a few minutes to think about it to know the answer. You are allowed to simply know things about yourself. Commenter 4. Yada. Or whatever the abbreviation is. Your husband tried to have an honest conversation with you, and you've essentially attacked him for being honest. You have no proof your husband violated the trust of marriage. You haven't tried to understand what he needs. Him not wanting therapy could be a direct response to the way you have behaved. I don't think you are really committed to making this relationship work. Up. I haven't attacked my husband. I've said that I will not be involved in polyamory. I have made no comment about him or polyamory generally in our conversations, simply that it is a deal breaker. I've asked for a space to maintain my sense of calm, which he did not respect. I've asked for context and clarification about what he and his friend discussed, which he has not provided. I asked him if he would be willing to go to therapy, and he said no. I have respected his privacy and made a point to not accuse him of anything or react to him in anger. Honesty is appreciated, but all communication, including honest communication, has consequences. That he was honest in informing me of his desire to be poly is good, but the natural consequence of it is that he effectively announced that we have a fundamental incompatibility as partners. My husband doesn't have to have cheated for me to decide to divorce him. Not accepting no for an answer and refusing to put any effort in to clarify or resolve the situation is reason enough to leave. Suspicion of infidelity is also reason enough to leave someone. It doesn't have to be proven. I understand what he needs. I simply am not willing to provide it, and so the kindest thing to do is break up so that he can pursue his needs and I can pursue mine. If that's his position, that strikes me as a further excellent reason to leave. He has no solution other than pretending it never happened, and he doesn't like my proposal, so I don't see why I would put in effort that he's not putting in.
My daughter accused me of favoring my stepdaughter over her when I wouldn't let her wedding happen at our house, so now she's cut all contact and says I'll never meet my grandchild. Posted by you/wedding. Home. Question. I'm in a pretty bad situation right now. When my stepdaughter got married 2 years ago, she used our home as the wedding venue. We have a meadow in our backyard that is able to accommodate a large number of people, as well as an empty clean barn that can be set up for dinner tables. My daughter was supposed to marry at another location last year, but because of the pandemic, the venue shut down permanently. She's now asked to use my home for the wedding, but I told her my issues with that. I had a restraining order against her mother, my ex, and a few members of her family after threats and harassment were directed towards my wife and myself. The restraining order expired mid-last year, but we haven't heard from them since, but I stayed firm in my decision. This has upset my daughter greatly, and she screamed at me, which she's never done. I offered to give her $15,000 for an alternative venue, but now she's adamant about it being our home. I feel extremely uncomfortable giving my ex and her family access to my home because that's where the washrooms will be. My daughter has put this issue on Facebook, and I now have all of my extended family against me. This has also stirred up my ex and her family against me. And worse is that my wife and stepdaughter are now being accused of trying to ruin my daughter's wedding when they haven't played any part in it. I'm planning on giving in and letting my daughter use our home for the wedding later this year. But I'm going to tell my wife and stepdaughter not to be around for it. Which I'm sure is going to create a bunch of other issues. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. NTA. Go renew the restraining order if your ex and her family are harassing you, and explain to your daughter that she can either have the wedding at your home without her mother and her side of the family, or she can accept the $15,000 and have it elsewhere, but for personal safety reasons you will not let her mother into your home. Otherwise, rent porta potties. They have some super fancy ones for wedding venues. Trailers don't look or smell like porta potties, with a washroom. Up. I won't be renewing the order because I don't have any real standing this time. I also don't want to renew it because I do want to attend my daughter's wedding without causing any issues. But the outdoor bathrooms are an excellent idea. I have texted the idea to my daughter. Commenter 2. NTA. But how is it that you raised your, presumably, adult daughter in such a way that when you don't give her what she wants, she screams at you and goes after you on Facebook? And why do you now think the right thing to do is to give in to her antics by letting her do the wedding at your house after all? My own daughter just got married and I provided financial support. If she had screamed at me about anything related to the wedding, you can be sure that financial support would have been withdrawn. Up. My daughter has never raised her voice at me, but I can only imagine that other family members are riling her up. She also posted something on Facebook that didn't explicitly blame me, but my own sister made it into a circus that involved my ex and her family. I feel badly that my daughter is put under all this stress due to my ex and my issues. Update, same day. I messaged my daughter about the outdoor trailer bathrooms, and she has refused and said it was a disgusting idea. She then accused me of treating her worse than my stepdaughter and that I play favorites and that I'm a terrible father. She does not want the wedding at our home anymore and hung up. She is no longer picking up my calls. I got an angry call from my mother who says she is hosting her wedding instead. And that I will not be welcomed at the wedding. My father will be walking my daughter down the aisle instead of me. Thanks everyone for the advice. I appreciate it. But I feel like I've made the biggest mistake of my life. I'm completely heartbroken. Relevant comments. Commenter 3. NTA. I'm constantly baffled by the massive levels of entitlement and self-centeredness people show. All your daughter cares about is that she gets her due, which is your home location as a venue. She shows zero empathy or feelings or care about the fact that you actually had such a bad falling out with your ex-wife that you had to take a restraining order? You didn't make the biggest mistake of your life at all. Your concerns were very reasonable. Your daughter was the one who behaved like an absolute self-centered brat with no consideration for anyone else, including her parents. On top of it, she took it nuclear by sharing it with the world and washing dirty linen in public. You did nothing wrong here. All this did was reveal the true character of your kid. That's the sad part. Thing is, it would have come out sooner or later, so you're better off it came out now instead of later. Up. I was always very close to my daughter, and she's had to deal with a lot of issues because of my issues with my ex. But she's always remained sweet to me and has never asked anything from me. But in hindsight, I can see why she has finally reached her limit with dealing my issues. I'm absolutely gutted that she's reached this point with me. I really should have just sucked it up for one night. But I know that things are just going to get much worse because my stepdaughter's husband works for my father. But my parents favor my daughter. So I only know this is going to get worse, and I'm feeling very fearful over what's going to come. Update 2, 10 months later. I've had many messages asking me for an update that I've only noticed after logging back into this account. I have a fairly positive update. My daughter's wedding took place in October last year. After a few months of my daughter refusing to talk to me, my wife saw how I was being affected by the situation and said I should just let my daughter use our home without any restrictions. That we should lock up our valuables and hope for the best. I was extremely hesitant, but at my wife's insistence, I arranged a meeting at my mother's home and made the offer. I was immediately told that it was too late and that the new invitations were already sent out and the wedding would be happening at my mother's property. But my daughter asked for the $15,000 I originally offered for an alternative venue to be used to renovate my mother's home a little for the wedding. I just accepted that this was the best it was going to get and gave her the money. My daughter still didn't warm up to me after this and would only reply to texts occasionally. Then a month before the wedding, I was told to come to the wedding without my wife. My daughter said that similar to how my wife and I felt, her mother and some members of her maternal family felt uncomfortable being around us due to the expired restraining order. She said she was willing to fight them to have her father at the wedding. But my wife, stepdaughter and her husband were not invited. I was incredibly disappointed. I wanted to confront my daughter and potentially not go to the wedding at all if my wife wasn't invited. But my wife said that there's too much bad blood and I should just attend the wedding quietly for my daughter's sake. I ended up attending the wedding alone and left once dinner was done. While I got to see my daughter get married, my heart feels heavy that it was such a conflict-filled situation. Even having me walking her down the aisle became such a touchy subject that she just ended up having her half-brother walk her down the aisle instead. When I went to congratulate my daughter before I left, she angrily told me that she should have just eloped because of me and my ex. And that it's disgusting that her own parents ruined every aspect of her wedding. That she can't wait to build a life separate from everyone. I apologized and cried on my way home. A part of me is happy that my daughter's still somewhat talking to me. But I do regret putting her under so much stress. It's not her fault her parents can't get along. I'm just hopeful that we can slowly start repairing our relationship. Top comments. Commenter 1. I am sorry about the whole situation. You didn't do anything wrong and your daughter sounds very selfish. From what I've read, you and your ex did not ruin her wedding. She was fixated on using your house and after you said no, she decided to just blame every bad thing on you. I also think her not allowing your wife to attend was unreasonable. You didn't want your ex and her family at your house. They decided they didn't want your wife and family at your mother's house? I know you're hopeful about repairing the relationship, but it doesn't sound like she wants it. Be careful if she does reach out in the future that she's not just doing it to use you for money or similar. Up. I really don't think it's about money since my parents and her new husband are well off. She just thinks I treat her worse than my stepdaughter after the whole venue situation and I hate she feels that way. Even after I've tried to explain my reasoning. And she's definitely been caught between my and her mother's issues. It's not her fault that her mother escalated it to the point of us needing to file restraining orders. It's just been a highly stressful situation and I feel very badly that I played a part in making her wedding not a completely happy event. She does seem to be open to replying to my texts occasionally, so I'm hoping with time she'll warm up to me again. Commenter 2. But my wife said that there's too much bad blood and I should just attend the wedding quietly for my daughter's sake. That is very mature of your wife. Up. She is an incredible person. But the really unfortunate part out of this whole situation has been the fallout that my wife and stepdaughter have to deal with. There's members of my family who think my wife played a part in not having our home made available for my daughter. Even though I've repeatedly told them that she in fact pushed to let the wedding happen at our home. Even worse is that both my daughter and my stepdaughter's husband worked for my father. My son-in-law had to change companies because of how awkward the entire situation was since my father was fully supporting my daughter. So my stepdaughter ended up moving 2 hours away, which has upset my wife greatly. I just keep thinking that if maybe we just sucked it up for one day and just let the wedding happen at our home in the first place, we wouldn't be in this terrible situation. Commenter 3. I'm very confused about why your own parents and sister are on your daughter/her mom's side in this situation. Is there information being left out? Regardless, I am sorry to hear about what you're going through. I hope things work out for the better with you and your daughter. Up. My parents despise my ex as much as I do, if not more. They contemplated getting a protection order against my ex at one point too. But they compensate by favoring my daughter to the extreme. My sister is miserable and likes to gossip with my ex. My parents and I do not have a relationship with my sister. She wasn't invited to the wedding. My mother is of the mindset that my daughter should come first over everybody because her parents are divorced. I don't feel that's a healthy way to raise someone. But I can only control my actions. It's just dysfunctional family dynamics all around.
Update 3, 1 month later, daughter's POV. Good job, Dad. I found your Reddit post. I hope all the validation was worth it because you are never going to see me or my baby again. But who cares? A bunch of internet strangers think you are the hero and I'm an evil money-hungry witch. I hope you are real happy. Not only was my wedding miserable, since you and Mom divorced my whole life has been. You want to talk about how horrible she is? Yeah, you are right. She is. But so are you. You always put me in a position where I felt that even saying the slightest positive thing about her would get me in trouble. My birthdays were horrible because you both could not grow up and behave. I hate my birthdays now, because I can only remember you screaming at each other. You never cared about me. You cared about hurting her more. I tried to be so understanding. I always told myself that my mom was worse. But no. You are horrible too. You made me feel a second-class citizen at home. You showed my stepsister so much more love and care than you did me. You know how much it hurt seeing you accommodate her every wish at her wedding? Do you know how much it hurt when you basically laughed in my face when I asked for the same? You are not the polite martyr that you made everyone believe you are. I'm done with you. I was done with you when you kept making remarks at my wedding. I was done with you when you basically screamed at me for not inviting your wife and her daughter. They don't feel like family. Neither do you now. Oh yeah. I'm expecting. That was a surprise. I was thinking of calling you. But after seeing your posts, I don't want to. My therapist says that you and my mother are the cause for my childhood trauma. And this year I will cut out toxic people. If you care so much about the money, I'll mail the check to you. I'm done with you, with your wife and your daughter that you love so much. Don't worry. I'm also done with your ex. Hope you are happy. And I hope that Reddit Karma is a good substitute for me. Oh wait. You actually care for Reddit Karma. Additional comments from the daughter. Comment 1. I'm gonna be honest here. His comments were the ones that most hurt me. Because he has always been like that. His stepdaughter could do no wrong. Even though she was my biggest bully at home. She would directly taunt me that my own father loved her more than me. She would do stuff like cry when I didn't lend her stuff and tell my father I had slapped her. Or she would take my stuff and pretend it was hers. Also, her husband didn't get fired because of me. His performance was critically lacking. He was leaning back because he thought he secured his future there. He made a lot of careless mistakes and would basically dispose of company time as his own. His wife is another story. She was always the saint in front of him. She would never straight up tell me she hated me or so. She would do little indirect knacks so she could always say she didn't mean it. I hated being there. I hated being at my mom's place because she cared more about her boyfriends. So I just spend most my times with friends or just outside or with my grandparents. My grandparents are honestly the only saving grace. Even they are so disappointed with my father. Their own son. Comment 2. I agree. It was mostly the same with me. I honestly was happy for the divorce because I thought they would be less miserable apart. They just made it each other's missions to hurt each other and used me as a bargaining chip during that. I'm sorry you also went through that. Have you been able to work through all the resentment? I'm still at the very beginning of that journey with my therapist, but right now it seems almost impossible to not resent them.
My son asked me to be with him when he came out to my wife, but she screamed about her plans for grandkids and demanded he leave, so now I have not spoken to her since, and my son's blaming himself. Posted by you/fake throwaway ACCT39. Hey, I posted this in a parenting subreddit last night and someone recommended that I post it in an LGBT one to get a better perspective on how to handle things with my son. I would honestly appreciate any advice on how to help him. Writing this on a throwaway account since I know my son is on Reddit. The long and short of it is that my 39M son, 16M, came out to me and my wife, 37F, and my wife took it extremely badly. I don't know how to handle either one of them, although for completely different reasons. Basically, here's how things happened. Wednesday, when I came home from work, my son said he had something to tell me. He was obviously fidgety about something, and after a bit of rambling, he eventually told me he was gay. To be honest, I already knew. He's a good kid and pretty smart, but I'm a programmer and therefore the computer guy. I'm the one that everyone calls to fix their computers and laptops. So without drawing a picture, I already knew he was gay. So when he finally came out to me, I was actually kind of relieved. He and I have always had a good relationship, but he never told me, and I was kind of wondering if maybe we didn't have such a good relationship. In any case, I did the dad thing of telling him that I loved him and all I really wanted from him was for him to be safe and happy. He was just really relieved, I guess. Anyway, he asked me to be there when he told his mother, which now that I think about it is probably why he came to me first. Now, she is a deeply religious woman. She wasn't always, but somewhere along the line she turned from being just somewhat religious to being deeply, deeply devout, and if I'm being honest, I couldn't really pin down when or how that happened. I'm not religious in the slightest, although I do the occasional church-going and church-related functions to make her happy. Anyway, when she got home, I waited for my son to take the lead on when to tell her. It's when he told her that things went to hell. I don't think she really believed it at first, probably thought it was some kind of joke or something, but when she realized it wasn't, she first started crying and then went into what I can only call a rage. He tried to calm her down and I tried to help get her to not see this as the end of the world. But she kept going on about how this wasn't the plan for him, about grandkids, and a bunch of other things. She just kept working herself into some kind of frenzy. Eventually, she went to his room, started dumping his clothes, and told him to get out of the house. My son was bawling at this point, and I just completely flipped out. I ordered him to go to my bedroom and stay in there. I just unleashed on her. I pretty much said what kind of mother she was and that I'd be 3 weeks dead and buried before I let him leave, and she got angry at me for backing him up on this and that being gay is wrong and a bunch of other nonsense. Anyway, after a hell of a heated fight, she left and went to stay at her parents'. I tried talking to my son. He's just devastated and blaming himself for everything. I'm not sure what to do here. I let my son skip school the last couple of days as a kind of mental health day, although I let him know that he will go back on Monday. I haven't spoken to my wife since that night, and I'm not even sure what I could or should say to her. I'm not sure how to handle my son either. He's not his usual self and I don't know how to get him to stop blaming himself. He says he wants to spend the night at a friend's house, which is fine. I figure his friends can offer different kinds of support than I can. But I'm at a complete loss. I think I did my best, although writing this I realized that since I knew he was gay for a while, I should have tried to slowly ease her into the idea to make this less explosive. Maybe if I stayed calm earlier, I could have handled it less emotionally. I just don't know where to go from here or how to handle any of this. Update 1 in our/parenting. Wow, everyone, thank you so much for all your support. Some people have sent me various websites that I should look at, which I'm slowly making my way through. As for my son, we haven't spoken since he left last night. As for my wife, I think I'm going to be waiting on her to make some kind of overture to speak, at least through the weekend, to give her some time and space to get herself together. If I don't hear from her by Monday, I guess I'll call her and try to figure out where to go from here. I did post this on a gay subreddit to get more feedback after someone here recommended that. I'm still reading through everyone's responses. Thank you all again so much for your help and support. Update 2 in our/Escaybros. Wow, thank you all for the unbelievably kind words. I'm trying to read all your responses and PMs, but there was a lot more than I expected. I am reading them all and making sure to note many of the websites, videos, and organizations you told me about. The people over at our/parenting, as well as you all, mentioned PFLAG. We all live in the Louisiana area very close to New Orleans. I'm certain there is something like that there. I'll be doing some reading on them as soon as I finish this post. I wish I had some kind of big update, but nothing really. I didn't sleep much this week, and I passed out shortly after posting the original message. I did talk to my son after I woke up. He got home sometime earlier today. He seems to be holding up okay, but you guys did put the fear of him doing something rash in my mind. I'm going to talk to him again and see what I can do about finding some kind of family therapist to help. As for my wife, I decided to give her some time and space, at least until Monday. If I haven't heard from her by then, I'll try to contact her and depending on what she says, it will determine where we go. I do want to make it clear that I don't think it will come to divorce or anything like that, but if the worst were to happen, I will choose my son. If it's a choice between him and anything else, he wins. He always wins. Some people asked about our location, which is Louisiana near New Orleans, and her faith, which is Southern Baptist. There also seemed to be some confusion about the timeline regarding when my son went to his friend's house. He went last night, Friday. Everything else happened on Wednesday. He does sleep over at his friend's occasionally or his friend here. They usually spend way too much time watching movies or playing something on the PC or PS4. Also, he is 16, I'm 39, and his mother is 37. Again, I want to thank you all so much for your support. I promise I'm reading all your replies and will take any advice to heart. Just thanks again for everything. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you are a wonderful father. Just keep being there for your son, like you already are. One really specific piece of advice is to text him the supportive stuff you're already saying to him, maybe a little after he leaves for his friend's house tonight. It feels really good to be able to go back and look at that stuff in writing. I don't know if you feel paralyzed when trying to put feelings in writing like that, but you could start with I've been thinking about. And then something you haven't said to him yet, like how brave it was for you to come out to your mom knowing that she might react hurtfully or something like that. Then just, I want you to know I'm so proud of you, I love you, I'll always be there for you, etc. I know that's a crazy specific suggestion, but he will probably read that text over and over in a way that he can't do with the things you say to him in person. It also might help him to get into therapy or a support group. But really, you're already doing the most important things. You're being a loving, supportive presence in his life, shielding him from his mom's toxicity as best you can, and assuring him this is not his fault. He is really lucky to have you. I'll be honest, I read this and I wasn't sure if I should or not. I just felt like maybe he went to his friend's place to get his mind off things or something, but between your message and a PM I received earlier, I decided to send him a text saying something very similar to what you said, telling him that I love him and what he did was one of the bravest things I've ever seen and I couldn't be prouder of him. I'm not sure if it will mean a lot to him or just get an eye roll, but I figured better to have it said than not. Update 3, 1 week later. Hello everyone. I wasn't sure if I wanted to post this update. I'm not someone who really feels the need to post everything about their lives on the internet, and I really didn't want to post a message in a subreddit about gay men and women answering questions without posting an actual question. But everyone here has been incredibly kind and supportive, and despite posting the message nearly a week ago, I'm still receiving an influx of supportive messages from people, so I'm writing this update to let people know what's been going on. If no one cares or it's off topic, then please, by all means, downvote this into oblivion. I guess I'll start with my son. You all really put the fear of him hurting himself into my head. So I ended up talking to him about it in what I can only describe as the most miserable conversation of my entire life. I talked to him about how much I love him, how I always want him here, and he's the most important thing in the world to me, and I don't know what I would do if he were gone. Then, I gave him one of my business cards. It has my work number on it, obviously, but I also wrote my cell number on it in case he doesn't have access to his phone to remember what it is. I also included the number from the Trevor Project, which someone was kind enough to tell me about, as well as the number from the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. I told him to please put the card in his wallet, and if he ever feels like he's going to hurt himself, to please call me or one of those other numbers. He took it, said thanks, and was really trying his hardest to reassure me that he wasn't really thinking about anything like that. We only had one more real heart-to-heart conversation that same night. I was in the living room trying to find something to watch on Netflix or Hulu when he approached me. He kind of sat there for a while and then apologized for making me worry and for starting everything that's happened. I tried my best to shut that down as hard as I could. I told him he didn't have anything to apologize for, that nothing that is going on is his fault, that he was only doing what I've always told him to do, which is be honest with me, and that's what he did. I told him I was proud of him. I know I'm probably sounding like a broken record to him at this point, but I really feel like I need to hammer that home. I did bring up that I was thinking of us going to some family counseling. To be honest, I was actually expecting a lot of pushback here, that he would think I was trying to fix him or something. But nothing. He seemed okay with it. The rest of the night was really nice, just us watching TV together and talking about nothing. The rest of the week with him, I tried my best to keep things as normal as possible for him, just like how it would be otherwise. I really wanted to give him a sense of normalcy. Other than him spending a lot more time in the living room watching TV with me instead of in his bedroom, things are okay, I guess. He's still not himself, but he's more himself than he was last week. And I'm not sure if he's spending more time with me because he wants to be sure I'm around, or he wants to reassure me, or if he just wants access to the bigger TV in the living room. A few of you did mention that I should do what I can to remind him that our house means it's his house too. So I told him to invite his friends to stay over this weekend, which they are. Actually, I just dropped them all off at the movies a while ago. They are going to watch something, then get something to eat afterwards, and call me to pick them up. But yeah, I'm just trying to help him get back to normal. As for my wife, things didn't go well. I did call her late on Monday after my son went to bed. I will also admit that while I do love her, I was also very upset with her. I was trying to give her time and space to process things, and I know it's not fair to get more angry with someone when you are purposely giving space to be less angry, but I was not happy that I was the one who had to do the reaching out first. But I tried to put that aside and wanted to know where her head was at. I knew there were going to be things we needed if we were going to find a way to get past this. So I kind of made a list of them in my head. The first is we all needed to go to family counseling, and I had to be the one who chose the counselor. Next was that she had to find some way to get past the gay thing, whether it be therapy or prayer or whatever, I don't care, but she needed to find a way to just deal with it. And third, she needed to find a way to make it up to him, and again I don't care how. I feel like this was a reasonable list. Anything else would be up for discussion, but I was going to die on those hills. And when we talked Monday, she agreed we needed counseling, however, she felt we should go to one sponsored by the church. I told her that was off the table. I wanted a counselor who could be neutral and who I could trust when left alone with him. And we circled this point until nearly 3 a.m. so we decided to pick this up again on Tuesday, where we had exactly the same discussion until very late at night. And then we did all again on Wednesday. Wednesday night, I told her that we needed to do this in person and finally get somewhere with this. So Thursday morning, I told my son I was going to be very late coming home, left him some money to order a pizza, and told him that he and his friends could start their weekend shenanigans a day early if they liked. And then after work on Thursday, I went over to her folks, and we tried to have this talk again. And we got nowhere with it. I just refused to go to someone I can't trust. So sometime later, I don't know, I guess I let go. I just gave up. I broke. I just couldn't do it anymore. I just couldn't keep circling that wagon anymore. I know you shouldn't make life-altering decisions when you've only had maybe 8 hours of sleep spread over about 9 days and none of it in intervals greater than 20 minutes. But I was just done, I just couldn't do it anymore. I tried, I really did. I really wanted to make it work. We were together since college, and I do love her, but I just can't do it. I can't create a situation where my son could be hurt, especially now. I have to be there for him, someone has to be. So I said it's probably for the best that we stay apart and I would bring her the rest of her things over this weekend, and I left. I went to Walmart, grabbed some boxes, cried for about half an hour in my car, and then went home. Got home at some ungodly hour to find a couple of my son's friends asleep on my couch. I realized that when I told my son to invite his friends, I meant to spend the day, and he thought I meant to spend the night. I ordinarily don't like having other people's kids in my house during a school night, but whatever, I blame myself for not being clearer, and I'm going to have to gently remind him of that fact later. I couldn't sleep last night. I was quite literally too tired to sleep. So I waited until the time my kid goes to school. Woke them all up, made them all breakfast, sent them all off to school, sent my boss an email taking a sick day, and then finally fell asleep for about 10 hours. Which brings me to now, where I drove my kid and his friends to the movies. I've decided I'm not ever going to tell my son about some of the things she said when we were talking. I don't want to make him feel worse, and I do actually want them to have some kind of relationship in the future, and I don't feel any need to add poison to the well. As for now, I'm going to go do something to get my mind off things, maybe play a game or watch TV or just browse Reddit until I need to pick them up. I do actually want to thank everyone again for all your messages. I think I've read and reread every message half a dozen times. It was nice to see so many good people. A lot of your stories were really heartbreaking. I'm really sorry you had to go through that. I wish you had someone in your corner. Everyone deserves someone in their corner. As one internet stranger to another, you are all really strong people. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I really don't want to be the one, since you love her and all, but your wife seems like a total nightmare, and to be honest, you're never going to get anywhere with a viper of a woman, which is how she appears throughout this story. I honestly recommend divorce. Religion clouds all rationality, and she's only going to go further in. I know it sucks, but it really comes down to who you care about more, which obviously in and of itself is an impossible decision to make. So I'm sorry. But, congratulations for being so steadfast and brave and supporting your son through this time. You do what many parents wouldn't. Thank you for setting such a wonderful example. OP, actually, that's where it is going. I didn't put it in the update, but yeah, I'm probably going to contact a divorce attorney on Monday. I haven't figured out how to tell my son yet. But that's a tomorrow problem. I just don't want to think tonight. My boss fired me after I warned that their public behavior would destroy the support I built for them, then they told me to write a guide for someone with zero knowledge, so now the projects have collapsed and the funding is gone. Posted by you/Adiantum Veneris. My previous workplace was an NGO that hired me to do what was deemed an impossible task, reaching out to and gaining the support of several groups that are notoriously difficult to recruit. It was a pretty critical point, with over $1.2 million in funding depending on it. Not to brag, but this is something I am actually expert in, one of very few in my country. I got to work and used some pretty unorthodox methods. Initially, management seemed to be fine with it since it proved extremely effective. Within 8 months, the organization moved from being irrelevant at best to having a small army of volunteers, active groups, and vocal ambassadors, and gained a reputation for being the most radical and interesting player on the scene. The thing is, this success was because I was there to cover for the organization's irrelevance. As long as they don't implement some deeper changes, this is as good as it will get. Except nobody seemed very interested in implementing any deeper changes. In fact, they began doing increasingly more problematic stuff, such as public racist comments by staff members, making it harder and harder to maintain the support. I kept raising the alarm that this will not end well, and at some point, this and my less than standard methods annoyed management enough that they decided to fire me. I pointed out to my manager that if they don't want to lose all of the work, they'll at least have to recruit someone with similar experience, which is going to be very difficult to do. Again, very few experts on this. In response, my manager demanded that I write down a document for my future replacement and specifically that I make it so a person with absolutely zero previous knowledge could understand it. Zero knowledge, you say? All right. I sat down and wrote an extensive document, which included nothing but the most obvious, basic, and offensively unhelpful information. No, you cannot call people slurs, no, not even when they aren't present, phrased as if it was written for a third grader. If they hire someone competent, they won't need that document anyway. If they hire someone clueless, well, they'll probably be able to understand it. I ended my employment there in September but stayed in touch with some of my former crew. By the end of November, half the volunteers I recruited dropped out. The 200+ people involved in one of the flagship projects just stopped showing up. The assistance network stopped responding altogether. An attempt was made to continue one of the other long-running projects, but since they didn't know how or why it worked, it flopped gloriously and stopped running after one more session. The annual fundraiser I started failed to have any relevance when they attempted to copy it this December, and only 7 people showed up. 3 of the groups decided to exit and operate under a different host, after also going public about the management being both out of touch and abusive. Oh, as of today, it seems like they lost the $1.2 million in funding too. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, honestly, I'd have written it for an 8-year-old too. OP, the worst part is that I based all of the very specific comments of this sort on real situations. So it's not like they didn't need that part, really. Commenter 2, wow, talk about manglement. You gotta be seriously out of touch to see a successful project, poison it with bad PR, and then fire the expert behind it for raising concerns. Then to have the nerve and ignorance to ask said expert to write a cheat sheet for dummies to handle this huge, complicated, and high-stakes project. As if a new hire with a tutorial can replace the darn expert. OP, it was both infuriating and hilarious to me that they both fired me due to taking an issue with my methods, that's what they claimed anyway, and at the same breath asked for the recipe. Commenter 3, why did you do anything after they fired you? OP, it's a small industry. I needed to be very careful. Commenter 4, they probably blamed the aftermath on you anyway. It happens often in situations like you described. The organization isn't interested in making systemic changes. It enjoys the benefits of a competent employee's work without even realizing how instrumental that one person is to the success of the operation, then blames the employee when things fall apart after their departure. OP, they tried to claim my former crew were my soldiers when they decided to stop cooperating, which was really funny to me given that my main trademark is non-hierarchical models and building self-organized movements. I'm well known in the industry. Everyone knows I don't do soldiers. Commenter 5, once hearing you're fired or the equivalent, anything that happens is not your darn problem. Just grab your personal stuff and leave. Deadlines, open commitments, and pending responses are someone else's responsibility, even if that person hasn't been hired yet. Management can create situations where, surprisingly, stuff does flow uphill. OP, I tried to maintain a level of professionalism, at least superficially. Update, 15.5 months later. About a year ago, I wrote a very messy and awkwardly worded post describing how my old boss had me fired due to being a whistleblower, citing my very proven unorthodox methods, among other bogus claims, while demanding that I create a document for my future replacement and make it so a person with zero knowledge could understand it, which I did. I didn't expect to even write a follow-up, and definitely not this one. I couldn't have come up with this chain of events if I tried. Predictably, as soon as I left the organization, things quickly began to unravel. Projects fell apart. Partnerships I built disintegrated. Volunteers left, some did so in protest. Community engagement, trust, and support from target groups pretty much vanished. My replacement was not only completely clueless but also a non-functional alcoholic, who didn't even want the job. Apparently she was lied to, and drove every single program to the ground. All of which, in turn, alienated donors as well. But that's not all. One of the comments on my old post suggested I contact the IRS because odds are they would find some fraud going on. Well, you weren't very far off. While I didn't contact any authorities and generally tried not to escalate anything, I accidentally tipped the manager of the organization's biggest funders that something was off. I didn't even realize it until much later. I just ran into him at an event and chatted with him, mentioning that I was fired from the organization that December. The manager looked confused. What do you mean? They said you worked there until March and left on your own. After a bit of a puzzled exchange, I also noted that the crew of one of the flagship programs decided to shut it down a few months earlier. Yeah, the organization reported as if the program is still running. Long story short, the foundation looked into it, and it was not pretty. But wait, there's more. The other biggest funder of the organization was a government program. On my very first day at work, I flat out told them this grant was extremely unreliable and that it would last 2 to 3 years at most before the program gets shut down for being too progressive, and that they should prepare a backup for when this inevitably happens. Well, guess how this worked out. And now, for the weirdest plot twist. Ultimately, the CEO decided to jump the sinking and burning ship and quit, or maybe they got fired. When I saw the open call for CEO, I decided to be a bit of a troll and apply. It was mostly just for my own amusement. I wasn't expecting to hear back, both because of my strained relationship with the organization and because, frankly, despite my expertise in my own field, my relevant experience for this kind of position is fairly limited. I just wanted to rub it in a little. I sent my resume and cover letter and mostly forgot about it. Well, after a couple of months, they called back, asked me if I'm still interested in the position, and asked for an interview. I thought about it for a few minutes and decided to politely decline. It was tempting, honestly. But ultimately, I realized I will hate it and would probably suck at it too. My skills are in other places, and my heart is in other places as well. I recently decided to take a break from work altogether to focus on my physical and mental health, and while I'm at it, get a master's degree. Best of luck to whoever decides to take that position, they're going to need it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, it's pretty wild how quickly things can unravel when someone who actually knows what they're doing is out of the picture, leaving total chaos in their wake. What do you think in the end caused the foundation to investigate the discrepancies? OP, well, my quick chat with the foundation's manager already revealed their reports were false. I assume that was a good hint that there's more. Commenter 2, I suspect they'd have hired you as a CEO solely so they could scapegoat you. Once you know there's fraud afoot, no reason to touch anything to do with them, even with a 10-foot pole. OP, honestly, it might be the case, since they already proved ethics are not their forte. Commenter 3, if you can negotiate a good golden parachute from the beginning, why not do a round of professional fall guy? If it pays enough to retire you, why not? OP, it doesn't. CEOs of local NGOs don't earn that much. My own ethics aside, doing a bad job that I hate would keep creating problems for me for a long time. Commenter 4, You made a right decision by declining their offer. It's nice to take a break for once. OP, I kind of have too. This whole thing definitely contributed a lot to the massive burnout situation. Commenter 5, you go get that master's, man. Sometimes it's good to feel the peace of education and a different kind, hopefully good, of stress. OP, I never really got to be just a student. I did my BA while working full-time and taking care of a sick relative, so I'm hoping to try doing that now.
My brother's best friend cheated on me and my brother told me I shouldn't break up with him because it would upset his friend, so now my brother won't speak to me and my mom is siding with him. Posted by you/communication, Fit3498. Hey everyone, I'm really trying to make sense of the absolute movie I've been thrown in. For context, I, 20F, was dating my ex-boyfriend, 21M, for 2 years. My ex is my brother's best friend from childhood, so I basically grew up with him. I always had a crush on him but only did something about it after high school when we started dating. He was my world. We were perfect. There wasn't a day he wasn't by my side. I really loved him. 2 weeks ago, I found out he cheated on me with a girl at a party. He came to me immediately afterward, crying and asking me for forgiveness. I shattered, literally shattered, like glass. I didn't even respond. I grabbed my keys and left him in my own house. My brother called me a few hours later, saying he heard what happened and tried to comfort me. We talked for a while, and I told him that I'm breaking up with him. He said that wasn't a good idea. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Not a good idea that I break up with a guy who cheated on me? He complained that my ex was his best friend and he would be really bummed if I broke up with him. Like what? I told him I really didn't care. I didn't even think he'd still want to be friends with him after finding out he cheated on his sister. Anyway, I'm not getting back together with him. Don't get me wrong, I loved him a lot, but he cheated on me and that's a level of disrespect I will never tolerate. My brother and I are not on speaking terms, and my mom is kind of on his side. She said that he's just defending his friend, but I'm literally his sister. There's a lot more that went on in between, but I don't want to make this post too long. Let me know if you want me to go into more detail. Am I the jerk? Relevant comments. Commenter 1, so. Who's your brother cheated on? You know, kind stays with kind. OP, you're not wrong, but honestly my brother has never been able to keep a talking stage, much less a girlfriend. However, if he does end up cheating on someone, I won't be surprised. Commenter 2, NTA. Because of your brother's actions, now he gets to share the award your ex already gets. You are 100% in the right, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Honestly, your brother's actions are worse than your ex's in my opinion. As a brother myself with a younger sister, that is a sacred bond he broke. I am so sorry you are dealing with this. I seriously hope he realizes he messed up and makes things right. OP, I agree. The worst part is that this is absolutely not like him. He used to be super protective, and all throughout high school he threatened to beat up any guy who came near me. I don't know what happened. Commenter 3, his friend is known so you deemed safe? He didn't need to wear the mantle anymore? Playing the stereotype of in high school brother? Was it love or obligation? OP, honestly, I really did love him. I had a huge teenage girl crush on him all throughout high school, but I was scared it would get complicated or he'd reject me. I'd even write about him in my journal. It was really embarrassing. Commenter 4, was your brother with him at the party? By the way, NTA. On the other hand, your brother is an ass. This is the kind of stuff you remember for the rest of your life. Update me. OP, he wasn't with him at the party, and quite honestly, I don't think there was a party. I think it was just a scapegoat. Update 1, the next day. Hey again, so some of you wanted me to go into more detail, and some of you had some questions about my brother, and how he felt about our relationship at first. I'll start with saying that when I told my brother, 22M, I was breaking up with his best friend, he was angry. I mean like really mad. He kept telling me that I was trying to hurt his best friend and have him deal with a bummed out friend and whatnot. Obviously, I was taken aback. He then went to go tell on me to my mom. My mom called me really upset. She said that I should stop working my brother's nerves and all kinds of nonsense. I told her the full story because obviously my brother didn't. I told her how my ex cheated on me. All she said was, oh, then hung up. I hadn't heard from her since. I won't lie, my mom has always favored my brother, but I excused it as a boy-mom thing. She's never neglected me or treated me badly before, she just had an obvious favorite. I've also never been one to do the most for anyone's approval. A few of you had questions about my brother too, like if he was a cheater too, and if he approved of my relationship in the first place. For the first question, my brother is a loser. He's really immature, so naturally girls don't want to spend a lot of time with him. I've told him several times that he should grow up or he'll be single forever. So, to answer your question, my brother has never even had the chance to cheat. As for the second question, my brother found it awkward at first but then he got over it. Plus, me dating his best friend meant he'd practically see him 24/7, so I guess he didn't mind that much. He just didn't like the PDA and all that stuff. There isn't much to update on. My ex has tried and failed to contact me. All my friends have blocked him, and no one is giving him any of my info. He's even tried contacting my boss. My brother is still insisting I talk to my ex. I continue to tell him to leave me alone. My mom is radio silent, and honestly, it's for the best. Will I get over this? Sure, but it'll take some time. I don't think this is something to get therapy over, but it'll need some healing. Thank you for all your lovely comments and messages. It's comforting to know there are people on my wavelength who understand that cheating is loser behavior and tolerance for it is even weirder. Relevant comments. Up on being groomed, I don't think I was groomed. I had always had a crush on him. He never really seemed interested in it, much too busy being a boy. Plus, we're only a few months apart. We spend most of the year being the same age, so I don't think so. To be honest, I wouldn't be able to point out whether it was grooming or not, but I don't think so. Commenter 1, do you live alone? I suggest you reach out to your brother and tell him how hurt you are about him putting his best friend above you, his only sister. Let him know you will be going low contact, and if he still tries to suggest you forget that your ex cheated and get back with him, you will cut him out of your life. Also text your ex and tell him to not contact you or your employer, and that if he does it again you will report him for harassment. If you live alone, change your locks and then your number. OP, I live in an apartment with a roommate, but I live close to home so I visit often. I think I'll be limiting those visits too. Commenter 2, thanks for the update. I hope your mother comes around, but I wouldn't hold my breath. She is likely fully on your brother's side, which is a shame, considering that would put her on the same side as your cheating ex. Where is your dad in all this? Still NTA, screw cheaters and everyone who defends or sides with them. OP, thanks for the comment. Unfortunately, my dad passed when I was really young, so he's not in the picture. Update 2, the next day. Hey again. I contemplated posting this for hours because it's just so much and so little at the same time. Edit, I want to preface this by saying that I'm 1000% not getting back together with anyone. I'd made my decision from the beginning, and they can try all they want, but it's not happening. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who commented and messaged me offering support and advice. It really means a lot to me. I stalk this sub often, so the community means a lot. I spoke to my ex again, through text, to tell him to leave me alone and stop trying to contact me. I also told him to come get the stuff he left at my apartment. He went on to tell me that he needed to tell me something, that he needed to tell me the truth. I did not respond, but he kept texting anyway. He proceeded to tell me that he made everything up, the cheating story and everything. Obviously, I didn't believe him at first, but then he went on. However, you guys need to understand that I really love this man and have for years, so there's a part of me that wants to take his word for it. Anyway, he told me that he planned the whole thing with my brother, like it was some kind of sick prank. Who does that? He called it a test. A test, for what? He told me to call my brother and tell him to tell me the truth. Keep in mind that all of this happened in a day, so it was crazy. He went on and on about how much he still loves me and how he wishes he never listened to my brother. I felt physically sick. It felt like whiplash. A few hours later, I called my brother and told him to open up, just to see his reaction and if I get a similar story from him. Surprisingly, his story was somewhat similar, except he made it look like he was just told to keep up with the lie rather than being part of the planning. He also told me that he was urging me to get back with my ex because he knew that nothing really happened and we would have broken up over nothing. I still think that is very stupid. I really don't know what to think. Who is telling the truth? Why did I need to be tested? Why the hell am I still in love with this jerk? A lot of questions and no answers. A few of you had some issues with my mom, and they're all justified. From a young age, I knew she had her favorites, but I am very likable, so if I wasn't getting her attention it really didn't bother me. I know that sounds cocky, but it's the truth. We talked, and she told me that she hadn't known that I was cheated on until I told her, and gave me a curt apology. I also don't know if she's telling the truth. She also told me that she scolded my brother for lying to her and hurting my feelings, as if that was meant to make me feel better. Anyway, our relationship will continue to strain, so I'd rather not focus on that. Some of you ask where my dad is in all this. Unfortunately, my dad is no longer with us. He passed away 12 years ago, and it still breaks my heart. I was always told that I was the apple of his eye, and his world didn't seem complete until I was born. I carry him with me everywhere I go. I find comfort in the idea that he would have stuck up for me right now. I love him so much even to this day. I'm currently typing all this very late at night because I've been pondering all day. This has practically consumed my life, and I'm sick of it. It also doesn't help that my town is relatively tiny, and everyone from my graduating class already knows everything. I'm more fed up than I'm sad, but I won't let it bother me for too long. But seriously, can whoever is controlling the TV show that is my life give me a break? Thank you all for reading. I really appreciate it. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. The prank story is a lie that your ex and brother came up with as an excuse to get you back together. Stick to your guns and move on with your life. It will not get better, only worse from here. Commenter 2. 100%. Original story says he came to her crying. That's pretty good acting for a prank. Even if he was actually lying for a prank, which I doubt, why would you stay with someone who would manipulate you and play with your feelings like that? How could you possibly trust him again? OP, that's exactly what I told him. Why would he put so much effort into it if it isn't true? Commenter 3. Op, it sounds like you have no support in your town or from your family. Quietly look for a job somewhere else, then disappear without telling anyone where you went. Start fresh, without all the judgment. OP, that'll be kind of difficult considering I go to school here. My town isn't a problem, I'm more upset that people outside my circle already know about it. I'll definitely be getting out of here after I graduate though. Commenter 4. Phew, man, what a wild update. Do you know the girl he cheated with? I'm like, this is all verifiable very easily. Regardless, I'd stick to your guns like everyone else is saying. OP, I considered looking, but I felt it was pointless, and also I really didn't want to know what she looked like. I'm a black woman in a little white town, which I love, but I feel like it would hurt if I knew he cheated on me with someone who looked nothing like me. I thought my coworker was just being friendly until he started comparing me to characters in spicy scenes, then sent midnight texts about finding where I live, but my boyfriend decided I was the problem and called me low value. Guess I found out who the real trash was. Posted by u/lucky_explorer_177. Okay, so my 26F boyfriend, 37M, of 9 months and I have just had a big fight, and now I'm home alone and seeking advice from strangers, I guess. I'm going through a bit of an ordeal at work where a male colleague became slightly obsessive with me. It started with me just thinking he was being nice, but it seems to have accelerated very quickly. We had hardly any contact until he was moved into my team, and quickly became friends as he liked a lot of the same things as me, favorite TV shows, musicians, etc. After a few months, I did notice him make some odd comments about my boyfriend, who he's never met but seen on my Instagram, things like I wouldn't picture you with someone like him, or we'll see how long that lasts, and he's the kind of guy that'll hurt you in the end. I thought he was being very assumptive, but didn't think anything of it. Maybe that's my fault. Then the flirting started, or what I think he thought was flirting, where he would compliment me in really specific odd ways like the way I walked or how nice I smelled. Some of the comments became quite intimate, so I started backing away from him, but as we're in the same team they continued and just got more bizarre. He'd compare me to characters in the shows we both watched but would reference specific lovemaking scenes and how I would do it so much better. Very gross, very inappropriate, I know, but I've never been one to cause a scene or get anyone into trouble, so instead thought I'd just tell him straight that he was making me uncomfortable and he needed to stop. This was yesterday, and he did not take it well, shouting at me, in the office, that I had no idea what the heck I was talking about and soon I'd get it, not sure what he meant by that. He was told to go for a walk and cool off by our team leader. When he returned about 20 minutes later, he immediately apologized and said he had some things going on outside of work and assured me it'd never happen again. He even thanked me for raising how I felt and said that he'd never do anything to make me uncomfortable again. This morning I woke up to the longest string of messages I've ever received. It was sent at 1 a.m. and started by him saying that he was in love with me and we were meant to be together. The messages then range from creepy compliments to saying he was going to find out where I live. One part literally reads, "I was put on this earth for you and you only, there is no other option." I won't bore everyone with putting in the whole text, as this post is already too long, but there are some things that I found very threatening. I called my manager this morning and said I wouldn't be coming into work and that I needed to formally complain about him. She was understanding, and we had a long Teams call and started the process with HR, etc. So, now my boyfriend's response. This morning when I showed him the message, he was supportive and insisted I don't go to work and stay at his. He wanted to call off work too and call the police, but I said I just wanted to focus on informing work today, etc. and think about how to proceed. However, when he came back from work today, his attitude seemed to have completely changed. He said he thought it was messed up that I didn't go to the police and that he thinks I have feelings for this colleague. When I assured him that is not the case, he told me that guys don't write messages like that if there's nothing behind it and that I must have been at least leading this guy on for him to end up acting so irrationally. The more I tried to defend myself, the more irate he got, and he started saying that he hated how I acted so innocent all the time when he knows deep down I'm a jerk and that he should have known I was a low-value woman. He's never ever called me things like that before, and it was so upsetting. Beyond that, he ended up asking me to leave, so now I've had to come back to my flat when I'm feeling pretty vulnerable and a little scared. For context, I got with my boyfriend quite quickly after I moved to the country I'm now living in, so my only friends are his friends, all my family and friends are back in my home country, so nowhere else to go. I really think that what has happened is not my fault, and I'm incredibly disappointed with his reaction, especially when for the past few weeks I've told him how uncomfortable this guy has been making me, etc., so he's been kept informed. However, I think it's important to note for context that he was previously cheated on by his ex-fiancée, so I know that any hint of cheating is a big trigger for him, which may explain his reaction. So, do I break up with him? Sorry for the dragged-out tale, but wanted people to have all the context. And a bit of a rant, to be honest, as I don't want to tell my family all this, it'll just worry them considering they are so far away. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Please go to the police about your coworker. I think you are underreacting to the danger he poses to your safety. His obsessive behavior is really scary, and it sounds like it will only escalate. As for your boyfriend, the low-value woman comment seems like he has been red-pilled. At the heart of his outbreak is probably fear and concern, but it's really troubling that he is taking it out on you. This might be a good time to leave and visit home, but not without first filing a police report. You are definitely in danger, and stalkers don't take no lightly. Ops response. Thanks for your advice. I think you're right with the whole red pill thing, and I think I know exactly who he must have spoken to yesterday to have come back with that stuff. Just very confusing when he's never indicated thinking that way himself before. I'm going to see if he reaches out to talk, but nothing so far. As for the coworker, I've stayed home again today but have an in-person meeting later with my manager and HR as they've opened an investigation. I've blocked my colleague on everything, which I think some comments said was a bad idea but I didn't realize, so haven't heard anything from him, but that almost is making me more nervous and paranoid. A work friend is going to come over later to talk about involving the police, etc. Thanks again for taking the time to comment, it's really appreciated. Update, 4 months later. Quite delayed, it's been a journey, but I had some lovely concerned messages so wanted to post a quick update. Thank you for everyone's comments and messages. You were all bang on, and I'm so glad to say I am out of this situation. Boyfriend update, he came back apologizing, as many of you predicted he would. He confirmed my assumption that he had spoken to a specific friend that day who had gotten him riled up on the idea that it's always the girls who seem innocent that aren't, and that I had clearly been cheating with his coworker. At first he did pretty well at apologizing and taking accountability on the phone, but when we met up I could see he was still angry at me for some reason. Turns out he felt abandoned by me because I wasn't the first to reach out after the fight. That's when I knew it was over, and I couldn't forgive him. How he was making this situation about himself still blows my mind. I left him, received some more red pill abuse and have heard nothing since. Good riddance. Stalker update, things got a little scary. I returned to work while he was suspended under investigation. Only 1 week later I had gone out for dinner, and when I returned home he was standing outside my apartment building. It was dark, and he was wearing a hoodie, so I didn't realize it was him until I got close enough to see his face. I completely froze, and for a second I stupidly thought he was going to apologize and beg not to get him fired or something, but instead he said he'd missed me. I have no idea how this man found out where I live, but I think he is very unwell. I backed away into the street, but he grabbed me into a hug or something, not totally sure of his intentions. Luckily some passers-by heard me shouting for him to get off and intervened, forcibly had to get him to let go. He then ran away. I finally went to the police and started the process of getting a restraining order. Even after this, I received intimate explicit emails from weird email addresses and requests from newly made Instagram accounts. I have since deleted and remade all accounts. After this experience, I have moved back to my home country. I wish I'd been brave enough to stay, but I was honestly living in fear, not to be dramatic, and just didn't have the support of friends and family that I needed. Anyway, just wanted to thank all you strangers again that made me feel justified in my feelings. I really have learned a valuable lesson to raise the alarm when you feel threatened, and truly hope none of you have to go through this experience. Also, if someone loves you they should never abandon you in times of crisis. Stay safe out there. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. I'm so sorry you encountered such toxic people, felt threatened, abandoned, and terrified. It's awful what they put you through. You are incredibly brave for setting boundaries and sticking to them in such situations. The timeline doesn't matter. What matters is that you stood up for yourself and took action. That can be particularly difficult at work and in a romantic relationship where they seem to have been a huge part of every aspect of your life in a new country. Please know you are a strong woman for identifying what you need and what is important to you, then following through with the big life changes to make it happen. I hope you feel loved, safe, and supported. Ops response. Thank you so much, I really appreciate this. It's been hard to recognize myself as strong when I feel like I ran away, but I really believe it was the best choice for me. And to be honest, I'm just so happy to be home. I hope all the best for you too. Final comment from Op. Thank you to everyone for your comments. I've showed my mom and you've all made her cry. This was her first introduction to Reddit, so now she wants to make an account. It's crazy how much comfort all of you have brought me in feeling justified for leaving. Thank you again, and hope all the best in the world to all of you. My husband asked me to give up all my birthday presents for his Vegas trip, then demanded we bring our baby so his friends could meet her, but now I'm the one giving up everything while he can't even handle a diaper change without his mommy's help. Posted by you/help mode please. My husband, 20M, and I, 18F, got married when I was 17, partly because I was pregnant and partly because we were madly in love. Our daughter Candace, 1, is the best, cutest, funniest toddler I've ever seen. I may be biased. He dropped out of college to get a full-time job as a line cook, and he's really good at it. I am currently going to college fully covered thanks to my scholarships. He's done irrational things in the past, such as buying a $1,700 new computer and then complaining about having no money. He's disrespected me in the past, by ignoring my opinions and swearing at me. But I've never been angrier than I am right now. Reddit, my husband asked me a couple months ago to give up all of my future birthday presents and instead ask for plane tickets to Evo. I was a little miffed, but I understood why he wanted to go as his friend lives in Vegas and was going too. So I said sure. Yesterday, we were talking about the plans and he said that we were bringing Candace with us. I told him that I didn't think it was a good idea, as I've flown with her several times to visit my parents in New England and I know how rough it is. I also told him that it wouldn't be as enjoyable for me if she came, as I am her primary caretaker, and I didn't want to spend our vacation doing what I normally do except in Vegas. He got really mad at me, saying that he just wanted his friend and friend's family to meet her. Later, when we were having dinner at my mother-in-law's, who I love very much, she asked if Candace was staying with her during our trip. He said no, we're bringing her to meet our friends. I told him that I really didn't want to do that, and my mother-in-law said something like, "Won't you have more fun with just the two of you?" At which he got upset and said that they really wanted to meet her and that we should shut up. He also had put off changing Candace's diaper before we came to dinner and made his mother do it. She did not want Candace to suffer just because he didn't want to do it. Those two things combined made me incredibly angry, but I don't know what to do about it. He's done the diaper thing before, but this time it just seemed so incredibly self-centered. Mini update, just brought him dinner in the hopes that he'd be in a good mood when it finished so we could talk, and he got mad at me for not having cut the chicken on his salad into small enough pieces. I stood my ground, in a way, by saying I don't want to pick out all of the chicken and cut it smaller. If I get you a knife, would that be okay? And he said, "What the heck, I'm busy right now and you can't do this for me? I don't want it anymore, just throw it away." This isn't uncommon, but he just seems so mad, and I haven't even tried to talk about it yet. Do you think he feels bad about yesterday or is he just cranky from work? Mini update 2, he apologized for yelling at me and we sat down and talked. I used some of the lines from the comments, and he said that Candace doesn't have to come with us but it would make him a little sad. I then sat down and started looking at images on my tablet and he sat next to me, but he got angry again when I scrolled too fast and he couldn't read something over my shoulder. I responded that I was reading it, not him, and he yelled that we were supposed to be spending time together. This is why I usually get steamrolled by him during arguments, because he starts getting mad and swearing at the weirdest thing and I just want him to stop getting upset. But hey, he said that it's okay if Candace stays home, and that's what I came here for. Mini update 3, wow, this blew up overnight. Okay, let me clarify a couple things I saw mentioned in the comments. Yes, he is like this sometimes, but the rest of the time he is a good husband and father. He does change some diapers, but has a tendency to push it on someone else if he can, which I don't usually get mad about. It's that he made her sit in the car like that after promising to change her, as I had dealt with a particularly nasty blowout that morning. He always apologizes if he yells. I just don't like the yelling and swearing in the first place, which I've told him. As to the chicken cutting, he's told me in the past to do that, I just forgot to cut it smaller this time and I think he got mad because he's told me it before. We have been to a marriage counselor, but he said that it didn't really do anything for him and that it wasn't worth the time or money. I'm talking to my older sister right now, and I've shown her this thread. I might show my mother-in-law, she and I are very close. Mini update 4, I talked to my sister and a close friend of mine. Both said that they have seen similar things happen while at my house but they didn't think it was appropriate to speak up about it. They also advised me to show this to my mother-in-law, which I will do tonight. My friend has also said that if I need a place to stay, I can stay with her as she has a spare bedroom. I'm talking to both and then my mother-in-law to decide what to say to him about all of this, and it's going to end with essentially we will need to work through this together or in individual counseling, or I'm going to go live with my friend until you've decided. Thanks for the support, everyone. I didn't realize that this kind of behavior wasn't normal, or at least I thought it was balanced out by the good times. I'll update on Friday after I've talked to him. Husband tells me to ask family for tickets instead of presents, wants to bring daughter just to introduce her to friends while I think I'll spend the whole vacation taking care of her as usual. Also puts off changing baby until he can get his mom to do it instead. How do I get him to change her diapers and his mind? Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Reddit, my husband asked me a couple months ago to give up all of my future birthday presents and instead ask for plane tickets to Evo. I was a little miffed, but I understood why he wanted to go as his friend lives in Vegas and was going too. So I said sure. Why did you say sure to this? Do you not understand how selfish and childish that was of him to ask? Hey babe, can we not celebrate your birthday so I can go on vacation with my friends? What? He's a father, he needs to stop buying the expensive computers, needs to get his butt back in school, and IT can be for culinary if he's good at IT, and he needs to grow up. You don't tell someone to shut up after asking such a big favor. So he let your child have a dirty diaper on for a while because he wanted his mommy to do that? Are you kidding me? You need to have a talk with him and his mother because she's enabling this too, and this stuff has to stop. Ops response, he's going back to school soon, but I'm a little worried that I'll still be doing all of the housework and taking care of the baby even when we are both in school. Edit, I asked his mom not to change the diaper at the time and she said that she didn't want Candace to suffer because of his unwillingness to change it. Commenter 2, your husband is very young and has a lot of growing up to do. He's asked an enormous favor of you, one which I would never have agreed to. But having said that, if the trip goes ahead, I would strongly advise against taking your baby, especially since she has loving grandparents to take care of her. Candace won't enjoy herself, will very likely be miserable because she won't be in her usual routine, and she doesn't care at all about meeting your husband's friends. Worse will be that you, who've given up your future birthday presents, won't get to enjoy the grown-up things that Las Vegas has to offer. Please, if the trip goes ahead, insist that in this instance your husband gives in and agrees to leave your baby behind. He shouldn't get his own way 100% of the time, you're in a partnership. Ops response, I completely agree with everything you said about Candace, she would be much happier at home with the people she knows. I've been trying to tell him that I don't want to bring her for that and other reasons, i.e., I don't want to do the norm but in Vegas. He just doesn't seem to understand why I feel that way. Commenter 3, no. If he wants plane tickets, he can work extra hours instead of having you give up all of your future presents. And by the way, you are also a parent of the child, so you get a say in where she goes and what she does. Especially since you're taking care of the child more than him. If he wants his friends to meet your baby, they can come to you. Commenter 4, everything about this. You're the wife and mother, not housemaid and baby factory. You are 50% of the relationship, you get 50% say, he gets 50% say. Stop letting him make the decisions. Ops response, I feel like a live-in maid sometimes, he just doesn't seem to listen to anything I say. He used to split the chores with me, but that stopped a long time ago. Every time I try to give input on big decisions, he's steamrolled over me to the point where I don't think it's worth it to argue. The only time I've changed his mind is when he told me not to visit my parents for a visit that was scheduled 2 months in advance, because he said he would be lonely. And I think he only let me go because my parents bought no refund tickets. I'm not going to be a baby factory, though. I had an IUD put in as soon as possible after giving birth. Update 1, 9.5 months later. I-19F, with my soon-to-be ex-husband, 21M, giving up my birthday presents for vacation follow-up. Well, it's been a while, but I feel like I should give you guys an update because of how drastically you've changed my life. I'm getting a divorce. I'll give a quick summary of the past few months. We started marriage counseling, and I began to realize exactly how selfish of a person he is. The therapist asked, "What is the biggest problem you're having with your partner?" To each of us. His response? "Well, I really don't like it when she fact-checks me. It makes me angry because it seems like she doesn't trust me." My response was, "I do not feel respected. He does not see us as equals and I can't continue being his emotional punching bag," which was a line from one of the comments. Thanks guys. She told him after a month or so of sessions that he needed to seek individual therapy for his emotional instability, because he kept lying and contradicting himself to the therapist. What's the point of going if you pretend everything's fine and dandy? About October I told him that I couldn't continue the relationship. He was getting more and more aggressive and even punched a hole through our wall. He started throwing things and his fuse was incredibly short. So I told him I was done. It wasn't healthy for me, it wasn't healthy for our daughter. Skipping ahead a bit to my current situation, I have moved up with my parents. Divorce papers were filed about a month ago now, and luckily he agreed to all of the things we discussed. I'm very glad there was no conflict on that front, but his mom is a divorce lawyer so she wouldn't have let him mess around. Candace is very happy because she gets to play with her grandpa anytime she wants. He's a stay-at-home parent. I don't really have any connections here other than my parents and brother, but that's okay. I feel so much happier just being away from him. Now I've just got to find a job. I left him, and the divorce is making its way through the courts. Candace and I are quite liking New England, and I'm staying with my parents to build savings. Wish me luck with the job hunt. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I remember when you posted this. Congratulations on school and you'll do great with the job search. What happened with your mother-in-law? Vegas never fell through? Ops response, mother-in-law ended up watching her after all, thank goodness. Oh, and I found a surprising ally in his best friend's wife. She pulled me aside at one point while I was there, Vegas, and said, does he always act like this? We had a few long talks about relationship problems and she helped give me a big boost in confidence. Commenter 2, oh thank God. I remember you. I'm so glad you stood up for yourself. He's absolutely deplorable. Ops response, I really hope that he finds his own way eventually. I think he had a lot of issues that he never bothered to confront. Thank you for the support. Commenter 3, I remember your post, so glad you are out of that situation. Good luck with everything Op, and may you never cut up chicken for an adult male again. Ops response, thanks for the laugh, the only person I'll be cutting chicken for from now on is Candace. Commenter 4, I'm glad that you got yourself and your daughter out of that situation. Given that he was throwing things around and punching walls, it's very likely that he would have later become physically abusive, so it's great that you put a stop to things before they escalated further. Good luck on the job hunt. I hope things work out for you. Ops response, once he punched the hole, I lost so much more respect for him. As an adult man, to do that just to intimidate your wife? Absolutely unacceptable. Thank you for the well wishes. Commenter 5, I just wanted to say how much I admire your will and tenacity. It takes some people years of abuse before they can't take anymore, and you're so clear about where things could lead and so well informed that you won't let it get there. Your daughter is lucky to have you as a parent. Ops response, thank you for that. I think it really helps that my own parents have a wonderful relationship dynamic. Whereas my ex-husband grew up with a dad who cheated on his mom, and generally treated her poorly. His mom just pushed it under the rug until her kids graduated high school. I saw both sides, and I decided not to replicate his parents' relationship. Ops response on the custody plan for her daughter. I am the primary custodian. He gets her in the summer and we split the holidays. Monetarily, we had nothing to split. To be honest, the I'm taking the kids approach can actually be good for children in the long run if the other parent is abusive. So that's an interesting generalization you're dropping. Update 2, 8.5 months later. I'm back with a tangentially related problem from last time. I moved away from my ex 1 year ago today, and he still hasn't finalized the parenting plan proceedings, so I haven't received a cent from him of child support. I'm going down in December to finish it, so that's not the main issue. The main issue is that I'm very, very tired. I work a full-time job up where I live now, live with my parents, and watch my daughter every day when she's awake and I'm not working. Childcare would cost 2/3 of my paycheck, which I can't afford without child support. I love my daughter so much, but I never planned on having kids. I had her because I was scared and a pushover, and I don't necessarily regret that. But I'm so tired. I feel awful even thinking about this, but I'm seriously considering switching roles with her dad and having him become her primary caretaker. I have no issue with paying child support, and I know his mom, a literal angel, will be there to help watch her and make sure she grows up well. I'm so conflicted, because I know that I'm most likely a better parent than her dad. And it sounds horrible to knowingly put her in a position like that. Help. Very stressed and overwhelmed being a single parent with no child support. Considering switching roles with her less reliable father, feeling awful about it. Relevant comments. Op on the possibilities of open adoption. Open adoption would not be an option, as her father still has parental rights and would absolutely not give them up. I honestly hadn't considered the career aspect. Doing this really would give me the chance to complete my degree. I already have 2 years under my belt. I appreciate the thought that went into your comment, thank you. Op on why she isn't splitting custody with her ex-husband. We are. But I moved from the south to the northeast, to be with my parents. And he still lives in the south. So he takes her for 3 weeks or so every couple months. Commenter 1, I wonder if you might consider seeing a therapist. This sounds a little like PPD or a more general form of depression. I also will say, it is okay to not love parenting. It is hard. It's also okay to not be coping and consider your options. Just because you are a mother doesn't mean you have to give up other parts of yourself. Ops response, I have been diagnosed with PPD and am currently taking medication for it. Commenter 2, can you enlist help from his mom in finding other childcare solutions? If you two are on good terms, she cares for her grandchild, and her son isn't paying child support, could she kick in some so that you could at least have an occasional babysitter? Could she help you research lower-cost options in your area? Ops response: she's not very well off financially, so that isn't really an option. I've been looking at other local options and so has my family. He and his family are not nearby, as mentioned in another comment. His father's family is well off, but they wouldn't send me any financial help, though they would provide for my daughter if her father was the primary caregiver. Commenter 3: my advice would be to hold out until the child support comes through in December and make your decisions then. If the pressure doesn't let up, then start considering your options. But you're very tired and stressed at the moment, so I think if you can just get a little help financially so you can get childcare and some regular breaks from your daughter, you might start feeling better. Are your parents willing to watch her also? Maybe a day and a sleepover with them on the weekend? Ops response: they do watch her while I'm at work, and she's a very energetic child, so she wears them out to the point where they're already run down when I get back from work. I can't really ask any more of them. My boyfriend called me pathetic and grabbed my face because I said something he didn't like, then told me to pack my car and leave, so now I'm literally doing exactly that while he's at work, and the audacity is unmatched. Posted by you/Decane? Figs. This is the email I sent to my therapist this morning, excluding names. I think I need to go back home. My boyfriend got upset with me last night about ridiculous things. Not ridiculous, but his reaction to them was way out of proportion, and then he called me a jerk and pathetic and insulted me and my family and pushed me more than once because he wanted me out of his bed. He grabbed me by my shoulder and face and squeezed me hard because he didn't like something I said. I didn't leave then because I wouldn't have been able to take anything with me, and I think he'd destroy my things if I leave them based off of how mad he was. I feel like I have to walk on eggshells, and have to be careful with what I say, especially when he's upset with me, because according to him it's not the right answer or reason. He told me that if I keep it up we won't make it 2 more weeks. He even told me I should just pack up my car and leave tomorrow, today. This weekend coming down was so stressful, and it was all because of him, yet he says I caused it all. I've given him the benefit of the doubt so many times when he gets upset, but I think I need to leave today. He left for work a few minutes ago. I don't have enough room to take all my stuff, and if I leave especially while he's at work, which seems like the only option because I'm afraid of what he'll do. What I have is what I actually want because I got rid of everything else. I'm going to ask my brother to come down to help me, but his car might not make it. I'm going to ask my friend too if she'd be able to come if my brother can't. I asked her to call me when she wakes up. My brother won't be up until around 9 a.m. probably too. His mom is going to be home all day too, so I don't know how to handle her. I'm afraid she's going to tell him and he'll be mad, but most likely wouldn't be able to leave work, which is over an hour away, but I feel like I'll need to leave fast once I start. I just need you to know this. I have to cancel my exam for this afternoon, and from what it looks like I may be penalized for canceling so late. My head is going in circles, and I now feel like I've been making so many wrong choices leading up to this point. I should have never brought my stuff down here when he threatened the private investigator's stuff. I feel so torn because when everything is good it is so good, but when it's bad it is bad. Mini update 1. My dad is coming to help me right now, he's about 2 hours away right now. His mom saw me loading 2 boxes in my car. She asked me what I was doing, and I just said bringing some things I don't need back to my mom's house. She said something, but I didn't hear it. She's kind of out of it most of the time, so I'm hoping she's not going to think into it too much. I have my boyfriend's location, so I'll know if he is going to come back. I bet he'd call me if he had any thought I was going to leave. Mini update 2. He just texted me saying that I'm perfect and that he loves me. And that he wants to talk to me before my test today. The rest of the message is cut off, and I'm not going to open it because I have red receipts on for him, and I want him to just think I'm asleep still. Mini update 3. I'm home now. I cried the whole 2.5-hour drive home. My dad came and helped me, and I was able to get all my things. His mom made it into a bigger ordeal than it needed to be. I can go into more detail later. I am physically, emotionally, and mentally exhausted. Thank you everyone. I already had my mind made up in leaving, but having so much support from strangers on the internet made me feel even more confident. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Alright, take a breath baby girl. You are doing the right thing and moving out. I would say call your brother and friend, don't worry about the time they normally wake up, if they love you they will want to hear from you and help you. Are you financially stable? If so, you can call a moving truck or men with a van. Are you moving back in with your parents? Have you called them? The most important thing is you getting out. But I understand you don't want to lose any of your stuff. Pack your more important stuff into your car now, while you wait to hear back from people who can help, or call movers. Stay strong and determined. Ops response, I'd be moving back into my parents'. My mom already said when I left that I'd always be able to come back home if I needed to. I just finished school a week ago and pretty much don't have any money. Commenter 2, take what will fit. You can take pics of the rest and take him to small claims court if he doesn't return it. But you should probably write it off and cut ties. Can't you make 2 trips? Just get out and be safe. You ignored red flags, so don't be fooled again. Block everywhere and don't engage at all. This is a violent, dangerous, unstable person. Ops response: I can't do 2 trips in one day. My parents live 2.5 hours away from his house. Commenter 3: Girl, I'm so proud of you. You're listening to your gut and recognizing what's not right and prioritizing yourself. Your work with your therapist is showing and you're using those tools. This internet stranger sees you for that amazing feat. Start moving the important stuff first, then go from there. Anything not fitting and not important will just have to stay. If his mom says anything he did tell you last night to pack up and leave today and you're following his orders, just move quick and don't stop. And for your sanity, block him and his family on every platform and their emails. Lock that stuff down. You don't need that ever in your life. Ops response: I am afraid he's going to come to my house. Commenter 4: Just be prepared for that. Have the police on alert and try to have your brother or your father there at all times. Make sure you do not answer the door. If he comes and won't leave after told to once, call the police. Ops response: My mom runs an in-home daycare too, so maybe I should call the police ahead of time to let them know. Commenter 5: Leave today. Email your professor. Let him or her know that you're leaving an abusive situation and ask if you can reschedule the exam. Your professor probably won't ask for proof, but I'd take a picture or 2 of your packed car to have. Ops response: It is a licensure exam for my career. I tried contacting them and have had no response. Commenter 6: Take pictures of everything before you leave. This type of person likes to control the narrative and will probably smash everything up and blame you. Have someone with you who would be happy to formally attest to the fact that you left the place as your photos show. If your name is on the lease, start communicating with the landlord ASAP and ask them to break the lease. Report your boyfriend's behavior to the police. Get a crime number and give this to your landlord, if you have to do that, to evidence the issue you're telling them about. This crime number may come in handy in future, depending on how your ex responds. You may need this to evidence to family or his new partner what happened, etc. If your name is on any of the utilities, same deal. Take your name off ASAP and again evidence the crime number if you have to. If you have any streaming accounts or similar, make sure they're logged out of everywhere, to prevent him gaining access and causing problems or racking up charges. Try and do this in such a way that once you've left the apartment with all your stuff there is nothing else to contact him about. You need to block him on everything. You need a completely clean break and give him 0 reason to ever bother you again. You will get through this. Ops response: It was his mom's house, and luckily there are no shared expenses or contracts or anything. I was able to grab everything, but as I'm now realizing, some gift cards and 2 credit cards I don't use. I was able to freeze the credit cards. He has been texting me and it started all about how I'm right and he's sorry and loves me and to give him another chance. That he'll stop drinking. And now it has turned into blaming me only a couple hours later. Update: 2 months later. It's been about 7 weeks since I left. I'm going to give the abridged version because the next 2 weeks after were a lot. I was able to take everything thanks to my dad driving 3 hours down to help me. It was really hard to officially be done. He contacted me multiple times, of course, and tried to make it better. Blamed everything on alcohol. What made everything even more complicated was that I found out I was pregnant. Even though it was horrible timing, I was so excited. I am at a point in my life that I am so ready to have kids. He was the dad, so I felt like he needed to know and be a part of it. He was excited and surprisingly supportive and respected any boundaries I put up at first. My mom was supportive. My brother cried because I was still staying in contact with my ex, and he said he knew he was going to do something bad to me and would wake up in the middle of the night with a bad feeling thinking of me. My ex wanted to act like everything was back to normal. He was upset that I had to tell people what he did to me because now we could just be together. Which is absolutely crazy. He even said he wanted to come up that weekend. I wasn't ready to see him and shut that down pretty fast. It was never going to be whether we got back together or raised a child separately or anything. I ended up having a miscarriage and was devastated. Like my world literally fell apart. I spent 2 days just crying in my bed. My ex literally called me selfish for how I was responding to it and how upset I was. We stayed in contact for 2 days after I miscarried, and on the last day we talked I had gone to the mall with a friend to just get out of the house. I was bleeding a lot, so I was wearing a thick pad and felt like I was in a diaper. What I'm getting at is that I felt gross and uncomfortable. I had a big jacket on and baggy pants. I had told my ex after that I had gone to the mall, and knowing how I was feeling, he asked me if I dressed like I was still someone's girlfriend. He used to say I dressed like a promiscuous woman, which I definitely didn't in any way, and who cares if I did. He said he was going to come up that weekend now, and in that moment I felt like I didn't even have a choice. We talked a bit more and then he ended up getting upset with me about something stupid and hung up on me. I called back saying I was done, and that was it. I blocked him on literally everything from Facebook to Pinterest to his work number. Honestly, everything is amazing now. My friends have been amazing, my family has been amazing, and it is so nice being able to tell people what he did to me our whole relationship. I have a friend who was in an abusive relationship, and I see her in a totally different light. I got my dental hygiene license and started working a few weeks ago, and it has been great. I do feel for my ex because he was the most hurt, insecure man I ever knew, but that gives no excuse for how he treated me. I just wished he would learn from this experience, and I know he won't. But that's not my problem. I am stronger than I ever knew and am so excited for what comes next. Thank you everyone for your support. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, having read your original post in this, I reckon you've had a really lucky escape. I'm sorry you've had to go through a miscarriage, but that's probably saved you from a life trapped in hell, for you and a child. Ops response, I really did. It would 100% have escalated if the relationship continued because it was already building. I've come to terms with the miscarriage. Still incredibly sad about it, but my baby's life ending saved me and my future children for sure. Commenter 2, it's always sad when someone loses a baby, but I always feel like someone stepped in these situations to keep these women safe and not attached to these terrible men for the rest of their lives. I do hope Op gets therapy though, because she just seemed to keep coming back for more even after she ran away in terror of this man. Op's response, in therapy already. I found out I was pregnant 2 days after I left him. And miscarried a week or so after that. It's been 5.5 weeks since I miscarried and last spoke to him. Commenter 3, congrats on your escape. How did you get a dental hygiene license so fast? Op's response, oh. Didn't realize how unclear that was. I recently graduated from a program in May. I needed to take my law and ethics exam, which was the test I had right before I left him. Since I left him, I've taken the test and officially have my license now. I had 4 years of school, including a 2-year of prerequisites and 2 for the program. My husband and I were childhood sweethearts, but then he confessed his fantasy about me sleeping with other men, and now his friends keep touching me because apparently he gave them permission like I'm some kind of fantasy come true. Posted by you/Throra80176. My husband and I have been married for 14 years, but have known each other since I was 7 and he was 9. We were neighbors, and his family lived just a few blocks away from mine. We were the best of friends growing up, and started dating when I was 13 and he was 15, but broke up when he left for college at 18. During that time, he had the whole college experience, while I focused more on my education and career, so I never really dated anyone. We reconnected when we were 22 and 24 respectively, and have been together ever since. Needless to say, he was more than surprised that I was never with anyone in the 7 years we were apart. It just never felt right. Now I know he's been with several women before, but it never really bothered me. I've pretty much indulged every intimate fantasy he's ever had, as long as he promised that lovemaking was just for us. I told him that all I wanted was a committed and monogamous relationship with him, and it's been that way since. About a month ago, he dropped a bomb. I've always encouraged him to be open and honest with me about anything, but it was still a shocker. Apparently, he's always had this fantasy about me having lovemaking with other guys while he watches. The very thought of this made me violently ill, and I told him that I would never do it. He tried to argue for a bit, but he dropped it, or so I thought. We own several small businesses together, but I've since taken a step back after we had kids. I still help out with management every now and then, though. A few days after that encounter, I came by the office to have lunch with him and help with some paperwork, and I noticed that some of the staff, especially the younger guys, started acting all flirty with me, which I found very inappropriate. I told my husband, but he just shrugged and smiled, saying it was normal because I was attractive. Even when he had a few of his buddies over to watch basketball, one of his friends openly flirted with me in the kitchen while I prepared their snacks. Again, I told my husband, but he just shrugged it off. He never really brought up that fantasy of his directly, but since then he's been casually mentioning how good-looking this person or that person is, almost as if he's trying to set me up with them. Every time I call him out on it, he just says he's not doing anything wrong, and that he's just talking. I'm at the end of my rope. I've always found pride in the fact that I've only ever been with one man. It's always been special to me, and he knows this, but it doesn't seem like he respects that at all. I've always been devoted to him since we were kids, but he doesn't seem to value my commitment and loyalty at all. Every time I try talking to him about it, he says he's already dropped it, yet I always have this gut feeling that the people flirting with me were doing it with his encouragement. Before that, everyone knew how devoted I was. What should I do? I definitely don't want a divorce because I do love him with all my heart, but this whole thing has been driving me crazy. Any advice? Edit to add, I don't want to have lovemaking with other men. I never have, and I probably never will. The very idea makes me sick. I only ever wanted to do it with him because I always believe that lovemaking should be reserved only for someone you love, but I don't really push this narrative to others, that's just me. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Wow. I would not think he told any of his workers anything. I would definitely assume he told his friends to try and bang you. Don't do anything you're uncomfortable with. No judgment here, everyone is different. If he doesn't listen to you, maybe that's the end. Ops response. I think he told the employees because they used to be very respectful of my personal space, and none of them really flirted with me till recently. And yeah, I definitely won't do it. I've always loved to indulge what he likes doing, and I try my best to make him happy and feel loved, but this is a stretch too far. More on the employees and his friends. Yeah, now that I think about it, he is trying to wear me down. I'm not exactly sure what it is he told his employees and friends, though, so it's hard to judge them outright. But yeah, maybe I wasn't being firm enough when I said I won't do it. When told by a downvoted commenter, what's the problem? He wants me to have lovemaking with other men. I don't. Suddenly a lot of guys at work and one of his friends starts flirting with me, and he just acts like it's no big deal. That's a problem for me. When asked if she ever fantasized about other men. I've sometimes had crushes on movie stars, but my husband has always been my number one. Never wanted anyone since I was little, and still don't despite the nonsense. And regarding kinks, trust me, we've tried pretty much everything and still do. I'm not a prude, I just value commitment and monogamy. Update, 1 month later. So it's been a month since I posted, and a lot has happened since, so I figured I'd update you guys now that things have somewhat settled in a way. Here's what happened. A few days after I posted, my husband had his friends over again. As I was making their sandwiches, one of his friends came up behind me and grabbed my waist and started calling me beautiful and gorgeous. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in my previous post, but I don't like being touched by others unless I'm close to them. Instinctively, I stabbed him with a butter knife, and while it was dull, I did hit him hard enough to draw a bit of blood. His friend started cursing at me and my husband, who rushed in the room after he heard me scream. His friend kept saying you said it was okay over and over. I'm not exactly sure what happened next because after I slapped my husband, I walked right out of the kitchen and locked myself in our room. I've never felt so unloved and disrespected in my entire life. Our kids were at my mother-in-law's house, by the way. I didn't leave there till the next morning and found my husband sleeping on the couch smelling of booze. After he sobered up, we talked. It was long, but to summarize the whole thing. Apparently, a few of his buddies were into wife swapping and sharing them with other men. Swinging is what he called it, if I remember correctly. One just liked sharing his wife with other men. They talked a lot about their intimate adventures, and my husband said he got jealous, and it made him miss his promiscuous past, and he started fantasizing about it. I reminded him of my boundaries, and he said he was so caught up in the fantasy, he didn't think anything else mattered. He said that night was a wake-up call, and for the first time, he was genuinely afraid of losing me. I know he's not lying. I've known him for over 3 decades, so I can easily tell when he's being genuine. I told him how disrespected I felt the last few weeks where people in his life would flirt with me. I told him how miserable it made me feel that he wasn't taking my commitment to him seriously. I told him that as much as I loved him, the sight of him makes me boiling with rage. He said he understands, but that he'll do anything to make it up to me. To make things clear, I'm not mad because of his fantasies. I'm mad at the disrespect he's shown me since his confession, and he has acknowledged this. Long story short, we are currently separated. I just couldn't stand living with him in this moment in time. The kids and I moved out and are now living in his sister's guest house. It's great here, and the kids love being around their cousins and my mother-in-law, who's been living in the guest house since before we moved in. His sister knows the story and is on my side, and his mother just knows that he messed up. I'm in low contact with my husband now. He's in therapy, which is good for him. I'm also in therapy to help deal with what's going on. He has also told me that he cut all contact with his circle of friends, and in the few times I went to the office to drop the kids off to him, no one flirted with me. I still love my husband, so reconciliation is definitely on the table, and neither one of us has brought up divorce yet. He knows what he needs to do and what he needs to work on, and kicking his friends out was a good start. After some time we'll do marriage counseling, but only after I've seen him put in the work. He knows he has to win me back and never take me for granted again. I'm hopeful for our family to be together again, and that I can get my old loving husband back, but at the moment, I'm just trying to hold it together for my kids. This sounded more like a rant, but it's been rather cathartic. Thanks for the advice in my last post, I appreciate every single one of them. Edit, I'm here to clarify a few things. I didn't force him to cut off his friends. It was something I would have brought up once marriage counseling was coming up, but he did so voluntarily. I'm pretty sure my husband never slept with any of their wives. I don't doubt that he wanted to, though. He simply never had the time nor the means to do so. Most of the time, him and his friends hang out at our place. All of his time in the business is accounted for, so he never comes home late nor is he secretive of his phone. He swears up and down that he never slept with anyone else, and I've known him well enough to know he isn't lying. Reconciliation is something that's not guaranteed. He'll have to show me he's changed, or rather he's found his old self again. He'll have to sweep me off my feet again, and I definitely won't make things easy. It's not something that will happen overnight, though, and I still haven't forgiven him yet. It's like I love him and hate him at the same time, if that makes sense. No, we won't be seeing other people. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. He gave his friends permission to touch you like you were a pet dog. Yeah, it's okay to pet up. I don't understand how reconciliation is on the table. You deserve better. Op's response. I know I deserve better, which is why we're separated. I know what kind of man he truly is, and I love that version of him more than anything, so I want nothing more than for him to find himself again. Commenter 2. That's just seeing your husband in rose-tinted glasses. This is your husband. He decided that he wanted to try and force you into this open relationship. No one forced him into it, he said it himself, he just got jealous and tried to make you play along with it. What else is he gonna get jealous of and try and force you to do?
I made my girlfriend her favorite meal as a love gesture, but she literally threw it away and demanded pizza instead. Then when I finally dumped her, she cried about therapy and not deserving love, which is rich coming from someone who treats people like garbage delivery services. Posted by you/Dizzy Suggestion 2360. My girlfriend texted me earlier. I'm too tired and frustrated to even respond. I was trying to do something nice for her and surprise her with something she said she really liked, but apparently she wasn't in the mood for it. I feel pretty much tired of trying in general. I guess I didn't really ask her what she wanted tonight for dinner, but I still feel pretty angry. Transcript. Girlfriend, hey, when is your break? Can you pick up a pizza so I have something to eat tonight? OP, no babe, I made the wine braised short ribs you said last night were your favorite. I got up early to cook them. You just have to pull them from the pot. There's that and the small s'mores cakes I made for Wednesday since there's extra and I figured you'd want some. Girlfriend, I don't really want that though. Can you just grab a pizza on your break? We can eat that stuff later. OP, no, I'm locked in for the night. What's wrong with the short ribs? You literally just told me it was your favorite thing, so I made it special for you. Kind of sucks. Girlfriend, well, I tried it and it came out kind of gross anyway, so I'm tossing it. Can you ask to leave for a bit and stop by a Papa John's or something? I just want stuffed crust. OP, what do you mean gross? You tossed it? As in like threw it away? Girlfriend, it just tasted bad. I don't know what to tell you, it wasn't eatable. It's not a big deal, I just need to eat something tonight for dinner though. Did you ask? OP, dude, what the heck, that was expensive meat. Why would you throw it away? I already told you I'm not leaving work. Girlfriend, well, I don't know what you expect me to do. It's simple as heck. Just order a pizza then if you're busy. Girlfriend, like I have to eat something. Girlfriend, hello? Places are closing soon. OP, I'm busy at work. I don't want to talk about it right now. Please figure it out, we'll talk later. Unread. Girlfriend, seriously, you're gonna be this much of a jerk over this? Girlfriend, I didn't ask you to cook anything. Girlfriend, if you can't deal with the basics of being a supportive partner, then it should be something I consider and find someone who will support me. End of transcript. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, you really shouldn't be dating a teenager. I can't comprehend this person being an adult. Sarcasm aside, get the heck out of this relationship. You want to spend the next 40 years or whatever with someone who throws homemade meals in the garbage, demands pizza from a chain restaurant, and is seemingly incapable of ordering delivery herself? And is rude as heck to you? Dude. There are so many red flags in this exchange that you could open up an Etsy store selling used red flags and become a multimillionaire. Additional information from Op on his response to the top comment. Not sure why I can't edit to add more information on mobile, but I'm borrowing the top comment to answer some questions. She lost her card last week while hanging out with some friends and had to cancel her accounts. She's using mine until her new one comes in the mail. I have not gotten to eat any of the prepared food. Cooking is my love language. I think I mostly just feel heartbroken at this point, and that's why I've decided to just finish work tonight and talk to her in the morning about it. Edit, just a quick follow-up. My shift just ended. I'm going to probably go home and pack some stuff and stay with a friend. She won't be up for a bit, and I don't really feel like sleeping in the same house. We'll update after I talk to her later though. Commenter 2, she is being very disrespectful of you, especially if you spent time especially cooking food for her. She wasn't at all appreciative of even the thought of it, which is a red flag. The comments in the last image were especially disrespectful, and the comment about finding someone else warrants considering leaving the relationship. You don't make statements like that to your partner if you care about them, especially if it's over not getting food. Commenter 3, toss the girlfriend. Look at that last message she sent you. Her goal was to make you feel like garbage, paired with a threat to break up if you don't jump to obey her every whim. She's just going to repeat and escalate that behavior every time you two disagree or you try to hold her accountable. She doesn't respect you at all. Commenter 4. 1. Doesn't show appreciation for you getting up early to make her something that she likes. 2. Throws away something you could have eaten just because she didn't care for it. 3. Apparently incapable of solving her own problems. 4. Threatens you if you don't solve her problems for her. 5. Swears at you in your exchange. 6. Thinks a supportive partner is someone who caters to her wants, not even her needs, and expects you to do so even when you are at work. I could go on, but do I need to? P.S. I'm a woman and I am telling you to run. This ungrateful, emotionally immature person needs a reality check. You deserve better. Update, next day. After spending the morning at a friend's house, I went ahead and just went back to our apartment. I haven't really slept honestly with how anxious I've been to just go and get the conversation, so I'm exhausted. Basically I went back to the apartment. She was there scrolling on her phone. I went ahead and just came out with it and explained to her that I can't keep trying to make things work with someone who doesn't care about what I do for them. She started to cry and tell me it's just the way her brain works and it's not her fault. She says she's trying in her therapy and that she feels like she doesn't deserve to be loved. I more or less followed up and explained to her I can't be the one to keep dealing with her when she treats me like garbage. She basically got angry as heck at this point and told me I never cared and I never really tried, or I wouldn't just leave over something so stupid. She broke a glass I kept from growing up that was sitting on our counter by throwing it on the ground, at which point I just stopped talking. I spent an hour with her yelling and begging me back and forth while I grabbed things I have that are valuable. I'm just going to disappear for a bit at my friend's. I need to figure out what to do about the rent and stuff since we have a month until renewal. I know it's not really all that crazy of an update and it's just the way it should have played out, but I wanted to just get in and out and be done after thinking about it and being ready to move on from being unhappy. I appreciate everyone's comments and to the people who reached out. I'll be honest, I feel like I've wasted a ton of my life trying to help a broken person, and it's just equal parts depressing while also a feeling of being empty and tired. I'm going to try my best to make things better in my life and only give people who appreciate me and the stuff that I do. Top comments. Commenter 1. Honestly, I'm incredibly proud of you for this. You deserve someone who loves you as much as you love them. Get yourself a fun drink, watch a movie with your friend that you're staying with, and just know your life will be better without that awful ex in your life. This is not an excuse at all for her, but the way she reacted genuinely makes me feel like she has some personality disorder. It just screams borderline personality disorder. This reminds me so much of someone I dated years ago who had this. I genuinely loved him, but leaving him was the best thing I could have done for myself. Not everyone who has this disorder is toxic, but it just sends me back to the days where when he felt rejected or abandoned by me he would mock me over anything and everything that he knew would hurt me most emotionally. Commenter 2. Pay the rent and then tell the landlord you're not renewing, and to talk to her about her own situation because you moved out. This way there's no harm to your credit or any kind of nonsense to put up with. The minute she threw something I would have been out. Grabbed my stuff of value and just left. Start untangling any finances that are join and leave. You deserve better. I suffer with feelings of not being deserving of love and support due to childhood trauma and I would never treat my wife like this and expect everything to be okay. Commenter 3. Classic. She used her therapy as a weapon against you trying to garner empathy and forgiveness, and when that doesn't play out she once again lashes out, proving it was all an act, and she is in fact not sorry for her behavior and isn't learning jack anything in therapy. All manipulation. Good for you op, things will get better, sorry your valuable got destroyed in the process, it served its purpose by demonstrating how little consideration she has for you. Goat Glass, rest in peace. You've stayed true to yourself and trying to care for other people even when it fell short, be proud of that, and keep doing it, and you'll find someone who appreciates and reciprocates. Commenter 4. It's just how my brain works. Yeah, okay. She thought that by tossing perfectly good food she could strong-arm you into ordering her a pizza. She's not sorry she did it, she's sorry her little plan didn't work. Sorry for what you went through, man.
My mom came home glowing from her haircut, and I helped style her perfectly, but my stepdad said she was ugly and no one would want intimate time with her, then suggested opening their marriage, so now I'm cutting out of town because this family drama is cutting into my sanity. Posted by you/CatmanCarl96. I, 19F, am not sure if I'm overstepping a boundary by sharing this story, but I'm moving out in a week and think this is ridiculous. My mom, 44F, and stepdad, 47M, have been married for 14 years. As far as I can remember, this guy has been in my life, and I love him like I love my biological father. They have had what looks to be a happy marriage. In the last year, my mom has started working overnights at a vet office. This causes her and my stepdad's schedule to not align. This also causes her to make more money than him. My mom has also struggled with her appearance in the last few years. She was on a strict keto diet, like my stepdad, for over a year and stopped when it began to make her feel more bad than good. This caused her to rapidly change weight, and she's quite insecure about it. She and I have a very close relationship, and she has confided in me several times about her problems and other moments when it was clear to me that my stepdad was insecure about something. But I'm not a therapist, so my usual response is that she seek therapy because I am not equipped to be her daughter and her couple's therapist. Love her so much though. Today, she told me she was going to get a haircut with my sister, 14F. The previous week she had been talking with me about getting her hair cut short so it's out of her face at work, and I showed a picture of this shorter 60s style pixie cut that I thought would be so cute on her. When she got back from her appointment, she was glowing. She was wearing her cute little cat-eye-shaped glasses, and I convinced her to put on a collared polka dot dress to complete the look. My sister kept making fun of her hair, but as long as she liked it, I was happy for her. When my stepdad came home from the gym, he could not even look at her. I could tell this was making her sad. I made a joke about how it's like when he shaves himself a mustache and she hates it but deals with it anyway. There wasn't a whole lot of laughing in the crowd, so I walked upstairs to do my own thing and ended up out of the house for a couple hours. When I came back, I could hear them arguing in their bedroom. I couldn't really make out what they were saying and chose to ignore it. Shortly after, my mom came into my room. She sat down on my bed and told me that she had been up for a while. She told me they started arguing about her haircut. He kept telling her how ugly it looked, how ugly she was, how she was never going to make love again with hair like that. This is all her exact retelling of the story. I was literally just sitting there, mouth open, thinking about how ridiculous this was to ever come out of my stepdad's mouth. And then she hit me with he said he wanted to open our marriage. I may be 19 and have little relationship experience, but even I know that's basically admitting that you want to cheat on your wife. She started crying, and I did not know what to say. Shortly after, she got up and left the room. The only thing I said to her that whole time was I cannot wrap my head around how ridiculous this is. And I still can't. Not only do I feel horrible because I've been put in this odd situation between my mom and stepdad, whom I both love. I also feel horrible because if I was married to someone and they said some stuff like this to me, I'd feel so horrible about myself. I want to help her if I can because I care about her, but I'm afraid I'm getting myself into something that I should not and cannot be a part of. And what's worse is that I'm moving 7 hours away in a week, so there's not a lot I can do. What should my mom do? Edit, I'm in therapy myself for a wide range of other stuff and have talked about family issues with my own therapist. Not this issue specifically, but rest assured I will at my next appointment. We'll update in about a week if anything happens. Top comments. Commenter 1, I think your mom should open the marriage with the help of a divorce lawyer. She deserves much better than an insecure jerk. Commenter 2, hi up. It sounds like your mom has been parentifying you for years. You sound really mature, and telling her to speak to a professional is what she absolutely should be doing instead of using her daughter as an emotional support crutch. This isn't your problem to solve. That being said, of course you are rightly worried, but if your mother is refusing to confide in anyone but you, removing yourself from the equation is probably the best for everyone. Your mother is the only one who can make the decision to leave. Perhaps without you there to serve as her soundboard, she will start to take some steps to unravel how she really feels. It's so easy to get caught in a trap of outrage when you've been hurt by someone you love. Your mother is likely still in denial and needs to come to terms with things herself. Commenter 3, you can feel in the middle when two people you love argue, but when one person is abusive, you're too ugly to make love is not a normal reaction. He meant to hurt her, you need to take sides, because if you stay neutral, it will appear as if you don't disagree, which will dishearten the victim and empower the abuser. He wants to smash someone else. The marriage is over. He wants to open the marriage so he doesn't have to sort out his living situation and pay his bills and do his own housework, but I would not agree with that. Wanting out is his prerogative, hurting your mom is not. Update, 5 days later. I wanted to start by saying thank you for the kind words on my last post. A lot of you had some really wonderful advice to give me. These comments made me rethink some things, and upon bringing this all up to my therapist, your advice was very similar to hers. Secondly, I need to address some things. Yes, my mom has friends her age and siblings that she is close with. I have no clue to what extent she talks to them about stuff like this. No, my mom is not the only one who will vent to me sometimes. My stepdad is the same way. Usually it's about more trivial things, but I get to hear both sides of the story most of the time about small arguments that don't really matter. No, I don't think my sister will turn into me once I leave. To put it lightly, she's spoiled. My parents will often vent to me about my sister and her craziness like it isn't the effects of their own passive parenting. I think after all that happened when I was a child, they just kinda gave up with her, and it hurts to watch. But I know I can't parent a child that isn't mine. Now on to the update. The day after it happened, I was with my best friend, and she brought it up to her in nonchalant conversation as we were about to leave for a 3-day trip. Obviously my best friend was worried, and I said outright I don't think we should be talking about this right now. My mom's response was, oh, you always get mad when I do this, she doesn't mind. I pulled my mom aside and told her I think it's inappropriate to bring my friends into this conversation. She's brought up other ridiculous stuff to my friends. I told her I'm worried about her, and I see her situation getting worse every day, and that I want her to get professional help. She didn't say much, and I left for 3 days. When I came back, everything seemed to be okay. All my mom told me was that he apologized and said when he gets angry he says things unfiltered. I said you should still get couples therapy because again that's ridiculous, but my stepdad doesn't believe in therapy. At this point, I'm glad that I am moving away so I don't have to hear about any of this anymore. I love my mom and am glad to love her at a distance and spend a couple weeks out of the year with her. But I'm so happy to be free from listening to everyone's problems. One day this will likely all blow up in their faces again, and I'll get a call that they got a divorce or something. I mean, there's nothing more that I can do, right? And, Shane, if you're reading this, I would be honored to have my story read in an episode of Smosh Reads Reddit Stories. Top comments. Commenter 1, I'm glad to hear you're leaving, and if I can give you a little piece of advice once you're gone to deal with your mom. When she calls you and starts dumping on you, shut down the conversation. Tell her you're not talking about this, and then if she keeps going or tries to guilt you, end the conversation and hang up. Keep repeating every time until she gets it. Good luck to you. Commenter 2, your mom needs to mature and find her own help instead of bringing these issues to you and your friends. I have a friend whose mom is like this. She told me her marital and family problems when I was a teen, and I found it wildly inappropriate then. Not like she'd ever take advice anyway, it was always just trauma dumping on teens. Like, what the heck? Space and time away will help get you out of the trauma dumping loop. You clearly love your mom, but using you as her free therapist will wear down your relationship over time.
My friend asked to stay at my place, I said no, but then I came home to find her inside my house claiming she's been my tenant for 2 months, so now the cops won't remove her. Posted by you/crazy tenant. I have a friend who called me last night asking for a place to stay. I politely told her no. She's 25, I'm 19, and I should mention she's a narcissistic jerk. Today I was over at my cousin's place this morning, and when I came home a couple of hours ago, I found this jerk inside my house. No signs of a break-in from the outside. I ask her how she got in, and she tells me through the back window. I tell her I never gave you permission to come here, and that she needs to leave immediately, and she says deal with it. I call the cops and tell them that there's a person who got inside my house without my permission, and that I need an officer to come and remove her. A couple of minutes later they arrive, and here's what happens. She tells them I know my rights officers, I've been a legal tenant in this house for 2 months now, and you can't just remove me. I can go around, show you my clothes in the wardrobe. My toothbrush and my conditioner in the bathroom, and all of my other stuff. They take a walk with her, and all of her darn stuff is all over my house. She darn broke into my house, put her stuff all over so that the cops would think she's been a tenant. The next thing they tell me is that I have to serve her with an eviction notice, and that they can't legally remove her since she's considered a tenant. I didn't even know what to tell them as I felt so dumbfounded and shocked I was set up like this. I was silent for a few seconds, and so they try to explain how the law works to me, but since I just keep looking at them in silence not believing myself, they just proceed to leave. I'm so darn angry. I'm in California so I can't even record her confessing to what she's done. If I can do that under an exception I could easily do it because apparently she has no problem admitting to it when the cops aren't here. I'm not, however, going to do so if it will lead to more problems. I've also thought about calling 911 or the non-emergency line and telling the operator about the situation so that the call would be recorded, and then make my friend confess about it. Can I do that? Me and the operator are aware of the call being recorded. I think it still would be unlawful. How do I get this jerk out without having to serve her eviction notice? Isn't that against the law what she did there? Isn't this fraud? I've thought about trying to prove that she's been living somewhere else before, but I don't know what to do. This is messed up. I'm really sorry about my language, but I'm really feeling so angry, and I'm trying to be calm as much as I can while she's in my darn house using my stuff, and I can't do anything about it. Thanks. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Me and the operator are aware of the call being recorded. I think it still would be unlawful. Yes, because the person being recorded doesn't consent. How do I get this jerk out without having to serve her eviction notice? If the police won't take action, eviction is all you have. Up. Even if I found a way to prove she wasn't living here? So what now? I can go to any of my friend's house and put my stuff there and basically live for free. If I eventually get proof she faked this, what can I do at that point? Commenter 2. Even if I found a way to prove she wasn't living here? It's difficult to prove a negative. Especially given that she didn't have another place to stay. Still, if you believe you have that evidence, you can try the police again. But, if the police don't do anything, eviction is your only option. Up. So basically anyone can go break in anywhere at a friend's house and this would work? This is ridiculous. Commenter 3. Tenants are given broad protection against being kicked out. This is a good thing. In your case, you have a situation where someone isn't a tenant but looks exactly like a tenant. That sucks, but it's an edge case. A one-off. It just doesn't happen that often. So yeah, in the extremely rare circumstance that someone breaks into your home, with no damage, and scatters enough stuff around to look like a tenant, you get a little screwed. It sucks, but the worst thing you can do is compound it by trying to kick her out without the eviction. Commenter 4. I am going to go in a completely different direction, and suggest you get a protection order. This woman is dangerous, and completely out of touch with reality. If I were you, I would be very, very scared. Go down to the court and fill out an order for temporary protection. The form will ask you if you two live in the same home. Say no. Put in her last known address. You should get her order to stay away from you, and she will not be able to enter the apartment, as it will be breaking the order. If you need to call the police, you can call and tell them you have an order of protection against this person, and they will make her leave. You do not want a residence exclusion order, which requires actual violence. You want a stay away order. Update 1, 1 day later. I texted one of her friends on Instagram who I know is close to her and explained what happened. She gave me her boyfriend's name on Facebook and told me to talk to him to see if he could come over and persuade her to leave. I've reached him, and we got on the phone a few minutes ago. He said he can come over after work and see what he can do. Is there anything I should do before he comes here? Do I start recording video? Do I call the cops instead? Do I bring in a third witness? I'm really afraid if this ever turns into a domestic violence situation of some sort if any of them decides to do anything stupid. Keep in mind I'm 19, and both of them are well over my age by a lot. Relevant comments. IKEA, emotional. It's time to call in a friend. A close one. I would propose your mom actually. Middle-aged women often have a magical violence de-escalating effect on unknown quantities. The point is someone calm. Very calm. You don't need another voice here, you need a witness. If all goes well, I would suggest you lock the door behind her, and this time lock your window. The problem with that, of course, is the cops have already decided she lives there. So if she calls them claiming you locked her out, you're out of luck. In these circumstances it might be worth the risk. Can you begin accumulating evidence she did not live there as of yesterday? Call friends and family who can verify you lived alone or who can say where she lived? Instagrams of her taking pics of her place? Facebook posts where she indicates where she lives or implied is not with you? Like can I come over? From a few days ago would be great. Once you're done with her, don't ever talk to her again. That's it. This is a new level of crazy, and it's going to burn everything it touches. Up. It's time to call in a friend. A close one. I would propose your mom actually. Middle-aged women often have a magical violence de-escalating effect on unknown quantities. The point is someone calm. Very calm. You don't need another voice here, you need a witness. I didn't tell my mom about any of this yet because she worries a lot about me, and she already has a lot of issues going on, so I didn't want to put any more pressure on her. I think I have to call her now though. I know for sure she'll have my back on this. Can you begin accumulating evidence she did not live there as of yesterday? Call friends and family who can verify you lived alone or who can say where she lived? Instagrams of her taking pics of her place? Facebook posts where she indicates where she lives or implied is not with you? When I looked up her Instagram account I found lots of pictures in Arizona that she was dumb enough to have them tagged with location. The pictures were taken within the past month. I took screenshots as well as archiving them like a web version. I also wrote down a transcript of how the conversation went down when she called me asking to stay at my place and I refused. I've screenshotted the conversation with her friend as well. Nop nip. Why didn't you follow the advice in the previous post and pursue a restraining order? Up. I should have done this, but I didn't. Someone mentioned that I should try and contact one of her friends or family and let them try and talk to her, and so that's what I did. I'm hoping it works. If not, I'll go file the restraining order. Update 2, 1 day later. First of all, I want to explain what happened, apologize, and thank all of you. Long story short, as soon as her boyfriend came in she started crying hysterically. I told them that I'm video recording them through my phone, but they seemed uninterested in what I said. She started blaming him for all sorts of stuff, he kept apologizing a lot, and after what seemed like an eternity, she packed her stuff and they were both gone. Now, I've written down on a piece of paper all your different advice. I'll file a restraining order against her. I'll also go file a police report and talk to the sheriff explaining everything that happened. I've documented all I could. I have screenshots of her IG account with the pictures tagged to Oz. Plus the video of her and her boyfriend arguing in my house and then packing and leaving together. My mom's main concern right now is getting the protective order ASAP and installing an alarm system in my house. She said she'll be staying with me until we can get a company to install an alarm system on Monday. Thank you guys for suggesting to call my mom. It made me feel safer while she was here. Apology, I know how annoying it was for you guys to keep giving me advice that I should file the restraining order and go to the police only to find me not do any of them but invite a stranger to my house. My mom also pointed out how badly this could have gone with her boyfriend coming here. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. I've been thinking about this since I read it. Honestly, I hope it's fake. If the cops showed up and this lunatic told them she was a tenant, why would OP not say something like fine, prove to them you live here. Where's your lease? Where are your keys? Where do you sleep? Show them your license with this address. Show them a piece of your mail addressed here. OP. I wish you were there with me, man, and pointed those things out. It just took me off guard. I just stood there saying nothing. Anyway, I'm so lucky it didn't go worse. I'm just really relieved this whole thing is off my chest now. I'm truly thankful for each one of you.
My boyfriend and I went to meet my parents for dinner, then he chugged his drink and burped super loud during grace, so now I'm questioning if all atheists are this rude or if he's just trash. Posted by you/dating an atheist. So I've, 19F, been dating Kevin, 21M, for a couple months now. I was raised Christian, and while I very much believe in God, I wouldn't consider myself super religious or anything. I go to church maybe 10 times a year. Because of that, I thought I might be compatible with an atheist. So anyway, on Sunday Kevin and I went to my parents for dinner. It was their first time meeting him. I thought things were going well until we sat down to eat, and my dad starts saying grace. I was looking down, but out of the corner of my eye I see Kevin grab his drink, and he chugs it. Once he's done chugging, my dad is still saying grace this entire time, mind you, he lets out this really loud open mouth burp. My dad stops saying grace to look at Kevin. My dad's mouth was hanging wide open, but he didn't say anything. Kevin doesn't say excuse me or anything, so my dad awkwardly finishes saying grace. The dinner itself is painfully awkward. No one acknowledges what happened, but my parents seem pretty annoyed with Kevin, so they make small talk about the weather, what he's taking in school, etc. After we finish eating, I make up an excuse for us to leave, and I drive Kevin home. On the way home I ask Kevin what his problem is and why he was so rude during dinner. At first he doesn't seem to know what I was talking about. I say it's rude to drink during grace, never mind burping as loud as you can afterwards. He says he's an atheist, so he doesn't have to wait for that kind of thing. I say that's ridiculous, as he was still a guest in my parents' home, and he should follow their rules. Then he goes off saying those rules are bullcrap, and he keeps going on about how religion is the worst thing ever. By the time I drop him off, I'm pretty pissed and want nothing to do with him. I haven't talked to him since, but breaking up with him is a given. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because one of the things he said to me was, why was I dating an atheist if I expected him to act religious? I didn't think simply not eating or drinking until after grace was acting religious, but now I'm questioning that. I know Reddit is very pro-atheist, so I want to get opinions from other atheists. I've never dated one before Kevin, so I don't know. He says any self-respecting atheist would do the same he did. Is that true? Or is he just a jerk? My cousin had warned me about dating an atheist, but considering I don't take religion too seriously, I didn't think it would be an issue. Maybe I was wrong, and I'm not compatible. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. Kevin didn't behave that way because he's an atheist. He behaved that way because he's a rude little jerk. He says any self-respecting atheist would do the same he did. No. No, they wouldn't. He did it to get a rise and act somehow superior. Kevin is an idiot. Source: atheist that has sat through many prayers, graces, and weird spiritual moments other people have. I keep my mouth shut and usually just think about food or what beer I want or sometimes cool movies. Up. Thanks. I know you're right, but Kevin has this way of talking that makes it seem like everything he says is correct, and I guess it made me doubt myself. Commenter 2. Please give us an update after you've kicked that turd to the curb. He has a lot of growing up to do. I can't imagine how awful you must have felt in that moment. Thankfully it's only been a few months. Up. Not much of an update, but reading the comments made me realize just how much of a jerk he is. I started to think about past times where he refused to think he was wrong. He's very arrogant. I don't know why I didn't realize that until now. I was already planning on breaking up with him, so I sent him a text a little while ago saying it's over. His response was whatever. Thank you everyone for the responses. You are absolutely right that this is a matter of Kevin being a jerk, nothing about atheists. Commenter 3. Show Kevin the comments on this post. Up. Not worth my time to be honest. I'm done with him. He'll have to figure out just how arrogant he is on his own. Update, 6 weeks later. First of all, I want to thank everyone who responded to that post I made. I got a lot more responses than I thought I would. And that really made me see how in the wrong Kevin was. Kevin and I broke up right after that incident. It made me realize a lot of things about our relationship that I guess I wasn't seeing clearly before. He really was arrogant and manipulative. He had this way of saying things that made it sound like he was right 100% of the time, and that anything I said was stupid. It wasn't until after I read all of the comments that overwhelmingly said he was in the wrong that I realized just how manipulative he was. Maybe I should mention that Kevin was really hot, like really hot, so maybe that's why I didn't realize how much of a jerk he was until way later. Anyway, this isn't so much of an update as to our relationship. It's a funny story I heard. I've been working a summer job for the past while now in my hometown where both Kevin and I live. It's not a tiny town where everyone knows each other, but it's not huge either. Anyway, at work I was talking with some of my co-workers on break, and the conversation of terrible exes came up. The story that my one co-worker decided to share was about, you guessed it, Kevin. Apparently they dated about a year ago. My co-worker, let's call her Brenda, had to go to her cousin's wedding, and Kevin was her plus one. During the ceremony, Kevin got really bored, and he decided to let everyone know. Apparently he started saying stuff like, "Oh my god, this is taking so long, and is it almost over yet?" And he kept going on and on. He wasn't so loud that everyone could hear him, but the people around him definitely could. Brenda said a lot of people were turning their heads to look at them, and she was super embarrassed. Apparently they got in a huge fight between the ceremony and reception, and that was the end of their relationship. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that story. Sounds exactly like something Kevin would do. Anyway, that's it for my update. Things are going well for me. I'm currently enjoying single life. Just working and hanging out with friends. One of the things that Kevin said that really bothered me was that religion never does anything good. That really bothered me, so I started volunteering with a charity that my church helps run once a week, just organizing stuff that's been donated. Maybe I let him get to me, but it feels good to help out. I don't hold anything against atheists. You guys totally convinced me that the problem was Kevin, and that many atheists are cool. So thank you for that. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. What was your family's response to the dumping? Up. I guess I shouldn't have left that part out. My parents were shocked by his behavior. Apparently they spent a long time talking about whether they should bring it up with me. They are both very non-confrontational type people, and they always said they would try not to pass judgment on who I date. But Kevin was just too much for them, and they were planning on telling me what they thought of him. Fortunately for my parents, by the next time I talked to them we had already broken up. So they were definitely relieved. Commenter 2. Brenda told us about Kevin being a jerk at a wedding. And then you told them about Kevin belching during grace, right? Tell me you didn't hold out such a great story while everyone else was already laughing at him. Up. Oh, I definitely did not pass on the opportunity to share